I love her for 4 years, but she cheated on me in front of me. In the end, I spent 31 years in jail because of a lie she told me. In my previous life, the girl I loved deeply betrayed me. When I caught her cheating, I was so angry that I lost control and severely injured the man, and finally died from excessive blood loss. My girlfriend was the only witness, and she actually gave false testimony, pushing my charge from manslaughter to intentional homicide. I was sentenced to 20 years, but it didn't end there. Oscar's parents used their money and connections to hire someone to attack me. In prison, I had to fight a group of vicious prisoners, and the torture made me almost lose everything. My left leg was broken in a violent incident and never recovered. As time went by, my sentence increased from 20 years to 31 years. 31 years, a full 31 years, I have gone from a young man to an elderly old man. For 30 years, I was isolated from society and became the lame man that everyone in the prison feared. No one dares to mess with me, but no one can understand me either. However, the day I finally walked out of prison, I was accidentally hit by a car and fainted on the ground. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back to the day I least wanted to recall, the day my girlfriend cheated on me in front of me. The devil system is binding. The time is reset to the most important day in the host's life. Reset successful. A series of voices flashed through Johnson's mind. I was shocked and woke up suddenly. I immediately became alert and then breathed a sigh of relief. The goal of this system is to make me a lust demon. I, Johnson, have become a master of desire. I subconsciously reached for the phone and saw the date clearly displayed on it. I was extremely excited. March 11th, 2015. I was actually reborn on that day. Now 9:30 in the morning. In a few minutes, Alex, my college classmate who only wants to laugh at me, will call me and tell me that he saw my then-girlfriend Diana and a strange man walking into the elevator in the lobby of the W Hotel. Now it's time for revenge. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Alex, I saw the name on the phone screen and immediately knew what happened. Hello. I picked up the phone, and the anxiety in my heart had long since disappeared. Johnson, I'm going to tell you something, but you have to be prepared. Alex's voice came. I'm at the W Hotel now, and I saw Diana check in with a man and get into the elevator. I sneered. Alex, although he said he cared, he actually just wanted to watch the fun. In college, he had a crush on Diana, but she chose me. Alex couldn't let it go, so when he saw that Diana might have an affair with someone else, he informed me immediately. Okay, I got it. I said lightly. My tone was surprisingly calm. Alex was stunned. He didn't expect my reaction to be so calm. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneer and continued to walk out of the hotel, thinking that he would call Diana later. Although he is no longer interested in her, it is still a kind of fun to see her being toyed with. I hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and stood up. This time, the process of revenge will not be as impulsive as in the past. I knew I couldn't make the same mistake again. I wasn't going to ruin my reputation again. I was going to get my revenge, but in a smarter, calmer way. I slowly walked out of the rental house, stood on the street, and felt the hustle and bustle around me. Everyone carries a different glow of desire. Red represents anger, pink represents lust, green represents love. I can see these glows of desire and can even use them. I boarded the subway to the W Hotel with a clear goal in mind, and my desire points began to increase quietly. Everyone is releasing their desires, and these desires are the source of my power for revenge. When I lock onto a target, the panel will automatically display the person's desire data. I can manipulate their desires at will, change their emotions, and even the direction of their emotions. Chapter 2. I looked at the 100 desire points that disappeared, and I didn't feel the slightest bit of pain in my heart, but rather a little excited. People always have various desires, and as long as I am among the crowd, my desire points will continue to grow. I now have more than 500 desire points, so I try to click the sign. The system immediately responds, not enough desire points. More than 500 points are not enough to strengthen the body once. How much do you need? 1,000? 5,000? Or even more? I thought to myself as I entered the subway, thinking about how to take revenge on my enemies. Killing them directly was impossible, but I couldn't bear to let them die so easily. You have to taste the pain I have suffered. I thought, if there is no system, I may have to spend more time to deal with the Yu family. The Yu family is very wealthy and has complicated relationships. It is not easy to bring them down. But now, I have a system and don't have to wait that long. It's still necessary to make money. I said to myself, if you want to live a good life, you need money. Even without the system, as a reborn person, I can easily become a millionaire. In 2015, there were too many opportunities. In less than an hour, I arrived at the W Hotel. At this time, my desire points had reached 2241. I'm not in a hurry to use these points. I have to save them for today. If I use them up, my plan might fail. I looked at the time. Diana and Oscar will not come out for another 9 minutes. I found a corner and sat down, watching the pretty girls walk by, and couldn't help but feel a ripple in my heart. After being in prison for a long time, even a sow can make one's heart beat. These girls exuded a strong desire for money, which made me unable to help but take a few more glances. After a while, I saw Diana and Oscar walked into the hotel lobby. I haven't seen these two people for 31 years. When I saw them, I couldn't help but feel a little dazed, as if I had traveled through time. John Johnson! Diana looked at me in surprise, her face flushed, holding the arm of another man. Oh, this is my cousin. I sneered in my heart. Her embarrassment lasted for 2 seconds before she regained her composure. Now that she had been discovered, she no longer tried to hide it and continued to walk towards me with Oscar on her arm. Johnson, you are here, Diana said coldly. I've been with you for 4 years and gave you the best youth, but you can't give me the life I want. I want to break up. Hearing this, I was immediately furious. You said you gave me the best life, but what about me? I'm no exception. You checked into a hotel with another man behind my back. What made me even more infuriating was that Oscar was still instigating me. I couldn't bear it anymore and punched him directly, but this time I was much calmer. Diana calmly. She was my goddess in the past. When I was in college, she was the most beautiful girl in the school, attracting the attention of countless people. Now, when I look at her, my heart no longer has any fluctuations. Okay, let's break up, I said calmly. Diana was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect me to be so straightforward. Johnson, don't play so calm. I know you agreed quickly to paralyze me. You will come to beg me again later. I tell you, it's impossible. I want to live in a big villa, not a rental house, she added angrily. 4 years ago, Diana was still the woman I loved deeply, innocent and with only love in her eyes. But once she entered society, she began to pursue material things and longed for a better life. I have seen all these changes, and the tenderness I once had in my heart is no longer there. Now, I'm only indifferent to her. At this time, Oscar walked up to me and sneered. Johnson, right? Come, let's go to the side and talk. Diana showed a grateful look. Obviously, she thought her new boyfriend was standing up for her. I sneered, and I had a plan in mind. So we walked to the corner. I noticed there was a camera. Actually, you don't have to break up with her. Oscar sneered. I was just playing with her. Is a woman like her worthy of being my girlfriend? I have heard this sentence countless times. It angered me in my previous life, but today, Diana didn't know that Oscar liked to hook up with women who had boyfriends or were married, and he deliberately let the other party know to provoke and anger the other party. He is obviously a bit perverted. Haha, a man who likes to play with other people's wives. I responded calmly. You have a fiancée, Nina, right? Oscar's face changed. Anger flashed in his eyes. He grabbed my collar suddenly. What did you say? I'm very interested in your fiancée and plan to have some fun, I said calmly. I started to deliberately provoke him, and my anger level increased. Fuck your mother. Oscar finally couldn't help it and punched me. I naturally wouldn't let him hit me, so I quickly reached out to block his attack. After spending so many years in prison, I learned a lesson. When fighting, the most important thing is to protect yourself. Although the punch was powerful, I blocked it and took the opportunity to hit him hard. The hotel staff came over to stop the fight, and I immediately called the police. Oscar was pulled away. His emotions gradually calmed down. He soon realized that he had been irritated today. I laughed in my heart. Things turned out just as I expected. When the police arrived, I immediately said I felt dizzy and asked to go to the hospital for a checkup. My 31 years in prison had made me a seasoned jailer. As long as the patient said he was dizzy and the equipment could not find any problem, it was finally attributed to concussion. Concussion can be serious or minor, and there's a lot of room for manipulation. After the police checked the surveillance video, they took Oscar away directly. From the beginning to the end, I did not fight back. I just protected myself. If it is considered a fight, as they said, it is really unreasonable. What's even more disgusting is that Oscar is actually an adulterer who hooked up with someone else's girlfriend. Nowadays, everyone hates the rich, but he not only hooked up with someone else's girlfriend, he also dared to beat her up. Do you really think there are no laws? Catch him. Catch him. Chapter 3. Oscar was taken to the police station, and I went to the hospital. The doctor gave me a comprehensive examination and found that it was just some minor bruises. After all, I blocked it many times. Oscar couldn't possibly be without injuries. I saw the opportunity to fight back. The bruises on his body were no reason to refute. As for me hitting him, the monitoring system didn't show any signs of dizziness, so who knows how I did it. I insisted on feeling dizzy, and the doctor wrote a suspected concussion on the report, but concussions can't be confirmed by instruments, so they can only be classified as suspected. The injury was not serious, so I went to the Public Security Bureau, accompanied by the police, to cooperate with the investigation. The person who beat me asked for compensation and wanted my forgiveness. Of course I won't agree. I will never accept a penny of compensation. Wouldn't that be selling myself out? The 3 members of the Yu family must spend the rest of their lives in prison. Oscar was asked to stay at the police station for 10 days or half a month, which was considered as a way for them to pay some interest first. Knowing that I refused to issue a letter of apology, the Yu family asked to have a face-to-face meeting with me, and I agreed. The people present were Oscar's mother Jessica and her lawyer Michael. When I saw Jessica, I clenched my fist unconsciously, and my eyes were full of murderous intent. In my previous life, I had prepared a knife to die with her, and you hang high. Because of their conspiracy, my crime of manslaughter turned into intentional homicide, and I was paid to be targeted by other criminals. My sentence was increased, and I became a cripple. Jessica now looked at me with contempt and asked coldly, "How much do you want for a letter of apology?" She thought I would ask for too much. I just sat down and turned to leave after hearing this. Stop. She was anxious, obviously not wanting Oscar to be locked up for a night. What do you want? She asked in a deep voice. I turned around and said calmly, "Donate all your property and I will issue a letter of understanding." Jessica agree? No way. She must think I'm playing a trick on her. She was furious, with a look of arrogance in her eyes. I took the opportunity to increase her anger, but the target was not her but Michael. I also made Michael's anger level increase a bit, and the target was still Jessica. Haha, boring, I said with a smile, and pushed the door open to leave. Inside the house, Jessica completely exploded and slapped Michael. What a waste. Michael was stunned and thought, although I'm a lawyer, I also have to have room to perform, right? She had already killed the conversation right at the beginning. How could the conversation continue? A surge of anger surged in Michael's heart, and he fought back directly, slapping Jessica. You dare to hit me? Jessica was stunned. The lawyer she hired at such a high price dared to hit her. She screamed and rushed towards Michael, grabbing his face and neck. Michael cursed back. The police heard the noise and rushed in, pulling the two apart. Fighting in the police station? Of course they would be locked up and criticized. I watched all this and left the police station with a sneer on my face. Does it have anything to do with me? Of course not. I walked out of the door slowly, my destination already decided, to find Nina. In front of Oscar, I've already said that I want to play with his fiancée. Tomorrow, I will go to the police station to visit Oscar and tell him about my results. Humiliation, of course, it is inevitable. Johnson, Diana's voice sounded behind me. She walked over quickly and ordered, "Write me a letter of apology now." I laughed. Who are you to order me around? You. She was so angry that she was shaking. In the past, I always treated her like a treasure and never said no to her requests. But now, I sneered and thought to myself, if I were in prison, I would have 100 ways to make your life a living hell. A vain woman like you is destined to be kicked out by me. You will regret your whole life when you see my success, and I will send you to jail in the end. I sneered and pushed the door open and walked out. Johnson, Johnson, she kept shouting, but I didn't turn around. She was afraid of the way I looked at her. At that moment, it was as if I was looking at a corpse. I took a taxi to a Hyman law firm, one of the most famous law firms in Suzhou, where Nina worked as a partner. She is only 25 years old. It's not that she has a high level, but her father Tan Xinghua has a great influence in Suzhou City, so she came here directly after graduation. Nina is not a good man. In the previous life, after Oscar died, Nina only attended a trial, and she had nothing to do with the case. I don't have a deep impression of her. But in her previous life, Nina married an official, and they were both imprisoned for selling state secrets. So, I don't feel any guilt at all for looking for her. Nina, regardless of whether she is a good person or not, I will not be soft-hearted. I've been in prison for 31 years, and you still want me to be a good person? Entering the building, the desire points directly broke through 2,000 points and rushed to a new high of 2,500 points. I came to the 21st floor of a law firm. Sir, do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked me politely. I shook my head and said, No, I don't have an appointment. I want to ask Nina for help. Please wait a moment. I'll contact Attorney Tan first. The lady at the front desk picked up the phone and dialed. After a while, she hung up and said to me, Mr. Zhang, Attorney Tan is waiting for you in the office. She looked at me with a hint of fascination in her eyes. It was obvious that my appearance was in line with her aesthetic taste. Thank you. I nodded and walked in the direction she pointed. Walking past her, I noticed she had a pink glow of lust about her, a sign of lust. But hey, it looks like I have a better target now. Chapter 4. I stopped in front of the door and saw the words Lawyer Nina written on the door. I hesitated a little and knocked on the door gently. A soft voice came from inside. Come in. I pushed the door open and was immediately shocked by the luxurious office. A leather sofa, a massage chair, and a restroom. This was a bit surprising. Turned my gaze to Nina. I had forgotten what she looked like after not seeing her for 31 years. She was still tall and slender, wearing a white silk short-sleeved shirt and jeans. She looked well-maintained, completely different from the image I remembered. When I think back to when she was in college, she was a campus beauty and her looks would easily get 85 points. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This woman's desire, especially her desire for money, really shocked me. It was this desire that made her and her husband sell out state secrets. Money was her only driving force. She stood up, nodded slightly, and politely asked me to sit down. But she didn't extend her hand, which made me a little unhappy. Her attitude made me feel cold, but I still sat down. Mr. Zhang, please take a seat, she said in a cold tone, as if she was entertaining an unimportant customer. I smiled and said, Actually, I lied to the beautiful lady at the front desk. I didn't come to you to sue you. Nina's expression changed immediately, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, if you have nothing to do, please leave immediately. Her words became colder and colder, as if she wanted to drive me out. I smiled faintly and said casually, If you say so, aren't you afraid that I will tell everyone about Lin Yinyan's push down from the building? Her expression changed immediately, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. It was obvious that these words hit a sore spot. She was a bully on campus, and Lin Yinyan was one of her victims. Lin Yinyan's death has always been an unsolved mystery. The truth about why she was pushed down the stairs is finally revealed. Back then, Nina had a strong background, her father was a lawyer, and her uncle White could easily handle everything. Lin Yinyan's death was treated as a misstep, and Nina successfully graduated, became a lawyer, and even a partner. But now, she can no longer rely on these backgrounds. What do you want? Her voice was trembling, and she was obviously aware of the danger she was in. I shook my head and replied calmly, I don't want money. She was obviously stunned, and then asked, Then what do you want? I pointed at herself with a firm look in my eyes. Her face turned pale in an instant. Don't even think about it. There was anger in her words, but more of fear. I stood up, walked slowly towards the door, and said lightly, Then I can only go to the Public Security Bureau. Remember that year? Someone saw you push Lin Yinyan with his own eyes. That person was one of your followers, wasn't he? Her face was even paler, and she was shaky. For me, knowing her fear was enough. She was panicking, and I knew there was no turning back. I was secretly proud of myself. After all, my rebirth gave me an unprecedented perspective and wisdom, and the system was my plug-in. 2 hours later, I walked out of her law firm with a smile on my face. Everything went very smoothly, and I became more interested in tomorrow's visit. I opened my phone and saw that my desire points were over 2,000. I couldn't help but think, Deep Blue, add some points. The moment I tapped the sign, the system did not display any prompt, but I only felt a powerful energy surging in my body, and my bones, internal organs, and muscles were significantly strengthened. That feeling from the inside out is simply extremely refreshing. Chapter 5. Nina calmed down, but her eyes were still full of anger and resentment. I could see clearly that she finally spoke. Go and turn yourself in. I was a little stunned. I didn't expect her to say that. She continued, You forced me to have sex with you. If you turn yourself in, you can get a lighter sentence. Her eyes were filled with anger and shame. I couldn't help but laugh. They say a night of love is 100 days of kindness. We've been together 7 or 8 times just now, which means we've been together for several years. Are you just going to ignore me? Nina's face was red, anger and shame mixed together. She looked at me, as if she wanted to tear me apart. Although she was confused about why she took the initiative to seduce me, but knowing that she was being played, how could she swallow this breath? She decided to let me turn myself in, and even advised me to go to jail. She got up with difficulty, picked up the clothes on the ground, and put them on, but she didn't dare to call the security guard again. I smiled and said, "You forgot that you were the one who seduced me. Fortunately, I have evidence." I shook my phone and played a recording. Nina turned pale instantly. "You are despicable," she cursed angrily, but I'd already turned and left. Obviously, she had completely lost her temper. When I walked out of the building, it was already dark and I was a little hungry. I found a random restaurant and ordered a few dishes and a bowl of soup. I wolfed down the food, feeling free. Although I was a prison bully, it is impossible for me to enjoy such treatment. Freedom is the most precious thing. After dinner, I returned to the rental house, and someone was waiting for me at the door. It was Diana. She jumped up and shouted angrily, "Johnson, I'll give you one last chance to sign the letter of understanding." I looked at her and felt that society is such a big melting pot. A year ago, she was still innocent and kind, but now she has become a gold digger. For her, I've been in prison for 31 years. It is really not worth it. I ignored her and continued to pack. There wasn't much to pack, just a few changes of clothes and my ID card. "Johnson, I'm talking to you," she called anxiously. I glanced at her coldly. "Who are you?" I said in a cold tone. "We are no longer related. I have given up the house, and the landlord will come to take it back tomorrow. Be careful not to be mistaken for a thief." After that, I picked up my bag and walked out. The revenge for this kind of gold digger is not to beat her, but to become a super rich man, make her regret it, and finally send her to prison. "Johnson!" She chased after me, shouting my name. She was in a hurry to complete the task and get my letter of forgiveness. Seeing that I ignored her, she became even more anxious and hurried to follow me. But I had already walked into the stairwell, and there was no elevator in the old community. She gritted her teeth and hurried to catch up, but she forgot that she was wearing high heels. She ran too fast and accidentally sprained her ankle and fell down. Fortunately, she fell on the third to last step and didn't hurt any bones, but her ankle was swollen and she was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. She covered the pain, and when she came to her senses, I was gone. "Johnson!" she screamed like a madman. I walked out of the community, not taking a taxi, and walked slowly. On the road, all kinds of people provided desire points. Although everyone's desires are limited, the accumulated number is considerable. After walking for more than an hour, there were fewer people on the road, so I found a hotel to check in, put down my luggage, and walked out again, heading straight to the bar. The bar is a great place to be, with strong desires overwhelming you. Chapter 6. In the bar, desires surged like a tide, and I kept harvesting points from it. Although new faces kept joining each time, they were all harvested by me, without exception in the end. I stayed in each bar for a maximum of half an hour until 3 in the morning, when all the bars closed and I returned to the hotel with a full load of desire points. Last night, my desire points exceeded 12,000. I am grateful to those who indulged in releasing their desires. They greatly helped me gain. Back at the hotel, I took a short nap and woke up at 11:30 a.m. Thinking back to the past 31 years in prison, during that period of time when I had to follow a strict schedule every day, even if I was the boss of the prison, I could only show my power to the prisoners and had to bow down to the guards. However, everything is different today. I looked at my desire points and couldn't help but smile. I pressed the button and the heat flowed through my body and I felt myself getting stronger. I was curious about how strong I could be now, so I decided to go to the gym to test it. However, when I checked my points, I found that I was missing 2,000 points. Each enhancement should only require 1,000 points. Is the point consumption increasing? I continue to try and clicked a second time, and the points decreased by 4,000. I was shocked. It turns out that the points consumed for each enhancement are increasing exponentially. If this continues, the points required will become unbearable. Fortunately, I am not short of points. I earned more than 12,000 points yesterday. The remaining 6,002 points are enough for the next enhancement. However, the fourth enhancement requires 8,000 points, which is obviously insufficient. After strengthening twice, I clearly felt the pressure on my body, almost like it was about to explode. If I continued to strengthen, I might die. So, I decided not to strengthen continuously anymore. After taking off my bathrobe, I stood in front of the mirror and saw my perfect body with well-defined 8 abdominal muscles, exquisite waistline, and a body that was both well-proportioned and healthy. After checking the time, I decided to visit Oscar. I didn't take a taxi, but took the subway because the subway earned more desire points than taking a taxi, and even the bus could earn more points. I took the subway slowly and headed towards the police station. When I saw Oscar, I couldn't help but chuckle in my heart. He probably didn't sleep last night, and there were dark circles under his eyes, looking like someone who overindulged himself. When he saw me, he roared angrily, "Asshole!" I smiled calmly and responded, "Apologize to me sincerely. I'm actually very easy to talk to. As long as you apologize sincerely, I might forgive you." Oscar suppressed his anger and finally apologized coldly. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive yesterday. Please forgive me." I took out my mobile phone from my pocket, put it on the table, and showed him some photos. These were taken by Nina and I yesterday, one of which was a blurry photo of her in bed, and the other showed the bright plum blossoms on the sheets. Seeing these, Oscar was stunned and trembled slightly. That was what he saw, his fiancée, and he knew the pictures were evidence of what had happened. Rage surged in his heart, and he almost rushed over to strangle me, roaring, "Johnson, I'm going to kill you." I quickly put away my phone, and the police immediately stopped him. Oscar was pinned down, and I said to the security guard, "This man just threatened to kill me, and he obviously doesn't deserve a letter of forgiveness." The security guard was confused, and Oscar's sudden temper made him puzzled. I left the police station in a happy mood, thinking that the Yu family and Diana were just objects of revenge to me, and they were not worth wasting my time. I started thinking about my next plan, making money. The stock market was experiencing a super bull market, but I had no startup capital. Buying lottery tickets? Not reliable, especially when you haven't paid attention to lottery for 31 years and can't remember the winning numbers for the next issue. So, I planned to use my experience in prison to make money. I remember in my previous life, I had a younger brother named Hee Chung, who once caught a corrupt official and helped fight corruption by stealing money from the treasury as bribes. At that time, Hee Chung had obtained hundreds of millions of stolen money. Now, there are still 2 months before the corrupt official's vault is opened. I plan to empty the vault first and obtain huge wealth from it. Chapter 7, Xingfu Garden Community, Building 14, Unit 1, Room 202, is where corrupt officials hide their money. Hee Chung has mentioned this place many times, and I'm almost tired of hearing it. This community has been in disrepair for many years and looks shabby. In the first half of 2015, I found an agency and rented a small unit, paying more than 4,000 yuan for 3 months' rent and 1 month's deposit. At that time, house prices had not skyrocketed, otherwise the rent would definitely be more expensive. Then, I used all my savings to buy a second-hand van. Although the car was not new, I had obtained a driver's license in college, so driving was not a problem for me. With these preparations completed, my daily routine began to become regular. I would wander around crowded places during the day and go to bars at night to sit and collect desire points. The lively atmosphere of the bar and the surging desire made me feel excited. Time passed unknowingly in such an environment, and I didn't return to the rental house until 3 o'clock in the morning when the bar closed. Seeing that the desire points had reached 18220, I laughed in my heart. Add some points. A strong heat current instantly rushed into my body, and the desire points quickly disappeared, replaced by a surging power. Every nerve in my body seemed to be vibrating, as if I could shake the mountains and rivers. This feeling of power intoxicated me, and I even easily lifted the refrigerator and the wooden bed with one hand. This kind of strength made me feel a little proud, as if I had become a fierce general in ancient times. After feeling that I had become omnipotent, I decided to go downstairs of Building 14 to take a look. It was an old neighborhood with few surveillance cameras, and the technology in 2015 was far less advanced than it is now. So I easily avoided the surveillance cameras, climbed up to the second floor along the sewage pipe, opened the window, and successfully entered the room. As soon as I entered the bedroom, I was so surprised that I blurted out, "Oh my God." There was no bed in the room. Instead, there was a pile of banknotes a meter high. Hee Chung-wo was indeed not exaggerating. This corrupt official really had hidden a large amount of black money. I quickly began to pack the money, put on the snakeskin bag on my back, and stuff the money in bundles. When the snakeskin bag was full, I lifted it easily, opened the door, walked downstairs, came to the parking lot, and put it in the van. Then, I repeated the same process more than 20 times until the van was full of banknotes. Standing downstairs and looking at the car full of money, I was not in a hurry to act. Even if the corrupt official discovered the theft the next morning, would he dare to call the police? I lost more than 100 million. Please find it back. Who would believe such words? The next morning, I went out leisurely to eat some fried dough sticks and soy milk and drove the van out of the community. I didn't plan to deposit the money directly, because if I deposited such a large amount of money directly into the bank would immediately call the police. So I went to find a place to launder the money, which was the Golden Eagle pawn shop. The pawn shop was empty with no other customers. The clerk came out to greet me and asked me if I wanted to pawn or redeem my belongings. I smiled and said, "I have some money I need to deposit." The clerk smiled and knew that I wanted to deposit the money, so he took me to see the manager. When the manager heard me saying I wanted to deposit more than 100 million, he was shocked, his eyes gleaming with greed. More than 100 million? You come alone. He couldn't believe it. This amount of money is a huge temptation for anyone. Finally, he took me to the place where the banknotes were counted. 7 banknote counting machines were working at the same time, and the banknotes were piled up like a mountain. After more than 2 hours of counting, the result was 112 million. After the count, the manager handed me a contract and said that the money was used to buy the antique in my hand, and it was purchased at a price of 77 million. I looked at the painting and laughed in my heart. Is this the original work of Subduing? But I didn't care. I smiled and asked him, after deducting the handling fee, I should get 88 million, right? The manager was stunned and looked a little confused. Huh? We usually charge a 30-point handling fee. I smiled. They thought I was just a young man, alone, and easily looked down upon by them. If Mr. Zhang has any objection, you can take the calligraphy and painting and leave. He pointed at the calligraphy and painting that I didn't even want to look at. His eyes seemed to be provocative. I couldn't help laughing. Even though I didn't have a system, I was a prison bully for more than 20 years in my previous life. Even those fierce criminals had to bow down in front of me. Now, you dare to try to trick me? You are really courting death. My face darkened and my eyes became fierce. You really need to be taught a lesson. Chapter 8, Bang Bang Bang. The constant banging sound on the anti-theft rolling door lasted for nearly half an hour and finally stopped. I grabbed Qian Yun by the collar and pulled him up from the ground. Manager Qian, have you learned your lesson? I asked coldly. The fear on his face showed that he had lost his previous arrogance. Yes, I have learned my lesson. Qian Yun replied tremblingly. He didn't expect me to fight back like this, and he had already paid the price for his contempt for me. He thought the pawn shop owner behind him would support him, but now he finally realized how wrong he was. How are you going to compensate me? I asked with a sneer, stepping on his face. Qian Yun stammered, I can reduce the handling fee by 5 points. You wanted to charge me 10 points more right away, but now you only compensate me 5 points? I asked back with a threatening tone. His expression became more and more complicated, and he was thinking about how to deal with this huge loss. I gave a dangerous smile. You can't make the decision? Okay, call your boss over. No need. Qian Yun waved his hands quickly, obviously knowing that if he called his boss, he would be in danger. He was filled with regret, regretting his desire for more fees. Then transfer the money, I said coldly, handing over my account information. A few minutes later, I received a text message reminder. Arrived, 99 million. At that moment, I finally truly owned the wealth that belonged to me and became a true multimillionaire. I signed a contract and left without hesitation. Qian Yunza sat on the ground, sweating profusely, fear spreading to his bones. Manager, should we? One of the younger brothers said timidly. Shut up, Qian Yun shouted angrily. This young man was too scary. Not only was he powerful, but what was even scarier was his look of indifference to life. He knew that if he resisted again, he might die without a burial place. Remember, nothing happened today. Qian Yun ordered in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. The younger brothers nodded silently, tacitly understanding. After getting the money, my choices were no longer limited. Buying a house and a car were naturally my top priorities. I came to Linglong Bay and looked at several second-hand houses. The housing prices here will skyrocket in the second half of the year. The average price of 30,000 is expected to rise to 40,000 soon, and even sort of 80,000 per square meter in a few years. This is a good opportunity for investment. Although if it is just for appreciation, Bitcoin may be more suitable for me, but the house is still necessary. On the way, I receive a call from the bank, telling me that there was nearly 100 million more in my account. In an instant, I became a VIP customer of the bank, and the bank even arranged a private financial advisor for me. It was a woman with a soft voice, but her appearance disappointed me. I didn't think much about it, and after a brief conversation, I hung up the phone. I chose a house with the best location and the largest area. The listing price was 11 million, but I decided to pay the full amount. The landlord readily deducted the fraction, and the final price was 10 million. After paying, I got the key immediately. Although it was a second-hand house, I still went to the mall to buy some daily necessities. After finishing these trivial matters, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't take a break, but continued to walk to the crowded place, ready to collect desire points again. It was not until the sun set that I took out my phone and sent a message to Nina. She replied quickly, but sure enough, she rejected me again. Hey woman, I couldn't help but smile and typed, "You don't want those videos to be exposed, do you? Asshole." She cursed me first, then replied coldly, "Location. W Hotel. I'll book a room first and send you the address." I replied, although I was physically exhausted, I could not give up on such a small matter. How could I give up so easily after 31 years of practice? With a hint of cunning, I entered the hotel, checked into the room, sent the room number to Nina, and added, "Remember to bring black stockings." Chapter 9. 2 hours later, I still hadn't checked out. I'd already paid for the room, so why wasted I lay in bed, thinking about my experience with Nina? She tasted good, but I wasn't going to keep her. In this life, Oscar is still alive, and Nina might choose to marry someone else. After all, Oscar will go to prison sooner or later, and Nina's father will definitely not agree to her marrying a prisoner. I don't care about these. Just for fun, Nina's charm is not enough for me to want to possess her. After resting, I decided to go to the bar to collect desire points. The bar was huge and packed with people, like rats in a rice barn. Before 11 o'clock, my desire points exceeded the accumulation of the whole day yesterday. With enough points, I decided to strengthen myself again. At points, after the 5th strengthening, the power in my body surged like a torrent, and I almost couldn't help groaning. This power not only made me stronger, but also made me more interested in the women around me. However, most of the beauties here are wearing makeup, and they must be unsightly without makeup. Even with makeup on, not many people can get more than 75 points. According to my standard, at least 80 points are acceptable. At this moment, my eyes lit up. She was wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants, and the tight clothes perfectly showed off her hot body. She is about 172 centimeters tall, and she looks even taller and taller in high heels. Even though I am 180 centimeters tall, I still feel shorter than her. More importantly, she has a broad chest and an almost perfect figure. Her appearance is so beautiful that one can't take their eyes off her. 92 points. I commented to myself. In my eyes, 60 points is passing, 70 points is the school bell level, 80 points is the campus bell level, and 90 points is the best, and she is definitely the best. She only put on light makeup, with her naturally fiery red lips, and she should be charming, but she has a heroic aura that is irresistible. This woman is simply the best of the best. But what made me curious was that despite her beauty, she didn't have any aura of desire. Why would such a woman go to a bar? I know. If she has no desire, why come to the bar? She is obviously here to carry out a mission. Just as I was about to continue observing, a group of people came down from upstairs, and the leader was actually Dennis. Dennis, whose real name is Chung Leong and nickname is Dennis, has been in and out of prison for many years and specializes in drug trafficking. However, he is just a small boss and has been in prison countless times. This time, he seems to be facing the fate of being caught. Did the police get the information and come to arrest the drug dealers? The bar suddenly became tense, and a guy shouted, "Oh no, there are cops." Dennis immediately pulled out a knife and fled. "Don't move. Security guard." The top woman suddenly jumped out of the crowd, pulled out a gun, and shouted coldly. Not only her, but other plainclothes officers also acted quickly and took control of the bar's sound system in an instant, and the music stopped abruptly. I finally understood that she was an undercover police officer, and it seemed that she was here to disrupt drug trafficking. The bar was in chaos. The drug dealers were obviously preparing to flee, but the police were clearly prepared and started to act quickly. I absorbed a large amount of desire points, almost released from the captured drug dealers. Their despair was so strong that they probably knew that if they were caught, they would have to spend at least a few years in prison or even be shot. This strong despair shocked me. No wonder I absorbed such a strong desire point. Don't move, or I'll kill her. Suddenly, a young man held a switchblade against a woman's neck, cornered. He was surrounded by several security guards, but could not move because of fear. At this moment, the top woman came over with firm steps and the sound of her high heels. Every step she took was full of charm, and I couldn't help but be attracted by her charming buttocks. She was simply a fairy. Captain Gu, several security guards shouted. Celine, I recognized her instantly. Celine, this name terrified all criminals in Suzhou. She personally sent thousands of criminals to prison. In my previous life, when I was released from prison, she was already the chief of the Sioux City Police Department. However, there is also an unknown story behind. Celine, when she was young, she was scratched on the face by a gangster during a mission. Although the wound was not fatal, the scar was forever imprinted on her face. I was moved. If Celine aroused my interest, the scar must not remain on her face. As a man, how could I bear to let her have an obvious scar? I decided that I must take care of this matter. Moreover, I am an upright citizen at the moment. Isn't it normal for the police and the public to cooperate? Chapter 10. Celine did not hesitate to take the place of the woman and become the hostage of the criminals. I am Celine, the captain of the criminal police team. I am more suitable to be your hostage than her, she said calmly. The gangsters seemed to agree to the proposal. After all, Celine's identity and charm were more attractive to him. Okay, come slowly. He responded coldly, his eyes lingering on her. Celine raised her hands to indicate that she had no weapons and slowly walked towards the gangster. Walking up to the gangster, she calmly said, "Let her go." The gangster was stunned for a moment, let go of the woman he was holding, and reached out to grab Celine. At this moment, Celine reacted quickly, with swift and precise movements, as if she had already foreseen the other party's move. The gangster panicked and attacked her with a knife. Although Celine could easily dodge, her high heels made her unstable, and her evasive movement was not fast enough, and the blade mercilessly slashed towards her face. Celine's heart sank as she realized she could no longer escape. Her colleagues stood far away for fear of irritating the criminals and were unable to come to her rescue in time. Am I going to die here today? This thought flashed through her mind. At that moment, a figure rushed over like lightning. It was Johnson. I quickly grabbed the wrist of the knife-wielding criminal and took control of the situation. Celine opened her mouth in shock, but could not make a sound. I immediately pulled her back and held her steady to prevent her from falling. The surrounding security guards were stunned. They didn't expect that an outsider would suddenly appear and save the situation. Soon, the security guards reacted and subdued the criminals. Captain Gu, are you okay? Several security guards asked hurriedly. After Celine stood firm, she looked down at me and said softly, "Thank you." I quietly withdrew my hand and sighed in my heart, Celine's waist is really amazing. You're welcome. This is what an ordinary citizen should do. I replied with a smile. Celine glanced at me, seeming a little curious. Have you practiced before? Ordinary people can't do what you just did. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes, and it was obvious that I left a deep impression on her. I smiled and answered, I just figured out on my own, without any formal training. I couldn't be too modest. After all, she was no fool, and I had to show some strength in front of her. Celine seemed to notice something, but she didn't ask any further questions. The mission was important, so she nodded and turned around to continue dealing with other things. Soon, all the criminals were put on a bus and sent to the police station, and I gained a lot of desire points. The despair of the bad guys can obviously provide far more desire points than ordinary people. Just as I was about to leave, Celine came over again. This time, she was wearing a police uniform, looking heroic, but her peach blossom eyes were still charming. I'll take you to the police station, Celine said calmly. You also participated in the operation, and you need to give a statement. Your performance deserves a reward. Reward? I was stunned, with a complex emotion in my heart. It is unbelievable that I, who was in prison for 31 years, could receive a certificate of commendation from the police today. However, if I really become a criminal nemesis, my relationship with the police will be closer, which is not entirely a bad thing. Okay, I nodded in agreement. Celine took me to the criminal police brigade and personally recorded my statement. The process was quick. After all, I was just standing there watching the show. The only thing worth mentioning was my skills. At this moment, A male security guard came over and looked a little nervous. Yusin, I heard that you were almost injured by the gangsters. I was really scared. Celine frowned slightly. Captain Liu, please call me by my name, or Captain Gu. The security guard waved his hand. Okay, Captain Gu. Are you okay? I immediately realized that the security guard was interested in Celine. He exuded a strong desire, but Celine was obviously not interested in it. Want to steal my woman? I laughed in my heart and warned him. Be careful, or I will make your desires disappear. Celine ignored Captain Liu and sent me out directly. The confession has been recorded, so there is no need for me to stay. Moreover, after arresting so many drug dealers, the police will definitely be too busy to handle the rest. I was about to take a taxi to leave when I suddenly saw Liu E running over. Brother, thank you so much for saving my UX sign. He said with a smile, my name is Liu E, the captain of the second team of the Criminal Police Brigade. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. He put the business card in my hand and turned away. I looked at the business card and smiled. Liu E is not a bad person, but he is destined not to get Celine, and I am the ultimate winner. After returning to the hotel, I was about to rest when I was woken up by the ringing of the phone. It was the team leader calling. Johnson, what time is it? Are you still going to work? I was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that I still had to go to work. Team leader decided to resign. I smiled. Go to work. You must be kidding. Chapter 11. Johnson, don't be impulsive. It's hard to find a job nowadays. Team leader Zhui Yang's tone was a little anxious, and it was obvious that he was a little worried about me. It's okay. I won $5 million in the lottery and achieved financial freedom. I answered easily. Zhui Yang was silent. He certainly didn't believe that I won the jackpot so easily. After all, a jackpot of $5 million is not something that ordinary people can win. After I hung up the phone, I started to think that 90 million yuan was enough for me to start a big project. Next, my goal was to convert this money into more wealth, and 90 billion yuan would be enough. However, less than half an hour after hanging up the phone, Zhui Yang called again. Johnson, have you offended someone? He asked as soon as the call was connected. I was a little surprised and didn't know why he asked that. 2 hooligans came to the company to look for you, saying that they didn't believe you after you resigned, and they smashed some things. They ran away when they heard us call the police. Zuo Yang continued. A name popped up in his mind. Jessica? No, it could be Yu Hanghai who did it. How could someone who works in real estate not know some people in the underworld? If the Yu family came to me, they probably wanted me to sign a letter of apology. After all, if I didn't sign it, Oscar would probably be detained in the police station for 10 days or half a month. Haha, I haven't even gone to look for you guys yet, but you guys are the ones who are bothering me. I smiled and had a plan in mind. I picked up the phone and dialed Jessica's number. The call was connected, but it was a man who answered the phone. I'm looking for Jessica, I said simply. Who are you? The man asked. Johnson, I answered. After a few seconds of silence, Jessica's voice suddenly rang out. Are you willing to talk now? I smiled slightly. Get a room, and tell me the address when you're done. Jessica obviously didn't expect me to make such a request, and frowned slightly. Why do you want me to get a room? I answered casually, whatever. Then I hung up the phone. She was obviously stunned and couldn't help cursing. But soon she calmed down and called again. Is the room ready? I asked. Why did you ask me to get a room? Jessica's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Oh, forget it. I hung up the phone. She was so angry that she was about to explode, but she finally endured it and found someone to get a room. See you in half an hour. I said simply and hung up the phone again. Jessica arrived at the hotel quickly with her bodyguards, and a few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Go open the door, she instructed the bodyguard. The bodyguard opened the door and led me into the room. Write the letter of apology immediately, Jessica ordered. She obviously thought I would obey and not care. I smiled faintly. Don't mess with me. You can't afford the consequences. She sneered. You are a poor boy, and you dare to threaten me? She had obviously investigated me and knew that I was an orphan, had an ordinary job, and had no background. Teach him a lesson, she ordered the bodyguard. However, the next second, the bodyguard was thrown out, hit the wall, and instantly fainted. Jessica and the remaining bodyguards were stunned. How could this happen? They had never expected that I had such strength. The second bodyguard immediately stood in front of Jessica, staring at me warily. I smiled calmly. I am not a physical opponent, but you shouldn't challenge me. Jessica's face changed slightly, and she obviously began to realize that she had brought the wrong person. Don't mess around. She warned in a trembling voice, her tone full of anxiety. I smiled and said, "Of course I won't do anything rash. But you're over 50 years old and you still want to take advantage of me? I should have been having fun outside, right? I'm a kind person and I cannot bear to see others being wronged." Jessica felt a chill unconsciously when she heard this, and her eyes were full of vigilance. "What do you want to do?" she asked anxiously. I looked at her and responded softly, "It's not what I want to do, but what you want to do." I pointed my finger at her and the bodyguard standing next to her, with a hint of teasing in my tone. At this time, I already had a plan for the next step in my mind. Before entering the room, I called Yu Hang Hai and asked him to come and catch the adulterer. If he believed it, he should arrive soon. I laughed in my heart. The situation could finally begin. The door closed gently, and I stood up and walked outside. The moment the door closed, I vaguely saw the scene in the room. Jessica and another bodyguard were already hugging each other. Chapter 12. Yu Hang Hai finally came. Whether it was true or not, he had to confirm it himself. As a result, he completely collapsed. The fact was actually true. Nima, Nima, Nima. Yu Hang Hai's face turned blue. He was extremely angry, and he rushed over directly. He no longer loved his wife. He had countless lovers outside, and he didn't divorce her just for his son. But he was having a lot of fun outside, but his wife dared to cheat on him. He absolutely couldn't tolerate this. Dare to cheat on him? The bodyguards were stunned. The boss's wife had sex with the bodyguard. This is big news. However, what was the price behind it? Otherwise, why would Drake fall for a woman in her 50s? Yu Hang Hai's anger gradually subsided, and he calmed down. This matter was not simple. No matter how hungry Jessica was, she would not get involved with the bodyguard. And who was the informer? How could this happen? Jessica suddenly screamed, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Drake's bodyguards trembled, fearing their boss and disdaining Jessica's age. Although she was well-maintained, she was in her 50s after all. How could she possibly attract a man in his 30s? The bodyguard I kicked away was still in a coma, so he was lucky to have escaped. Bitch! Yu Hang Hai was furious and slapped Jessica. Regardless of whether there was a conspiracy behind it, he had to save face. Jessica felt guilty and did not dare to fight back. She quickly said, "Husband, I have something to say." "What?" Yu Hang Hai asked coldly. Jessica hurriedly explained. "Husband, I thought he just wanted to negotiate conditions, but I didn't expect him to play a dirty trick." "Humph, I think you enjoyed it just now." Yu Hang Hai sneered, but his expression became serious. "You said Johnson kicked Drake away?" Jessica nodded quickly. "Yes, Drake and I saw it with our own eyes." Drake's bodyguard also nodded. Yu Hang Hai turned to the 4 bodyguards and asked, "Can you do it?" They all shook their heads. One of them said, "It's possible to deal with ordinary people, but Drake's strength is about the same as ours. It's impossible to do it." Yu Hang Hai frowned. He remembered that when his son got into trouble, he used his connections to solve the problem. Although his son was not released, it was not a big deal. At this moment, he realized that the situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. "I was able to kick a professional bodyguard away. This guy is not simple." He whispered, "You go back first." Jessica lowered her head and dared not speak. She quickly put on her clothes and left in shame. Yu Hang Hai sat down and smoked calmly, his face gloomy. Drake must be dealt with. After all, he cheated on him. What card do I have? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and suddenly he felt that there was a deeper conspiracy behind the matter. After thinking it over, he made a phone call. "Lao He, want to get together?" "Okay, see you later." He left the hotel and drove to the club of Marlin, the boss of the Black Tiger Gang. Marlin has been his friend for many years. He would ask the Black Tiger Gang to help him when he encountered trouble. This time, he needed Marlin's help. Yu Hang Hai briefly mentioned my situation, but concealed the scandal of his wife and bodyguard. "Is that guy good fighting?" Marlin asked with a smile. "Yes, he's quite good at fighting." Yu Hang Hai replied solemnly. Marlin pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. "Violence alone won't work. We can outsmart him." "Outsmart?" Yu Hang Hai asked doubtfully. Marlin nodded. "I can ask my men to create a conflict and make Johnson a scapegoat." Yu Hang Hai was stunned. "How can this be considered outsmarting?" Marlin continued. "Let the younger brother hurt himself, and then accuse Johnson of doing it. That way, he can be locked up." Yu Hang Hai was shocked and cursed inwardly. "You are so cruel." But he smiled. "Thank you for your help." Marlin nodded. "But give me some nutrition fee." "I understand. I'll give you 1 million." Yu Hang Hai agreed. That's enough. Marlon smiled, feeling happy. Then hurry up and arrange it. Yu Hanghai said eagerly, wanting to get things started as soon as possible. Marlon called a few of his men and instructed them. Who will take this mission? The reward is 200,000. A shorter young man immediately stepped forward and said, I'll take it. Marlon nodded. Okay, go ahead and do it. The information has been sent to you. He was very proud that he could earn 800,000 so easily. At this time, a sexy beauty walked into the room, swaying her willow waist seductively, attracting everyone's attention. Marlon smiled and greeted his new wife, Lisa, who had just graduated from college and was a stunning beauty. Unlike Yu Hanghai, Marlon kicked out his original wife a long time ago. Lisa is his fifth wife and the one he loves the most. When hearing his wife asking to go shopping, Marlon immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. But he thought in his heart, the way Lisa was spending money, the $800,000 she just earned might not be enough, and he would have to pay more out of his own pocket. Chapter 13. I walked among the crowd. My desire points kept increasing, and I felt that everything was going according to plan. The gap between me and ordinary people and evil people was too big. Yesterday, I met a group of drug dealers and earned 56,000 desire points in a short time, easily and quickly. But this point can only be used for one enhancement, and the next time it will require 64,000 points. If it relies on ordinary people, it may take 5 or 6 days to accumulate, but if it devours the desires of evil people, a few people are enough. Finding such a person is simply extra money. Catching bad guys is a side job. I thought to myself, this is a good idea. Not only can I get extra desire points, but I can also build a good relationship with the police, especially with the policewoman Celine. I couldn't help but drool when I thought of her impressive figure. Compared to Nina, Celine is so much better than her. It's not hard to find a bad guy. I've met many bad guys in my 31 years in prison, including serial killers. I started to screen in my mind and finally smiled. Rainy Night Butcher. He always committed crimes on rainy nights, helping him to wash away all traces until he was caught by Celine herself. The murderer named Xiao Kuan specifically targeted single women, raping them before killing them or even disfiguring them. His crimes were extremely difficult, and it was very hard for the police to solve the case. Let's try to find him. If he can provide desire points, I'll take him down. I decided secretly. But the problem is I don't know where Xiao Kuan is hiding. Suzhou is so big that it is too difficult to search for one by one. So I decided to buy a car with a budget of 5 million yuan. I chose Ferrari. After all, it is a transitional car, and I will definitely have more money in the future. However, just as I was about to set off, a group of hooligans came towards me, each waving a steel pipe in his hand. Obviously, they were coming for me. I wasn't afraid, but rather looking forward to it. These bad guys must have brought a lot of desire points. Are bad guys really more greedy? I muttered to myself, thinking I had made a profit this time. The 13 thugs surrounded me, and a blonde-haired thug sneered, Brother, lend me some money. I responded with a smile. Are you planning to rob me? Just give it to me if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The yellow-haired man threw a cigarette butt at me. I dodged slightly and punched him, knocking him away. Fuck. The other thugs were stunned for a moment, then became furious and rushed towards me. In the chaos, a guy holding 200,000 yuan in cash rushed towards the steel bars on the ground. He used too much force, and the steel bars pierced his abdomen. He screamed, blood gushed out, and the scene was so bloody that it made people shudder. Fuck, someone's been killed. Others hurriedly called the police. I looked at them with a sneer, and I immediately understood that there must be some deep conspiracy behind this. Who is behind this? I thought, Golden Eagle Pawn Shop? Where you hang high? Forget it. Let them confess themselves. I smiled and decided to wait for them to come up with their own story. I smiled at them, and the 5 thugs were stunned for a moment. You actually laughed? One of them asked in a low voice. I locked onto one of them and raised his fear level to the maximum. Bang! He suddenly knelt down, trembling all over. Our boss sent us here. Who is your boss? I asked coldly. The boss is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Marlon. He said in a trembling voice. Marlon? I raised my eyebrows slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed through my mind. Marlon was a gang leader and would be sent to Sioux City prison for various crimes a few years later, but he did not join me. Instead, he followed another prison bully and did not have a good life. What he loved to brag about the most was his school beauty wife, who was beautiful and had a great figure, which made people envious. But within half a year, his wife took the remaining belongings and ran away with someone else, and this matter caused a sensation in the prison. I sneered. I didn't have a deep hatred with Marlon, and we weren't even acquaintances, so why did he send someone to cause trouble for me? Forget it, I'll know when I meet him. I thought to myself, not rushing to draw conclusions. In your previous life, you sided with another prison bully to fight against me, and now you're on the wrong side? Ha! Don't blame me for being ruthless. I laughed to myself, but I already had a plan in mind. Don't you always praise your wife for her good figure and beauty? Now you can see it for yourself. I sneered. 14th year. After receiving the alarm, security guards and ambulances rushed to the scene. I had suppressed the fear of those hooligans to the utmost, and when they saw the security guards coming, they were like deflated balloons and confessed everything. The security guard frowned helplessly and said, "You losers, you stabbed a hole in your body, and you still confess?" They were taken back to the police station, and although they had injured themselves, they still needed to be investigated. After all, this was just their one-sided story. I cooperated with the investigation and even produced the video I had taken before, and the truth immediately became clear. I was completely innocent. After confirming that everything was correct, I signed and prepared to leave the police station. I was afraid that they would change their statements after they regained their sanity, but no matter what, they would never dare to involve me again. After leaving, I took a taxi and headed straight to Shinhai Club. I was familiar with this place. Marlon often mentioned it in my previous life. The club was luxuriously decorated, and the women were of high quality. People who usually went there didn't come to take a bath, but to go to the second floor. There are rest areas and private rooms on the second floor. When I first arrived, the guy came up to me and asked if I needed a massage. I nodded, and he took me to the third floor. Not long after, 7 scantily clad women came in. However, I was not satisfied and asked for a change directly. I changed 4 batches until I saw a beauty with an 80-point score. Her figure was almost perfect, her legs were slender, but her breasts looked like they had been surgically operated on. I still asked to change. At this time, my younger brother seemed impatient. "How many batches have you changed? Are you here to cause trouble?" I smiled and replied, "You just found out now?" He was so angry that he started cursing and was about to attack me, but I pushed him into the door and he fell to the ground in pain. He ran to find help, and soon, Scar showed up with his men. Scar is Marlin's right-hand man, tough on the outside, but fragile on the inside. Scar said angrily, "You dare to hit my people? Kneel down and apologize. Pay me 100,000 yuan, and I will forgive you this time." I was not angry, I just smiled. Scar saw that I was not afraid and was ready to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his brothers immediately surrounded him and hit him continuously. I received a message from Marlon, and he returned to his private suite with his wife. When he opened the door and saw me sitting in his office chair, he was stunned. "Johnson?" He stared with his eyes wide open, unable to believe it. "Why are you here?" Marlon frowned. He should have known that I would not be caught easily. At this point, he was a little panicked. "Where are your men?" I sneered. "How did you let a stranger enter your room so easily?" At this time, Scar came in with tea and flattered me with an extremely unnatural smile. "Boss Zhang, the tea is ready." Marlin's face changed instantly. Scar was so respectful to me that he completely ignored him. I motioned for Marlon to sit down. He started to panic. My wife snorted. "Who are you to give orders here?" She looked at Scar. "Scar, who is this person?" I glanced at her and thought to myself, Marlon found a beautiful woman. Although her IQ is not high, her appearance is just acceptable. "Shut up." Marlon snapped, then sat down and tried to stay calm. I admit defeat. Whatever Ba Zhang wants, just tell him. I will never refute it. "Who told you to do this?" I stared at Marlon, my tone sharp. He tried to explain himself, but Scar slapped him without hesitation. "My boss is asking you a question. How dare you hesitate?" This slap was like a slap from hell, which stunned Marlon. Marlon was stunned. Scar actually betrayed him. He was unwilling to accept this and thought of calling the police, but fear made him unable to move. Sweat soaked his clothes. The former gangster boss had completely lost his dominance. Johnson smiled softly, knowing full well that this deal was not cheap. It cost him more than 500 points of desire, and with Scar and the others, the total cost was about 5,000 points. But considering the desires of those in the club, the harvest was not small. Marlon was shaking all over, and finally broke down and began to confess. Chapter 15, I sneered twice. Although this situation was not unexpected, it happened too quickly. I had been thinking about how to deal with them, but I didn't expect them to come to me on their own. What is your relationship with Yu Hang Hai? I looked directly at Marlon, challenging him in my tone. He panicked, his eyes flickered, and he immediately told me everything. It turns out that the relationship between Yu Hang Hai and Marlon is not complicated. One makes dirty money from Yu Hang Hai, and the other does dirty work for him. The one behind all this is a powerful district chief. The district chief was originally only the director of the construction bureau, but because of Yu Hang Hai's support, he became the district chief. With this relationship, Yu Hang Hai's family business rose rapidly and his wealth expanded accordingly. Marlon relied on Yu Hang Hai's relationship to escape the police's crackdown on prostitution many times. The three of them colluded with each other and formed a profit chain. What's interesting is that this district chief was the person who I exposed and emptied the slush fund. A thought flashed through my mind. In my previous life, it was because I exposed the district chief's treasury that Marlon was implicated and they went to jail together. But I suddenly realized, why was Yu Hang Hai not implicated? How could he be safe and sound? After some thought, I finally understood the truth. It turned out that although the Yu family arranged people to deal with me in prison at that time, the frequency dropped sharply later. I originally thought that it was because of my improved status that they dared not act rashly. But the actual reason might be that the Yu family's wealth was frozen and they no longer had the money to hire people to cause trouble for me. This is the truth of my previous life. But in this life, I will not look back on the past. I will personally bring down the Yu family. Call District Chief Zhao and Yu Hang Hai and ask them to come see me tonight. You can come up with the reason yourself. I said coldly. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Marlon bowed his head and responded, and quickly turned around to make arrangements. He found a simple reason. There was a new top-notch beauty in the club, so District Chief Zhao and Yu Hang Hai would naturally come to try out the new things. Aldrich and Yu Hang Hai did not expect Marlon to use this reason, but they knew very well that their relationship had long been entangled, and the black material in their hands was enough to make them fearless. After all, they all had the support of big shots. Mr. Zhang, shall I ask some beauties to come up and accompany you? Marlon asked flatteringly. I shook my head and looked at my little wife next to me. Don't bother, just let her come. My wife was stunned and her face changed instantly. She was reluctant, but under Marlon's threatening eyes, she finally stood up reluctantly and walked towards me slowly. I glanced at her figure and was a little surprised. Her IQ was not high, but her figure and appearance were quite attractive. I also understood her anxiety. After all, she was in an unsafe environment. Wait outside. I waved my hand, signaling Marlon to leave. Marlon left respectfully, and the door closed with a click, leaving only me and her in the room. She had been so reluctant just now, but as soon as the door closed, she breathed a sigh of relief and seemed no longer so afraid of me. Her eyes became flirtatious, and she suddenly smiled coquettishly. You are so handsome. How could I be afraid of you? I was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. What she said was really interesting. Although I was confident in my appearance, this woman was obviously not a virgin. Her behavior, just now, was nothing more than to please Marlon. What's your name? I asked in a low voice, gently pulling her into my arms. She frowned, but finally answered in a low voice. My name is Lisa. At the same time, Aldrich and Yu Hang Hai had already arrived at the agreed place with great anticipation. Yu Hang Hai was in a complicated mood. He was so overwhelmed by the recent family affairs that he didn't even think about dealing with me. But at this moment, he was already attracted by Marlon's words, and, thinking about the new beauties, his mood gradually relaxed. Soon as the two entered the box, Marlon came in with a group of scantily clad beauties. They didn't notice that the door outside the box was still slightly open, and someone was quietly walking in. That person was exactly my target, Aldrich. My anger rose again, and my plan began to enter the final stage. Chapter 16. Yu Haihang suddenly burst into anger. His anger erupted like a volcano, and his entire emotions were out of control. This anger was not directed at me, but at Aldrich, who was almost losing himself in anger, and the violent emotions in his heart were like a flood. Calm down. Don't do anything stupid, I said to myself, but I couldn't suppress my anger, and the violent emotions in my heart were difficult to contain. Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Yu Haihang was furious and punched Aldrich. Aldrich obviously didn't expect to be attacked by Yu Haihang. Although Yu Haihang has always been a tool by his side, Aldrich still seemed stunned. Ouch! Aldrich screamed, covering his face, feeling unprecedented pain. However, Yu Haihong's rage became more intense, and he punched again. Aldrich began to panic. He dodged and shouted, "What are you guys looking at? Come and help." However, Marlin did not move. Instead, he snapped his fingers, signaling others to leave, and the girls quietly retreated. Marlin even had the door of the room closed, and the entire box became unusually quiet in an instant. Aldrich was stunned for a moment, obviously unable to understand the situation. He used to regard Yu Haihang and Marlin as his right-hand man, but now they actually betrayed him. This change was a little hard for him to accept. "Yu Haihang, you're crazy." Aldrich roared, "How dare you hit me?" While he was calling for help, his face was covered with bruises and his condition was worrying. I stood aside and watched calmly, as if I had planned everything in advance. After receiving the call, Marlin called the police and several police cars arrived quickly. The security guards quickly entered the club, and Marlin led them to the private room. His steps were hurried, and he seemed to be full of fear of me. "It's here," Marlin guided softly. The security guards looked at each other, and the leading security guard frowned and asked, "As an operator, why didn't you stop this from happening?" I don't dare." Marlin lowered his head and replied, pretending to be helpless. The security guard was stunned. "Why don't you dare?" "You will know when you go in and take a look." Marlin answered simply. The security guards became alert and quickly pushed open the door of the box. The scene before them shocked them. Aldrich was beaten so badly. Such news should not be taken lightly. "Quick, stop it," the leading security guard shouted, and several people quickly stepped forward to pull Yu Haihang away. If this matter spread within their jurisdiction, the impact would be extremely bad and unacceptable. At this moment, I walked to the door and glanced coldly at the struggling Yu Haihang. He waved his finger lightly, and Yu Haihang's anger dissipated instantly, and his violent emotions calmed down instantly. Yu Haihang knelt in front of Aldrich in a daze, with a panicked look on his face. "District Chief Zhao, it's not my fault. I was drugged and possessed. You have to believe me." Aldrich was in agony. The severe pain on his face almost made him unable to breathe. Although he was angry, he still began to waver, thinking about how to face everyone the next day. "Catch him now," Aldrich roared, his anger reaching its limit. "I will make him pay the price." The security guards quickly stepped forward and took Yu Haihang away. Aldrich's anger gradually spread under his calm appearance. He thought to himself, something is wrong here. Did Marlin really betray me? Could he be the mastermind behind this? However, he soon regained his composure and began to think about how to get Yu Haihang out of the police station. If Yu Haihang told Aldrich that he had accepted bribes, Aldrich would be finished. He sighed deeply and had to face reality. Even if I get beaten by Yu Haihang today, I have to get him out. Aldrich's only hope is that Yu Haihang can keep his mouth shut and only talk about what happened tonight and never reveal anything more. I chuckled, and I already had a clear plan in mind. I posted that video on purpose with the goal of making Aldrich completely out of control. Once he couldn't get Yu Haihang out of the police station, everything would become simple. But the real killer is Marlin. He has a lot of dirt on Aldrich. Once he opens his mouth, Aldrich will definitely not be able to escape. If Aldrich goes to jail, how can Yu Haihang be spared? "You're all done." I turned to Lisa with a wicked smile on my face. "Call a few more beauties up. Let's play landlord together." Chapter 17. I finally felt a little good. It actually felt good to beat 10 people. Although I had a good time, I didn't go to the bar at night, so I lost a lot of desire points. Alas, I can't indulge in it too early. I have to control myself. After breakfast, I went to find Marlin. He had been asked to prepare the materials for surrendering himself yesterday, with a look of fear on his face. He dared not hide anything and explained clearly what he had done over the years. He also gave out Aldrich, the person who had been protecting him. Aldrich is really a beast. Besides being greedy for money, he is also interested in decent women, especially those who are still studying. However, Aldrich is not difficult to deal with. I know that Marlin is the only one who can help him solve the problem. Whether it is tempting with money or threatening those women to sleep with him in exchange for debt, there are many other means. I said to Marlin, "Okay, go and turn yourself in." Marlin nodded, looking pale. "Yes, Brother Zhang." We drove to the criminal police brigade, and I sat in the back seat and reminded him to stay fearful. Once he regained his normal state of mind, the fear would disappear, and he might regret not turning himself in. Moreover, I knew that once we got to the police station, the fear would immediately turn into an urge to escape. To make sure he didn't escape, I decided to go with him. When they arrived at the criminal police brigade, the guard was surprised to see Marlon turning himself in. Marlon went straight to Celine's office and said he was only willing to tell her. Not long after, Celine came downstairs. Her figure was unmistakable, and even in her police uniform, she still showed off her proud curves, especially her slender waist. Celine glanced at me and raised her eyebrows. "What crime have you committed?" I smiled and waved my hands. "He wants to turn himself in. I just accompanied him here." She asked in confusion, "What is your relationship?" I smiled. "We just met by chance and chatted for a few minutes." He was moved by my justice and decided to confess. Celine obviously didn't believe it, but she was a professional police officer after all, so she started investigating. She looked at Marlon and asked, "What crime are you going to confess to?" Marlon quickly replied, "Too many. I can't finish it in one sentence." As he spoke, he took out the prepare materials and handed them to Celine. Celine flipped through a few pages, and her expression suddenly changed. If these contents were true, Marlon was simply a disgusting beast, and it involved a certain district chief. Celine calmed down and ordered, "Shaolin, go and ask the Discipline Inspection Commission to come." At this time, I quietly restored Marlon as fear value. Sure enough, his face twisted instantly, and he pounced on Celine, trying to take back the materials and destroy them. "What?" I reacted quickly, protecting Celine and kicking Marlon away. Celine obviously didn't expect this to happen, and although she reacted, she was obviously a step too slow. I quickly hugged her to protect her from harm. Her face turned slightly red, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. After all, she was the captain of the criminal police, and no one could protect her. On the contrary, I saved her twice in 3 consecutive days. I quickly subdued Marlon and sent him to the interrogation room. The previous attack completely ruined his confession. Celine looked serious and was about to interrogate him. She waved me into her office. She looked at me seriously and said, "Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Marlon?" My heart moved slightly, staring at her serious face, feeling a subtle fluctuation. Chapter 18. Celine asked this question out of curiosity and out of concern. After saving me twice, even an Iron Man would be soft-hearted. I couldn't help but smile and told Celine about the Yu family asking the Black Tiger Gang to deal with me. Although I easily resolved their conspiracy at that time, they were the ones who came to me instead. Of course, I didn't reveal the secret of my ability to manipulate emotions. I simply said that I used my powerful force to make Marlon obedient. Celine obviously knew my skills and didn't doubt it. "It's unfortunate that these people offended you," Celine said with emotion. I smiled and joked casually, "You are busy. I'm leaving. Can you treat me to a meal later?" "Okay." She agreed readily. Who in the past life could have gotten Celine to treat me to a meal? After dinner, we could go to a movie. Maybe the outcome will be a little different. I walked out of the criminal police brigade in a happy mood, and I had already started thinking about the next plan in my mind. Marlon brought me about 10,000 desire points, far exceeding my expectations, which means that I have to put my plan of catching the Rainy Night Butcher on the agenda. Before, I could only look for him by myself, but now the Black Tiger Gang has younger brothers, so I decided to let them search for Shao Kun. We must be careful and not alert the enemy. So I called Scar and asked him to take his gang members to the noodle shop to look for Shao Kun. Of course, if he let him run away, it would be a big deal. With Marlon as surrender, the Shinhai Club is destined to be closed down, and Scar will also face arrest. This is his last bit of energy. I didn't plan to join the search, so I turned around and went to the detention center, of course, to see Oscar. "What are you doing here again?" Oscar asked coldly. I smiled and replied, "I have a message for you. Your father beat up Aldrich yesterday and was put in the detention center like you. And Marlon has confessed your family's dealings with Aldrich. Your father will be in prison for at least a few years." Oscar's eyes widened instantly, and he suddenly lost control of himself. "Impossible. You are lying to me. You must be lying to me." He shouted frantically, obviously knowing that once Aldrich fell, he and his family would be finished. Without Aldrich's protection, he could no longer continue to be the rich and wealthy young master. I said slowly, "If your mother comes to visit you, just ask her and you'll know." Of course, I wouldn't produce any evidence. It was just a notification anyway. Seeing his distraught look, I felt an indescribable pleasure in my heart. "Oscar, you will be detained in the detention center for a maximum of half a month, but after you come out, you will also have a taste of what it feels like to be poor. After you have experienced this for a while, I will send you to jail and give you a chance to reunite with your father." Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile and walked away. Behind him, Oscar's crying voice came. The next plan had to be carried forward. I was in prison for 31 years. The boring time in prison made me curious about the outside world. When I walked out of prison, I was shocked by the changes in the outside world. At that time, there were many opportunities to get rich quickly in the market. For example, during the bull market at the beginning of the year, even if you bought randomly with your eyes closed, you could still make a fortune. However, if you don't get out in time, you will become the one who takes over after June and lose everything. The one with the biggest increase is Baofeng Technology, whose stock price has increased nearly 50 times. I remember that Baofeng Technology was going public on March 20th, and today is March 15th. There's still time. Even if I didn't get the new shares and didn't buy them all at the lowest point, it would not be a problem to make 50 times, 40 times, or 30 times the profit. Thinking of this, I decided to open an account directly at a securities company and transfer 80 million yuan into it. As a result, I immediately became a big client of the securities company. Soon, a beautiful woman who claimed to be an account manager came to me and said she could provide me with professional advice. Of course, I need it, especially if I plan to leverage it. If I use 80 million to buy Baofeng Technology, even if I multiply it 50 times, I can only make 4 billion. But I am ready to increase leverage, 10 times leverage, to 40 billion. Although the total market value of Baofeng Technology is only more than 40 billion at most in the last crazy stage of the bull market, any stock can rise sharply. I plan to use 10 times leverage to make a fortune in this bull market, clear out my positions before June, and then switch to real estate to make more money. After this operation, it will be no problem to make tens of billions. Next, buy some Bitcoin, and then buy some TikTok and Pinduoduo, and you'll become the world's richest man in a few years. Chapter 19. With sufficient funds, it is much easier to buy new stocks. I invested all my money in Baofeng Technology, a big bull stock, in 2015. But unfortunately, I only got a small part of it, and the market value is only about 10 million. Although this amount of money can grow to 400 million in just 3 months, I will not be satisfied. After all, this is just the beginning. After Baofeng Technology goes public, I will definitely continue to buy, as long as I can make a profit before June. I have also bought many other stocks. The bull market will not last long. If you miss this period and wait for the market to adjust, you will eventually become a leak. After completing all the formalities at the securities company, I was not attracted by the seductive glances from the account manager and left. She was just a woman in her 30s, so I was naturally not interested. As soon as I walked out of the securities company, Lisa called me and told me that the Shanghai Club had been closed down by the Public Security Bureau and all the girls have been taken away. I'm not surprised. Aldrich was investigated, and without his protection, Shanghai Club could not escape the disaster. Although it's a bit regretful, after all, I haven't had the chance to taste the girls in there, but it's no big deal. There's no loss if I can't play with them. I decided to put the car purchase aside for the time being. After all, I had planned to go buy a car yesterday, but Marlon's incident suddenly came up and disrupted my plans. Just as he was about to finish the car purchase, Scar called, "Boss, we found Xiao Kun. So fast." I was slightly stunned. It seems that there is strength in numbers, and the Black Tiger Gang's brothers are indeed very efficient. I decided to solve the problem of the Rainy Night Butcher first, and then buy a car. More importantly, use my desire points to strengthen my body. I am now looking forward to this enhanced effect. Can I dodge the flying bullets? If it is strengthened further, can it directly withstand bullets, or even rockets, or even nuclear bombs? I don't want to think about it. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Give me the address, I said calmly. In order to avoid any more trouble, I decided to take immediate action and take down the Rainy Night Butcher. Scar gave me an address, and the driver received new instructions. On the way to the destination, the driver was a little curious. "You traveled so far just to eat noodles?" I didn't pay much attention to his small talk. I was only thinking about this mission. Soon, the driver took me to the noodle shop. There were not many people in the noodle shop. There were already a few customers eating lunch, and the boss was busy alone. I glanced over and saw the man in his 40s, Xiao Kun. He looked honest and didn't look like a serial killer at all. I ordered a bowl of beef noodles, paid, and sat down to wait. Not long after, Xiao Kun brought the noodles, but after I took a bite, I spit it out decisively. "Boss, your beef is stinky," I said angrily. "I'm going to the kitchen to see what kind of meat you used." I strode towards the kitchen. Xiao Kun panicked and quickly came around to stop me. "You can't go in, otherwise I'll give you a refund." At this time, other customers in the store also began to speak up for him. Boss, this guy is obviously here to extort money. I ignored them and continued to walk towards the kitchen. Xiao Kun tried desperately to stop him, but he was no match for me. When I entered the kitchen, the first thing I saw was the huge freezer. I walked straight over to it, and when Xiao Kun saw me, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly picked up a kitchen knife and chopped at me. What's going on? Is there something shameful in the freezer? I smiled calmly and kicked him away. Xiao Kun hit the wall hard and fell to the ground, completely unable to resist. I opened the freezer and didn't see a body at first, just a pile of meat. I carefully removed the meat layer, and suddenly a head popped out. This scene made me grit my teeth. Although I was mentally prepared, I still couldn't help feeling nauseous when I actually saw it. At this time, other customers of the noodle shop also rushed into the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Kun being knocked to the ground by me, they were all very angry, and some of them had already started calling the police. I pointed at the body in the freezer, and screams were heard everywhere. Not long after, the security guards arrived at the scene. Why are you here again? Celine was obviously surprised when she saw me. I spread my hands innocently. I was eating noodles here, and I found that the beef was smelly. I suspected that the boss used expired meat, so I went to the kitchen to take a look, and the result was... Celine was obviously helpless about my coincidence, but she did not doubt me. At this time, Xiao Kun had just woken up and was stunned when he saw the security guards in the room. It's over. I closed my eyes and absorbed a large amount of desire points. Xiao Kun, the serial killer, actually provided me with more than 30,000 desire points. Chapter 20. I looked at the desire points in my hand, 72,530 points, enough for one enhancement. However, I was not in a hurry to use them. No one could take away the desire points, so it was okay to accumulate them slowly. You should come back to the criminal police brigade with me, Celine said with a hint of helplessness. Although she knew that I had nothing to do with the case, as the discoverer of the body, I had to give a statement. Okay, no problem. I agreed happily and couldn't help laughing in my heart. She was stunned for a moment. Why do you seem so happy? Of course, who wouldn't be happy to spend more time with Captain Gu? I answered with a smile. She blushed and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense." I smiled secretly in my heart. I knew that her guard against me was slowly relaxing. After all, I helped her twice, and her attitude towards me had changed a lot. I got in her car. Although the driver was a stranger, Celine still sat in the passenger seat and didn't sit next to me. When we arrived at the criminal police brigade, even though we had just left, I still cooperated when recording my statement. After all, I didn't hide anything, and all my actions were reasonable. You haven't eaten yet? Celine asked me. No, I just had a mouthful of noodles for lunch and vomited. I answered truthfully. Then I'll treat you, she said gently and turned to leave. Her figure was so attractive, especially her swaying hips, that it was hard to look away. I couldn't help but think, can I ask for something more? I saved you twice and helped you solve several major cases, and you just give me a meal? I said mischievously. Celine looked back at me with a hint of meaning in her eyes. Then what do you want? At least 2 meals. I replied with a smile. She smiled softly, her body trembling slightly. Johnson, are you hiding a lot of secrets? Celine was intuitive, with doubts flashing in her eyes. She was right. Marlon turned himself in and then changed his confession. There must be a deeper secret behind it. I leaned close to her and whispered, "Do you want to know?" Celine did not back down and asked, "Will you tell me?" We were very close to each other, and the hot breath from her words sprayed on my face. The sweet smell made me lose control. I only tell my secrets to my woman. I smiled and asked, "Captain Gu, are you willing to be my woman?" Before she could answer, she heard a loud roar. "What are you doing?" Zhuiyang rushed over and glanced at us. Celine obviously didn't intend to pay attention to him, and said to me directly, "Let's go and eat." When Zhuiyang heard the word eat, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "That's right, I haven't eaten either. I'll treat you today." No matter how Celine refused, Zhuiyang still came along. In the end, the 3 of us had dinner together, and Zhuiyang paid for it. After dinner, I refused Zhuiyang's offer to take me home and finally went to buy a car. Buying a luxury car is as easy as buying vegetables for me. With a budget of 5 million, I quickly selected one and paid the full amount directly. However, the car had to be transferred from Jinling, and I had to wait a week before I could pick it up. While I was waiting for the car, the beautiful saleswoman kept flirting with me, but I ignored her and took a taxi away. How could someone who could afford a 5 million sports car take a taxi? But it didn't matter to me. Back at the newly bought large flat, after the housekeeping service cleaned it, everything looked clean and tidy, completely different from the first time I visited the house. I took a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments, which were visible only to Diana. I decided to make her regret it and then send her to jail. Not long after, the phone rang. It was Diana. "Johnson, how did you suddenly have money to buy a house?" she asked. I replied calmly, "Whether I have money or not is none of your business." She responded angrily, "When you were with me, you pretended to be poor, but after we broke up, you moved into a big house. How could you be so mean?" "Liar," she gritted her teeth. "You have to compensate me for my youth. Give me 1 million, 2 million. I laughed. "Idiot." I hung up the phone, and a few seconds later, she called again. This time I put her on the blacklist. After the car was picked up, I made her regret it again. At this time, my desire points accumulated again, and I decided to continue strengthening myself. The more than 70,000 points just now were transformed into more than 8,000, and a powerful force emerged in my body. I cut my arm with a kitchen knife and began to increase the force. Eventually, the skin broke and blood gushed out. But when I pulled the knife back, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After an hour, the wound almost completely disappeared and recovered as before. This recovery ability is simply too terrifying. Chapter 21. At night, I went out to have dinner. After all, I had to collect desire points, and takeout seemed too wasteful. Coincidentally, the door of the next room opened and a woman came out. She is simply a great beauty. Although her appearance is not top-notch, it is definitely over 85 points, even better than Nina, especially her mature style, which is completely different from Nina's youthful feeling. Although it is still March and the weather is cold, she is wearing home clothes and a down jacket, and her figure is still plump and proud. She is holding a garbage bag in her hand, obviously going to throw away the garbage. When she saw me, she was stunned for a moment, then greeted me generously. "Hello, my name is Susan. I think you're new here." "Johnson," I replied with a smile. "Yes, I just bought this house." She asked curiously, "How much did you buy it for?" 10 million, I answered. "So expensive?" She looked shocked. "We bought it early, and the average price was only 6,000, but now it has risen to more than 30,000. "You guys made a killing," I said with a smile. She smiled and said, "My parents-in-law had good taste and bought it with a loan when it was first launched. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford it now. Mr. Zhang is amazing. He has earned 10 million at such a young age." She seemed to feel the garbage bag was a bit heavy, so she asked, "Do you want to go down too?" "Yes, to eat." I nodded. I walked to the elevator and pressed the down button. This building has 24 floors, and each elevator has 2 units. The elevator was very fast, and it didn't take long to get there. We walked into the elevator, and I pressed the first floor. Susan thanked me. In the elevator, I had plenty of space to admire her. The walls of the elevator were as smooth as a mirror, reflecting her figure from different angles, which was amazing. Suddenly, the elevator shook violently. Susan lost her balance and fell towards me. I instinctively reached out and hugged her immediately. If the elevator really fell, I was fully capable of breaking through the ceiling and escaping. With my physical fitness, I could easily climb out of the elevator shaft. However, making too much noise would definitely cause trouble. Fortunately, the elevator did not fall, although it was flashing violently, and finally stopped. Susan trembled in my arms, her face pale with fear. However, half a minute later, the elevator returned to normal, the lights came on, and the speed began to decline evenly. There must have been a minor malfunction. I let go of my arms around her and supported her waist instead, but I secretly felt sorry for it. Thank you so much." Susan S.'s face was as red as a ripe apple, and she obviously didn't realize that I had just hugged her waist. I smiled and said, "It's okay." She finally said, "You can let me go." Of course, I didn't mind that she was a little shy. I didn't plan to hold her all the time, but I wasn't in a hurry to let go either. Finally, I let go of her hand with a smile, and I felt that she was secretly dissatisfied. He might be thinking that a rich man like me would be very likely to be unfaithful. She walked towards the corner of the elevator, keeping the farthest distance from me. I didn't mind, after all. I only fall in love with people who are truly worthy, and I would only take revenge on the fiancé of my enemy, like Nina. As for women, if every one of them took the initiative to come to me, it would be boring. For those like Celine who don't want to get married, I need to take measures to speed up the process. The elevator finally reached the first floor. Susan hurried out of the elevator, and I followed her, walking out slowly. Looking at her sexy back, I couldn't help but smile. After all, we live next door, so there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 22. Nina was filled with irritation. I had caught her in a trap, and she had no choice but to succumb to his demands. As a proud lawyer, she should have been able to resist such threats, but the video in my hands made it impossible for her to fight back. She was not forced to watch the video, but she took the initiative to collude with him. How to fight back? She couldn't expose it casually, otherwise it would destroy her image. What made her even more anxious was that I didn't spread the video. If she made a big fuss about it, it would make the matter even more embarrassing. Want to find someone to take the video back. But who can ensure that this will not become a new threat? She needs a reliable person, and this person she thought of Uncle Bai. Bai Wenha is an old friend of her father and the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. But what is even more frightening is that he is also the president of the Feiyu Club and is doing illegal business behind the scenes. Bai Wenha had taken care of her since she was a child, and had always joked about wanting her to be his daughter-in-law. She knew that he would be able to solve this matter, and with his methods, no one would dare to threaten her again after getting the video. After making the decision, Nina drove away from the law firm in her Lamborghini without waiting for the end of the workday. The traffic jam made her very irritated, and she was full of dissatisfaction with Oscar. Me and her stems from the dispute between Oscar and my girlfriend, and the recent bad fortune of the Yu family has made her even more worried. Her father had announced that the engagement with the Yu family was annulled, and the Yu family was no longer her concern. However, Yu Honghai's wife begged her to help, but it was completely in vain. Annoyed, she gave up driving and took the subway instead. Half an hour later, she finally arrived at Bai Wenha's residence. This villa is hidden in the bustling city of Suzhou, and the hustle and bustle of the outside world seems to have nothing to do with it. Nina knocked on the door, and the maid opened the door and greeted her with a smile. Miss Tan hasn't come to see the master for a long time. Is Uncle Bai upstairs? She asked. Yes. The maid nodded. Nina went up to the tea room on the second floor and saw Bai Wenha quietly brewing tea. Xiaoqing is here. He didn't even raise his head. Nina smiled and said, Uncle Bai, how come you always guess when I'm coming? Bai Wenha smiled and continued to make tea. He was wearing a gray retro robe and Buddhist beads, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling, but everyone in Suching knew that his methods were very tough. Try this. He handed her a cup of tea. This is the Wui Mountain de Hongpo I just got. Nina took a sip and smiled. It tastes great. Bai Wenha smiled and shook his head. Young people don't like to drink tea, so who can tell the truth? He turned serious and said, Since you are here, just tell me directly. What do you need my help with? Nina said mischievously, Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Bai Wenha smiled even more happily. Of course, but you must have something to do today. Tell me quickly. Nina was silent for a while, then suddenly turned serious. Actually, there's a man who has a video that is very unfavorable to me. Bai Wenha's eyes became sharp, and he was obviously no longer relaxed. Xiaoqing, are you? He didn't finish his words, but anger was already written on his face. Nina felt her body tremble instantly, biting her lips nervously, her eyes wandering around, trying to hide her inner uneasiness. She finally couldn't hold it back, and tears welled up in her eyes. Don't cry, dear child. Bai Wenha's tone was unusually gentle, completely different from his previous coldness. Tell your uncle who that man is. Don't worry, I will take care of it, and he will never be able to threaten you again. Nina wiped away her tears and whispered my name. She knew that Bai Wenha's anger was unimaginable. It was not just about getting the video back. Bai Wenha would make me disappear forever. The anger in her heart became more and more uncontrollable. Although she had seduced me, now this man actually threatened her with the video. She wanted him to disappear from this world immediately. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were red and swollen. Bai Wenha stared at her for a moment with a gloomy face, but then his expression immediately turned into a smile, as if all his anger disappeared. Stay for dinner. Nina wiped the tears from her eyes and nodded obediently. Yeah. Chapter 23. After dinner, I went straight to the bar, which was the most stable place for me to work. No danger, no obstacles, and the desire points were easily obtained. The only problem is that if the leeks are not harvested, they will have to be replaced after one round. But it doesn't matter. New ones will always emerge. It was 3 in the morning, and the bars were closing, so it was time for me to call it a day. I wanted to go home, but the feeling in the elevator during the day popped into my mind, and my heart was filled with ripples. Nina, or Lisa now, I will have to stay up all night. I am not an Iron Man. No matter how strong I am, I can't overdraw for too long. I have to be more restrained. The good days have just begun, and I can't spend too much energy on this kind of thing. I was thinking about going home, but I found that I couldn't get a ride on the internet. After waiting for 10 minutes, no one took my order. I simply gritted my teeth and walked back by myself. The night wind was not cold, but rather sobering. But as soon as I walked into a dark street, I stopped immediately. The blurry figures in front of me were getting closer and closer. A dozen people were walking towards me, all holding steel pipes. Under the moonlight, I could see clearly that they were not here for a walk, but were all rushing towards me with murderous intent. I turned around subconsciously and saw another group of people, wearing the same clothes and holding the same steel pipes. Were they going to attack me? I sneered. If I had met 40 or 50 people in the past, I would have been beaten, but I'm no longer the same person I was before. My only concern is not to kill someone. Self-defense is self-defense, but if something goes wrong, I don't have the power and I could easily be bitten back. These people look like the Black Tigers, but Marlon was sent in and Scar became my man, so it doesn't seem like they did it. Since we can't guess, we can just beat them first and leave a few of them behind to ask later. Seeing me stop, 2 groups of people quickly surrounded me. Someone shouted, "Don't kill him. The boss must be alive." The steel pipes were swung at me like raindrops, but I didn't retreat but faced them. As soon as 5 or 6 people approached, I punched them one by one and sent them flying. Those who fell to the ground also fell to the back, and more than a dozen people fell to the ground wailing. In less than 2 minutes, more than 20 people fell to the ground, and the remaining thugs looked pale, as if they had seen a ghost. "Go!" someone yelled, trying to suppress the panic, but the result did not change. My fists are like a string of cannonballs. Each one can knock one person away, and the force is so great that the collision can knock down several people at the same time. A few minutes later, all the hooligans were lying on the ground, unable to move. I flexed my wrists, which was not considered a warm-up. I grabbed the guy who seemed to be the leader and said, "Take me to see your boss." He glared at me and said stubbornly, "I won't betray the boss." I smiled, releasing a little of the pressure, and he immediately knelt down with weak legs, crying like a grandson. "I was wrong, big brother, I was really wrong. Tell me the name." I said coldly. He trembled and said a name, by Manhwa, chairman of Chingcheng Chamber of Commerce, a big boss in Suchun, nominally a billionaire entrepreneur, but secretly the president of Feiyu Club. The Flying Fish Society is a gangster organization, similar to the Black Tiger Gang, except that Bai Wenhe has long since cleaned himself up. But the organization is still active, and if there are things that are inconvenient for him to handle, he will leave it to the Flying Fish Society. For example, what happened tonight? He didn't say why Bai Wenhe wanted to attack me. I only knew that the order was bring him back alive. I don't want to guess. I will see the truth when I see him. The car drove all the way to Bai Wenhe's villa. When we arrived at the door, I saw a servant waiting there. "Is this Mr. Zhang?" he asked respectfully. Bai Wenhe had obviously known about my visit, and he even arranged the reception at the door so thoughtfully. It seemed that he had confidence in himself. "I'm Johnson." I nodded and answered. The servant turned around and led me into the villa. "Mr. Zhang, please, the master is waiting for you in the tea room." I smiled and followed him in. Chapter 24. As soon as I entered the house, the servant handed me slippers with a respectful look, as if I should follow the rules. But I refused to accept it and walked straight into the house. At the entrance of the second floor, a man in a black suit was waiting with a stern face and a faint light from his earphone, like a bodyguard in a movie. My heart beat faster. Stepping in here is like walking into a tiger's mouth. Bai Wenhe's background is too dark. I cannot be careless at all. All of his men are desperate criminals. If a fight really breaks out, no matter how strong I am, I won't be able to block the bullets. The man led me into the tea room, where 2 middle-aged men were sitting. One had an ordinary face but a scar on his eyebrow, and the other was skinny and looked uneasy. My eyes were fixed on the thin guy. He was as restless as a monkey. My intuition told me that this guy was dangerous. "I underestimated you." Bai Wenhe suddenly spoke, picking up the tea and sipping it slowly. "You are quite skilled. Have you practiced before?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think I'm a martial artist, to be honest? I have never learned martial arts at all. It's all thanks to the system strengthening." Bai Wenhe snorted coldly. "See how cripple him." The thin man's face changed immediately. His joints cracked. and his eyes were fierce. Kid, what sect are you from? He turned his neck and challenged me. I smiled and said, Shaolin Temple? Bullshit, he said angrily. We are all monks in Shaolin. Are you kidding me? As soon as he finished speaking, Monkey Fist pounced on him. He was extremely fast, but I had strengthened myself 7 times, and my reaction was as fast as lightning. In my eyes, he was replayed in slow motion. I didn't dodge or evade and punched him in the nose. Blood spurted out instantly, and he screamed and retreated. But when his face suddenly changed, and he stood up suddenly. He obviously didn't expect that Xiehao would be knocked down by my punch. Xiehao gritted his teeth and asked, Which sect are you from? I smiled and answered, The leader of the Ming cult. He attacked again in anger, his footsteps like a monkey, strange and unpredictable. But I had seen through his tricks and reacted faster. He tried to attack the back of my head, but I turned around in an instant, grabbed his neck, and said in a cold voice, Do you still want to risk your life? Xiehao was terrified. No, I don't want to. I saw the collapse in his eyes. Bai Wen has suddenly pulled out a gun from under the table, pointed it at me, and said in a trembling voice, Don't move. I sneered and was about to dodge, but the gun suddenly flew out of his hand, and he collapsed back in his chair, holding his head and shaking. I picked up the gun on the ground and wrapped it with the tablecloth. Why did you arrest me? He gritted his teeth and said, You bully my daughter. I want to stand up for her. I was stunned. When did I bully her? Nina, he said. My heart was suddenly shocked. Nina? The girl who said her father was a lawyer? How was she related to Bai Wenhe? I stared at him and said in a deep voice, Explain it clearly. He avoided my gaze, finally sighed, and spoke in a low voice. It turns out that Nina is Tan Xinghuai's daughter in name only. More than 20 years ago, when Bai Wenhe was working with Tan Xinghuai, he got drunk and raped Tan Xinghuai's wife. The woman gave birth to Nina. She told him that the child was his. He didn't believe it and secretly did a DNA test, but the results shocked him. He only had one son, and now he suddenly had a biological daughter, so he naturally doted on her. In order to prevent Tan Xinghuai from noticing, he lied that he wanted Nina to be his daughter-in-law, but in fact he was covering up the truth. Because once Tan Xinghuai knew that Nina was not his daughter and those old crimes were exposed, he would be finished. I listened with great interest, as if I had picked up a huge secret. He was personally handing the evidence to me. I stared at him and smiled. You'd better turn yourself in now. Don't force me to do it. Chapter 25. I'm not afraid that Bai Wenhe will bite me out. What did you do? Have sex with Nina? The man is unmarried. The woman is unmarried. Can't they have a friendly match? If Nina sued me for coercion, I would really laugh. She knew I had the video, and it was clearly her who took the initiative to seduce me. So how could she force me? She would definitely not admit it. And she was even more afraid that the video would be leaked. So how could she live her life in the future? Although it's a little late now, who says that you have to choose the time first? Go ahead. Since it's already like this, you have to act decisively. To make sure Bai Wenhe would not change his mind, I accompanied him to the police station. I didn't want to bother Celine in the middle of the night. Lack of sleep is bad for the skin, and I don't want to see her beauty decline. Before turning himself in, I asked Bai Wenhe to write a confession and write down the bad things he had done. Once he was 20 meters away from me, his fear would slowly disappear. If he regretted it and just walked away, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Bai Wenhe had committed too many crimes. He had been writing for 2 hours and still hadn't finished. I asked him to write down the key points, which were enough to get him the death penalty. It was already daybreak. Bai Wenhe drove, and there were no cars on the road, so he arrived at the Public Security Bureau in a few minutes. The security guard came over, and I said with a smile, He wants to turn himself in, so I came with him. The security guard looked through the materials, and his face suddenly changed. Murder. Huge bribe. He quickly called his leader. It was obviously a big case. I let Bai Wenhe recover. Me? What? He was sweating. How could he listen to me, write down the bad things, and hand them over to the Public Security Bureau in person? Can it be snatched back? He looked at me, his heart filled with despair. Who are you? He asked unwillingly. My desire point soared. People like him who have done so many bad things basically start with life imprisonment, and Bai Wenhe will definitely be shot. This feeling of despair made me gain a lot of desire points. The Rainy Night Butcher only provided more than 30,000 points, but Bai Wenhe actually broke through 50,000. I also got 59,000, which is halfway to the next enhancement. I'm a good person, I said seriously. He obviously didn't believe me, and he was furious. If I was a good person, who played with his daughter? since he was finished. He had to drag me down with him. Otherwise, how could he swallow this anger? I was ready to go home. The Public Security Bureau already had my contact information and would contact me if anything happened. I left the bureau feeling relaxed, went home, lay down, and soon fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept, but the ringing of my cell phone woke me up. I took a look, and it was Celine calling. "Johnson, why are you everywhere?" she asked as soon as she opened her mouth. "Yesterday, Marlon turned himself in. Today, by Manhwa. Why are you always with these people?" I chuckled. "Captain Goo, just tell me whether these two people are extremely evil. Am I doing this to help the people?" Celine was silent. "You did a good thing, but I think it's weird." I also felt that something was wrong. Bai Wenha and Marlon both had their own careers, so why did they suddenly come and turn themselves in? "Captain Goo, the process is not important, as long as the result is good," I said leisurely. She was silent for a while, and then said, "Johnson, I hope you're really a good person." I smiled and responded, "Haha, of course I'm a good person." After hanging up the phone, I didn't want to sleep anymore. I couldn't sleep anyway. I didn't sleep last night, but I was still full of energy. It's time to work. My job is to buy stocks. With a 10x leverage, I have nearly 900 million yuan of disposable funds. I bought Baofeng Technology stocks yesterday, but only used up 10 million yuan, which is far from enough. I must convert all my money into stocks as soon as possible so that I can make more money. Otherwise, I will have to pay interest on the 800 million. I began to recall that Baofeng Technology had increased nearly 50 times during the bull market in 2015. But the market is different now. Forget it. It doesn't matter if I can't remember it. Anyway, I will make money no matter what I buy now. I invested my funds in a diversified manner and added 10 times leverage. If the decline exceeded 10, my position would be forced to close. I was busy until 3 p.m. and finally invested all my money in stocks. When Baofeng Technology goes public, I will sell these stocks and switch to monster stocks. I feel so tired but also fulfilled. It turns out that spending money is so tiring. My eyes are dazzled. Chapter 26. I'm tired of spending money. Should I relax? Of course. And someone is too naughty. I smiled and decided to go find Nina. At this time, she should still be in the law firm. I walked over directly without asking the front desk to notify her. Knowing that she was alone now, I went straight to her office. I pushed open the office door and found that there was no one inside. Did the front desk lie to me? Did Nina go out? However, the restroom was still there. So I walked to the door of the lounge, opened it gently, and found that it was not locked. It seemed that Nina trusted the people in the law firm too much and thought that everyone who came in would knock on the door first. Today, I didn't follow the usual practice. In the restroom, Nina was lying on the yoga mat doing exercises while the music was playing. She changed into tight yoga pants, which perfectly outlined her figure and gave her beautiful curves, especially her hips, which looked particularly straight. Seeing this scene, I suddenly understood why her figure was so charming. However, when Nina saw me, her face suddenly changed. Her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. She was confused. Didn't Uncle Bai already take action? Then why am I here? She obviously didn't expect me to show up so suddenly. The lounge was small, with only one bed and limited space. Seeing her hesitant reaction, I sat directly on the bed and said to her coldly, "Kneel down." Of course she refused. After all, I was not her master. But I slightly increased her fear level, and Nina immediately trembled with fear and knelt down obediently. I looked at her and smiled even colder. "You are so brave that you even dare to find someone to deal with me." She lowered her head and did not resist, as if she was enduring the humiliation. I continued, "Don't you find it strange to see me here? You hired someone to deal with me, so how come I'm still okay?" Her pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, I was right. I said calmly, "Bai Wenha has already turned himself in to the Public Security Bureau and confessed his crimes over the years. Your father helped him clean up his mess, so he can't escape. A few years in prison should be fine, right? You are a lawyer. You should understand." Her face turned pale instantly, and her body swayed slightly. How could Uncle Bai turn himself in? She couldn't believe this fact. Bai Wenha would actually turn himself in? I spread my hands and said helplessly, "Maybe he has a change of heart. Go to hell with your conscience." Nina couldn't help but swear. "You lied to me." She became more and more excited. I smiled and said, "Then make a phone call and ask." She was furious, but finally made the call. The answer from the other end of the phone made her completely collapse. Bai Wenha really turned himself in. To make matters worse, The security guard was sealing up Bai's home. By when his family was under control, and his bank account was frozen. Nina's world completely collapsed. I looked at her and said coldly, "There are two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first?" She ignored me, obviously out of control. I continued, "The good news is that Tan Xinghua is not your biological father. Even though he is in prison, it has nothing to do with you." Her face was full of astonishment, and her eyes were full of disbelief. "My father is not my father?" She couldn't believe it. I continued, "The bad news is that Bai Wenhe is your biological father, but he was imprisoned before Tan Xinghua and is almost certain to be sentenced to death." I said slowly. Her face instantly lost color, and she sat down on the ground, muttering to herself, "You lied to me? You lied to me." Obviously, this news was too much of a blow to her. I continued to rub salt into her wounds. "Back then, when Bai Wenhe and Tan Xinghua were working together, he fell in love with your mother and raped her while she was drunk. As a result, you are here like this." Her body trembled violently, and she finally believed most of it. She began to understand why Bai Wenhe cared about her so much. It turned out that there was a dark truth hidden behind everything. She sat on the ground, her expression blank, and her eyes blurred. I watched her emotional breakdown and felt no sympathy. She had once cruelly wanted to kill me, and now her world was falling apart. I said coldly, "Nina, because of you, both of your fathers went to jail. You used to have two fathers who loved you, but now you have nothing." Her face turned even paler, a mixture of fear and regret. Her greatest fear was money. She couldn't bear to lose it all. I showed a devilish smile. "Be my plaything obediently, and I will help you keep everything you have now. If you don't agree, there is nothing I can do." Her eyes gradually lost focus, and finally, she broke down and burst into tears. Chapter 27. Of course I won't let go easily. How can this all end like this? You still have to eat what you need to eat. The most important thing is to enjoy your own happiness. As for Nina's feelings, it's none of my business. She's just a plaything. Women like her, who are too greedy for money and even dare to sell out state secrets, deserve to die for that. I don't plan to raise her as my woman. She's not worthy at all. Unfortunately, Nina is not a very evil person yet, and the desire points she provides me are very limited. She is really useless. However, seeing how obedient she was today, I also felt that she might be smarter. If Tan Xinghua really went to jail, I might be her only lifeline. As for Bai Wen and those guys, they were all helpless and were even forced to surrender by me. This shows how terrible I am. This woman is pretty, with big breasts and a nice butt. It would be fun to play with her. I thought to myself, how long we can play with her depends on her luck. If she behaves well, I can play with her occasionally, but if she is greedy, I will not show mercy and send her to jail. I got home, and it was already past 8 o'clock. Bar? Forget it. I'll have a good rest today. I turned on the TV, thinking that it might stimulate my ancient memory and bring up some opportunities to make money. But before long, I heard a fierce quarrel next door, followed by the sound of things being smashed. Did the couple have a fight? I kind of expected Susan to come to me to vent her emotions and cheat on her husband. After all, she was a pretty attractive young woman. But soon, the quarrel became quieter and the surroundings fell into silence again. I didn't care. I just had a big meal and didn't need anything for the time being. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Alex calling. I knew he must have caught Diana again and wanted to humiliate me. Recently, Diana has been busy as an ant on a hot pot. She found a rich son-in-law, but didn't get any benefits. Her father-in-law's 1 billion assets have been seized and will definitely be confiscated in the end. Hello. I answered the phone. "Johnson, it's been almost a year since graduation. Ma Fei, Luo Fong, and others are coming back. How about we all get together? Are you free on Sunday?" Alex asked. I immediately understood that Alex wanted to humiliate me. He knew Diana had cheated on him and wanted to expose my scandal in front of everyone. Alex has always hated me because I was always better than him in school. Not only did I have good grades and look good, but even the girls he liked pursued me. These pent-up emotions made him want to take revenge on me through the party. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, then let you humiliate yourself. When I'm free," I answered concisely. "Then see you at 7 p.m. on Sunday, Banlon. You can find it using the navigation system," Alex said and hung up the phone. I put down my phone and continued to read the news. Then I felt sleepy and decided to take a rest. At the same time, in the remote wilderness, the night was freezing cold. Qian Yun was tied up with his hands behind his back, kneeling on the cold ground. He had just collected 110 million yuan, but only gave out 99 million yuan with no profit at all. When the company found out, they immediately took action against him. Manager Qian, is Johnson your illegitimate son? Why are you so confident in handing the money to him? A middle-aged man asked coldly, holding a syringe in his hand. Qian Yun's face turned pale in an instant, and his heart was filled with fear. He knew that the company would never show mercy to those who sold out their interests, and he himself did not embezzle the company's money. Accountant Sue, I am so wronged. Johnson is too strong. My subordinates are no match for him. I have no choice but to let him collect the handling fee. He hurriedly explained. Accountant Sue sneered, I don't care about these. I only know that the company lost tens of millions because of you. Manager Qian, more than 10 million. You go first. I will take care of the rest. After saying that, he injected the syringe into Qian Yun's neck. Qian Yun struggled desperately and tried to escape, but two big men held him down. He began to bleed violently, and his body gradually collapsed. Soon, Qian Yun's body began to melt and eventually turn into a pool of blood. The workers quickly cleaned up the remains, threw them into a pit that had been prepared, and covered them with soil. Whoever finds this pit will not be able to find any useful clues from it. Even the DNA is destroyed. The middle-aged man took off his gloves and took out his mobile phone. My detailed information was displayed on the screen. He said coldly, You are courting death if you dare to touch our interests. Then he sent the information to the organization's external department and left with his men. The moonlight was like a hook, shining on the mound where Qian Yun was buried. Chapter 28, I finally had a good night's sleep, and it felt wonderful to wake up naturally. Usually I always think about ordering takeout, but today I decided to go out for a walk. Although I can't earn too many desire points outside, it's better than doing nothing. A little bit adds up to a lot. I put on my clothes and get ready to go out. Coincidentally, the door of the next room opened at the same time. Susan, the familiar young lady, appeared. When she turned around to close the door, her round buttocks made me look at her a few more times. She didn't carry a garbage bag and seemed to be out buying groceries. I was about to walk over when she suddenly noticed that I had come out. Her face turned red, and she quickly closed the door as if she wanted to escape into the house. I couldn't help but touch my nose. He has a good figure and good looks, and there are many women around him. But Susan seemed to be very wary of me, and she didn't even dare to look me in the eye. I was curious, is she blind? If so, why not tease her? I walked to her door and rang the doorbell. She almost jumped up in shock. In just a few seconds, she knew it was me. Hoo-hoo. Her voice was a little nervous. I smiled. Johnson, what are you doing? Her tone was obviously defensive. Fuck you? I laughed silently in my heart, but said, I forgot to buy a broom. Can you lend it to me? She hesitated, but obviously didn't want to open the door. I understood and thought I was making an excuse. So she lied, sorry, I don't have a broom at home either. I held back my laughter, thinking to myself, this woman is really interesting. Last time in the elevator, I got a little closer to her, and she was actually so scared of me. I decided not to tease her anymore, lest she really call the police. Okay, then I'll go buy a broom. I deliberately emphasized. Ms. Lin, if you need a broom in the future, just knock on the door. She immediately agreed, awkwardly, and then I turned and left. I went downstairs and went to a noodle shop. Although it was nothing big, I still had to accumulate some desire points. The points I earned were not many, but if they accumulated, I would achieve the effect I wanted one day. I did not rush home, but continued to wander around crowded places, thinking about improving myself by accumulating desire points. I didn't get home until midnight. I didn't get much today, only 9,000 desire points, which was far from enough to support my next reinforcement. After taking a shower and preparing to rest, I suddenly felt movement in the house. I have developed a sense of alertness over the years, and I can detect even the slightest movement. Someone is coming in. I immediately stood up and tiptoed to the door. There was a slight turning sound from outside the door, and the door slowly opened. Standing at the door was a burly man, 2 meters tall, like a bear. Behind him was a thin man of medium height, but he looked a little petite against the bear. Iron Tower, you were beaten back. The thin man said disdainfully. This guy is very strong, and I was caught off guard, so I was beaten back. Barbarian Bear was also a little angry. I interrupted. Can I ask what you were doing here? The thin man sneered. Of course, but we have to wait until we tie you up before asking. I won't agree, I said firmly. Haha, You have to agree even if you don't want to. The thin man responded with disdain. The wild bear obviously didn't want to waste any more time. He walked towards me and said, I wasn't prepared just now. Can you try fighting me again? I didn't flinch, clenching my fists and preparing to fight. The moment we collided, a gust of wind blew in the air. Then there was a crackling sound of bones breaking, and the barbarian bear's arm suddenly became limp, as if all its strength had been weakened. The thin man was stunned, his face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly poured out. Chapter 29. The thin man's reaction was surprisingly fast. He actually took out a pistol from his pocket. His movements were so smooth that everyone was caught off guard. Unfortunately, as soon as he raised his hand, I twisted it and the gun fell into my hand. His wrist was numb, and he didn't even have time to react. What frightened him even more was that I didn't know when a towel appeared in my hand, which wrapped the gun tightly and left no fingerprints at all. He stared at me in horror. Where did you get the towel? As if he had seen a ghost. I smiled and turned to look at the bear man. I only used about 10% of my strength in that punch just now. People are afraid of getting hurt if they use too much force, and I always pay attention to moderation. But this guy is simply a lump of iron, and I used a little more force in the second punch, and his entire arm collapsed. The wild bear gnashed his teeth in pain and sweated profusely. The thin man was so scared that his face turned blue and he could hardly stand. I played with the gun casually, of course, without loosening the towel. Okay, can you answer my question now? The thin man swallowed and said in a trembling voice, We were ordered to ask you to pay a sum of money. I frowned. When did I ever owe anyone money? How much? 99 million, he said, and almost shrank into a ball. Hearing this number, I immediately thought of the Golden Eagle pawn shop. Sure enough, Chin Yin was making trouble again. Last time he wanted to charge me 10% more, but I charged him 10% more. How dare he do it again this time? He really has no memory. I grinned, feeling indescribably relieved. If you dare to ask for 100 million, then I will charge you another 200 million. Who is your boss? I asked. The thin guy was about to cry. I don't know. All the tasks were sent through anonymous emails, and the information, account numbers, and instructions were all in the emails. I looked at him and said in a deep voice, Are you sure? He shuddered with fear. His crotch was instantly wet, and an unpleasant smell filled the air. I suppressed my nausea and said in a cold voice, Memorize the account number of the money you want to transfer. The thin man whispered a string of numbers, and the account holder turned out to be Lishidi, which was not in the name of Golden Eagle Pawn Shop at all. I raised my eyebrows and looked at him. You have a good memory. He smiled bitterly and nodded. In our line of work, if you don't use your brain well, you would have died long ago. Then if I don't transfer the money, how are you going to end it? The thin man was speechless and dared not say a word. I shouted angrily, Speak. He shuddered violently, his eyes desperate. Pretend that you committed suicide. I sneered in my heart. These people were really experienced in their actions. They even had a set of methods to deal with the aftermath. Don't be afraid. I suddenly slowed down my tone. You can kill people, but I can't. After hearing this, they showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Did you drive here? I asked casually. Yes. The thin man nodded repeatedly. I smiled and said, Let's go. I'll give you a ride. This made their faces turn green, and they quickly waved their hands to refuse, but I asked them, Do you have any objections? And they immediately shut up. I led them out of the neighborhood, across a few streets, and finally saw their gray van. Manxiong had one hand broken, and the skinny guy obediently sat in the driver's seat and asked me carefully, Brother, where are we going? Criminal Police Brigade, I said. This answer made them happy. Compared with me, prison was like heaven. When the car arrived near the police station, I stopped the car, put on a hat and a mask, and covered my face tightly. Then I threw the unloaded pistol to the thin man and said lightly, Take it and rush in. The thin man's face turned pale instantly, but he still didn't dare to disobey, and got out of the car with Manxiong. They walked in front, and I lagged behind them by 20 meters, staring coldly at their backs, like a hunter looking at his prey. The gate of the Criminal Police Brigade came into view, and I stopped. Go ahead. They didn't hesitate anymore. The thin man raised his pistol high, followed by the wild bear, and rushed to the gate. Stop! Put down your gun, the sentry yelled. But they didn't intend to listen at all, and ran faster and faster. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and the 2 men fell to the ground, blood splattering on the ground. I stood in the distance with an expressionless face. Although they were acting on behalf of others, they really wanted to kill me. This ending was not unfair. Soon, a large number of people poured out of the police station with guns and shields drawn, and they slowly let down their guard until they were sure they were dead. I laughed softly and turned away. I didn't kill them. I'm just a good person who keeps his word. Chapter 30. I slept until noon. My head was clear, but I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. The Golden Eagle pawn shop sent people to rob my money and even wanted to kill me. How could I tolerate this? I am not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. After breakfast, I called a taxi and headed straight to the pawn shop. The place was still deserted, but this time there was a customer unexpectedly. The man was in his early 30s with a frown on his face, and he was holding a property certificate in his hand. Came here to mortgage the house. I couldn't help but frown. Don't most pawn shops accept antiques, jewelry, and watches? If you take out a house as collateral, if you can't redeem it, they can't take your house away by force. Banks can provide mortgage loans, but can these private pawn shops really provide real estate mortgages? I don't think it's possible. However, the Golden Eagle pawn shop is different from ordinary shops. It dares to launder even black money, so it's not surprising that it dares to accept this kind of thing. Without thinking too much, I walked straight to the counter and said, I want to look for Qianyan. Unexpectedly, all the shop assistants were replaced. Not even a familiar one was left. What was even more strange was that the other party said that Qianyan had gone abroad for vacation and would not be back in the short term. Just when someone came to kill me, Qianyan went abroad? This was too much of a coincidence. I immediately became alert. I asked him when he left, but the clerk didn't know anything. He even started to look me in the eyes and asked me what my relationship with Qianyan was. I ignored him and turned away. All along the way, various possibilities raced through my mind. First, he knew the operation had failed and was afraid that I would seek revenge on him, so he fled overnight. Second, he had not left at all, but was hiding in a corner of Suzhou City under the pretext of vacation. Third, he had been liquidated. After all, because of me, he made the pawn shop lose a lot of money. They were supposed to receive 22 million yuan worth of goods, but in the end, they only received 11 million yuan. For them, this is not called losing money, but a huge loss. Who should be held responsible? Of course, he and I. So, Qianyan and all the employees that day may have disappeared, but they're still pursuing me, demanding both my life and my money. Thinking of this, I calmed down. Golden Eagles are capable of doing such things. They never play by the rules. But what is the background of the Golden Eagle pawn shop? During the years when I was in prison in my previous life, many people around me said that they had had contact with this pawn shop. It dares to take anything and do anything. It was still thriving when I was released from prison. This shows that there is no ordinary force behind it. However, no matter how evil a force is, it is not invincible. If you want my life, then this feud is settled. Of course, I wouldn't go crazy in front of the pawn shop. They were doing it from behind, and if I were to cause trouble head-on, when the police came, it would give them a legal handle to arrest me. The more I thought about it, the more exciting it became. I actually started to look forward to it. The fact that they could secretly send 2 armed assassins behind the scenes meant that the Golden Eagle pawn shop had deeper roots than I thought. If I really want to tear this black network apart, how many desire points can I get? But I can't be reckless. 2 of them brought guns. Will they use rocket launchers and snipers next time? Their power is far greater than that of ordinary gangsters. The fact that they can get weapons in countries that ban guns shows how deeply their tentacles reach is chilling. As I walked, I quietly absorbed the desires of the crowd. To fight against such a force, I must become stronger as soon as possible, so strong that even bullets cannot threaten me. Now I am alone. Scar was arrested, and the people from the Black Tiger Gang and the Flying Fish Society were unreliable. Checking the background of the Golden Eagle was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But I'm not completely clueless. The thin man left a bank account before he died, and I need someone to check the information behind it. As it happens, I know someone who can do it. Damien, who was in the Sioux City jail with me in my previous life, was my younger brother at that time. He has ridiculous skills and is a real hacker. He usually liked to hack into other people's computers to spy on their privacy. Later, he became bolder and even invaded the bank system and was arrested. Just a few days after entering prison, he was bullied badly. In the end, I rescued him and he felt at ease to stay by my side. This guy is a chatterbox, and he loves gossip, like celebrities having illegitimate children, bank executives having mistresses. I was stunned. I remember that after he was released from prison, He went to work for a small company called Sichuan Network. I didn't rush to find him. I walked around first and didn't arrive at the small building in the Science and Technology Park until around 5 in the afternoon. It's called a company, but in fact it's just a small office of about 100 square meters with a total of 9 people. They make a living by doing some website maintenance work and are on the verge of bankruptcy. If he wasn't starving, Damien wouldn't have had such bad thoughts. As soon as I got to the door, I saw a tall and thin young man walking out of the building, looking down at his phone with a tired look on his face. Damien. I smiled and waved, like an old friend I hadn't seen for many years. Chapter 31 Hacker. The young man was obviously startled, but still walked towards Johnson. Do you know me? Of course, Johnson said with a smile. But why don't I have any impression of you? Damien was still cautious and took out his phone and said, Tell me who you are, or I'll call the police. Johnson smiled and said, If you call the police, aren't you afraid that you're hacking into other people's computers and stealing their privacy will be exposed? Damien's expression changed. Although he is a hacker with top skills, he is a complete novice when it comes to hiding his emotions and has no patience at all. Johnson waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you any trouble. I'm just going to ask you to do me a favor and check an account for me. Even if you don't find any useful information, I'll give you 10,000 yuan as a reward. The more information you find, the higher my reward will be. Damien immediately showed an interested look. Because the company's business was getting worse and worse, last month's salary had been delayed for several days, and he really needed money. But someone suddenly came to him like this, which made him a little scared. Johnson smiled and said, If you are worried, you can give me your bank account number, and I will transfer 10,000 to you first. Damien couldn't help it. Okay. He himself is a top hacker and is not afraid that Johnson will take over his account and transfer the money in the card. First, he had sufficient security measures, and second, he was extremely poor and had no money in his card. He provided his card number, and Johnson immediately transferred $10,000. The two added each other on Weibo, and Johnson sent Lishidi's account to him, saying, If you find anything, feel free to contact me. By the way, if you take me for a fool. Johnson picked up Damien with one hand and held him high above his head. You can try it. Damn, your strength is too terrifying. Damien nodded quickly. I will definitely check it out. Then wait for your good news. Johnson smiled, put Damien down gently, and patted his shoulder, which scared Damien. After Johnson walked away, Damien finally breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from Johnson was too strong. But when he saw the extra money in his card, he smiled again. It's just checking a bank card number. How difficult can it be? He often hacks into bank systems. As long as he doesn't touch the data, there will be no trouble. He started investigating when he got home, as he still wanted to make more money from Johnson. Of course, Johnson didn't go home, but went to find Lisa. Her husband was put in jail, and almost all of their belongings were confiscated. Lisa has been feeling angry and scared these days. She want by marrying Marlon? Of course it's money. But now, all her bank cards have been frozen, leaving her with only 200 yuan a day to use so that she won't starve to death. But she has become accustomed to a luxurious life, and 200 yuan is not even enough to get her hair done. She was almost worried to death. Seeing Johnson coming, she quickly greeted him in a flattering manner. Johnson must have amazing energy to make Marlon send his wife to accompany him. Now that Marlon has fallen, she must of course find a way for her future. Johnson gave her an offer, 50,000 per month. Of course, Lisa was not willing to accept this. This was too cheap. But she is too poor now, and if she really has to become a prostitute, it's disgusting just thinking about it. Johnson is a handsome guy after all, and his body is more like a bull. So, even without the 50,000 yuan, she would actually be happy to sleep with Johnson. It was just that Johnson's attitude towards her annoyed her a little. But a penny can make a hero fall, and the same is true for women. Now let her go to work. What can she do? You can only be subject to the unspoken rules. So, she had no choice but to agree reluctantly. Go change into black garter pants. Johnson did not stay overnight at Lisa's house, but went back to his own home. Will the forces behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop send anyone over tonight? Johnson thinks not. No matter how strong they are, it shouldn't be like this. It's not a state machine, it's just a pest hiding in the darkness. Moreover, if someone really came, Johnson would be happy. Kill them one by one, just enough to give him desire points. After a while, Damien sent a message first. Boss, I found some information. Please take a look first. Then, there's a pile of information. This Li Shidi was actually an authentic farmer, and he couldn't be more innocent. However, large sums of money were often transferred into his bank account, which were then immediately transferred into several foreign banks. Because it is a foreign bank, Damien is currently unable to hack into it and track the flow of funds. Johnson knew that this clue must be broken. Lishidi probably didn't even know that someone had used his ID card to open a bank account. That powerful force should have a lot of accounts like this. If one had a problem, they would just switch to another one. After the money is dispersed into other foreign accounts, it is estimated that it will be transferred through a dozen or even dozens of accounts before finally entering the normal account of that force. By this time, the money must have been laundered cleanly. Bang! However, there was a sudden sound of smashing something next door. But before Johnson could go over and knock on the door, they were silent again. What are you doing every day? Chapter 32. Open the door to welcome thieves. No words were spoken that night. Johnson got up very early today. Since he didn't go to the bar at night, he must get up early in the morning. He finished washing up and went out. Coincidentally, a person opened the door next door and walked out. Unfortunately, it was not Susan, the charming young woman, but a man around 30 years old. Hey, he has seen this person before. Isn't he the guy who took the property deed at the Golden Eagle pawn shop yesterday? This world is too small. He is actually Susan's husband? Well, he looks good, quite handsome, and has a scholarly air. But just like yesterday, his brows are tightly furrowed, as if he has some unresolved worries. Lack of money. There is no need to think about this. Taking the house deed to the pawn shop means you are extremely short of money, right? The man obviously also saw Johnson and couldn't help showing surprise. Of course, he knew that the house next door had been bought by someone, but he never expected the buyer to be so young. You are so young, and you have so much money? I guess I can rely on my family, he said in his heart. Johnson walked over and pressed the elevator button. The man followed him, and the two stood side by side. The atmosphere was quite awkward for a moment. Johnson extended his hand and introduced himself. Of course, he didn't look down on this man, but who could blame him for having such a charming and enchanting wife? Johnson wouldn't lie to women like Oscar did. He always does it openly. The man was stunned for a moment. Then he also stretched out his hand. Nick. Seeing that the elevator was still at the -1 floor, Nick started chatting with Johnson. Mr. Zhang's family must be very rich. This house is worth about 10 million now. It is 10 million now. And in the second half of the year, it will be at least 13 million or even 16 million. If Nick really mortgages the house or even can't pay back the money and auctions it off, they will lose a lot of money. Johnson said in his heart, but of course he wouldn't persuade her. Why persuade? If Nick didn't need money, how could he have had the chance? Johnson smiled and said, I'm an orphan. Where did my family get the money? I just started a small business and made some money by chance. Did Mr. Zhang buy this house with a loan? Nick asked again. Johnson shook his head and said, the interest on the loan is too high. Listen, is this what you say? It's a blatant show-off. Nick suddenly felt extremely jealous. How old is Johnson? 24, 25? At this age, he definitely cannot be a master's student or even an undergraduate. If he is an undergraduate, he would have graduated 2 or 3 years ago at most. How could he possibly earn 10 million? With such academic qualifications, even as an orphan, he can start his own business and make so much money. And he, a master's student and with financial support from his parents, why does his wife oppose his starting a business? It's a business that's sure to make money, and it offers high returns of more than 10 times. The current stock market does make money, but can the returns be tenfold? Long hair, short knowledge. He's been worrying about funding issues these past 2 days and even wanted to mortgage his house to raise money. Because people said that the investment period ends at the end of this month, and the threshold is $5 million. He could only scrape together about $3 million by chance, which still left a big gap. But his wife refuses to mortgage the house and keeps arguing with him. What should he do? Can we learn something from Johnson? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that his run and due meridians were opened, and he suddenly had a solution. Ding! The elevator arrived. The two walked in together. Nick smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, I have a very good investment project recently, but I don't have enough money. I wonder if you have enough money. Can you lend me some money?" Without waiting for Johnson to answer, he immediately added, "Don't worry. My house is worth $10 million. There is no way I will let you lose all your money." Johnson understood instantly. No wonder the couple kept arguing at night. It turned out that Nick wanted to mortgage the house. If Susan disagrees, then, as the common property of the couple, Nick can only borrow half of the normal mortgage amount. Apparently, he felt it was not enough. Nick's investment destination is not the stock market, but the stock market has become so hot that middle-aged women are lining up to open accounts at securities companies. He must be aware of this, so why not invest in the stock market? That must be for higher returns. The question is there? Yes, in the mouth of the scammers, not to mention doubling the returns, they can even give you 10 times or 100 times the returns, as long as you are willing to believe it. Mr. Ding doesn't look like a fool, so how could he be fooled? All I can say is that reading a lot of books doesn't mean you have a high IQ. Johnson already has a clear investment route, and certainly will not change it midway, let alone giving money to the scammers. But who makes Nick Susan's husband? As a law-abiding citizen, I certainly would not do anything to bully men or women. But what if Nick offered his wife to me? That's another matter. Moreover, if he could send the liar to jail, wouldn't he be able to make a lot of desire points? Johnson smiled and said, "Oh, do you have any good investment ideas? I just happen to have some spare money." When Nick heard this, he naturally became even more jealous. "I worked so hard to make money, but you still have some spare cash lying around in your account. Mr. Zhang, how much spare money do you have?" Nick asked quickly. "About $3 million, Johnson said casually. He had a total of $99 million, of which $80 million was invested in the stock market, $10 million was used to buy a house, and of the remaining $9 million, $5 million was used to buy a car, and he spent some of it. Now he really only has more than $3 million in spare money." $3 million spare money? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Nick was so jealous that his face turned green, but he couldn't even come up with $1 million in cash. But can he snatch Johnson's money? He said quickly, "Mr. Zhang, my investment project is incredible. Although it is in faraway Africa, I have made 2 small investments before. To be honest, I have made 20,000 yuan. And guess how much money I have invested? 10,000. The point is, it's only been a month." Nick looked extremely excited. Just think about it. What if you invest 10 million and leave it alone for a year? At least get 100 million. Before, it was the investor who took him out to play. He invested a total of 10 million yuan and gave him 10,000 yuan of the profit. However, it was impossible for him to play like this forever, so he had to raise money by himself to reach the investment threshold. Johnson looked at him as if he was an idiot. Who with a common sense would believe it? But Nick looked fanatical and obviously believed it. He was brainwashed by the scammer, and coupled with the fact that he had previously invested 10,000 yuan and it turned into 20,000 yuan in seconds. Seeing is believing, coupled with greed, made him actively convince himself to believe it. Greed is the original sin. In fact, as long as you are not greedy, you can avoid most of the scams. Nick said all this, of course, not to introduce the way to get rich to Johnson, but just to make Johnson believe that as long as he lent him the money, there is no way he would not get it back. Ding, the elevator is here. Nick did not go in, but said, "Mr. Zhang, why don't you come to our house and I will introduce you to it? Are you inviting thieves in?" Johnson smiled and said, "Okay." Chapter 33 Dance. Ding Hong was extremely enthusiastic. He led Johnson back to the door of his home and unlocked it with his fingerprint. Susan heard the door open. She thought he had forgotten something and ran out quickly. As a result, she not only saw her husband, but also saw someone she was afraid of. Johnson, how come he is here? If she told him that he had molested her in the elevator, her jealous husband would definitely have a big fight with her. "Honey, why are you back?" She pretended to be calm. Nick smiled and said, I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhang. Go make some tea and change your clothes first, he said very unhappily. Susan was now wearing a nightgown with 2 buttons on the collar undone, revealing a large area of snow white. He was extremely worried about his beautiful and charming wife. He felt every day that someone was trying to steal her away, and he wished he could lock her up at home. But he is a living person. How is that possible? Therefore, he could only try his best to let his wife go out less and never attend any gatherings or activities organized by colleagues. But I can't feel at ease even at home. You're wearing such revealing clothes? What? Who are you trying to seduce? Susan didn't think so much. Usually no one came to their house, and what she heard was the sound of the door opening instead of knocking. Naturally, she knew that it could only be her husband who came out so defenselessly. When Nick reminded her, she also screamed, quickly covered her chest with one hand, and retreated to the bedroom to change clothes. This way, she had no time to ask why Johnson came. But when she was changing her clothes, she felt extremely uneasy. If Johnson really told her what happened in the elevator that day. Fortunately, when she changed her clothes and came out, she saw her husband and Johnson sitting on the sofa, talking and laughing happily, without any sign of anger. Johnson probably didn't say that. Well, he didn't make any sense. Go boil some water and make some tea. Nick glared at her. How come you, a woman, have no sense at all? The guests are coming. What are you thinking about instead of making tea? Susan agreed and went to the kitchen. With this turn, her waist is as snake-like as a snake. The curves of her hips are fully revealed, and she is full of charm. Johnson was a little surprised. Why could this woman twist her waist and turn around so sexy and attractive? Just now Nick said that Susan has been practicing dance since she was young, and now she's a teacher at a dance school. Wow, is this kind of charming charm the result of long-term dance practice? So, even if a certain CEO owes trillions to the bank, he still has to support a dance troupe? Mr. Zhang, please lend me $3 million. Nick began to lobby again. This Africa construction plan only has a 2-month initial funding period. After that, it will be reopened in half a year, and it will become a secondary financing. The rate of return will be much lower. It's just like financing for a startup company. The earlier you invest, the higher the return. How about you just lend me $3 million, and I'll pay you 10% interest every month? At the earliest, I can get back part of my investment in the 3rd month, which will be enough to pay it off. The deadline is at the end of this month. Johnson was a little shocked. How did the scammer brainwash him and make him believe it so firmly, even fanatically enough to brainwash others? It's a shame you don't join MLM. Johnson doesn't mind lending money to Nick. After all, there's an IOU and Nick still has the house. At worst, he can sell the house to compensate. I have a few conditions, he said thoughtfully. You say, Nick said quickly. First, you have to write me an IOU. Of course. Secondly, Johnson glanced at Susan, who had just walked out of the kitchen, and said, You just said that your wife is a dance teacher? Yeah. Nick nodded. Johnson said leisurely, Ask your wife to dance for me. Is this the final request? It's so easy. Nick was about to agree, but then he heard Johnson say, It's not just a casual dance, you have to put on a bikini. He knew that if he asked Susan to dance naked, Nick would never agree. But what about if she just wore a bikini? Even if Nick doesn't want to agree, he will at least consider it. But even the thought of it created a rift between him and Susan. Sure enough, after hearing this, Nick couldn't help but hesitate. He is extremely possessive and would even forbid his wife from attending normal social events like company parties. Now he wants his wife to dance for Johnson in a bikini? So Nick's first reaction was to refuse. But he immediately thought of $3 million. Without Johnson's $3 million and his wife not agreeing to mortgage the house, where would he get the money? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look towards Susan. Susan was originally just looking at Johnson angrily, but when she didn't notice her husband banging the table for a long time, she looked at Nick. When she saw the expression on Nick's face, her heart tightened involuntarily. You are still considering such an unreasonable and even humiliating request? Although she had always resented the control Nick imposed on her, it was because her husband loved her too much and did not want her to have contact with other men. The possessiveness was indeed too strong, making her feel a little breathless, but she could still understand it and even accept it. However, now Nick was actually considering letting her dance in a bikini in front of other men for $3 million. This made her eyes go dark, and she almost fainted. Johnson smiled inwardly. This is exactly the effect we want. He moderately raised Susan's anger level, of course directed at Nick. Okay, I agree. Susan didn't know why she agreed. She just felt that Nick's current hesitation was the biggest humiliation and betrayal to her. I love you deeply, and even don't say a word to all the male colleagues for you. But you are actually considering asking me to dance striptease? Did I study dance for so many years just to perform such a vulgar performance? You always say that you care about me too much. That's why you interfere with my social life. But what's the result? What do you care about so much? You're kidding. At this moment, Susan just wanted to piss Nick off and didn't think about anything else. What disappointed her even more was that Nick didn't object. Instead, he lowered his head. This is tacit consent. Susan was furious. She rushed into the bedroom and picked out a swimsuit that she had only worn at home since she bought it. Bikini. Chapter 34, Borrowing Money. Once a crack occurs, even if it is repaired, it is only on the surface. The inside is still full of holes and may even continue to expand. Who said this? Johnson felt that it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had already created a rift between the couple. They were always quarreling a few nights ago, even to the point of smashing things. And now, this happened again today. TSK. He looked at the bedroom door with great anticipation, imagining what a wonderful scene he would see next. Then the door opened, revealing a snow-white carcass. Johnson's eyes lit up, and his index finger moved. Susan actually came out wearing only a bikini. The swimsuit is black, which forms a strong contrast with her snow-white skin and creates a huge visual impact. Black hair like ink, skin like snow. She has always given people a sense of graceful charm, but after putting on a bikini, this charm turns into a direct, sexy impact. Nick was also stunned for a moment. Susan is actually a relatively traditional woman. Even though they are husband and wife, she will still ask to turn off the lights during sex, and she cannot accept bathing together. So, he knew that his wife had a great figure, but he only had a quick glimpse of her. It is no exaggeration to say that this was the first time he admired his wife wearing a bikini or even a swimsuit. Would he be willing to bring such a beautiful and charming wife to the swimming pool or the beach for other men to admire? After a few seconds, he stood up suddenly, used his body to block his wife's body, and said angrily, "Who told you to change clothes? Go back." He was a jealous man with an extremely strong possessiveness. Before he saw his wife dressed like this, he thought he could just grit his teeth and bear it. But after seeing it with his own eyes, he absolutely could not get over it. Unfortunately, if he had refused Johnson so firmly when he had just made this request, Susan would definitely be touched. Although her husband was a little overbearing, he really loved her wholeheartedly. But now, Nick's hesitation had hurt her. So, Susan just looked at Nick stubbornly and didn't give in at all. Johnson smiled inwardly. Hey, it's time for him to be the good guy. Haha, I was just joking. Why did you take it so seriously? Johnson laughed. Letting my sister-in-law dance in a bikini, what kind of look is that? Go back and change your clothes. Loud Ding and I are busy with business. It was only because of his usual possessiveness that Nick stood up and asked his wife to change her swimsuit. However, when he heard Johnson speak, he realized that he would lose Johnson's investment. He didn't expect that Johnson was just joking, which made him feel relieved. This is obviously a joke, but his mind is now filled with dreams of getting rich. So why would he care about such a small matter? Seeing her husband being dumped by Johnson, Susan was naturally angry and shy. She didn't know what was wrong with her, and she actually changed into her swimsuit in a fit of anger. But Johnson actually said it was a joke. Can't I see the aggression in your eyes? If my husband wasn't here, would you have pounced on me? She really had no doubt about this. Her anger gradually subsided, and she realized how bold her behavior was. She ran back to the bedroom with a red face. Nick couldn't resist the twisting of that plump and charming butt. Nick had turned around, so he didn't see his wife's extremely attractive side. Otherwise, his face might have turned green. His madness to get rich made him ignore Johnson's rudeness. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, shall I write you an IOU now?" Wait a minute. Johnson stopped him. I want to meet the person who introduced you to this investment. Nick refused to agree because he was afraid that Johnson would not lend him money, but would bypass him and invest directly. Then he makes a shitty amount of money. As expected, even gods cannot save those who want to die. Johnson laughed and said, I'm not brainwashed. How could I give money to a scammer? But Nick obviously won't agree. Okay, Johnson said, okay, I'll lend you the money first, and then you can introduce me to someone. Is that okay? Nick immediately smiled. No problem. No problem. As long as he can invest and make money, that's enough. So Nick wrote the IOU and pressed his fingerprint, and Johnson asked him for his car number and transferred $3 million to him. After seeing the bank text message notifying him that $3 million had arrived, Nick breathed a sigh of relief. The dream of getting rich has come true. He was extremely grateful to Johnson and quickly said, "Mr. Zhang, I will help you contact him right now. In fact, if you mortgage your house and scrape together some money to reach the investment line of $5 million, you can still make a fortune." He actually said this sincerely. After all, even if Johnson invested, it wouldn't affect his wealth, right? Johnson smiled and said, "Let's talk about it after we meet the person first." Nick has been brainwashed. In fact, even if he was told that he only had 100,000 yuan to invest, the scammer would definitely find a reason to say yes and would never push away the money that was delivered to his door. Otherwise, wouldn't all these busy months be wasted? At this time, Susan had already dressed and walked out of the bedroom, her pretty face still flushed, unable to hide her shyness. She frowned tightly and looked at her husband and Johnson anxiously. She instinctively felt that investing more than $5 million in Africa was too risky. Wouldn't it be better to invest in the stock market? These days, she heard this colleague say every day that he made 1 point or 2 points, just in one day. So, is investing in the stock market a bad idea? Once there is a risk, you can withdraw it at any time, and the maximum loss is 10%. But Johnson was here, so she couldn't say much. She planned to persuade her husband to give up the idea after Johnson left. Nick called the investor in front of Johnson and said that he could raise the money immediately. In addition, he wanted to introduce a big boss. The investor hesitated for a while before reluctantly agreeing. Nick was very proud and said to Johnson, "Mr. Guo said that the funding gap is not much, and many people are scrambling to invest. If it weren't for my good relationship, there would be no extra shares for you." Hee. Johnson just smiled and went out with Nick. Nick drove a Volkswagen, which was obviously very old and not well maintained. It made a very loud noise when started, and the stability of the car body was very poor, shaking so much that it made people feel uncomfortable all over. Johnson guessed that Nick's parents must have some money. Otherwise, even if the housing prices were low in the past few years, it would be impossible for them to buy a property in Linglong Bay. After all, the housing prices in Gusa district at that time were only 4 or 5,000. At that time, the park was a deserted place. How many people would buy a house here? Especially since the unit price was high. Therefore, the house and the car were bought by Ding's father and mother, which is why they are both old. But Nick is a man with high expectations, but poor skills. He is obsessed with making a lot of money, but always fails. He does not reflect on his own abilities, but blames this and that. Now, he only invested 10,000 yuan, but it turned into 20,000 yuan after a month, which made him get rid of the unappreciated talent that had accumulated over the years and feel that he could finally take off. With such a mentality, one will brainwash oneself and firmly believe in the so-called plan to get rich. Johnson sent Damien a message. "Keep an eye on this account." He sent Nick S bank account number. Chapter 35 Captain Gu, please help me. More than an hour later, Johnson met the mysterious investor at Starbucks. "Zhang Xingxing? My name is Guo Guangji. What a nice guy." This person had a strong accent and spoke very unstandard Mandarin. Nick quickly said, "Philip, Mr. Guo is from Hong Kong. I'm sorry. Philip greeted with a smile. Johnson smiled and started chatting casually with Philip. He showed his longing for getting rich, but at the same time, he was very worried. Philip said, Don't worry. Would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Ding. He only invested 10,000 yuan. How much did it become in a month?" He tried his best to promote how safe and popular his investment was. When Johnson was still hesitating, he was even angry and wanted to leave. It was only after Nick persuaded him that he sat down again. He and Nick were like the good cop and the bad cop, persuading Johnson to invest money. It's just that Philip was really lying, and Nick was brainwashed without knowing it, and only thought that he was telling the truth. After being lobbied by Philip and his partner for 2 hours, Johnson finally expressed his interest and prepared to raise money. He also asked Philip for his contact information and said he would find Philip after getting the money. Philip readily agreed and gave Johnson a phone number and even a bank account, saying that Johnson could transfer the money anytime before the end of the month after getting it. You must deposit the money first, and you can take your time signing the investment contract because the earlier you invest the money, the earlier you can make money. Now, The three of them were very satisfied, and as it was already noon, they decided to go have lunch together. Nick, the sucker, offered to treat Philip, and although Philip looked like a wealthy man, he had no intention of rushing to pay. As a liar, he has already invested in the early stage, so of course he has to cut costs now. However, Philip was still very positive towards Johnson, constantly hinting to him that he should hurry up, as the end of this month was the deadline for investment, and if he missed it, he would miss it. His intention was, of course, to make Johnson feel a sense of urgency. When people are anxious, they will not think about the problem rationally. Johnson secretly took a few photos of Philip and sent them to Damien, asking him to dig out Philip's information. This name must be fake. Which scammer would use his real name to commit fraud? After eating, Philip wanted to go to the club to have some fun, but Nick had no objection in this regard and refused to go. He was not willing to do anything to let his wife down, so Philip had to leave in disappointment. I'm not happy that I didn't get anything for free. Johnson smiled faintly. This liar should not be acting alone. There must be a gang behind him. He wanted to use Philip to catch the whole gang in one fell swoop. The more people there are, the better. He will be able to get enough desire points. After leaving, Johnson started wandering around again. All the money was converted into stocks, and since Storm technology had not yet gone public, he did not need to operate it, so he really had nothing to do. Johnson went to the Black Ballroom. There are only a few women here, most of them are men, and the dancing is very interesting with the lights turning on and off with one song. Men can ask women to dance. Some charge 10 yuan per song. Some charge 20 yuan per song, depending on the quality of the girl. Dancing is proper when the lights are on, but when the lights are off, men can touch women. Johnson sees very clearly that every man exudes a strong carnal desire, and the ages are uneven. There are young men in their 20s, but there are also old men in their 60s or even 70s. It can only be said that they are still strong. He sat on the side and watched, silently absorbing the desire. Although several women came forward to invite him when the lights were turned on, they were all rejected by Johnson. Just kidding. Let's not talk about what's the point of hugging and touching each other. Just look at these women. It's hard to get 60 points after dressing up. Who can do that? After about half an hour, Johnson was ready to leave. Because there is no desire to absorb. As their desires were absorbed by him, the men seemed to have entered a time of saints. Boring. Go away. The dance hall, which was originally packed with people, suddenly became sparsely populated, with only a few women left. They were stunned and found it unbelievable. Why did these LSPs leave? It shouldn't be like this. Johnson laughed. He didn't expect that he could guide people to do good. After leaving the dance hall, he suddenly received a call. The sports car he bought has arrived. Didn't you say it would take about a week? Yes, about that. It could be more than a week or less than a week. Today is the 5th day since I bought the car, so the speed is still quite fast. After all, it is a ready-made car, and Jinling is only about 200 kilometers away from Suzhou. If you drive the sports car directly on the highway, it should take 2 or 3 hours to get here. Looking at it this way, it took more than 4 days to transport the car here, which is a bit slow. When the car arrived, Johnson of course went to pick it up, and he didn't have to take a taxi anymore. He drove back to the community, but soon regretted his decision. The road was too crowded, and the sports car couldn't run at all. It had to stop and go, which was very uncomfortable. I should have bought an SUV earlier and hired a driver. No matter how congested the road is, I can just sleep in the car. However, he no longer has any spare money. Okay, then let's be patient and wait for the money to come out from the stock market before buying a new car. On the way, a phone call came in. Johnson happily answered. Captain Gu, what can I do for you? Gu Yusin couldn't help but pause. Big? What big? Generally speaking, after answering the phone, people will basically say hello. For example, if her name is Johnson, Johnson will call her Captain Gu, but what does it mean? Grown-ups? Captain? She thought about it for a while before saying, the Shao Kuan you caught is incredible. Ooh, Johnson pretended to be dumb. Gu Yusin didn't notice it, and explained, it was the noodle shop owner who hid his wife's body in the freezer. Oh, it's him. Johnson nodded. What's wrong with him? He's actually the rainy night butcher. Gu Yusin seemed very excited. We have been trying to catch him for several months, but have never succeeded. I didn't expect that he would be caught for hiding a corpse. Rainy night butcher. Johnson played dumb again. Gu Yusin could only explain again. Since the perpetrator had been caught, there was no need to keep it secret. In short, you have done a great job again. Johnson, would you consider joining our criminal police team? If you were on the payroll, Just catching the rainy night butcher will be enough to earn you a second-class merit. I, I was in prison for 31 years in my previous life, and you want me to be a security guard? Johnson smiled, somewhat self-deprecatingly and with some emotion. Does this count as a big favor to you? He avoided the subject. Gu Yusin nodded vigorously, but unfortunately Johnson couldn't see it. This action made her heart surge again, of course. Captain Gu, can you do me a favor? Johnson said. As long as it's not illegal, it's fine. Gu Yusin said generously. Johnson smiled and said, then please pretend to be my girlfriend for a day. Gu Yusin was confused. Chapter 36, Telephone Fraud. Why did Alex organize this class reunion? Isn't it just that he knew Diana had cheated on him, and he wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate himself? Although Johnson no longer cared about Diana, the fact is that the two broke up, and Alex can indeed use this as an excuse to attack him. But why should he suffer such humiliation? So, he wanted to invite Gu Yusin over. In fact, he could find Nina. This woman is certainly more beautiful than Diana, and she is always available, playable, and extremely well-behaved. But this is a good opportunity to get close to the big policewoman. How can I miss it? Isn't the whole point of class reunion to see who is doing better as a boy, who is marrying better as a girl, or who has a more outstanding boyfriend? How much friendship is there among classmates? Now that we have entered society, who can still be naive? So how can one show how well someone is doing? House, car, and wife. Well, should we bring the property deed with us? With Johnson's current strength, he will only get stronger in the future. In fact, there is no need for him to show off and slap Alex in the face, but who made him stingy? You want to humiliate me? Oh, then you'd better be prepared to get your face swollen. Johnson briefly talked about their classmate relationship and also told her about Diana's cheating, which made Gu Yusin feel sorry for him for 3 seconds. Now, Gu Yusin finally understood everything. No wonder Marlon turned himself in. Because Marlon brought out Aldrich, and Aldrich brought out Yu Hang Hai. Yu Hang Hai is Oscar's father. How did you suddenly have nearly 100 million? Gu Yusin didn't say whether to agree or not, but asked in a deep voice. Oh, I found an authentic calligraphy work by a great calligrapher from the Tang Dynasty on a street stall and sold it for 99 million, Johnson replied. The transaction records are clear. Then, he deliberately asked, Captain Gu, are you checking me? Of course I have to check. Gu Yusin said in her heart, because Marlon and Bai Wenhe both surrendered themselves with Johnson as accompaniment. Is this normal? Not weird. Therefore, she must check on Johnson, especially his financial situation. She nodded. That's fine. I've agreed to the class reunion the day after tomorrow. Promise what? Johnson asked. Pretending to be your girlfriend. Gu Yusin didn't mind him taking advantage of her verbally. Hey, sooner or later the word pretend will be removed. Johnson is of course determined to win over this big-breasted policewoman. As for Gu Yusin, who is so stubborn, how can he make her accept his romantic ways? He has to get her first, otherwise why bother considering this and that? It's like an ordinary person worrying about how to spend 1 billion yuan. Isn't this just worrying in vain? After hanging up the phone, Johnson smiled slightly. Alex, are you ready to accept my all-round slap in the face? And Diana. Of course, this is just incidental. For this kind of gold digger, Johnson only needs to show her all his wealth, and she will regret it. He was quite looking forward to it. At night, there was a loud noise next door again. Nick had the 3 million borrowed from Johnson, so he only needed to mortgage his house for another 2 million to reach the minimum investment threshold. However, Susan would definitely disagree, so it was understandable that the two of them had a big fight. Go ahead and argue. Argue harder, otherwise how can I possibly poach your girlfriend? Before he went to bed, Damien sent him a message. He has not yet found the actual controller behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop. According to him, the relationship is extremely complicated and hidden very deeply, and it cannot be discovered in a few days. It also involves foreign bank accounts and equity structure, which are very difficult to investigate. However, the bank account number given by Philip did provide a clue. Money had already been deposited into this account, but it was immediately transferred into dozens of accounts, and then all the money in these accounts was withdrawn within a few minutes. Johnson suddenly realized that it was a scammer from northern Myanmar. Lau Mion's online fraud probably reached its peak in 20 years, and he was extremely arrogant. He even dared to touch our security guards. As a result, Brother Long took action, and in just a few moves, Lao Mian handed over all the heads of the four major online fraud families. It has only been 15 years since then, and Myanmar's online fraud is not yet so well known across the country. There are even such offline personnel who dare to come out in person to defraud money. Is it time to go to Myanmar to reap some harvest? There were warlords and too many people of all kinds. You should be able to receive a lot of desire points there. However, it was precisely because that place was too unsafe, and as soon as you stepped out of the door, someone might point a gun at your waist and ask you to pay. Johnson decided to wait until he had strengthened himself a few more times before going there, so that he would at least be unafraid of pistols. His life is his own, and Johnson dare not bet whether the system will give him another chance to be reborn. No words were spoken that night. Johnson was a little disappointed. Why did the power behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop just stop? No one was sent over for 2 consecutive days. I think too highly of you. However, it's better to come later so that he can strengthen himself a few more times. When the time comes, we will pull them all out and throw them into the Pacific Ocean to feed the sharks. It was another sunny morning. However, even though it was already the beginning of spring, the sun in March still seemed weak and powerless. This day, nothing to do. However, Damien brought him a piece of news. That is, Nick suddenly had more than $3 million in his card. It seems that he has mortgaged the property. So fast. Well, he should have found a way long ago, but the house is the common property of the couple, and he alone cannot borrow the required amount. So he went to the pawn shop. Now with Johnson's injection of $3 million, this guy naturally has to mortgage the house quickly. The earlier you invest, the earlier you'll get the profit. By the afternoon, all the more than $6 million on Nick's card had been transferred out, went into the bank card provided by Philip, and then was quickly transferred to dozens of cards. Then, in less than half an hour, all the money on these cards was withdrawn. I wonder when Nick will realize that he's been fooled. Johnson didn't care. He had the IOU in his hand anyway, so he could just ask Nick to sell the house to pay it back. What he is looking forward to now is tomorrow's class reunion. Alex, are you ready to be slapped in the face by me? Chapter 37. Throwing dirty water first. Without the despair provided by the great evil man, Johnson's gains were very stable, about 12,000 desire points per day. I checked this morning, and it's only 92,733 desire points. But strengthening requires 128,000 desire points. If there is no additional gain, it will take another 3 days for Johnson to obtain enough desire points for strengthening. I wonder how many desire points Alex will have after being slapped in the face by him. It shouldn't be too much. After all, he's just an ordinary person. Johnson was lost in thought and felt that time was passing very slowly. What to do then? He simply went to Lisa's place and didn't leave until after 5 in the afternoon. Johnson drove his sports car and followed the navigation system towards Banlon. On the way, he called Gu Yusin to confirm with her. I have another case, so it will be a little later. Gu Yusin said, it's okay, as long as people can get there. Johnson said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, he concentrated on driving. Don't touch your phone while driving. No, don't talk on the phone while driving, and don't drive while talking on the phone. Traffic safety is the most important thing. It was rush hour after get off work, and the traffic was too heavy. The elevated road was jammed. Fortunately, he was driving a sports car and no one cut in line with him, probably because they were afraid that the insurance would not cover the loss. After walking slowly for nearly an hour, Johnson's patience was exhausted, and he finally arrived at his destination. Banyan Tree is very big and has its own parking lot. In fact, not only can you eat there, there's also KTV, SBA, etc. As for whether there are any informal services, Johnson doesn't know since he has never been there. He first asked and found out which private room he would have dinner in today. Then he gave the security guard 500 yuan and asked him to come to the room after receiving the message. The security guard took the money and patted his chest and said, "Brother, don't worry." Johnson nodded and entered the pandan holding a black plastic bag. What's in the bag? House title and car purchase contract. There will definitely be people who question whether the house and car are rented, such as Diana. This woman will never believe that he is rich, so she naturally guesses that these are rented and are just used as a facade. Hey, how can I let you feel at ease? Of course, a slap in the face must be given in full. Johnson came to the box, but it was still early and only one other person was there. Alex. Johnson, here I come. Alex said to Johnson with a wry smile, his face full of sarcasm. In school, he was suppressed by Johnson for 4 years. But after entering society, even Johnson's flattery could not compare to him. He is a typical rich second generation. Although his family has no mind, the tens of millions of assets allow him to live a very comfortable life. He doesn't change girlfriends every day or every month, but he has no problem changing them once every 6 months, and they're all fair-skinned, beautiful, and with long legs. In comparison, Diana is actually not outstanding at all. But he will always think about something he can't get, and he just won't accept it. Why? Knowing that Diana had gone to the hotel with someone, he was of course overjoyed. This was a great opportunity to strike a blow to Johnson. Otherwise, why would he facilitate this class reunion? Johnson well, and severely today, to wash away the shame of 4 years of college. Coming. Johnson nodded and sat down aside. He is too lazy to talk nonsense. Alex saw that Johnson was holding a plastic bag that looked like a garbage bag, and he felt even more contemptuous. Johnson was hit so hard by his girlfriend cheating, he wouldn't have to resort to picking up trash, right? That's even better. Humiliating Johnson today, all the depression that had been pent up for several years was gone, and his mind became clear from then on. From now on, even if Johnson put his face in front of him for him to slap, he would not bother to pay attention. Not worthy. He didn't want to talk to Johnson, so they both sat there quietly. Fortunately, they had their phones to pass the time, otherwise it would have been really awkward. Not long after, someone finally came. Meng Yang. Alex greeted. Brother Zhong, long time no see. The person who came was a man, and he immediately greeted Alex with an obviously flattering look. When in the ivory tower, most people are still very naive, but it is different after entering society. They will immediately understand who needs to be approached, who needs to be flattered, and who needs to be kept at a distance. The two immediately started talking and laughing, and Johnson was ignored by them. After a while, the fourth person came. Still a man. Ma Fei. Alex greeted him warmly with a smile on his face, which was completely different from his previous arrogant attitude towards Meng Yang. Ma Fei smiled reservedly. Alex didn't care at all, because Ma Fei not only passed the civil service exam, but also fell in love with the daughter of a leader and might get married this year. Although Alex has seen the leader's daughter, she is over 150 centimeters tall and weighs over 150 kilograms as well. If his father lets him drive this meaty tank, he would rather break off relations with his family, but Ma Fei was able to do it, which made him admire him, but also had to curry favor with him. After all, this leader is from a municipal party committee and is quite powerful. The Zhong family is in business, so of course they need official connections. So Alex has to curry favor with this rural classmate whom he always looked down upon in college. Ma Fei obviously knew that his current status was the most noble, so he put on airs, but this was only directed at Johnson and Luo Yang. He was much better to Alex. After all, his family was rich. These days, power and money are of course standard. Now Ma Fei and Alex were having a great conversation, while Ming Yang was standing by like a waiter, constantly adding water to their glasses. Johnson looked at all this and suddenly felt like laughing. There were only 8 people at today's class reunion, 4 boys and 4 girls. The agreed time was 7 o'clock, but the 4 girls didn't show up until 7:30. Why so late? Alex couldn't help but complain. Even his girlfriend had to wait for him, and there was no reason for him to wait, so young Master Zhong was very dissatisfied. A girl said, "The 4 of us haven't seen each other for a long time. We made an appointment to go shopping in advance. Besides, hey, we also found out that a certain scumbag treated our Lily badly. Her name is Zhang Shulei, and the other 3 girls are Diana, Hua Yalan, and Mirua Xue." Although she mentioned that he was a scumbag, Zhang Shulei's eyes were fixed on Johnson. Johnson couldn't help but smile. It was obvious that Diana had taken the initiative and said a lot of bad things about him to Zhang Shulei and the other 2. He didn't know how she had packaged her cheating scandal. No wonder these 4 women came together. It must be Diana who asked them to come here. She used shopping as an excuse and made the first move to complain. He wanted to see how shameless Diana could be. The point is, the more she throws dirty water on Johnson now, the more this woman will regret it, and the more crazy she will become when Johnson takes out the house deed, the car purchase contract, and even the current stock market value on his mobile phone. So much fun. Chapter 38, Who is showing off? 3 women make a drama, let alone 4. Johnson with disgust, while Diana crossed her arms across her chest, looking very proud. If you strike first, you will naturally be able to turn black into white. The key is that Johnson still has no way to express his pain. "You said I cheated on you. Do you have any evidence?" Johnson was very calm. "First, Diana and I broken up. And second, how can I be a scumbag? Broke up? Ma Fei and Ming Yang were both shocked and a little bit unbelieving. When they were in school, Johnson and Diana were recognized as a perfect match with each other in terms of talent and beauty. How come they broke up less than a year after graduation? Alex was not surprised at all. Of course, he already knew the reason. This is also the main reason why he organized this party today. Start slapping faces quickly. He is very much looking forward to it. Luo Fong sneered. Lily just went to the hotel to have a meal with a client, which is a normal social event. You actually said that Lily cheated on you and insisted on breaking up with her. Johnson, what else do you have besides good looks? Lily was with you regardless of everything. How much courage does that take? And yet you are so petty. It's really depressing. Hua Yaoan and Mi Ruoxue also nodded, showing undisguised contempt. When Johnson was in school, he was a real campus hunk. Even girls from other departments wrote him love letters. Luo Fong and the others were no exception. However, Johnson soon got together with Diana and rejected their confessions. How can they not hate? So, after hearing Diana's complaint about Johnson's behavior, their first reaction was to feel relieved. Look, it's a good thing I didn't get together with him in the first place. Johnson said, "Oh," and a sarcastic sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. So that's what Diana said. A lowly person is invincible. He didn't even try to defend himself. Proving one's innocence is the most stupid thing to do. This has already fallen into the ditch. In fact, as long as you have strong strength, there will naturally be people who speak for you. This is what is called having a great scholar debate the scriptures for me. He drank his drink, smiling, but said nothing. This reaction was unexpected for everyone. It made several women feel that they had clearly thrown a punch, but hit the air. Not only did they not hurt the enemy, but they also felt uncomfortable. Diana didn't expect Johnson to react like this, because the person who wronged you knows better than you do that you are wronged. So when his girlfriend cheated on him, he was regarded as a petty subordinate and a heartless person. Johnson didn't react at all, and instead swallowed his anger. Hard to understand. Could it be that this guy still wants to reconcile with me? So he is putting himself in a difficult position. Very likely, but she would never agree to it. Although she already knew about the Yu family, even if Oscar came out, she would not be with him and could only think of it as being screwed by a dog. However, her horizons have been opened. How could she still live a hard life with Johnson? Johnson posted before. Fake. Yes, this guy must have rented the place with his remaining savings. And his intention was, of course, to redeem himself. Bah, still trying to be mysterious and blocking himself. Aren't you just afraid of being exposed? Diana felt that she had figured everything out, and she found Johnson even more hateful. For this man, she actually wasted several years of her youth. You know, if she was still a student, it would be easier for her to hook up with rich guys. Many rich people like the identity of students. She must make Johnson give up completely today and cut off all ties with him. Diana leaned close to Luo Fong and the other's ears and whispered, I'm telling you, Johnson is full of lies. He rented a big house and said he bought it. He's showing off in front of me. What? There really is such a man? That's abominable. Joe. The three Luo Fong girls were all disdainful, but Hua Yaoan was the worst. She smiled and said to Johnson, Johnson, Lily said you bought a big house. Can you take us to visit it sometime? Johnson just glanced at her calmly and said, I bought a house, so there's no need to visit. A cool and aloof look. But Diana and the others thought that Johnson was pretending. It was obvious that he didn't want them to go see the house, because if they did, they would be exposed. This house might not be rented, right? Hua Yaoan continued. Alex's eyes lit up. Johnson hadn't refuted just now, so he certainly couldn't jump out to prove that Diana had indeed cheated on him. If so, Diana would definitely hate him. How could he possibly sleep with this woman and fulfill his long-cherished wish? There was no choice but to miss the opportunity to hit Johnson. What I didn't expect was that there was such a thing as a house. Of course, he couldn't let Johnson fool him again. Hey, Johnson bought a house? He laughed. That's amazing. He has enough money to buy a house less than a year after graduation. Ma Fei also chimed in. House prices are getting higher and higher now. Even if you can get a loan, it's amazing that you can come up with a down payment in less than a year. Johnson finally spoke up and smiled. It's not a loan. I paid for it in full. For a moment, all 7 of them fell silent. Good job. You really are good at bragging. Alex didn't expect Johnson to be so shameless. Buying a house with a loan is already impressive enough, but you still want to pay in full? You bought a cemetery. He pretended to be curious and asked, Where did you buy it? How many square meters? Oh, just waiting for you to ask. Linglong Bay, property certificate for 300 square meters. Johnson said lightly. There was silence again. Hiss, you are so bold to brag. Alex laughed and said, houses in Linglong Bay are not cheap. They cost more than 30,000 yuan per square meter now. And they are large apartments of 300 square meters. Johnson, you have made a fortune. You can actually pay 10 million yuan in one go. Puff. Diana and others burst out laughing. Alex's words seemed to be a compliment, but in fact they were a mockery. We're not stupid. It's less than a year since we graduated. How could you possibly earn 10 million? This guy is really exaggerating. Johnson continued to act cool and said with a smile, yeah, it's only 10 million. Why would I need a loan? Oh my God. The seven of them rolled their eyes and then burst into laughter. Johnson, I didn't expect you to be such a joker. Meng Yang patted Johnson's shoulder, laughing so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. He received Alex's eye signal and pretended to have just seen the plastic bag Johnson put his feet and smiled. You are so rich. Why are you still carrying a plastic bag? What's in it? It can't be some junk you just picked up. Johnson said casually, I just got the property deed. Damn it, everyone knows you are bragging, but you still want to continue playing the clown? Take it out and let us see. Meng Yang knew that Alex intended to embarrass Johnson, and in order to flatter Alex, he naturally had to be the vanguard. Without even waiting for Johnson's consent, he picked up the plastic bag and was about to open it to have a look. Chapter 39, Do You Need a Girlfriend? Will Johnson stop it? He specially brought the house title and car purchase contract with him. Wasn't it just to show off and slap someone in the face? No, you guys did this yourself. Meng Yang's hands were quick, and he had already opened the plastic bag. Inside were the house deeds and the car purchase contract. They were very light, and when Meng Yang reached inside, he naturally touched the house deeds first. Big and hard, so easy to bump into. Hey, Meng Yang couldn't help but pause. Could it really be the house deed? It feels very much like an ID card. Meng Yang, don't just stand there. Take out the property deed and have a look at it. Alex urged. He was eager to embarrass Johnson. The same goes for others. They really want to see Johnson's embarrassment after the truth is revealed. Meng Yang made up his mind. Maybe Johnson wanted him to think this way on purpose. Maybe he just put something similar to the material of the ID card there. He took his hand out. Bright red. Oh my God, it's really the house title. Suddenly, there was no sound in the box. How so? Alex still had a glimmer of hope and forced a smile. Open it and take a look. Maybe it's not Linglong Bay at all, but a property in some remote corner? Then Johnson could just pay a down payment and repay the loan slowly. Yes. Open it and take a look. Others also said. So Meng Yang opened the house deed. Everyone leaned over. Hiss. Address. Linglong Bay. Area. 300.2 square meters. Owner. Johnson. Oh my God. How could that be? How is that possible? According to Alex, the unit price of Linglong Bay is now over 30,000. So a 300 square meter house must cost at least 9 million, right? Even if Johnson was bragging and he actually took out a loan, the down payment would still have to be around 3 million. 3 million. You've earned 3 million in less than a year after graduation. Did you strike gold? At this moment, the eyes of Hua Yalan and the other two girls lit up at the same time, while Diana had a blank look on her face as if she couldn't understand anything. How so? Did Johnson really buy a house? And it's a luxury house of 300 square meters with a total price of about 10 million? What did she do to miss such a rich man? No. There must be some misunderstanding here. Wow, Johnson, you are so awesome. You really need to buy a house. Miruwashua looked at Johnson with admiration, her eyes a little dull, as if she was not even among the people who looked down on Johnson with the other three women. It's really amazing. Hua Yalan instantly turned into a little fangirl and looked at Johnson with the same admiring expression. Luo Fong became more reserved, but there was no more contempt in her eyes when she looked at Johnson. Johnson couldn't help but sigh. It's really good to be rich. You see, he doesn't even need to explain anything. People's hearts are already on his side. If he had said before that Diana had cheated on him, these women would have probably scolded him to death. But what if he said it again now? Do you think they will attack Diana collectively? People who enter society are so realistic. The one who suffered the most, besides Diana, was Alex. I spent my fucking money to treat you, but it enabled you to show off? What a fuck. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then a security guard came in and asked, Excuse me, whose car is this license plate? Su E9426XX? Mine, said Johnson, who had just sent a message to security. The security guard said, Sir, Your car takes up 2 parking spaces. We are currently short of parking spaces. Please move your car and park it properly. Johnson took out the car keys and threw them over, saying, "Go stop it for me." Okay. The security guard took the car keys. Naturally, everyone's eyes were on the car keys. Some people didn't know the value of them, but some did, like Alex. He couldn't help but gasp, but said nothing. He didn't want to be hit by Johnson again. After a while, the security guard came back with the car keys and handed them back to Johnson respectfully. "Sir, please keep your keys." Johnson took the car keys and handed over $100 bill. "It's my hard work fee." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir," the security guard said hurriedly. Hua Yalan couldn't help but come closer and asked, "You also bought a car? What brand?" "TSK," someone finally asked. Johnson then took out the car purchase contract from the plastic bag and handed it to Hua Yalan. "Falila, I just picked it up today." "Oh my God, Ferrari." Hua Yalan took the car purchase contract. Luo Fong and Mi Ruoxua immediately came over, and even Ma Fei and Meng Yang couldn't help but take a look. "Really? Ferrari SF90? A full 5 million. Oh my God." Diana also took a peek, and when she saw the purchase price, she almost fainted. In fact, although she was shocked that Johnson bought a motorhome worth 10 million, it was still within her acceptable range. After all, houses are items that maintain or even appreciate in value, so it would be fine even if she invested all her belongings in it. In other words, if Johnson bought a property worth 10 million, his net worth might be 10 million. But the car is different, especially luxury cars. If you can afford a luxury car worth 5 million, then you can forget about it if you don't have a net worth of 50 million. Johnson has 50 million. At this moment, Diana regretted so much that she almost went crazy. The rich man and the wealthy son-in-law she had been looking for was actually right next to her, and she had even already gotten him. But what did she do? She had an affair with someone and was caught in the act by Johnson, who then broke up with her. So stupid. How could I be so stupid? Johnson, how could you have so much money? Hua Yalan looked at Johnson. Her eyes had completely changed. At this moment, even if Johnson proposed to sleep with her, she would definitely not refuse, but would happily agree. Johnson smiled and said, "Investing in stocks." As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened the stock software, and showed his assets. Everyone couldn't help but come closer to take a look. 100, 289, 4211. More than 10 million. Pa, can you count? That's over 100 million. Then take another look. How many digits are there? 1, 2, 3, 10 digits. Alex and others were stunned. It was not 10 million, nor 100 million, but just over 1 billion. Johnson was a little surprised. In just a few days, the amount increased from less than 900 million to just over 1 billion. But it's normal if you think about it. It's a bull market now, and it just happened to hit a few 4% or 5% increases. A floating profit of 10 points is normal. Johnson put away his phone so that they wouldn't see that he still had $800 million in debt. However, even if they saw it, a fortune of 200 million would be enough to scare them to death. Alex's family has worked hard for more than 20 years, but now they have only earned tens of millions of dollars. "Johnson, are you in need of a girlfriend?" Hua Yalan suddenly said, her eyes shining. Chapter 40. My girlfriend is here. "Johnson, please consider me." Mi Ruoxua also said quickly. "Hua Yalan has taken the lead, but we can't let her be the only one to take the lead. So what if I just mock Johnson? For 1 billion, she can even break off relations with her family." "Brother Johnson, actually I've liked you for a long time," Luo Fong said with a blushing face. "The wind direction has changed. TSK. Meng Yang and Ma Fik did not show any contempt. On the contrary, in their opinion, what Hua Yalan and the others did was reasonable. Unfortunately, they are not women and cannot stick to it. However, even if you can't be Johnson's woman, you can still be good friends with him." Ma Fei did not act like a leader's son-in-law at all. He smiled at Johnson very kindly, even with a hint of flattery in return. You know, power and money have always been mutually beneficial. Small power goes with small money. Great power goes with great money. For example, if you're a businessman and go to a place to invest, if you only invest 1 million, you may be received by a small clerk. But if you invest 10 million, you will be received by a section chief. What about 100 million? Maybe it's the level of county or district chief. 1 billion? The mayor must be alarmed. With Johnson's current wealth, let alone him, even his future father-in-law is not qualified to receive Johnson. After all, his father-in-law only works in the municipal party committee and is not a department-level official. Seeing Johnson being treated like a star made the two of them feel extremely uncomfortable. Diana and Alex. Alex is jealous. This was obviously something he did to slap Johnson in the face. So how did it become a big show-off for Johnson? Besides being jealous, he also felt extremely regretful. Why would he do this for no reason? But when he thought of Johnson's monstrous wealth, his jealousy disappeared completely, and he no longer had the slightest thought of competing with Johnson. It's like no one would be jealous of the rich man Ma, because his wealth is so unimaginable, they would only envy him. Diana's thoughts are much more complicated. Regret, anger, fear. Finally, she screamed and said to Hua Yalin and the other two girls, "You bitches, get out of here. Johnson is my boyfriend. Do you have any shame to seduce him in front of me?" Hua Yalin and the other two girls sneered at this. When you were shopping together before, you didn't know how badly you described Johnson. But now you say Johnson is your boyfriend and you want to claim your sovereignty. Ridiculous. Moreover, Johnson is obviously a rich second generation who has hidden his background. His family should have tens or even hundreds of billions. Otherwise, how could he be given 1 billion in pocket money? You missed it yourself. Who can you blame? The three girls all had bright eyes and were determined to do whatever it took to become the wives of this wealthy family. Diana, you said you broke up with Johnson. Yes, it's hard to take back what has been spilled. Even a good horse won't turn back to the pasture it once was. Oh, Sister Lily is so fierce, unlike me, who only feels sorry for my brother. Diana was furious. How could she not see that these three women were so vain? Johnson only has 10 billion in assets. How come you all have become bootlickers? I told you, Johnson is my boyfriend. Don't be so shameless. She screamed, her face distorted and a little scary. Johnson pressed his hands. You can take random medicine, but you can't say random words. We broke up a long time ago, and I have a new girlfriend now. If you let my girlfriend misunderstand, I will sue you for defamation. What? You have a girlfriend? The four girls were stunned at the same time. It's only been a few days since Johnson broke up with Diana, and he already has a new girlfriend? What a scumbag indeed. But even though they thought so in their hearts, none of them dared to say it out loud. Is it scumbag if rich people can achieve seamless connection? Of course not. I'm just excellent, and there are always girls throwing themselves at me. Just then, Johnson's cell phone rang. He answered. Oh, you're here. Come to Cayenne 3. Johnson hung up the phone and said to everyone, my girlfriend is here. It's a class reunion. Why did you invite your girlfriend over? But Johnson had already spent $1 billion to make them look up to him, and no one questioned this. Whatever rich people do is right. After a while, the door of the box opened and a tall and hot beauty walked in. The key point is that she was wearing a police uniform, which made her look more heroic. This police uniform is one size too small. The buttons on the chest are about to fly off. Let me introduce her to you all. Johnson walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Gu Yusin, my girlfriend, Gu Yusin, the captain of the city's criminal police team. Everyone was still in amazement. Such an extremely beautiful girl with a sexy body is actually a security guard. They haven't digested this shock yet. But she is also the captain of the criminal police? It's a perfect combination of beauty and wisdom. Definitely not a vase. My girlfriend is here to pick me up. Let's get together again, next time, old classmates. Johnson smiled, took Gu Yusin's hand and left. Gu Yusin's delicate body visibly stiffened for a moment, and Johnson felt that she was about to punch him. This is a criminal police officer's instinctive reaction. However, Gu Yusin still remembered her current identity and cooperated by holding hands with Johnson. She also nodded to everyone before leaving with Johnson. Diana watched Johnson and the other man leave and thought of Gu Yusin's almost impeccable face and perfect figure, and couldn't help falling into despair. Will Johnson come back to her? How is that possible? How can she compare with Gu Yusin? Whoa, she burst into tears like a madman. Alex originally wanted to sleep with this woman and fulfill his long-cherished wish, but when he saw Diana's miserable appearance, his lust immediately subsided. I really have no interest in it. This kind of stuff, 1,500 yuan at most. Forget it. Even if she has broken up with Johnson, I still shouldn't get involved with her. What if Johnson is stingy and takes revenge on me? Apart from anything else, he only needs to ask the girlfriend of the criminal police captain to help and come to his company every now and then to check the fire protection, etc., which will have a great impact on their business and eventually force them to close down. Well, I will visit Johnson in a couple of days with gifts and apologize sincerely. Facing a person who is on a higher level than him, He had no other choice but to apologize honestly and admit his mistakes. Walking out of the hotel, Johnson felt refreshed. It feels good to pretend. You can install more later. Can you let go now? Gu Yusin asked with a smile. Johnson laughed and said, I tied it with my own ability. Why should I let it go? This criminal police captain is as hard as stone. It is impossible to impress him by pursuing him hard. You have to take an unconventional approach. Gu Yusin was shocked. You are so shameless. She exerted force suddenly, trying to buckle Johnson's hands behind his back. As the captain of the criminal police team and the best fighter in the police academy, she has enough confidence in her skills. The main thing is that Johnson is completely defenseless now, which is a good opportunity for a sneak attack. However, even though she exerted all her strength, Johnson's hand did not move at all. Huh. Chapter 41 accident. Johnson smiled, looking at the beauty. Gu Yusin was not convinced. I'm the captain of the criminal police. Still not convinced by you? So, she used her hands and feet together, trying to lock her throat with a naked choke. But her whole body was hanging on Johnson. But Johnson was like a giant pillar. His body didn't tilt at all. You like me so much that you can't help but throw yourself into my arms. Johnson joked. Gu Yusin was still not convinced and tried again and again, but still couldn't do anything to Johnson. Is your body made of iron? She asked incredulously. Because she was unwilling to accept the defeat, she secretly used some powerful striking techniques, but the recoil of her fists and elbows on Johnson made her grit her teeth. Be my girlfriend. Johnson looked at her with burning eyes. The detective captain, who would bravely face any vicious criminal, even death, was scared. He didn't dare to face Johnson's gaze, but talked about something else. I still don't understand why Marlin and Manhwa turned themselves in. Why do criminals surrender themselves? It's to reduce the sentence. But these two men are guilty of heinous crimes. One will spend the rest of his life in prison, and the other will definitely be sentenced to death. Therefore, surrendering oneself becomes incomprehensible. Johnson still held Gu Yusin's hand and said with a smile, Be my girlfriend, and I'll tell you. Of course, even if Gu Yusin really agreed, Johnson would never reveal the secret of the system. He will take this secret to his grave. Gu Yusin obviously wanted to know, but the price was too high. The most important thing is that she doesn't want to be bound by marriage or even love and affect her career. Of course, it's not for advancement, but to punish criminals. To tell you the truth, I'm not going to get married. She decided to confide some of her thoughts to Johnson so as not to delay him. Indeed, she had never been married in her previous life. Johnson nodded secretly. It turned out that it was not because of the disfigurement, but because she did not want to get married. It's okay. I could be your secret lover for life. He said it as if he was sacrificing his life for justice. This is good. He had no plans to marry anyone. Even if the girl was the most stunning, she was still his girlfriend, and he treated everyone equally. Gu Yusin frowned. Why are you doing this? She thought Johnson was just being infatuated. If she knew Johnson's true thoughts, she would probably draw her fists. Oh, fists can't hurt this guy, so she can only draw her gun. Johnson looked affectionate. I do. Gu Yusin was a little touched. After all, even though she knew there would be no result, she was still willing to plunge into it. Even a stone man would be moved. Forget it. She didn't know how to persuade him, so she just let it go. I believe that Johnson will turn back after encountering more setbacks. Johnson pulled her to the side of the sports car and stuffed her into the passenger seat. Don't forget, you are my girlfriend today. Johnson smiled and stopped her from coming out. Gu Yusin is a person who attaches great importance to promises. Sure enough, after hearing this, she sat down with peace of mind. Where are you going? Eat, Johnson said. I was so busy pretending that I didn't even eat a few bites. I am starving. Gu Yusin couldn't help but laugh. My chest is so surging. Johnson couldn't help but stare. Gu Yusin noticed it and quickly blocked it with her hand. Do you think so politely? Johnson disagrees. I may not be a good person, but I am absolutely honest and true to my heart. If I like you, I will pursue you. If I like to watch you, I will watch you openly. Gu Yusin was speechless. This guy is really thick-skinned to be able to talk about lust so confidently. She did not have a bad impression of Johnson. On the contrary, she felt sympathy for Johnson because his girlfriend cheated on him. Sending Marlin and Manhwa to prison made her feel like they shared the same ideals. In addition, he easily subdued the rainy night butcher, showing his strong strength. Therefore, Gu Yusin really couldn't feel disgusted with him. Even an idea flashed through her mind. Even if we don't get married, can't we still enjoy the feeling of love? Anyway, if Johnson found someone he liked, she could just let him go. Isn't that perfect? After this thought flashed through her mind, she quickly said to herself that she was ridiculous for having such an outrageous idea. It's a pity that Johnson didn't know, otherwise he would definitely be overjoyed and would strike while the iron is hot. Johnson drove to a busy city, parked the car, found a roadside stall, and started eating with Gu Yusin. Not to mention, Gu Yusin is really not a pampered person at all, and she enjoys eating from roadside stalls with gusto. She is beautiful and has a hot body, so she should be very popular. However, even though she was in a police uniform, no one came to talk to her. Johnson guessed that she did it on purpose. It can save you a lot of trouble. The two of them were talking and laughing while eating. Sudden, a loud roar was heard, causing everyone to turn their heads, and they were all startled. A red sports car was approaching an astonishing speed with no sign of slowing down. This scared everyone so much that they were sweating profusely. Not good. But before anyone could react, the sports car had already driven onto the curb and crashed into the crowd. Suddenly, people fled in all directions, but people were not as fast as the sports car. Bang, bang, bang. Several people were knocked away immediately, and the driver didn't know what was going on. He had no intention of braking and continued to crash forward. Johnson's pupils suddenly contracted because the car was about to hit him and Gu Yusin. In fact, less than 1 second had passed from the time they discovered that the sports car was going to hit them to now. Although Gu Yusin was the captain of the criminal police team, and her reaction was fast enough, it was still far from enough for her to dodge. Could it be that she was actually going to die here? Johnson didn't have time to think whether this was a murder attempt against him, or Gu Yusin, or just an accident. He suddenly pounced towards Gu Yusin. The speed he burst out at this moment was even faster than a sports car. Gu Yusin was held in his arms without any reaction, and then they flew to the side together. The two of them narrowly missed the sports car. Johnson crashed to the ground holding Gu Yusin, then rolled several times to dissipate the impact. He then stood up holding Gu Yusin and took a defensive posture. If this was a killing spree targeting him, there would definitely be follow-up. However, this is more likely to be a case of the driver driving under the influence of alcohol or D. Bang! The sports car hit the wall and finally stopped. The hood was severely deformed and white smoke continued to come out. Only then did everyone calm down a little. Looking around, it was a mess. At least 7 people were injured in the accident. Some of them might have died, lying on the ground motionless, with blood all over the place. The door of the sports car opened, and a blond man got out from the driver's seat. Although his clothes and hair were messed up by the deployed airbag, it could still be seen that he was wearing all branded clothes. He had obviously just been in a very serious traffic accident, but there was no sign of tension or fear on his face. On the contrary, he had an indescribable excitement, most likely due to taking drugs. At this time, the passenger door opened and a woman came down. She was very young and pretty, but she was wearing too much makeup. When everyone saw it, they were all angry. Chapter 42, Huge Background. The scene was bustling with noise. Some people had already called the police and ambulance. Some were taking care of their relatives and friends who had been hit, and some people were almost hit and were so angry that they immediately surrounded the sports car. How do you drive? Someone was killed. Did you know that? Many people shouted. Unexpectedly, despite being surrounded by so many people, the driver was not afraid at all. Instead, he glared at everyone and started cursing. So what if I killed someone? I have plenty of money, so I could just pay for it. Hearing this, everyone wanted to beat the bastard to death. Fortunately, I was not knocked down, otherwise I would jump up and beat this bastard even if I died. Listen, is this human language? Get out of the way. I need to go to the hospital, said the driver. If I delay treatment, can you bastards afford to pay for it? What hurt him? Not even a scratch on the skin. Seeing that he was about to escape, everyone would not agree and blocked his way to prevent him from leaving. I didn't expect that the yellow-haired man was so arrogant that he actually waved his fists like a madman. Gu Yusin immediately walked over with a frosty face. Johnson followed suit, a small smile on his face. No matter how big this person's background is, he is doomed. Even if this person has great power and can ask some big boss to stop Gu Yusin from arresting people, Johnson doesn't have to listen to anyone's orders. He arrested the bastard in the dark and sent him to Ganyazi in northern Myanmar. Kill him directly? It's too cheap for him. Squat down and put your hands on your head, Gu Yusin said in a deep voice. The yellow-haired man glanced at her, and his eyes lit up. What a pretty girl. Damn, her breasts are so big. You are actually a security guard? Hey, quit your job. I will support you in the future and give you 100,000 a month. It's much more promising than being a security guard. He was so bold that he actually reached out and grabbed Gu Yusin's chest. Let me touch it. It's so big, it can't be fake, right? Gu Yusin stepped aside and said coldly, "This is a warning. Get down and put your hands on your head." Hee hee, are you playing hard to get with me? The yellow-haired man was still arrogant. After his first grab failed, he pounced towards Gu Yusin with a lustful look. This time, Gu Yusin couldn't stand it anymore. But before she could make a move, she saw a foot kick out and hit the yellow-haired man in the abdomen. Wow! The yellow-haired guy was in pain and started vomiting. He felt as if his internal organs were kicked to pieces and were about to come out with the vomit. Johnson retracted his foot and said to Gu Yusin with a smile, "You are a security guard, and this guy looks quite well connected. If you take action, it will inevitably have consequences. Besides, you are my girlfriend now. If someone wants to tease my girlfriend, it is reasonable for me, as her boyfriend, to take action, right?" Gu Yusin glanced at him and nodded slowly. And Johnson pointed at the sports car. That guy was on drugs. His face was full of disgust. Just now he glanced at the driver's seat and saw a bag of white powdery substance. It can be basically concluded that both men took drugs, which is why they were so excited. And they were also doing unspeakable things which caused the vehicle to lose control and resulted in such huge casualties. But in the previous life, I didn't hear of anyone being imprisoned due to a major traffic accident. Therefore, this yellow-haired guy probably has a powerful background and managed to change the driving accident into an ordinary traffic accident. What Johnson hates and detests the most are drug dealers and drug addicts. His subordinates are of all kinds, doing all kinds of shady jobs, but there are no drug dealers or drug addicts, especially those who sell drugs. He would beat them up whenever he saw them. It was so in the previous life, and it is so in this life as well. Hearing Johnson's words, Gu Yusin's face changed slightly, and she rushed to the side of the sports car. When she took a look, she found a bag of white powdery substance. She immediately took out her mobile phone to take pictures to preserve the evidence. What if this yellow-haired guy really has a powerful background and can even influence the security guards, allowing some bad apple to steal the package in the chaos? Whether it is driving or not has a huge impact on sentencing. How dare you hit me? The yellow-haired man finally calmed down. He covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at Johnson with the other hand. His face was extremely ferocious. "If I don't kill you, I won't be named Zhao." Johnson ignored him. What a drug addict. Why don't you kill yourself first so that you don't come out to hurt others? The heavily made-up woman also came back to her senses from the dizziness of the car crash and hurried to help the yellow-haired man while nervously asking, "Honey, are you okay? Are you okay? I'm in so much pain that I can't even stand up, and you still ask if I'm okay." The yellow-haired man shouted angrily. He put his arm around the woman's shoulders and stood up, his fingers still pointed at Johnson. "Did you hear me? I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Johnson looked at Gu Yusin and said with a smile, "Someone threatened to kill me. Can I apply for 24-hour personal protection from the police? However, it can only be you." Gu Yusin rolled her eyes at him. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to take advantage of her. Seeing that Johnson was not afraid at all, but was flirting with the beautiful big security guard, the yellow-haired man's face naturally sank, and many vicious thoughts flashed through his mind. For example, playing with Gu Yusin in front of Johnson, or finding someone to rape his mother. You guys can be happy now. I've already made the call. When my network of connections comes into play, you'll have no choice but to cry and beg me on your knees. 10 minutes later, the ambulance and police car finally arrived. All the injured and the dead were sent to the hospital immediately. However, the traffic police who arrived not only failed to control Huang Mao, but on the contrary, the leader was very concerned about Huang Mao, and his face was full of flattery, with the word sycophantic written all over his face. There was even a gangster who walked up to the sports car and took away the bag of white powder. Now, Gu Yusin couldn't sit still anymore. She was a criminal police officer and should not have intervened in such traffic accidents. But the traffic police who came over were obviously biased and even asked someone to take away the evidence of Huang Mao's driving. "I'm Gu Yusin from the city's criminal police team." She revealed her identity first. "Which branch are you from?" Hearing this, the traffic policeman leading the team's expression changed obviously. He originally thought that Gu Yusin was just a small security guard. After all, she was too young, but the 3 words municipal criminal police team and Gu Yusin made his heart tremble. It's this woman. He quickly said, I'm Dong Yud from the Wuzhong Guoxiang branch. Captain Gu, why are you here? I'm the person involved. The car almost hit me. Gu Yusin said in a deep voice. Dong Yud couldn't help but be stunned. This is a bit difficult. Chapter 43, Confrontation. Dong Yud forced a smile and said, so Captain Gu is the person involved. Captain Gu, this is Zhao Boyan, Mr. Zhao, and his father is Zhao Shangyun, the chairman of Dayun Group. Dayun Group. This is a major taxpayer in Suzhou. It took advantage of the opportunity of the privatization of state-owned enterprises in the 1990s and soared to fame. Now it has become a giant worth tens of billions of dollars. Zhao Shangyun has been rated as an outstanding entrepreneur in Suzhou for many years in a row. He knows many senior leaders, and some of them are even guests of honor. No wonder Dong Yud licked it like that. Gu Yusin's face remained gloomy. So, if you have money, you can escape the law. Dong Yud couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Captain Gu, you are exaggerating. This is just a simple traffic accident. Besides, Zhao Xiao is indeed injured and needs to go to the hospital for treatment first. That makes sense, doesn't it? However, Zhao Boyan might have always been arrogant, or a little stupid. He walked over arrogantly and said to Gu Yusin, oh, I didn't know you were a criminal police officer, and you became captain? Still pretending in front of me. If you don't sleep with others, how can you become the captain of the criminal police at such a young age? You name a price. I'm so poor that I only have money left. With a swish, a figure flashed, and this young Master Zhao was kicked out. Johnson in horror. How dare you commit crime in front of the traffic police? Traffic police are also police. Catch him, he said with a dark face. I was present at the scene, but Zhao Boyan still got injured. I will definitely be criticized by my leader when I return. Why are you arresting them? Gu Yusin stretched out her hand to stop him. Dong Yud, you don't arrest people who have broken the law, but you arrest people who have not broken the law. I think you don't want to wear this outfit anymore. Dong Yud just sneered twice. Putting aside the fact that he and Gu Yusin have no affiliation, just take Zhao Boyan's identity as an example. As long as Zhao Shangyun makes a phone call, countless leaders from top to bottom will plead for him. How can a small criminal police captain like you influence the direction of things? When you do this job, it's not about how capable you are, but whether you can understand and implement the will of your leadership well. However, you are so beautiful and have such big breasts. Hee. Even if you can't be a criminal police, you can still be someone's mistress. If Gu Yusin went to work in the club, he would have to take care of the business. It's really possible, because she offended the Zhao family. Given the power of the Zhao family, wouldn't it be easy for them to make Gu Yusin lose her job? If this woman is ruined, it is possible that Gu Yusin will give up and work as a prostitute in a club. He fantasized about pinning the criminal police captain down and playing with him at will, and his heart was burning with excitement. Okay, go ahead and make some noise. The bigger the better. However, he must first clean up Zhao Boyan's ass, so that it becomes that Johnson intentionally injured someone, and Gu Yusin shielded the murderer, directly turning black into white and white into black. Fuck. Zhao Boyan felt something salty in his mouth. He spat out and found blood. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been beaten or even scolded. Now someone can actually kick you and make you bleed? He really wanted to tear Johnson apart. Dong Yud, someone attacked me in front of you. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you kill him? Dong Yud was speechless. He is a traffic policeman, not a security guard. Where did the gun come from? Besides, even criminal police will only use guns when there's a major operation. But reasoning with Zhao Boyan, isn't this just a joke? He quickly made a phone call. Gu Yusin intervened. How could he not be allowed to handle the matter further? Therefore, he must call for help and let Gu Yusin's boss put pressure on her and transfer her away first, and then he can calmly arrange the scene. After finishing the call, he waited with a smile on his face. Next, he waited for Gu Yusin to answer the phone, and then left in shame. Sure enough, no more than 5 minutes later, Gu Yusin's cell phone rang. Hello, this is Gu Yusin. She answered the phone, and as she listened, her face darkened. Although the call was not from her direct superior, it was from the leader in charge of public security, who scolded her harshly, asking her why a criminal police officer would intervene in a traffic accident. She should leave immediately. How could Gu Yusin listen to him? She said, traffic accidents are indeed not my responsibility, but the perpetrator is suspected to be a drug addict and a drug dealer. I must investigate it thoroughly. The leader was speechless. Traffic accidents are indeed not the responsibility of the criminal police team, but since D is involved, Not to mention the criminal police. Even enthusiastic citizens are qualified to take care of it. The leader hung up the phone and called Dongyud instead. Dongyud kept nodding and bowing. After a while, he hung up the phone and said to Gu Yusin, "Captain Gu, you said that Mr. Zhao had drugs in the car? This is a very serious accusation. You must be responsible for what you said." Gu Yusin stared at a gangster. It was him who approached the sports car and took away the bag of suspected drugs from it. "You stop." She saw the man trying to escape and immediately stopped him. When a gangster heard it, instead of stopping, he ran even faster. Gu Yusin wanted to chase after him, but was blocked by Dongyud intentionally or unintentionally. "Captain Gu, if you must intervene, let's discuss how to allocate the work." With this blockage, it would be difficult for Gu Yusin to chase. Dongyud showed a smug look, but he overlooked one person. The gangster did disappear in the crowd, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared again, and next to him was the man who kicked Zhao Boyan away. "Damn, why is it you again?" Dongyud cursed in his heart and was even more shocked. "If we can't get rid of that thing, we'll be in big trouble. Driving under D license can result in death penalty." The key point is that there were obviously 3 or 4 people killed in this accident, 2 of whom were in particularly tragic circumstances and probably died before being sent to the hospital. So if Zhao Boyan is really confirmed to have been driving under D regulations, then he is absolutely doomed. He could only make up an excuse, saying that the things searched from his body were not taken out of the sports car at all. Yes, that's what I said. Of course, Gu Yusin was not idle either. She also made a phone call and called the criminal police team over. How could she possibly trust Dongyud and his people now? After a while, the criminal police team arrived. Not only were there members of Gu Yusin's Team 3, but also Liu Yi and his Team 2 came to support. Gu Yusin briefly explained what happened, and when Louis learned that she and Johnson were almost hit to death, he jumped up. If he had not brought a gun, he might have shot Zhao Boyan directly. Johnson patted the gangster on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Hand over your stuff." The gangster wanted to deny it, but an indescribable fear suddenly rose in his heart, so he obediently took out the bag. Gu Yusin asked her subordinate to take the item, and after opening it and smelling it, the subordinate said, "It's grade D." Now, Zhao Boyan can't escape the blame. Chapter 44, Tracking Down the Problem. Dongyud winked at Zhao Boyan. Zhao Boyan was obviously just arrogant, not stupid, and immediately said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be any drugs in my car? I ask you, where did this thing come from?" He stared at the gangster closely with fierce eyes. The thug said, "I took it from your car." Of course, he was afraid of the Zhao family's power, but what he feared most now was Johnson. So how could he dare to lie? Zhao Boyan was so angry that he said quickly, "He is framing me. He brought this thing with him. How can he prove that he got it from my car?" Johnson smiled and handed the phone to Gu Yusin. "Captain Gu, I happened to record the whole process. This should be used as evidence, right?" "Of course." Gu Yusin took the phone and looked at Zhao Boyan with a cold face. "Besides, we can just draw blood for a test and know if you're driving under D. Take it away." She waved her hand. 2 criminal police officers came forward and carried Zhao Boyan away. Fuck, 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 Zhao Boyan cursed. "How dare you arrest me? Fine, fine. I will peel off the skin off your bodies and make you serve me like dogs." Seeing that he was still so arrogant, the 2 criminal police officers were naturally unhappy. When escorting him into the car, they deliberately kicked him twice, causing Zhao Boyan to groan in pain. "Go to the hospital and see the condition of the injured." Gu Yusin gave another order. Yes. So, 2 more detectives went to the hospital. Dongyud was so anxious that he was sweating. The criminal police intervened, and there was evidence that Zhao Boyan was hiding drugs. And as Gu Yusin said, just a blood test would tell whether Zhao Boyan was taking drugs. If a few more people died in the hospital, Zhao Boyan would probably have to spend at least 20 years. What to do? The wounded must be kept alive. Even if he is dead, they have to say he is alive so that he can be given a lighter sentence. Then the Zhao family can make efforts to reduce Zhao Boyan's sentence, and he may be released in 1 or 2 years. Thinking of this, he hurriedly made another phone call. Let the hospital prove that the injured sent they're all alive. How could he have such great power? Having done what needed to be done, Gu Yusin finally relaxed, but her face still looked ugly. People like the Rainy Night Butcher are just rats crossing the street and only dare to do evil in secret. But people like Zhao Boyan have a strong background to support them. They are not afraid of doing bad things because there's a force behind them to clean up their messes. Johnson hadn't been here today, Would this serious traffic accident caused by drug use have become an ordinary traffic accident? Then Zhao Boyan only needs to pay some money and he can continue taking drugs and continue to kill people. The Zhao family is rich anyway. So what does it matter if he pays a few million every time? But if we want to stop the damage caused by people like Zhao Boyan, we must first remove their protective umbrella. Is this easy to do? Even someone as strong-willed as her felt lost. Can she really catch all the criminals and put them in jail? But after a moment, her gaze became firm again. If even she were to give up, there would only be darkness and no light left in this world. There is always someone who needs to carry the burden and burn himself to shine and illuminate the world. She let out a long breath, her faith becoming stronger. That's strange. Why are you two eating at a roadside stall here? Liu Yi came back to his senses, his suspicious eyes moving back and forth between Johnson and Gu Yusen. Johnson laughed and said, Captain Gu pretended to be my girlfriend and accompanied me to the class reunion today to repay my favor. However, she was not full at all, so she came here to fill her stomach. Liu Yi was relieved and said to Gu Yusen with a shameless face, Captain Gu, my family is urging me to get married. Can you do me a favor and pretend to be my girlfriend to help me fool my family? The sound of your abacus beads can be heard 2 miles away. Gu Yusen glared at him unhappily and said, If you have nothing else to do, keep an eye on the injured in the hospital and Zhao Boyan. The Zhao family is very powerful. I think they might bribe the people in the hospital and give a false report. Yes, I understand. Liu Yi saluted Gu Yusen, acting like a subordinate to his superior. TSK, this guy is really thick-skinned. What a pity. You didn't get the beauty in your previous life. Now that I'm involved in this life, you have even less chance. Johnson smiled. He didn't have a bad impression of Liu Yi, but since we became love rivals, of course I wouldn't back down. Gu Yusen followed her colleagues back to the criminal police brigade, while Johnson drove home. It's quite quiet next door tonight. Nick has already mortgaged the house and invested the money, so Susan S. fuss will be useless. So why bother arguing? However, this is naturally the calm before the storm. When Nick finds out he's been cheated, a fierce conflict is bound to break out next door. Alas, everything has to wait. You have to wait for the stock market, you have to wait for the Golden Eagle pawn shop, and you have to wait for strengthening your body as well. Suddenly, the phone rang. Johnson checked and saw the caller ID showed an unknown number. He thought about it and finally answered the phone. Mr. Johnson Zhang, a man's voice sounded. I'm Johnson, Johnson said. You are? Oh, my name is Gu Tao. I'm a lawyer. To be more precise, I'm the lawyer hired by Mr. Zhao Shangyun. The other party said, so Mr. Zhang should have roughly guessed the purpose of my call, right? Johnson said, oh, I really don't know. Gu Tao didn't get angry. If a lawyer doesn't even have this much self-control, he should just change his career. I want to meet and have a chat with Mr. Zhang, he said with a smile. Oh, meeting? It's nothing more than bribery or threats. Well, there's another one, which is to make him disappear from the world. The Zhao family's huge power has already started to move. Johnson showed no fear. Bai Wenhe is in charge of a business worth billions, but he just uses the system to control his emotions and makes him go to the police station to surrender himself. The most likely outcome is that he will end up eating peanuts. The Zhao family is indeed more powerful, but how big a difference does it make? Moreover, he didn't believe that Zhao Shangyun's history of making a fortune was clean. If Zhao Shangyun were to surrender himself directly and the Daiyun group were to collapse from the top, then what would Zhao Boyan be? He's just an ordinary guy who takes drugs. Okay, address, Johnson said. He was not interested in what conditions the Zhao family would offer, but wanted to collect some desire points. The bad guys provide significantly more desire value. Golden Palace Entertainment Club. Gu Tao said, contact us when we get there. Johnson hung up the phone and stood up. He had been planning to go out for a bit at night to gather some desire points, and now that Gu Tao had invited him, it was just the right time for him to go out together. As his enemies grew in number, his desire for strength grew. If he is not afraid of hot weapons now, then who would dare to say anything if he threw Zhao Boyan into Taihu Lake before? Chapter 45, Honey Trap? Half an hour later, Johnson appeared at the door of the Golden Palace Entertainment Club. He parked the car and just got out of the car when a younger brother ran over and greeted him into the club with great enthusiasm. He drove a sports car here, so how can his purchasing power be poor? He must be a big customer. I'm looking for someone, Gu Tao. Johnson said, so you are Mr. Gu's friend. The younger brother stood in awe. I'll take you there. He took Johnson up to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of a private room. Come in. A voice came from inside. The younger brother then pushed the door open, respectfully invited Johnson in, and then closed the door from the outside. "Good evening, Mr. Zhang." Immediately, 8 beautiful girls in the box bowed and greeted Johnson. There was a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa. He didn't stand up when he saw Johnson come in. Instead, he said in a condescending manner, "Johnson, right? Sit down." A commanding tone. Johnson naturally wouldn't let him off and kicked the sofa with such force that the sofa and Gu Tao slid out together. Bang! It hit the wall and bounced back, causing Gu Tao to hit his head on the armrest of the sofa and then bounce onto the sofa cushion. Fortunately, the cushion was soft, otherwise he might have been knocked unconscious. This made the 8 girls exclaim and scream in unison, but Gu Tao was quite calm. He managed to stand up and pressed his hands towards the girls, signaling them to calm down. "Mr. Zhang really has a bad temper." Gu Tao laughed, but even though he was laughing, there was an obvious tremor in his voice. He probably has never met someone like Johnson who just turned the table over right away. What a reckless person. Lawyers are most afraid of encountering this kind of person. It is like a scholar meeting a soldier, and it is difficult to explain the reason clearly. Johnson sat down first, then pressed his hand to Gu Tao and said, "Sit down." Gu Tao was very embarrassed. Just now, he was sitting there without even lifting his butt, asking Johnson to sit down, but Johnson immediately gave it back to him. But does Gu Tao dare to turn against him? First, Johnson had already given him a warning, and second, he took the initiative to invite him. But now the meeting ended before anything was discussed. If he really took the money and didn't do the job, he would be scolded to death by Zhao Shangyun when he returned. So he had no choice but to sit down and swallow his anger. "What do you want from me?" Johnson put his feet on the bedside table, looking nonchalant. Gu Tao cursed the hooligans and thugs in his heart, but didn't dare show it on his face. If he had known earlier, he should have brought a few people with him. He calmed down and said, "Second young master almost bumped into Mr. Zhang." Mr. Zhao felt very sorry, so he asked me to specially invite Mr. Zhang over to discuss compensation. "Well, how are you going to compensate?" Johnson asked. Gu Tao smiled, finally entering the field he was good at. "The compensation amount is within 5 million. Mr. Zhang can make any offer you want." He waved his finger, and all 8 girls immediately ran to Johnson. "I'm going to the bathroom. It might take a long time." "Mr. Zhang, have fun. When you've had enough fun, we can continue to talk about compensation," Gu Tao said as he walked out of the box. He sneered in his heart. "The happier you are now, the more miserable you'll be next." After closing the door and listening to the giggling of the girls inside, his sneer became even louder. He took the bait so quickly that he needed no guidance or persuasion. What a pervert. Then you can't blame anyone if you fail. After a while, Gu Tao made a phone call, and in less than 5 minutes, a team of security guards appeared in front of him. Gu Tao nodded to the leading security guard, who smiled and pointed to the door of the box to his men, signaling them to rush in. Bang! The door of the box was immediately kicked open and 4 security guards rushed in, one of them holding a camera. "Don't move." Then, these people were dumbfounded. What about the group sex we promised? Although the 8 women were wearing revealing clothes, they were all dressed neatly, without exposing any parts that should not be exposed. The only man was sitting on the sofa, enjoying the fruits handed to him by the girls. "What are you doing?" Johnson asked in a deliberately puzzled tone. "What are you doing?" "Catch prostitutes." "But what to do now that there are no prostitutes?" The 4 security guards looked at each other, all very embarrassed. The leading security guard came in and smoothed things over, saying, "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We received a report from the public that someone was engaging in illegal activities here, so we came here. We didn't expect that someone was just fooling around." Johnson smiled and said, "Is the informant called Gu Tao?" The security guard leading the team had a gloomy face. "We cannot reveal the whistleblower's personal information. Otherwise, if the whistleblower is retaliated against, who will dare to provide us with clues in the future? Okay, since there's no illegal activity going on here, let's withdraw." Johnson laughed and waved his hand. "Slow down." Gu Tao set a trap for him, intending to arrest him as a pimp. Once he was in the detention center, given the power of the Zhao family, it would be easy for a group of prisoners to beat him severely. "It's just, you picked the wrong person this time." Johnson unhappily and said, "Comrade, we did cause you some trouble, but please understand us, cooperate with us, and don't cause more trouble." He began to put big accusations on Johnson. Johnson ignored him and said to the door, "Gu Tao, how long are you going to stay outside?" Gu Tao then walked in and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, I just heard the noise too. What's going on? Haha, pretending? Johnson walked over and started slapping Gu Tao left and right. The 5 security guards were stunned. You are so brave that you dare to beat someone in front of them. Stop! 5 people shouted at the same time. Johnson didn't care. After beating Gu Tao, he walked towards the 5 men and slapped them in the face as well. In the face of his extraordinary power, these people had no ability to resist and could only take the beating. But of course they were filled with resentment. Okay, you are so violent and proud now, but next time I will make you spend the rest of your life in jail. After Johnson had enough, he sat down on the sofa, took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and said, "Who asked you to come? Tell me one by one." Chapter 46, Pay 50 million. Of course Gu Tao and others would not give in. You must be kidding. Once this frame-up is confirmed, they will all lose their jobs and may even be prosecuted. But can they refuse? Johnson directly increased their fear value, and immediately they knelt on the ground and confessed everything. Surprised Johnson a little was that Gu Tao was not sent by Zhao Shangyun, but was instructed by his eldest son, Zhao Songnan, Zhao Boyan's brother, to send Johnson to the detention center and let the prisoners inside attack Johnson and cripple him. So cruel. As for these 5 security guards, Gu Tao called them overusing his connections and naturally gave them benefits. Another one was related to the Zhao family, especially the security guard who led the team, who had done many things for the Zhao family. Zhao Tsongnan. Johnson sneered twice. The power behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop was hidden deep enough that he couldn't deal with it for the time being. But if he knew that there was a specific person who was against him, would he just sit there and watch? Take me to see Zhao Songnan, Johnson said to Gu Tao. Naturally, Gu Tao had no choice but to obey. Yes. The 2 left the club. Johnson thought about it and asked Gu Tao to drive him there. After a while, they arrived in front of a mansion. It is a detached villa, 3 stories high, with a large garden. Of course, you can't see the interior decoration from the outside, but judging from the materials used in the facade, pillars, etc., it is definitely worth a lot of money. This is normal. The Zhao family has assets worth hundreds of billions. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, what's strange about Zhao Songnan buying such a mansion? At this time, Gu Tao had returned to normal and was trembling. How could he betray Zhao Songnan? The Zhao family is so powerful. How dare he do that? What's more, he brought Johnson here. Oh my God, he's dead. Johnson looked at him with a smile and said, "Now you only have one way. That is to follow me. I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you decide to follow me, go and knock on the door." He was just talking. Want to send me to jail? Haha, please go in by yourself. Gu Tao remained silent, but his eyes were moving rapidly, and it was obvious that he was engaged in a fierce ideological struggle. Reason told him, how could Johnson possibly defeat a behemoth worth tens of billions? But Johnson had previously demonstrated his amazing skills, which made him unable to control himself and confess all the dirty things he had done. He didn't know why, but a voice in his heart told him that Johnson was definitely not an ordinary person. So, what if Johnson can win? Besides, Johnson had a hold on him, and he had actually betrayed Zhao Songnan. Could he still turn back? But what if Johnson can't defeat the Zhao family? You can imagine how miserable his ending will be. As he thought about it, cold sweat began to pour down his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. 2 minutes later, he finally made up his mind. "Mr. Zhang, I will be yours from now on." Johnson just smiled faintly. It is easier to draw a tiger's skin than its bones, and it is easier to know a person's heart than his face. Gu Tao seemed determined to get along with him, thinking he could win Johnson's trust, but he didn't know that Johnson could see everyone's emotions. Aren't human thoughts made up of these emotions? This Gu Tao is not honest at all. It doesn't matter. He just said that on purpose. Gu Tao got out of the car and rang the doorbell. After a while, a servant came over and said a few words to Gu Tao. Then Gu Tao came over and said, "Young Master Zhang, Zhao Songnan is at home." Johnson got out of the car and walked into the mansion with Gu Tao. There is surveillance everywhere. When the 2 of them came to the living room, Gu Tao asked Johnson to sit down and then said, "Mr. Zhang, I'll go call Zhao Songnan down." Good. Gu Tao went upstairs, and after at least 10 minutes, he was seen coming downstairs with a man about 30 years old. Is this Zhao Songnan? Unlike Zhao Boyan, he is not non-mainstream at all. He does not dye his hair, and his hair is combed neatly. He also wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, But Johnson can clearly see that these glasses have no prescription. You're not nearsighted, but you still wear glasses? Are you pretending to be polite? Johnson, you are really brave. You actually dare to come to me. Zhao Tsongnan said with a serious face. Johnson laughed. Is this a dangerous place? Of course not. Zhao Tsongnan shook his head, then said coldly, it's more terrifying than a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. Johnson clasped his hands. Whatever you say, didn't you send a lawyer to discuss compensation with me? I think it's too troublesome to talk to a lawyer, and he has to ask you for permission. Why don't we talk directly? Zhao Tsongnan stared at Johnson and sat down on the sofa. Oh, you are not satisfied with the conditions Gu Tao offered before? Originally, 5 million is not a big deal, Johnson said with a smile, but you guys insisted on doing something tricky and setting me up, so that's 2 accounts. Zhao Tsongnan was silent for a moment. How much do you want? Just multiply it by 10, Johnson said with a smile. 50 million isn't much, is it? Not much, sister. How many lives can I buy with 50 million? I can take your life for 1 million. Why should I give you 50 million? In fact, he had no intention of giving Johnson 5 million before. He just wanted to lure Johnson to the club and then let the security guards crack down on prostitution and send him to the detention center. Because Gu Yusin is keeping a close eye on him, Zhao Boyan's charge of driving under D will probably not be cleared. Even if the Zhao family finds someone to help, he will be sentenced to at least 20 years in the first instance. Even if his sentence is continuously reduced in the future, he may still be imprisoned for about 5 years. This, of course, made Zhao Tsongnan furious. It wasn't because of how deep the brotherhood between him and Zhao Boyan was, but because someone actually dared to bully the Zhao family. We must make an example of him. So, he wanted to send Johnson to jail, make him crippled first, and then let his brother continue to bully him in prison to kill time in the boring jail. I didn't expect that such a simple thing would be messed up. Now Johnson actually came to the door. If you don't kill me, I'll take your surname. However, the company's security team is on the way, so let this guy be proud for a while. Chapter 47. Kneel down. Mr. Zhang, you're fine now. Don't you think 50 million is too much? Zhao Tsongnan said with a frown. He obviously didn't want to give the money, so why did he say that? Isn't this being recorded by surveillance cameras? He wanted to prove Johnson's crime of blackmail. It was Gu Tao who taught him. I have to say, lawyers are full of bad intentions. Johnson shook his head. I am so precious, so 50 million is not expensive at all. Zhao Tsongnan pretended to be embarrassed again. Mr. Zhang, you are blackmailing me. Come on, take over this and prove your guilt. Johnson laughed. Blackmail? Blackmail? You? He looked as if he had just heard a huge joke. Zhao Tsongnan was so annoyed by his laughter that he could not help but shout. What's so funny? Because you don't deserve it. Johnson shook his head. If I really want to blackmail you, I'll have to start with at least 1 billion. You want me to lower myself for 50 million? Zhao Tsongnan, you think too highly of yourself. What the hell? Zhao Tsongnan almost couldn't help but rush over to beat Johnson. But fortunately, he saw Gu Tao's constant winking. What he meant was that based on what Johnson had just said, his blackmail was already confirmed. Good. Very good. He took a long breath and finally regained his composure. Johnson, when the security team arrives, I will beat you to a pulp. Who asked you to come here to blackmail me? I'm acting in self-defense. As for excessive self-defense, what kind of power is the Zhao family? Can't they even deal with this? If it weren't for you and Gu Yusin, would Zhao Boyan have ended up in jail? Both you and Gu Yusin must be punished. However, he had also seen Gu Yusin's photos and knew that this female security guard was extremely beautiful and had a fantastic figure, so it would be a shame to send her to jail. Just treat it as his plaything. Of course, it was impossible for him to stay in the country. Otherwise, if he was discovered, he would probably lose his head. Send it abroad. It just so happened that he had some connections in Old Burma, so he left Gu Yusin there. He could go and play with her when he was interested, and give her to the local warlord when he got tired of her. The women who fell into the hands of those warlords were neither able to live nor to die. Their misery was beyond description. Brother, you should be very satisfied with my revenge. Okay, I'll give you 50 million. Zhao Tsongnan nodded, looking helpless as if he had no choice. Johnson urged, then transfer the money quickly. I'm not interested in wasting time with a man like you. Is it possible for Zhao Tsongnan to transfer the money? He pretended to agree just to prove that Johnson was blackmailing him. Now that his goal was achieved, He just had to wait for the security team to come and arrest him. Okay, that's enough surveillance content. Cut out the rest and hand it over to the security guard. Johnson, you are really crazy. Zhao Songnan changed his previous helpless expression and showed a ferocious look. You caused my brother to go to jail for at least 20 years. I am mentally retarded, and I still want to pay you money. Johnson laughed. Your brother going to jail is one thing, but your Zhao family wanting to compensate me is another. Don't confuse the two. Daydreaming. Zhao Songnan sneered. At this time, his cell phone rang, and he answered it immediately. Young master, I have brought people here. Come in right now. Zhao Songnan threw his phone aside and said to Johnson, kneel down. As if to explain his words, bang, the door opened and in rushed a dozen people in uniforms holding riot batons. They're all from Daiyun Group security team. After these people came in, they all bowed to Zhao Songnan and said loudly, Greetings, young master. It's just awkward. Zhao Songnan didn't feel that way at all. He nodded with satisfaction, then pointed at Johnson. Kneel down. Do you want me to say a third time? The young master told you to kneel down. Don't you have ears? The head of the security guard also shouted in order to flatter Zhao Songnan. Johnson smiled and moved suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, figures flew everywhere like flowers scattered from the sky. With Johnson's current terrifying combat power, can a dozen people pose a threat to him? Multiply it by 10, and you'll still be swept away. Zhao Songnan and Gu Tao were both stunned. Gu Tao had indeed seen Johnson as fighting ability before, so he specially asked Zhao Songnan to call a few more people over. As a result, even a dozen people were no match for Johnson. Johnson sat down again and said to Zhao Songnan with a smile, What did you say just now? Nothing, nothing. Zhao Songnan shook his head like a rattle. Brother, I'll transfer the money to you right away. He was extremely panic-stricken. Johnson's fighting ability reminded him of his father's bodyguard, Chongqing. This guy possesses incredible fighting power. Even if the entire security team attacks him together, they are no match for him. However, Chongqing was only willing to protect his father and never agreed to do anything else. Because Chongqing was not hired by the Zhao family, but he was seriously injured and rescued by Zhao Shangyun. In order to repay Zhao Shangyun, Chongqing agreed to be Zhao Shangyun's bodyguard for 10 years. This year is the 8th year. In addition, Chongqing also helped train the security team. Although he did not teach him that terrifying kung fu, the overall strength of the security team was greatly improved. But even so, more than a dozen well-trained security guards were killed instantly by Johnson. This person should be a real martial artist like Chongqing. Never confront a head-on. Otherwise, such a master would come quietly in the middle of the night and take your life as if it were a piece of cake, and even the police would not be able to find any trace. He didn't want to die in such an unclear way. Mr. Zhang, could you please provide my car number? He looked humble. This time I was really scared, and both my thighs were shaking. Johnson openly provided his own account number. This is the Zhao family's compensation for his mental loss. What's shameful about it? As for why the amount is so large, because he is worth it. It's like the wealthy Manhwa. If you hit him, wouldn't he end up bankrupt because of the loss? This is a civil dispute. Isn't it enough for both parties to reach an agreement? Johnson did not leave, but said to Gu Tao, Draft an agreement. If I leave with 50 million like this, wouldn't it be extortion? In fact, Gu Tao had already been wiping his sweat, and his heart almost exploded when he heard the words. Yes, yes, I'll write it right away. He wrote an agreement, the general content of which was that the Zhao family would pay 50 million to compensate Johnson for his mental damage. From then on, the matter was forgotten and neither party could pursue the matter any further. Make 3 copies with Johnson, Zhao Songnan, and the lawyer each keeping 1 copy. Johnson also asked Zhao Songnan to find the surveillance footage, delete it in front of him, and burn the hard drive. Well, it's foolproof. Johnson patted Gu Tao with a smile, but didn't say anything and walked away. Gu Tao sat down on the ground, his heart filled with despair. It's over. Zhao Songnan will never let him go. Chapter 48, Cousin. Johnson absorbed Gu Tao's fear as he walked. Obviously, Gu Tao knew clearly the Zhao family's methods, so the fear was extremely strong. What do people fear the most? Of course he is dead. Johnson absorbed more than 5,000 desire points in one go. Unfortunately, it is gone. Gu Tao was very confused. He should have been scared to death, but why did he suddenly become numb? It's just death, what's the big deal? At this moment, he seemed to have entered the time of a sage after a round of sex. but others were insensitive to beauty, while he was indifferent to life and death. If you don't agree, just do it. Johnson appropriately raised Gu Tao's anger level, making him so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He walked out the door. At this time, Zhao Tsongnan's pent-up emotions also broke out. Shame and embarrassment all turned into anger, and the target of venting was of course Gu Tao. Who asked you to bring people here? If I don't mess with you, who else should I mess with? Puff. However, before Zhao Tsongnan could open his mouth, he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a fruit knife stuck in his chest. Oh my god. He was so scared that he fainted. Fuck. Seeing this, the security guard struggled to get up from the ground and rushed towards Gu Tao. Those who were controlling others were controlling others. Those who were stopping the bleeding were stopping the bleeding. And those who were making phone calls were making phone calls. It was a complete mess. At this moment, Gu Tao's courage and anger all disappeared completely with the stabbing of the knife. He stared blankly at Zhao Tsongnan with a fruit knife still stuck in his chest. His eyes turned black, and he fainted. What on earth was wrong with him that he would draw his knife at Zhao Tsongnan? Such a big thing happened. Of course, Zhao Shangyun was alarmed, and security guards and ambulances also came. There is solid evidence that Gu Tao intentionally injured someone. Zhao Shangyun came out from who knows how many mistresses he had and rushed directly to the hospital. At that time, Zhao Tsongnan had already undergone surgery. Mr. Zhao, fortunately, although the knife stabbed into the chest, it was blocked by the ribs and did not injure the heart. You'll be fine after resting for a while, the surgeon said to Zhao Shangyun. Zhao Shangyun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. The surgeon nodded and turned to leave. After sending Zhao Tsongnan to the VIP ward, Zhao Shangyun waved his men away. Apart from Zhao Tsongnan, who was still unconscious, there were only him and a bodyguard in the ward. It was Cheng Qing. This is too weird. Zhao Shangyun frowned. He had already learned the whole story from a security guard. Theoretically speaking, it is understandable that Gu Tao knew that he would be punished by the Zhao family, so he stabbed Zhao Tsongnan out of desperation. However, based on his understanding of Gu Tao, this man should not do such a cruel thing. Qing, do you think this has anything to do with that Johnson? He suddenly asked Cheng Qing. Cheng Qing was about 30 years old and didn't look strong at all, but Zhao Shangyun knew clearly that there seemed to be a tiger inside this man, with strength so strong that it was unimaginable. Possibly. Cheng Qing nodded. If Johnson is proficient in hypnosis, he can indeed influence or even control Gu Tao's will and make him do something to hurt others. Zhao Shangyun couldn't help but feel horrified. Is there really such a person? Then he can control the whole world. Cheng Qing smiled and said, to successfully hypnotize others, many conditions are actually required. Moreover, only people with weak wills can be hypnotized. For someone like you, Mr. Zhao, you have been in a high position for a long time and have developed strong self-confidence. It is almost impossible to hypnotize you, unless you are controlled through medication or other means. But no one can do it while I'm here. He said the last sentence with great confidence. Zhao Shangyun also believed it. Suddenly, he asked again, if Johnson really can hypnotize, then if he fights you, will you be hypnotized? If Cheng Qing himself was hypnotized, how could he be protected? Cheng Qing showed a disdainful expression, as if he felt that Zhao Shangyun's words were a bit insulting to him. But he still said, those of us who really practice martial arts have much stronger willpower than ordinary people. Don't even think that I can deal with Johnson in one encounter. Even if he is controlled and takes drugs, he can't hypnotize me. How did he practice martial arts? Using fists to hit sand, mixed with iron nails, and tying iron blocks to the legs. Daily training is enough to make people collapse. So, who among those who can persevere does not have an iron will? Can such a person be hypnotized? Zhao Shangyun nodded. Now I feel relieved. Now, the eldest son is in the hospital and the second son has been arrested. What awaits him is prison life, which makes Zhao Shangyun very angry. Moreover, this is such a coincidence. Why did both sons get into trouble at the same time? Is someone targeting you? Who is involved in both incidents? Johnson, what role does this person play? As soon as he walked out of the ward, his secretary came over. This secretary is not a vase, the kind that can do nothing. On the contrary, this is a man, about 30 years old, Zhao Shangyun's most trusted and capable subordinate, and his head is full of bad intentions. Check that Johnson, he said. Yes. The secretary pushed up his glasses, and the lenses reflected a cold light. Johnson was in a very happy mood. He made 50 million, and Gu Tao would definitely be killed by the Zhao family. Zhao, Song Nan, the instigator, was also stabbed in the back, which was enough to make him suffer. However, it is better to use the remaining courage to pursue the enemy rather than seek fame by imitating the tyrant. Since the Zhao family has stood against him, I'm sorry, you must be uprooted. In fact, Johnson didn't take the Zhao family seriously at all. The only thing that could make him worried was the power behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop. Mysterious and powerful. In fact, the most important thing is mystery. Once they stand under the sun, they will not pose any threat at all. Sleep. He went to bed, but his sleep was very light and the slightest movement would wake him. No words were spoken that night. He slept until he woke up naturally and then looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. Okay, let's go straight to lunch. After Johnson finished washing up, he opened the door and went out to have lunch. Coincidentally, the door next door was also open. Is it the charming young woman, Susan? Johnson turned his head and was stunned. She is indeed a woman, but a few years younger than Susan, probably in her early 20s. Is this the takeaway that Nick ordered? It shouldn't be that serious. Even if he felt that he had become rich, would he dare to openly call a chicken into his home? Moreover, this girl doesn't have any worldly airs. You're Johnson, right? Unexpectedly, the girl took the initiative to come over, stretched out her hand, and said, "Hello, my name is Peng Wenjun. Nick is my cousin." Oh, it's not takeout after all. Johnson looked at the girl. I can only say it's pretty good. Her appearance score is over 70 points, which means she is at least a campus beauty. She is tall and has long legs. It is still chilly in spring, but she is wearing a short skirt, revealing her too thin and long thighs. Of course, she is wearing warm stockings, but you can still tell the shape of her legs at a glance, which are the kind with long legs. The downside is that my breasts are a bit small. Maybe B, at best C. Unlike her sister-in-law, a D-level warrior, she could wear a sweater with her chest bulging. The fullness and maturity of her chest were truly something she could never compare to. Johnson also reached out and shook her hand. I'm Johnson. Unexpectedly, Peng Wenjun actually gently hooked his palm with his fingers. So flirty? Chapter 49, asking for a package. Peng Wenjun immediately withdrew her hand, as if she was not the one who had done the trick just now. She smiled and said, I'm studying in a university in the next city. I'm only a junior this year, but the school has asked us to find an internship unit, so I had no choice but to come here to find my brother to see if he could introduce me to one and let me live in their house. Johnson pressed the elevator button and said, We didn't come with your boyfriend? Based on the way the girl touched his palm, Johnson was 99% sure that she had actually been waiting for him in the room the whole time, and only opened the door when she saw him open the door and came out, creating an encounter. Why? Nick must have told him that he lent him $3 million and bought the house worth $10 million in full. If you were a gold digger, wouldn't you be moved when you hear this? How old is Johnson? 24, 25? So young. Don't mention my boyfriend. It only makes me angry. Peng Wenjun looked very depressed, and then took Johnson's arm in a familiar manner. Brother Zhang, do you know any bosses? Can you recommend me an internship? Yes, there are, but you might be sold to Myanmar. Johnson did not pull his arm back. Instead, he exerted a little force and pushed Peng Wenjun against the wall. Peng Wenjun also felt the force of his impact and was horrified. She couldn't help but breathe faster, and her eyes became blurry. Brother Zhang, what are you doing? Hey, what are you? Johnson laughed. Peng Wenjun was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted. She rolled her eyes at Johnson, then grabbed the hand that had already begun to do evil, and said, Don't be so hasty. I can sleep with you, but you have to support me. Johnson was a little surprised. You don't want to take the position? Will you agree? Peng Wenjun gave him a seductive look. Although I like money, I'm not stupid. I can only charm you if you like my sister-in-law, right? You're really good at judging people. However, even if Susan came to seduce him, he would only keep her as his mistress and would never marry her. How will you know if you don't try? Johnson said, I don't have that much time. Peng Wenjun finally told the truth. Besides, I love my boyfriend very much. I don't plan to break up with him. I'm planning to get married. Johnson's worldview was shattered. Although he had seen many criminals in his previous life, including murderers, money stealers, and all kinds of weirdos, this was the first time he had seen someone with such a different outlook as Peng Wenjun. Then why are you trying to seduce me? Johnson laughed. Not to mention, why did he become even more excited after knowing that Peng Wenjun was someone else's girlfriend or even his future wife? Hey, what's the difference between me and Oscar? No, no, no. There's a huge difference. Oscar deceives those women, hooks up with them in the name of love, and then deliberately exposes it to the women's boyfriends or husbands, breaking up couples or families. He would not cheat, and he was used to spending money, so he could have fun without too many troubles. So, at most, he is a bit like Chow Thief. Peng Wenjun glanced at the door of Nika's house and said, "Let's talk about it when we get home." She was afraid that her cousin or cousin-in-law would suddenly come out, which would be very embarrassing. "Are you here for an internship or to be a prostitute?" Johnson said, "I haven't had breakfast yet. We'll eat and talk while we walk." Although the little brother was hungry, his stomach was empty, so of course he had to satisfy it first. Peng Wenjun had no choice but to agree. Fortunately, Johnson took his hand back and the two of them looked normal. There was no one in the elevator, so Peng Wenjun took Johnson's arm and said openly, "Because I need money." "Could it be that dad or mom needs surgery?" Johnson asked deliberately. Peng Wenjun chuckled a few times before punching Johnson and saying, "No, no, I just like luxury goods, but my family is average. Although my boyfriend's family is well off, it's his parents' money after all. I have to pass it through several hands before I can get it. First, it's troublesome, and second, it's also limited. So, I want to find a rich person to rent me out. You are rich and pretty, so it's not a loss for me to be your lover." She said it as if it was a matter of course, as if she was just describing a very ordinary thing. Johnson couldn't help but sigh. Money is really a bastard. Although Peng Wenjun is also a gold digger, she is obviously different from Diana. "How much are you going to sell yourself for?" Johnson asked. Peng Wenjun thought for a moment and said, "How about 1 million a year?" "No problem." Johnson agreed immediately. "But you have to do something for me." "What?" Peng Wenjun asked. Johnson smiled and said, "Speak well of me in front of your sister-in-law." Peng Wenjun was stunned at first. Then he reacted, gasped, and looked at Johnson in shock. "You really are eating from the bowl and looking at the pot," she couldn't help but say. Does Johnson really need Peng Wenjun's help? Of course not. He has a system that can control his desires. Then why did he say that? This is of course a requirement of the plan. Johnson smiled and said, "Deal?" "Deal," Peng Wenjun said immediately without any hesitation. Johnson couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't your conscience hurt? You are so generous. If you really get my sister-in-law, you will definitely not treat her badly." Peng Wenjun said with a righteous tone, "Besides, my brother is a person with high aspirations but low skills. He doesn't work hard but always wants to make a fortune. This time he actually invested more than 6 million in some African project. I guess he was cheated. If something like this really happens, my sister-in-law will be with you. At least she can live a good life. Otherwise, the house will be auctioned off, and they will either rent a house or squeeze in with my aunt and her family." Alas, Nick's SIQ is even lower than that of a college student. Johnson laughed, asked Peng Wenjun for her bank card number, and directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Fortunately, he made 50 million yesterday, otherwise he really wouldn't have the money to pay. "Brother Zhang, aren't you afraid that I won't do the job for you after I pay you?" Peng Wenjun couldn't help but say with a seductive look after confirming that the money had arrived. Johnson pinched her chin. "You can try." When he said this, his eyes were sharp and dangerous. Peng Wenjun's heart tightened involuntarily, and he quickly said, "I was just joking with you. Brother Zhang, you have such a big appetite. Do you want me to introduce the girls in the dormitory to you? If you can deal with them all, hee, you can even stay in the dormitory at night and get into the bed of whoever you want." Wow, that sounds so corrupt and exciting. Chapter 50, I Don't Like Being Bound. Johnson found a noodle shop, ordered a bowl of spicy noodles, and luxuriously added a large steak, then started eating. Peng Wenjun was shocked. "You are so rich. How can you eat so casually?" "Casual?" Johnson asked. "If you've been in jail for 31 years, everything tastes delicious." How long has it been since Johnson was reborn? At most, today is only the 11th day. For him, he has not yet adapted to the new environment, and many aspects of his life are still in prison. For example, being alert while sleeping. If you dare to sleep soundly in prison, you might be crippled or killed without even knowing it. To Johnson, this bowl of noodles is certainly delicious. Although he is rich, he does not plan to eat delicacies from land and sea every day. He will get tired of it after half a year or a year. What should he do? He had heard that some people who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths would try to commit suicide by experiencing all kinds of high-risk sports before they even reached middle age. It was not because they were tired of living, but because they had enjoyed everything they should have enjoyed and needed a stronger sense of freshness and excitement. In fact, it's okay for people to engage in extreme sports. I'm just worried that some people may become perverts. For example, a certain island or a group party of a bragging uncle. At least doing extreme sports will at most kill yourself, but it won't harm anyone else. Johnson doesn't want to become a pervert. Good stuff, enjoy it slowly. Peng Wenjun just watched Johnson eat, her hands supporting her cheeks, very focused, like a girlfriend watching her boyfriend. Johnson smiled and said to her, "You are fine now. Go to the pharmacy to buy medicine first." Peng Wenjun couldn't help but show a look of shock. "No way. You are so young, and you still need to rely on medication too." Johnson was stunned at first. Then he reacted and glared at her. "It's not me who eats it. It's you who eats it." Peng Wenjun was even more shocked. "There are also ones for women? What are you thinking about? It's the emergency contraceptive pill." Johnson said unhappily, "I don't like being restrained." "So you wanted to take medicine?" "Dog man." Peng Wenjun complained in his heart, but who can blame him for being the financial sponsor? Although she would rather Johnson take protective measures, what else can she do since Johnson said he didn't want to be restrained? "I had to go buy medicine." In China, pharmacies are probably the most common stores, along with convenience stores. There was one right next door anyway. She came back after a while, holding a plastic bag with a small bottle in it. Johnson had finished eating too, so he stood up, put his arm around her waist, and walked out. "Hey, aren't you going back?" Peng Wenjun asked curiously when he saw that he didn't walk towards the community. "Go to the hotel," Johnson said. "It is a good habit to carry your ID card with you." After a while, the two entered the hotel room. Johnson patted Peng Wenjun's butt and said, "Go take a shower first." Peng Wenjun was completely exhausted. She lay on the bed, her consciousness a little hazy. Now, she just wanted to fall into a deep sleep. Johnson, however, was not having a good time. Should we call Nina over and continue with the second game? Johnson thought about it and decided to forget it. Today is Monday, the stock market is open, and he has another $50 million in his bank account. He can't just sit there and earn interest on the money. The bull market is going on, and not investing in the stock market and leveraging it is an unforgivable sin. After giving Peng Wenjun $1 million, there was still $49 million left. However, Johnson did not transfer all the money to the stock account. Instead, he transferred $40 million and kept the remaining $9 million for reserve. After all, there is no end to making money, and you have to enjoy it in time. With 10 times leverage, he started buying, and buying. After more than 2 hours, he finally converted all his money into stocks. Phew, so tired. At this time, Peng Wenjun had also recovered his spirit. Although he was still a little lazy, his cheeks were flushed, his eyes were watery, and he looked very charming. "This is certainly moisturized. Good brother, please help me find an internship." She leaned in Johnson's arms and said in a sweet voice. Johnson laughed. "You are already a millionaire. Are you still worried that you won't be able to find a job after graduation? Without an internship, how can I stay in Suzhou?" Peng Wenjun rolled his eyes at Johnson. "Don't you want me to say good things to my sister-in-law?" Johnson thought about it and wondered if he had any connections to help Peng Wenjun find a job. It seems no. Hey, Johnson suddenly had an idea and remembered something in the past. Peng Wenjun is from a university in the neighboring city, and a major case probably happened in the next 2 days. Qi Liming, the richest man in Jiangnan and a famous entrepreneur, was kidnapped by a group of bandits. However, this group of gangsters underestimated Qi Liming's security capabilities and failed to capture him in the first time. It took until the arrival of the security guards. The gangster leader then killed Qi Liming to vent his anger and broke through with his men. This gang of gangsters was almost completely wiped out, but the gang leader escaped. Such a vicious case naturally aroused the wrath of the higher-ups, who searched the entire country with unprecedented force for the bandit leader, but they never found him. Later we learned that the bandit leader changed his appearance at the first opportunity and lived in this world as another person. It was not until 7 years later that the gang leader was sentenced for a fight, but he was exposed while in prison and his true identity was revealed. He was brought out for retrial, sentenced quickly, and shot 3 months later. The bandit leader was called Ma Silly. Johnson recalled carefully, and after a few minutes, he finally confirmed that this vicious incident happened tomorrow. To be exact, it will be around 11:30 tomorrow morning. TSK. If he takes down this gang of bandits, how many desire points can he gain? Moreover, The connections of the richest man in Jiangnan are also very useful. Although Johnson is about to become very rich, firstly, this is in the future tense, and secondly, being rich is just having money, but building connections and networks is not something that can be done overnight. If I become good friends with Mr. Chi, the richest man, wouldn't it be easy to arrange an internship for Peng Wenjun? No, that's called using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Mr. Chi's connections are much more useful. Johnson smiled and said that favors from the richest man were trivial matters. The key was the desire. I'll go to Xiqing with you to have some fun, Johnson said to Peng Wenjun. Huh? Peng Wenjun was stunned. Chapter 51 Under the Table. In Suzhou, Peng Wenjun was not afraid of getting close to Johnson. Who will see it? But in Tin City, that's a bit dangerous. After all, a thief must feel guilty. Didn't you say you would introduce the girls in the dormitory to me? Johnson laughed. Of course, he wouldn't say that I was going to catch a group of gangsters tomorrow. Now that the sponsor has spoken, can she still refuse? And an idea suddenly occurred to her. If she could turn her roommate into Johnson's lover, then she could tell her boyfriend that Johnson was her roommate's boyfriend. Even if someone caught her with Johnson, she could say that the person was looking for her roommate. Good idea. How good of a cover is this? Okay. Peng Wenjun agreed with a smile, and then pretended to be jealous. Good brother, you just played with me, and now you're targeting my roommate. Aren't you afraid that I'll be jealous? Of course, Johnson knew that she was just saying that on purpose, so he just laughed and didn't say anything. The two returned to the community, and Johnson drove the sports car out directly. They did not go back upstairs, but set off for Tin City. Suching is too close to Xiqing. After getting on the highway, it felt like I got off after just a short while, and then I had arrived in the urban area of Xiqing. Johnson found a hotel near Peng Wenjun's university, and then Peng Wenjun made a phone call to contact several girls in the dormitory and asked them to have dinner together. There were 4 people in their dormitory, and all 3 girls happily agreed to go out for dinner in the evening. After Peng Wenjun finished the call, he said to Johnson, "No wonder you booked the presidential suite directly. It turns out that it was prepared a long time ago. Can an ordinary room accommodate 5 people? It will definitely be extremely crowded." Johnson just smiled. He didn't think too much about it. He just felt that staying in a more expensive room would be more comfortable. There were still a few hours before dinner time, so Johnson took Peng Wenjun out shopping and bought her many luxury goods, at least a dozen bags. But Johnson refused the store's offer to deliver the items to his hotel, because it's for showing off. It was almost time for dinner, so Johnson chose a super expensive seafood buffet, which cost $4,500 per person, and then asked Peng Wenjun to send a message to call his 3 roommates over. Half an hour later, Peng Wenjun and his 3 roommates took a taxi to the store. Johnson asked Peng Wenjun to go out and pick someone up, but he had already bought it. A few minutes later, Peng Wenjun came in with 3 girls of different looks. Sure enough, she didn't lie. The looks of her 3 roommates were all above average. The 3 women are Shi Mengmeng, Xiao Yu, and Wei Huilan. Shi Mengmeng is very tall, at 175 centimeters tall. When she puts on high heels, she is even taller than Johnson. She has big breasts and a big butt, and her body shape is very much like that of a European or American. She does have European and American ancestry, as her grandmother is from Northern Europe. I don't know how her grandfather managed it. Although her bloodline was diluted, her eyes were still slightly blue and her hair was brown. Xiao Yu is just the opposite. She is less than 160 centimeters tall and has a baby face, but she has a proud bust that is not inferior to Shi Mengmeng, which is really amazing. The contrast is huge. The last one, Wei Huilan, doesn't look like anything special. She is 165 centimeters tall, with medium-sized breasts, flat breasts, and long legs. Her face is only around 70 points. She is just an ordinary little beauty. At least, that's what Johnson saw. When they first entered the box, Shi Mengmeng and the other 2 girls were a little reserved, but after Peng Wenjun livened up the atmosphere, they gradually relaxed. Then when they saw the luxury goods that Peng Wenjun had just bought, they all shouted and were extremely envious. When Johnson took out 3 sets of high-end skincare products and gave them to them, Shi Mengmeng and the other 2 girls were naturally flattered, and they looked at Johnson with tears in their eyes. He is handsome and rich, and most importantly, he is generous. Wow, this is a buffet restaurant, but you don't need to get what you want to eat yourself. Instead, you can order directly on your phone, and the waiter will bring the ingredients to you. Not to mention Shi Mengmeng and the other 2 girls, Peng Wenjun had also just gotten close to Johnson and naturally had never been to such a high-end restaurant before, so they all had no idea what to order. Johnson smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's a buffet after all. To be honest, this is the first time I've eaten such a high-end restaurant." The four girls laughed together. Who are you kidding? If Johnson was a pauper, saying such things would only make them laugh. But when it comes to a rich man, they think Johnson is funny, not to mention that Johnson is handsome, which makes them feel more relaxed. It was much hotter in the restaurant, so they all took off their coats, revealing the sweaters underneath, which were very slim-fitting and showed off their curves. After a while, one expensive seafood dish after another was served. A seafood buffet, of course, features seafood. The four girls all praised the food highly, and Johnson was no exception. It's great to have money. He was filled with emotion, as some of the seafood was airlifted in from abroad and was so expensive that ordinary people could only look at it, but the rich could enjoy it to their heart's content. However, he couldn't help but smile secretly when he saw the four girls eating happily. Hey, seafood, eat seafood. Chapter 52, brother, stop singing. After about 2 hours, the meal was finally finished, but for some reason, everyone was sweating. Of course, it won't end next, but we'll move to KTV. The 5 people asked for a luxurious big room. The 4 girls ordered songs one by one, and then sang along with Hot Dance. Johnson was very surprised because the 4 girls were very good at singing and dancing. Are today's college students so talented? He sighed. Sure Ming Ming laughed and said, "Brother, don't you know that we are both in the art academy?" It turned out that he was a student from an art school. It was all his fault for not asking clearly. Johnson suddenly realized, no wonder there are so many beauties in one dormitory, and all of them can dance and sing, and the key is that they are so bold that they dare to tease the men they meet on the first day. Students from art schools are knowledgeable and more mature than their peers. Johnson originally didn't want to sing, but the 4 girls urged him to sing, so Johnson had no choice but to take the microphone and start singing. After hearing this song, the 4 girls all looked strange. I've seen people who are tone deaf, but this is the first time I've seen someone like Johnson who sings every word of a line out of tune. This is simply a noise bombardment. Seeing that Johnson was in high spirits and wanted to sing another song after the one he finished, the 4 girls hurriedly tried to stop him. "Brother, you'd better stop singing. A gentleman takes action rather than talks." Peng Wenjun joked. Johnson listened with pleasure. "You see, you made me do it." In the morning, Johnson was sitting in a coffee shop opposite the entrance to an upscale residential complex. It was unclear whether Chi Liming would come to the community to see one of his lovers or his illegitimate son or daughter at around 11 o'clock this morning. Ma Silly and other fierce bandits would rush out from the door and a fierce fight would break out. Of course, he had to arrive early. After sitting for more than an hour, Johnson also absorbed the final desire point. Over 128,000. Strengthened, cool, and comfortable. There was a crackling sound inside Johnson's body. Every bone seemed to be reborn and being rebuilt. If Johnson could look inside himself, he would find that his bones had a hint of silver. The sound was so loud that many people in the store looked over, filled with surprise. How could such a sound be produced by a person? Johnson didn't expect that this strengthening would make such a big noise, but it was too late for him to leave. Fortunately, he had an idea and reduced the curiosity of these people to a minimum. Suddenly, these people withdrew their gazes and went about their own business. It's just a popping sound inside the body. What's so strange about it? Johnson sensed silently. This time the strengthening was very loud and the improvement seemed to be very great. Although he had not tried it yet, he could feel it. Maybe now he could really try to dodge the bullets. That's right. It would be ridiculous if the enhancement effect was the same every time, but the desire points were doubled. After all, the ultimate goal of the system is to make him a lust demon. The devil is on par with God and is full of destructive power. It must be more powerful than God. Fortunately, this time the reinforcement came violently, but ended quickly. In less than a minute, Johnson's body was back to normal. But only he himself knows how terrifying his power is now. Can't wait to try it. Finally, the time came to 11:30, but the expected kidnapping did not happen. Oops, did I remember the date wrong? Or did my rebirth trigger some butterfly effect and cause some changes? No. Johnson suddenly looked forward and saw an extended sedan suddenly appearing, followed by 3 black SUVs. This scene must be the arrival of Mr. Chi, the richest man. Sure enough, when the stretch car drove to the gate of the community, it naturally slowed down. At this time, a three-wheeled electric vehicle happened to get in front of the car at the gate of the community and stop the car. Because the three-wheeled electric vehicle was not in the residential area, the pole would certainly not be raised, so the security guard walked over and wanted to register the owner of the three-wheeled electric vehicle. This is a normal operation, but for some reason, the registration has not been completed for a long time. The people in the limousine seemed to be impatient. The driver opened the door and got out, asking, "What's going on? Why are you still blocking here?" At this moment, several people wandering around suddenly pulled down their hats, instantly covering their faces, leaving only their eyes and mouths exposed. Then, they took out weapons such as machetes from their clothes and rushed towards the stretched sedan. Chapter 53, Solving the Bandits. The driver's response was still very quick. He stepped back immediately and tried to lock the car door. The car is bulletproof. Since it can even defend against bullets, it is wishful thinking for those machetes to break the glass. Hide in the car, and these criminals will naturally be dealt with by the bodyguards behind. At this moment, a man rushed over quickly, bang, and slammed heavily on the car door, instantly trapping the driver. The driver groaned in pain, but he was trapped in the car door and was in a dilemma, let alone closing the door. Bang! The man who hit the car door was extremely fierce. He pulled out a long machete and chopped at the driver's head. Puff, blood splattered. The driver fell directly to the ground. It was not known whether he was hacked to death or knocked unconscious by the heavy blow. However, the bodyguards and the three SUVs behind also reacted and jumped out of the cars, holding riot batons in their hands, and rushed towards the car in front. The two sides engaged in a fierce fight over the car. One side wanted to open the back door of the car, while the other side tried desperately to stop it. As long as the boss stays in the car, it's safe. Otherwise, once the boss is taken down by someone, they will be afraid to take action and can only watch others take the boss away. They get high salaries but can't protect their boss. Can they still stay in this circle in the future? With such belief, these bodyguards are brave and willing to sacrifice their lives. Bang, 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 bang. The fight was extremely fierce between the two sides, with people from both sides falling to the ground. This situation is of course beneficial to chi liming. As long as the boss can hold on until the security guard arrives, he will be safe, and these criminals will be caught in one fell swoop. And obviously, the criminals also know this. They began to get anxious, and their attacks became more violent and fierce. Sudden, the gangster who hit the car door before actually pulled out a gun. Gun? For a moment, everyone was shocked. The country's gun control is the strictest in the world. So how was this criminal able to get a gun? Is it a model? This is the first reaction of many people. But even with such speculation, the morale of Chi Liming's side still plummeted. Damn it, get out here, the gunman yelled into the car. This person should be Ma Silly. Johnson guessed that it was because the ending of the previous life was that Chi Liming was killed and only Ma Silly escaped by chance. From the fact that this guy banged on the car door and immediately pulled out his gun when he saw the situation was not good, it can be seen that this person is ruthless. There's a 99% chance that he is the bandit leader Ma Silly. Now that the guns have appeared, hey, it's my turn to take action. Johnson didn't want Chi Liming to be killed. He was the richest man in Jiangnan and could still be of some help to him, saving him a lot of trouble. Whoosh! Johnson rushed out. At this moment, he pushed his speed to the limit, and then he soon found that he encountered strong resistance. The air is very thin. If you run normally, you won't feel any resistance at all. But Johnson not only felt it, but also faced great resistance. What does it mean? His speed reached an astonishing level, 200 kilometers or even 300 kilometers per hour. Johnson didn't know, but it was definitely far from the speed of sound, because when his speed reached such a high speed, his body would constantly squeeze the air and even form a sonic boom cloud visible to the naked eye. Even so, he approached Ma Silly at an astonishing speed. It was not until Johnson had run half the distance that Ma Silly reacted and quickly pointed his gun at Johnson. But in Johnson's opinion, Ma Silly was completely in slow motion. Turn slowly, raise the gun slowly, and pull the trigger slowly. This was enough for him to make several evasive moves. Bang, bang. After 2 gunshots, Ma Silly suddenly discovered that the running figure did not stop. Instead, he appeared in front of him. Too fast. Are you really a human being? Bang. The next moment, he felt a pain in his lower abdomen, and then he flew up. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, feeling as if his body was churning. Forget about getting up. He could only retch and wished he could vomit out his bile. Johnson didn't stop, but continued to shoot. Bang, 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 bang. With a punch and a kick, one of the gangsters fell down. After just a few seconds, all the gangsters lay on the ground, groaning, and no one could stand up. Loyola, at this time, a large number of police cars also drove over. Some of the bodyguards controlled the gangsters on the ground, while others rushed to the side of the limousine. Although Johnson helped them beat down all the gangsters, this guy's fighting power was too terrifying. What if he attacked his boss? However, the door of the car opened, and a middle-aged man in casual clothes walked out. He is a little over 50 years old, looks very handsome, and gives people a very comfortable feeling. Chi Liming. It is said that when he was young, he charmed the daughter of a high-ranking official with his handsome looks. After they got married, Chi Liming used his father-in-law's connections to do business. He was indeed a business genius, and he was very successful. He eventually became the richest man in Jiangnan and ranked among the top 20 in the country. Of course, later on, his business achievements far surpassed his father-in-law's official status, so his wife naturally could not control him. Even though he was very successful outside, his family was still very successful. It may also be that Lao Chi is very good at coaxing his wife into obedience, allowing him to do whatever he wants outside. Who knows? And it doesn't matter. Boss. The bodyguards were all terrified. How'd the boss get out of the bulletproof car? Chi Liming waved his hands and said with a smile, "If this little brother wants to attack me, who among you can stop him? On the contrary, with this little brother by my side, who can hurt me?" This sentence made the bodyguards feel very embarrassed. They were also well-trained professionals, but they were only able to fight the gang of criminals on equal terms. But what about Johnson? He knocked them down with one punch and one kick, showing his terrifying strength. If Johnson is recruited by the boss, they will all work for this young man. Johnson again took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "I'm Chi Liming. What's your name, little brother?" Johnson. Johnson also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chi Liming. At this time, a large number of security guards rushed over, but Chi Liming didn't even look at them. He just looked at Johnson with a smile. "Brother Zhang, thank you for saving me. Chi Liming, don't like to say nice things, so if you want anything, just ask. If I can do it, I will never say no." Chapter 54, Send to the Company. With such a big incident happening, and the person involved being the one involved, of course the security guard would come over to inquire about the situation, but Chi Liming ignored them and instead sent a bodyguard to explain what happened, while he enthusiastically took Johnson into the community. This is certainly against the rules, but who can blame him for being the richest man in Chi State? If he makes a phone call, the governor of Jiangnan province will be alarmed. How dare little Karami offend? Johnson couldn't help but sigh that when wealth reaches a certain level, it will be transformed into power. Of course, no matter how wealthy one is, he will be no match for absolute power. But obviously, Chi Liming's wealth has enabled him to look down on most of the powers. He absorbed the immense despair and resentment of Ma Sili and the others. Of course they hated him. If he had not appeared, perhaps they would have succeeded? The desire points are rising rapidly. Hate as much as you can. Johnson was looking forward to it. Unfortunately, human desires are limited in a short period of time, and Johnson could not absorb even a little bit. A total of 46,000. As expected, one cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. All the way there, Chi Liming held Johnson's hand, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. They came to a detached villa in the community, and a beautiful woman in her 40s came out to greet them. Her eyes were only on Chi Liming, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Chi Liming smiled and said, "This is my mistress, Zhu Yulan. TSK. Introducing your lover so openly?" Johnson nodded to the beautiful woman. "Hello, sister-in-law." All along, Chi Liming insisted that Johnson call him brother. If he called Zhu Yulan aunt, wouldn't that be a mess? Zhu Yulan turned to Johnson and said with a smile, "Hello." She didn't seem surprised at all that Johnson called her sister-in-law. "Haha, let's talk about it after we go inside." Chi Liming took Johnson's hand and went in. After entering the villa, Chi Liming asked Johnson to sit down and asked Zhu Yulan to make tea, and then he started chatting with Johnson enthusiastically about family matters. This amazed Johnson. They live in such a big villa, and Zhu Yulan is Chi Liming's lover, but they don't even have a servant? Zhu Yulan is already over 40. Can her competitiveness compare with that of a girl in her 20s? So, why does Chi Liming come here every now and then? Maybe it's because of her gentleness and virtue. After Zhu Yulan served the tea, she went back to the kitchen to work. It wasn't long before noon, and after the two talked for a while, Zhu Yulan invited them to the restaurant for dinner. Qi Liming asked, "Why hasn't Xiao Wei come back yet?" Zhu Yulan said, "I asked her to take leave, but she is in her 3rd year of high school and has a lot of schoolwork to do. Actually, I was just saying it's only my 43rd birthday, not my 50th. There's no need for my child to take leave. That won't do. It's your birthday, and we, father and daughter, have to spend it with you. This is a must-have ceremony," Qi Liming said with a smile, taking out his phone. "I'll go and urge her." He made a phone call, and just as the call was connected, he heard the voice on the other end. "Dad, I'm on my way. You guys eat first. I'll be there in 10 minutes." Qi Liming, who was very dignified just now, immediately turned into a doting demon, saying, "Xiao Wei, ask the driver to drive slower. Don't rush. Safety is the most important thing." Okay, I get it." The phone hung up. TSK. There should be few people in this world who dare to hang up the phone on Mr. Qi, the richest man in the world, right? However, there was only a smile on Qi Liming's face, and it seemed that he doted on this little girl very much. Johnson smiled apologetically. "Sister-in-law, I didn't know it was your birthday today. I can only say happy birthday." It's okay. Zhu Yuan smiled gently. "Come, try your sister-in-law's cooking." Qi Liming pulled Johnson to sit in the restaurant. They started eating first. "Come, let me toast you. If it weren't for you today, I would probably have lost my life," Qi Liming said, raising his glass. "What?" Zhu Yulan was drinking soup, but she was so frightened that the spoon fell into the bowl. Her pretty face turned pale, and she asked quickly, "Li Ming, are you hurt anywhere?" No, I'm fine." Qi Liming grabbed her hand and comforted her softly. "It was indeed very dangerous at the time, but Brother Zhang came to my rescue and saved me. Haha." Zhu Yulan stood up and bowed deeply to Johnson. "Thank you so much." TSK. No wonder this woman can win the favor of Qi Liming. How can this man not be moved? "Brother Zhang, please feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as I can do it, I will never say no," Qi Liming said again. Before Johnson could reply, he was interrupted by a large number of security guards rushing over. He smiled and said, "I do have a small matter to trouble Brother Qi." "Oh, go ahead." Johnson asked, "Does Brother Qi have any business in Suzhou?" Qi Liming thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Humming Group, Brother Zhang. If you want it, I'll give it to you. It's only about a few billion." Hearing this, the bodyguards standing nearby were all moved. Tens of billions can be given away, just like that? Sure, Johnson saved your life, but is it necessary to give such an expensive thank you gift? Johnson smiled and waved his hand. "No, I have a few friends who are still juniors and need to find an internship. I want to ask Brother Qi if he has any business in Suzhou City, so that I can open a back door to recruit them." Ha! Qi Liming couldn't help but laugh. "It's really a small matter. What are the majors of your friends?" "From the Art Institute. I don't have any related industries, but it's okay. I can just call the art troupe in Sucheng and ask them to take it over." Qi Liming gave a plan. "Okay, thank you, Brother Qi." Johnson nodded. "It's just a small thing, and you still say thank you to me," Qi Liming said with a smile, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. If Johnson agreed to take over Humming Group, although it was worth more than 10 billion, he had a net worth of tens of billions, so he didn't care about the 10 billion. What is the most important thing? Johnson asked skills. So shocking and terrifying. Have you ever seen someone who can even dodge bullets? He said he was giving away a group, but in fact he was using it as a bargaining chip to bribe Johnson. "If you accept it, you will be mine from now on." He is a businessman, and of course he only considers the gains and losses when doing things. He thinks it would be a big profit to spend tens of billions to recruit Johnson as a subordinate. But Johnson refused. He couldn't help but look at Johnson with admiration. Knowing that the gift was worth tens of billions, he rejected it without hesitation. How many people can do that? This is a hidden dragon. How could Qianlong be bribed to become someone's subordinate? You are destined to soar into the sky in the future. Thinking of this, Qi Liming was not angry at all. On the contrary, he became even more friendly to Johnson. Now that Johnson is not yet famous, he can become friends with Johnson as long as he is sincere. But when Johnson becomes famous, there will be no chance to become friends with him. One of them made friends deliberately, and the other did not push others away. So the atmosphere was, of course, extremely harmonious. About 10 minutes later, footsteps were heard, and then a young, lively, and bright girl appeared in the restaurant. Mom, happy birthday. The girl first said sweetly to Zhu Yulan and kissed her on the cheek. Just as she was about to say hello to Qi Liming, her eyes fell on Johnson. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she shouted anxiously, Mom, Mom, who's this handsome guy? Chapter 55, Little Green Tea. Cough. Qi Liming coughed lightly. Hey, Dad, you have a cold. The girl then gave Qi Liming a charitable look. This hurt Mr. Qi a lot. Do you see me now? Zhu Yulan said, This is Johnson. He just saved your father. You should thank him right away. The girl let out an exaggerated, wow, and had no intention of comforting Qi Liming. Instead, she ran to Johnson's side, staring at him with her big watery eyes, and said sweetly, Brother Zhang, thank you for saving my dad. Qi Liming bared his teeth. Girl, shouldn't you check on your father's condition first? I didn't even go to the hospital, and I'm still eating at home. What could be wrong? The girl didn't care about Mr. Qi's coquettishness at all. She sat down next to Johnson, holding her cheeks with both hands. Brother Zhang, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? In her eyes, these issues seemed to be the most important. Qi Liming just wanted to establish a good relationship with Johnson and build a deep friendship before Qianlong took off. But at this moment, he had the urge to kick Johnson out. This is the little cotton-padded jacket he has raised for 18 years. How come it suddenly has a leak? Johnson just glanced at the girl. She looks about 17 or 18 years old, still wearing a school uniform and a ponytail. Her beautiful face is full of youthfulness and energy. She is about 170 centimeters tall, which is tall among girls. The appearance is also very high, definitely 90 points. After all, her father is a handsome man and her mother is a beautiful woman. She has all the good qualities, so it is not surprising that she has a perfect appearance of 90 points. It's just a little small. Not breasts. It's age. I can't do it. He smiled and said, I'm 24, of course I have a girlfriend. When she heard that Johnson had a girlfriend, the girl's face fell all of a sudden. She looked like she was about to cry, sobbing, Brother Zhang, can you break up with her? Her big watery eyes were full of pity and pleading, making it hard to refuse any of her requests. Good job. Johnson really called him a good guy. This is a little green tea. He did not take up the topic, but looked at Qi Liming with a smile. Brother Qi, come on, let's go. This was deliberately called out to the girls. I'm a close friend of your father, so you have to call me uncle. Qi Liming finally laughed again and said, I forgot to introduce you. This is my daughter, Zhu Wei. Huh, taking mother's surname? Johnson was a little surprised. How could a man with such a domineering personality like Qi Liming allow his daughter not to have his last name? All I can say is that Zhu Yulan is not as virtuous as she appears to be, but rather a high-level palace fighter. Could Qi Liming have only this one illegitimate daughter? Definitely more than that. How can it be considered a flourishing marriage if there is only one mistress? But Johnson believed that the only people who could be treated like this by Qi Liming were Zhu Yulan and Zhu Wei. Other women would have named their sons and daughters Qi to remind Mr. Qi that these are his children and he should not forget to get a bigger share of the family property in the future. But Zhu Yulan did the opposite. Just ask, among all his children, only Zhu Wei is an exception and does not take a surname. Will Qi Liming care about her more? As it turns out, yes. My daughter is very good at making tea at such a young age. What about her as a mother? He must be an expert among experts. Don't judge a book by its cover. Johnson felt that he almost misjudged her. Zhu Yulan was not virtuous at all. Instead, she was a heavy sword without a sharp edge, and had reached the level of returning to simplicity. Zhu Wei's level was obviously not good enough. She was in a bad mood after being hit twice in a row by Johnson. She pouted and looked unhappy. Seeing this, Zhu Yulan stood up and said, Xiao Wei, come with me to the kitchen to prepare the cake. Oh, Zhu Wei stood up listlessly. The two went to the kitchen, and after a long while a food cart came out with a 6-layer high cake on it. Originally, it was supposed to be a birthday celebration for the family of 3, but why did they prepare such a big cake? Johnson can only say that rich people really don't take money seriously. What surprised him slightly was that Zhu Wei actually returned to normal. She was listless when she went in, but now she is smiling, full of the innocence and liveliness of a girl. What did Zhu Yulan say to her? Hiss, big green tea is really so scary. Cut the cake, divide the cake, eat the cake, and after finishing eating, Johnson stood up and said goodbye. Qi Liming wanted to send it off, but was pushed back by Zhu Wei. Dad, today is Mom's birthday. You should spend some time with her. I'm here to see Uncle Zhang off. She deliberately put emphasis on the 3 words, Uncle Zhang. Chi Liming thought about it and agreed. It's just a gift. Can I really give my daughter away? In fact, he secretly hoped that his daughter could be a couple with Johnson. After all, the strength displayed by Johnson was extremely terrifying, and he knew from hints during the meal that Johnson had a considerable fortune. Although I am far from being comparable to him. How old is Johnson? What he didn't know was that Johnson only needed to go through the stock market in the first half of the year and the real estate market in the second half to earn tens of billions of dollars. And after buying Bitcoin next year, his wealth would be far beyond the reach of even the richest man in Jiangnan. Of course, he also guessed that Johnson's friends were actually lovers, but the eldest brother didn't say anything about the second brother. He himself also had countless lovers. Isn't it normal for rich people to have lovers? One of the ways males demonstrate their power is to spread their genes as much as possible. He didn't care how many lovers Johnson had, as long as the one he married was his daughter. The main thing is that I feel reluctant. I have raised so many children, but they are being taken away by another man. It is very sad for the old father. Johnson and Zhu Wei walked side by side out of the villa. Zhu Wei took out her cell phone and said, "Uncle Zhang, let's add Wei Wei." Johnson said, "Just remember my phone number." Damn it. Zhu Wei was instantly defeated and stomped her feet in annoyance, but she still thought of her mother's true teachings. She thought of how her father was gentle and considerate in front of her mother, and how he was domineering and decisive in the company, and they were completely different people. She still calmed down. "Listen to me. Uncle Zhang, where do you live?" She quickly caught up with Johnson. "Sioux City," Johnson said with a smile. "You go to high school in Xicheng, but I go to Sacheng, so you won't have the chance to harass me in the future." To him, Zhu Wei was indeed a beauty, but firstly, she was too young, and secondly, she was Chi Liming's daughter, so getting involved with her would cause too much trouble. Chi Liming himself has countless lovers, but can he allow his daughter to be a lover? Although Johnson is not afraid of Chi Liming, why bother to cause trouble? Relatively speaking, he would rather attract some gold digger girls and just spend money on them. How simple. It saves a lot of trouble. Zhu Wei jumped around with an innocent look, but Johnson didn't dare to underestimate her. How could he underestimate the little green tea girl born from a big green tea girl? After leaving the community, Johnson took a taxi and left. Zhu Wei watched the car disappear around the corner, then snorted, "I finally found someone I like. How can I let you run away?" Chapter 56. Four Girls Rent a House. Johnson spent a day wandering around Tin City. In the evening, after asking Peng Wenyun and the other three girls what they wanted to eat, he took the packed food to their dormitory. Although the presidential suite is more comfortable, the temptation of staying overnight in the girls' dormitory is obviously greater. Johnson used sweet words to deceive the dormitory manager. Of course, the excuse he used was the same old one: repairing the computer. After giving him a pack of cigarettes, the dormitory manager didn't let him register. Then, he entered the dormitory building full of beautiful girls and came to the dormitory where Peng Wenjun and the others lived. Johnson opened the packed lunchbox, and the aroma immediately hit his nose. The four girls cheered and quickly put the two tables together, then laid out the dishes and started eating together. While eating, Johnson said to Peng Wenjun, "I found an internship for you. The Suzhou art troupe. Is that okay?" "That's great." Peng Wenjun was so excited that he almost jumped up. "This is a regular position. You can't get in even if you pay money." Shi Mengmeng and the other two girls looked at Peng Wenjun with envy. They also knew the value of the Suching art troupe. But unfortunately, Johnson smiled and looked at them again. "I got 4 places in total." As soon as he finished speaking, the dormitory was filled with excited screams. A few hours later, the 5 of them started eating again. But all the food was cold. It's okay. The 4 girls are excited. If they can intern in the Suching art troupe, there is a great chance that they will stay and become citizens of the country in the future. It can be said that as long as they don't do anything stupid, they don't have to worry about their future life, and they will have a good social status. Of course, it's impossible to become a star, but they know their own limitations. They are not stunning beauties. If they really want to enter the entertainment industry, they will only be extras for a lifetime and be seduced by others endlessly. Why bother? They all have boyfriends, and at most they are materialistic and money-worshipping. If they were to be lovers of Johnson, he would be a handsome man after all, rich and handsome. But to be with a bald, greasy man who is old enough to be their father or even grandfather, they would never accept it. Therefore, they were so excited to get the opportunity to intern at the Suzhou art troupe. Johnson returned to Sioux City the next day. Peng Wenjun, Shi Mengmeng, and the other 2 girls also came back with him. They would wait until they received notification from the Suching art troupe before going to Suching. The four girls have already discussed and decided to rent an apartment in Suzhou City, which will not only allow them to live comfortably, but also provide convenience for someone. After returning home, Peng Wenjun naturally moved into Nick's house again. As for how she would explain her whereabouts over the past 2 days, Johnson didn't need to worry about it. Actually, it's very easy to say, I'm just looking for an internship. Chi Liming was very efficient. He called Johnson at noon and said that he had already contacted the Suzhou art troupe. He also gave Johnson a phone number and asked him to contact them himself. He just needed to give his name. Johnson made the call. There was a man on the other end who sounded older. He was very polite and asked Johnson to provide the four girls' names and phone numbers. He said he would contact them and that the four girls could report to the Sioux City art troupe tomorrow. The speed is really fast. Johnson gave out the contact information of the four girls, and the two of them exchanged a few casual words before hanging up the phone. 10 minutes later, Peng Wenyun's four daughters called him one after another to tell him the good news. Peng Wenjun is in Sucheng, but Shi Mingming and her two daughters are still in Xiqing. If I had known this, I would have brought them here together today, but it wouldn't work because the sport car can only seat 2 people. It's okay. Xiqing is so close anyway. Peng Wenjun couldn't help it, so he secretly contacted Johnson, and the two of them went to look for rental houses together. Johnson thought, why is it so troublesome? Why not just rent an apartment in this community? He paid the money. Peng Wenjun was of course satisfied. All the apartments in Linglong Bay were large in size, and the decoration was very luxurious, no worse than a hotel. After renting a house, Peng Wenjun sent the address to Shi Mingming and the other two girls, asking them to just take a taxi and come directly. Why save money? Boss Zhang has it all covered. So before dinner time, Shi Mingming and the other two girls appeared in front of Johnson again. Because his classmates had come, Peng Wenjun naturally had a good excuse. He did not have dinner with Nick and his wife, but instead played the role of host and entertained his classmates. Nick and his wife naturally didn't notice anything. Johnson accompanied the four girls for dinner and then came to the rental house. The mattresses, quilts, etc. had all been bought, so they just needed to pack their bags and move in. In the morning, Johnson returned to his home. A house of gold and silver is not as good as your own doghouse. Johnson was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. After calculating the time, he sat up suddenly. I almost forgot one important thing. Oscar is going to be released today. How could he not go to welcome it? It shouldn't be too late now. Fortunately, he had already had breakfast, so he drove his sports car to the detention center where Oscar was held. He had previously learned from the security guard that Oscar would be released around noon today. Sure enough, after he waited outside the detention center for a while, he saw Jessica getting out of a taxi and waiting at the door of the detention center. It's only been a few days since I last saw her, but Jessica has aged at least 10 years. Her husband was imprisoned and their property was seized. How could she not be anxious and have her hair turn gray overnight? Look, the only way to travel is to take a taxi. Fortunately, her son will be released today, and she still has a smile on her face. But you won't be laughing for long. About half an hour later, Oscar was seen walking out of the detention center. He looked dejected, like a loser. When mother and son met, they hugged each other and burst into tears. Johnson stepped on the accelerator and drove the sports car slowly over. Squeak! The car stopped, and Oscar and the other man looked over at the same time. When the windows were rolled down and they saw Johnson in the driver's seat, they were both surprised at first, and then both showed murderous eyes. How can a poor guy like Johnson drive sports car? Where did he get the money? While this enemy is living a good life, what about yourself? His house was raided, and Yu Hanghai was put in jail. It's simply a broken family. The hatred in their eyes seemed to be tangible. Johnson parked the car, opened the door, and got out. Johnson, how dare you appear in front of me? Oscar said with gritted teeth. He really wants to eat Johnson's meat now. Johnson played with his fiancée and even took her first blood. Johnson's design also had a relationship with his mother's bodyguard, and she was caught in an affair by his father. Even his father's imprisonment was closely related to Johnson. What Oscar could not accept the most was that all the money in the family was gone. He is not even 30 yet. What will happen to his future life? If he could beat Johnson, he would really want to fight Johnson to the death. Johnson smiled. He had no interest in talking nonsense with Oscar. He just wanted this man to continue to go to jail. Do you think life in a detention center is hell? You are wrong. Once you go to jail, you will find that it is still a long way from hell. Johnson directly exploded Oscar's anger level. Now, Oscar, who had been afraid of Johnson's strength and did not dare to take action, immediately went crazy and punched Johnson. Johnson naturally wouldn't let him hit him, even though he could tear Oscar into pieces with one kick, but he pretended to be panicked and ran towards the detention center. "Comrade, someone is trying to kill me," Johnson shouted as he ran. Seeing this, the security guards in the detention center naturally rushed out. But Oscar has been blinded by anger, and now he only wants to kill Johnson, and whoever stops him is his enemy. When several security guards stepped forward to stop him, he actually tried to grab the gun. Chapter 57 just came out and went in again. Stealing a gun in front of a security guard. Isn't this courting death? Oscar was immediately controlled, but he remained unruly and kept cursing at Johnson. Too arrogant. Several security guards punched and kicked Oscar and locked him up again. This time it won't be a matter of a few days. He committed the crime openly and tried to steal the gun, so he should be sentenced to several years in prison. When it comes to guns, can it be a trivial matter? Although the attempted gun robbery would not allow for long imprisonment, as long as the person was in prison, Johnson would have ways to increase his sentence. He would repay the Yu family for what they had done to him in his previous life. Moreover, a family should be together. Yu Hanghai has already gone in, so of course you, as his son, have to go in and accompany him. And Jessica, Johnson no longer has the patience to play with the other party. You'd better go to jail and let the prisoners in there deal with and torture you. He made Jessica's anger explode again. Jessica was already extremely angry because her son was arrested. Now her anger was at its highest point. She could no longer hold back and jumped up to grab the security guard's face. Scratching the face was a small matter, but she followed her son's mistake and even tried to grab a gun. Well, she was also hit in the stomach with a stick and almost vomited stomach acid. Before she could react, she grabbed it. It's of a bad nature. Both mother and son wanted to grab the gun. Do you have an antisocial personality? She will definitely be locked up for a few years. If the Yu family is still the same Yu family as before, then by hiring the best lawyer and smoothing out the relationship, the situation could be suppressed as much as possible. It is even possible to hire Aldrich to make a big thing small or a small thing nothing. After all, these two people were not gangsters, and they were just excited at the moment, so they did such irrational things. They were not successful and did not cause any harm. But now they have become paupers. Haha. Today's action is enough to make them stay in jail for a few years. Congratulations, the family can finally be reunited. Too bad, there are different prisons for men and women. This is Johnson's only regret. Well, then you should visit them more often in the future and tell them that the reason why so many prisoners are causing trouble for them, constantly provoking fights and increasing their sentences, is all because of his instructions. How can I not say it? In the previous life, Jessica and her husband said these words right in front of him, enjoying his pain and madness. Johnson is very stingy, so he must return it. Now there's only one person left. Diana, in your previous life, you gave false evidence and ended up spending so much time in jail. Do you want to stay out of it? How is that possible? Or let her do what she did, attacking the security guard and attempting to steal his gun? So uncreative. Let's have another set meal. However, if this trick is used, it will take some time at night to send Diana in. This is not a problem. Letting her watch him thrive and accumulate wealth at an alarming rate from the outside would probably be more painful than killing her. Because in Diana's opinion, all of this should belong to her. The better Johnson did, the more upset she felt. This woman's weakness is her greed for money. So, take advantage of this. Johnson planned to find someone to trick Diana into his bed and then have her defrauded of both money and sex, and even make her owe high-interest loans. Finally, he would go to the company's account and secretly transfer the money out to pay off the high-interest loans. In this case, a few years in prison is the minimum. Once you're in prison, it's easy. If you want to reduce your sentence, you need to make meritorious contributions. Isn't it easy to increase your sentence? Now that Johnson is not in jail, he certainly has plenty of patience and can take his time. He cooperated with the investigation, gave a brief statement, and then left the detention center. When Oscar and his son are put in jail, he will visit some big brothers inside and ask them to deal with Oscar and his son. With the dirt on those big brothers that he has, can't this small request be satisfied? Dayun Group. In the president's office, Zhao Shangyun was looking at the investigation report on Johnson. Very simple. This person is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Although he went to college, he found a very ordinary job after graduation and just resigned a few days ago. According to his colleagues in the company, Johnson is a very ordinary person. The turning point came when I caught a cheating couple a few days ago. He sent Oscar to jail, although he only stayed in the detention center for about 10 days. Zhao Shangyun also got Oscar's information. Compared with Johnson, this guy is definitely super rich. Moreover, the Yu family is also related to a district chief. Logically speaking, Oscar should have Johnson under control. But just the opposite is true. Not only Oscar went to jail, but also his father and even the district chief. This is very weird. Zhao Shangyun watched Yu hang high, Aldrich, and Marlin go in, and his only thought was that it was ridiculous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Marlin went to turn himself in, and then implicated Aldrich and Yu hang high. With Marlin, what benefit does he get from doing this? Not all. On the contrary, he will have to spend at least 20 years in jail. What next? Bai Wenhe also surrendered himself with Johnson's accompaniment. In fact, Yu Hanghai was not qualified for him to know, but Bai Wenhe was. After all, he is a big boss with billions of assets. Although he is not on the same level as him, his influence is already huge and he can be regarded as a top figure in Sioux City. But such a big shot actually turned himself in for no apparent reason. A change of heart? Haha, why didn't you discover it earlier or later, but discovered it after meeting Johnson? Moreover, he also sent people to the detention center to contact Marlin, Bai Wenhe, and others. They all said that they seemed to have been suddenly possessed by evil spirits and were temporarily bewildered, so they turned themselves in. Aching, do you still think that this person's hypnosis can't affect me? Zhao Shangyun turned and looked at Chengqing. This time, Chengqing remained silent. He had been extremely confident before. There was indeed hypnosis in this world, but it was only effective on people with weak wills, not to mention a martial artist like him with an iron will. Even an ordinary person like Zhao Shangyun, who had been in a high position for a long time and had extremely strong self-confidence, would not be hypnotized. A small businessman like Yu Hanghai and a boss of a small gang like Marlin. But what about Bai Wenhe? He is definitely number one. If you want money, you have money. If you want power, you have power. Although it is just a guess, it is almost certain that Bai Wenhe turned himself in because he was hypnotized by Johnson. Aching, I've never asked you for anything, but this time, I really have to ask you. Zhao Shangyun said to Chengqing, the eldest brother has been hospitalized because of him, and the second brother is going to jail. Next, that guy may do something bad to me. Can you help me with him? Facing Zhao Shangyun's pleading eyes, Chengqing finally nodded. I'll help you deal with this person, and then we'll be even. Chapter 58 Battle. Johnson has been having a lot of fun these days. This can't go on any longer. Johnson is not afraid that his body can't take it. But if he continues to indulge in women, it will naturally affect his ability to obtain desire points, which is what he values most. Whether it's money or women, compared to making yourself stronger, they can all be thrown aside. Strength is the root and guarantee of everything. If Johnson had the power to destroy the world right now, he could have as much money and as many women as he wanted. Who dares to object? On the contrary, he only possessed endless wealth but lacked the corresponding strength. He would be like the weak Qing dynasty, and any powerful country that became jealous could pounce on him and take a bite. The priorities cannot be reversed. So, after wandering around for 2 days, Johnson made a firm decision. He should go to Pengwenyun and the others less often. Today is the weekend again. The stock market is closed, and there is nothing to do. Should we make an appointment with Gu Yusin? After all, he said he wanted to seduce her, but he hasn't contacted her for 5 days. This is too perfunctory. But think about it again. This workaholic probably doesn't have any holidays 7 days a week, so she probably wouldn't be available to date him. Never mind. Johnson doesn't really love her. He just covets her beauty and figure and wants to possess her. How can he have the patience to coax her? You've been reborn, but you're still a bootlicker? Now he is used to being the boss, and girls treat him like an emperor. Asking him to chase a woman, it would be like our mother developed the world's first and second sixth-generation aircraft. Now his back is too rigid, and he can't bend at all. Just leave Gu Yusin alone for a few more days. There's a saying that a short absence is better than a new marriage. Although he and Gu Yusin are not in a relationship yet, there's indeed some ambiguity between them, so it would be nice to keep her company for a while. Then look for Nina or Lisa. Wait, didn't I tell you not to be obsessed with women? Why are you still thinking about women? Get down to business. Johnson ran to crowded places and absorbed the desires of these people. It's just that the desire points provided by ordinary people are really limited, unlike those of gangsters, who can easily provide thousands or tens of thousands. It's just that the security in our area is too good. Although there are inevitably some daring criminals, their number is really too small. How many can you meet in a year? There is no way, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. At least it is a stable source of desire points. After hanging out outside and having dinner, Johnson returned home. I will definitely not go to see Peng Wenjun tonight. I swear, if you don't obey, I'm a dog. After a while, Peng Wenjun called. Brother Zhang, come and play. She said, giggling, laughing wildly. I have something to do. I won't go. Johnson declined. I'll go to the nightclub to collect desire points later. Give those young men and women a week's rest, and their desires will probably rise again, and they'll be ready to reap the harvest again. Really? Xiao Yu answered the phone. That's a pity. We learned a lot of difficult moves in the group today. I wanted to show you. Oh my God. Johnson said decisively. Wait for me. Woof woof. The next morning, Johnson walked out of the house he rented for Peng Wenjun with an expressionless face. Why? Why? I'm here again. They had fried dough sticks and soy milk outside. The soy milk in Suzhou is sweet or salty. Johnson likes the salty one, so he put some pickled mustard and dried shrimp in it. It was delicious. Before he finished eating, he received a call. Unknown caller. He thought about it and finally answered the call. Johnson, I'm Cheng Qing, the bodyguard of Mr. Zhao Shangyun. He introduced himself as he came up to me. I want to ask you out to meet me and resolve the matter between you and Mr. Zhao according to the rules between warriors. Warrior? Am I a warrior? Johnson was a little curious because this didn't seem like something a bodyguard would do. How to solve it? He asked while eating. I'll decide the location, you decide the time, we'll each hire a notary, and solve the problem through a duel. Cheng Qing thought Johnson understood what he said. If I win, you'll leave Sioux City forever and never come back. Do we need a notary for a martial arts competition? But are you sure you want to fight? Johnson wanted to laugh, so he said, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Cheng Qing was stunned. Today? This is too hasty. It's too rushed. There's no time to hire a notary. He shook his head. Johnson laughed. It's okay. If you lose and don't keep your promise, I will kill you myself. Now that things have come to this, how can Cheng Qing refuse? After all, it was he who proposed the fight. Moreover, he was also very angry. Johnson was really too arrogant. Okay, then today, I'll send you the location. It's a wasteland, and no one will disturb us. Cheng Qing said, what's the specific time? 3 o'clock then, Johnson said. Okay, see you there. Johnson put his phone away, and just a minute later, he received a text message with an address on it. After breakfast, Johnson went to the address. Although the battle was scheduled for the afternoon, Johnson, of course, had to go scout ahead of time. What if Cheng Qing has ambushed many gunmen for him? Although guns are banned in the country, and it is extremely difficult to get a gun, it is better to be safe than sorry. Is it wrong to be careful? He soon arrived at the corresponding location, which was an unfinished residential area. Many buildings had already been topped off, but the exterior walls were exposed and looked extremely ugly. If we prepare a few snipers here, it will definitely be very concealed. Johnson looked around first. No one. Then he chose the tallest building, went to the top of the building, and observed from above. As long as someone comes over, he will naturally be able to discover it first. But until noon, no one showed up. So Cheng Qing really wants to compete with him fairly? You saved your life then, Johnson muttered. When it was past 2 o'clock, a bicycle slowly drove over. Self-bicycle? Johnson was a little shocked. Cheng Qing actually came here by bicycle, and it was a shared bicycle? The man rode his bicycle into the community, parked it, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. A few seconds later, Johnson's cell phone rang. I'm Cheng Qing. I'm here. This person is indeed Cheng Qing. Johnson smiled and said, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone and went downstairs. He climbed over the wall, came to the gate, and went back in. No one set a trap. If he was discovered by Cheng Qing, he would have arrived long ago. Wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Seeing Johnson coming from the gate, Cheng Qing immediately went to meet him, but seemed to have thought of something and quickly lowered his head. Open, he just shouted, but heard Johnson curiously asked, why did you ride a shared bike here? Cheng Qing's defense was instantly broken. What's wrong with you if I can't afford a car? A look of extreme rage. Chapter 59, Get a Younger Brother. Johnson was stunned. He didn't expect this answer. He laughed and said, is Zhao Shangyun so stingy? Humph, Zhao Shangyun saved my life back then, so I agreed to be his bodyguard for 10 years in order to repay him. Naturally, I won't take his money, otherwise it wouldn't be a repayment, but rather an employment. Cheng Qing looked very noble, but still kept his head down. Even Johnson was shocked. So you're so poor that you can't even afford an electric car and can only ride a shared bike? You are awesome. After you lose, I won't make things difficult for you. You will just leave Sioux City. This way, Mr. Zhao will be safe, and I will have repaid his kindness. I can continue to pursue my martial arts path. Cheng Qing said. It's quite childish that he actually used the term path of martial arts. Is there really anyone practicing martial arts nowadays? Johnson smiled and said, what if you lose? Impossible. Cheng Qing was full of confidence. He looked very strange, just saying such confident words with his head lowered. I have been adjusting my condition these past 2 days and have reached the peak of my personal strength. I am invincible under Ming Jin. Ming Jin. Johnson muttered in his heart and continued, what if? There's no such thing as a chance of that happening. Cheng Qing said firmly. Johnson laughed. Since I'm bound to lose, why would I fight you, am I stupid? Cheng Qing wanted to raise his head, but he lowered it again after raising it halfway. Then if you win, I will be your bodyguard for 10 years. Are you addicted to being a bodyguard? Johnson was speechless and asked curiously, is your cervical spine not in good condition? Why do you ask that? Cheng Qing asked back. Because you keep your head down. Johnson was a little crazy. Not only is this person a middle school student, he also seems to have some mental problems. Cheng Qing snorted. You know how to hypnotize me. As long as I don't make eye contact with you, I won't be hypnotized by you. What I can hypnotize? How come I don't know? Johnson suddenly realized that he used the system to manipulate the emotions of Marlin and others, making them behave in a way that violated common sense. In the eyes of the security guard, this was just an ordinary case of surrender, and it was normal for them to regret it afterwards. But what about others? Isn't this hypnosis? Hey, is it okay if you just lower your head and don't look at me? Does it make Ching Ching want to eat shit? Never mind, that's gross. Johnson hooked his finger. Then come on. You won't cheat if there's no fair person, right? Cheng Qing said doubtfully. Johnson laughed. I guarantee the win, so it can only be you who cheats. Cheng Qing seemed to have suffered a great humiliation. Cheng Qing, always keep my word. You can't slander my character. Okay. Come on. Johnson said a second time. Although Cheng Qing lowered his head, he did not close his eyes. He just didn't look at Johnson's face. Naturally, he knew Johnson's position. He shouted softly and rushed towards Johnson in one step. Very fast. Johnson was slightly surprised. This Ching Ching was a bit like the guy who performed monkey boxing, but he was much faster. The guy who performs monkey boxing is at most equivalent to his state after being strengthened 3 times. But what about Cheng Qing? 4 times. So, there is some truth to what he said with such confidence. It's just, he has already been strengthened 8 times now. How many times more than the 4th time? Johnson had no reaction. Cheng Qing could not help but snort coldly, appearing very displeased. How could you be so arrogant? Well, I'll let you suffer the consequences. Ugh, he groaned, because Johnson just stretched out his hand and his neck was pinched by Johnson's big hand, as if he had offered it himself. How could that be? Cheng Qing couldn't believe it. How big a gap must there be between the 2 people's strength to lead to such a result? He actually boasted in front of Johnson before. It's so embarrassing. Make a fight? He actually challenged such a master? Ashamed. Johnson threw Cheng Qing to the ground and said with a smile, Are you willing to accept the loss? Cheng Qing bared his teeth and could only nod. I will be your bodyguard for 10 years. Johnson waved his hand. I don't need a bodyguard, just do my work for me. Give me a discount. 3 years is all that's needed. Cheng Qing was about to retort, but when he thought about the difference in strength between the 2 of them, he had to admit that he was indeed not qualified to be Johnson's bodyguard. Who protects whom? Moreover, following such a master, perhaps his strength can be improved to a higher level. No problem. He agreed immediately. From now on, I will call you Mr. Zhang. Just call me young Master Zhang. Don't call me old, Johnson said. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Cheng Qing nodded. Johnson suddenly remembered. What is the situation of the Ming Jin you mentioned before? Cheng Qing couldn't help but be surprised. Mr. Zhang, you are so powerful. Aren't you a Ming Jin warrior? What is overt and covert power? Johnson asked back. Cheng Qing suddenly realized. Zhang Xiao even knows about dark power. How could he not know what a bright power warrior is? This is a test for me, he said quickly Those of us who practice martial arts are divided into 3 levels according to our strength. The lowest level is like me, and those who can reach the next level are called Ming-Jin martial artists. Their moves make a sound, and the number of sounds represents the level of Ming-Jin they are at. Above the bright force warriors are the dark force warriors. Ming-Jin warriors are divided into 9 levels, just like in Jin warriors. The difference in strength between each level is huge. Johnson couldn't help but click his tongue. Is it true that they can fly over rooftops and walls like the masters in martial arts novels? Chung Ching smiled bitterly. It was possible in ancient times, but in modern times, it is almost impossible. Why? Johnson asked. Mr. Zhang is testing me again. Chung Ching calmly replied. Nowadays, there are tall buildings everywhere. Even a dark energy warrior can only jump from the 10th floor at most. If it is higher, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. Johnson suddenly realized that nowadays high-rise buildings are often 30 or 40 stories high. If a master of the 9th level of dark energy comes here, would he dare to show off his lightness skills? The whole village still has a feast. Aren't you Ming-Jin yet? He asked again. It's just one step away. Chung Ching said proudly and disappointedly. In fact, I've stood at this threshold 3 years ago, but I just couldn't cross it. Johnson with admiration. Young Master Zhang is truly a martial arts genius. He has already mastered the Ming-Jin before he was 30 years old. How did you know that? Johnson was puzzled. I'm not a martial arts genius at all. It's all thanks to the system. I'm not bragging. My strength should be invincible under Ming-Jin, but I'm no match for young Master Zhang. So what else is young Master Zhang if he's not a Ming-Jin master? Chung Ching looked like, don't test me with such low-level questions. I guess, young Master Zhang, you're at least at the 2nd level of Ming-Jin. If it was just Ming-Jin level 1, it wouldn't be so easy to subdue me. Johnson was speechless. You have a strong imagination ability. According to what you said, there are a lot of people practicing martial arts now. He thought of the man who practiced monkey boxing. He was probably the lowest level martial artist, far inferior to Chung Ching. Chung Ching sighed. There are very few people practicing martial arts now. Alas, we have to practice hard since childhood, but how many people can cultivate Ming-Jin? Besides, even if you are a master of a Jin, what's the use of encountering a gun? Hearing this, Johnson felt relieved. Even if a master of dark energy appeared in front of him, he would most likely not be his opponent. Chapter 60, Discovering the Truth. Johnson added Chung Ching on WeChat. From now on, if he wanted Chung Ching to do something, he just had to send a message or a video. After thinking about it, Johnson transferred 100,000 yuan to Chung Ching. If there was really something that needed Chung Ching's help, and this guy just picked up a shared bike, how fast would it get you there even if he pedaled the wheels until smoke came out? Receiving the transfer from Johnson, Chung Ching blushed. Mr. Zhang, I lost a bet to you. How can I still take your money? Here it is, take it. Johnson glared at him. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Chung Ching did not refuse. Because if you follow Zhao Shangyun, he will provide you with food and accommodation. So it doesn't matter if you have no money, you don't have to live under a bridge and starve to death. But what about following Johnson? Young Master Zhang never said he would take care of his eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Therefore, he really couldn't give up the 100,000. Johnson took a taxi back, while Chung Ching rode his shared bike and walked away slowly. The two people have a good understanding. One didn't ask about Zhao Shangyun, and the other didn't bring it up. Because Chung Ching followed Zhao Shangyun to repay a favor. If Johnson asked about Zhao Shangyun, then if Chung Ching told him about it, he would be ashamed of his former benefactor, and if he didn't tell him, he would be disloyal to his current boss. So, Johnson naturally wouldn't ask. Is Zhao Shangyun's matter important? Whether killing him or making him commit suicide, it would be easy for Johnson. Of course, that requires Johnson to find him. Since Chung Ching failed, Zhao Shangyun will definitely be extremely careful and will be extremely cautious when going in and out. Well, we have to find him and deal with him as soon as possible. Although Johnson didn't know what bad things Zhao Shangyun had done, he could be so unscrupulous toward Zhao Boyan. How could he, as his father, be a good person? Getting rid of this kind of people is definitely getting rid of harm to the people. You should be able to collect some desire points. On the way, he received another call from Peng Wenjun, who of course invited him to come over and play. No matter how much she talked and how seductively she tried on the phone, Johnson just held his bottom line. We can't be so indulgent. He wants to collect desire points. Because Johnson was not going tonight, Peng Wenjun did not stay in the rental house, but went back to his cousin's house. After all, she still had a mission, which was to promote Johnson in front of Susan. She still takes the instructions of her financial sponsor very seriously. After the three of them had dinner together, Nick sat on the sofa and watched TV, leaving the tasks of washing dishes and taking out the trash to Susan. My brother is so lazy, Peng Wenjun said disdainfully. Susan just smiled. It wasn't the first day that Nick acted like this, and she was used to it. Xiaojun, are you adapting to your job? She asked. Of course I can adapt, Peng Wenjun said as he washed the dishes. The leaders in the group are very polite to us. Susan was a little unconvinced. You were just interns. Why would the leaders of the group be so polite to you? The Suzhou art troupe is a public institution. The leaders there must be very powerful. Why would they need to be polite to a few interns? Peng Wenjun smiled mysteriously. It doesn't apply to others, but it's different for us. Sister-in-law, do you know who arranged for me to intern in the art troupe? Susan was also very curious. She had asked before, but Peng Wenjun didn't say anything. Who, she asked. He, sister-in-law, you actually know this person. Peng Wenjun said mysteriously. I know him too. Susan's eyes turned. Could it be your brother? Peng Wenjun immediately showed an exaggerated look of disdain. My brother? Come on. Apart from being able to blow his own trumpet, what else can he be capable of? Susan glared at her and said, Don't talk about your brother like that. Peng Wenjun was still unconvinced. Sister-in-law, did my brother give you some kind of drug? You are so beautiful, and you have been learning dance since you were a child. With this figure and temperament, who wouldn't be confused? If I were you, I would definitely not choose my brother, but marry into a wealthy family. Xiaojun, if you keep talking about your brother like that, I'm going to be angry. Susan said seriously. Okay, I won't talk about my brother anymore. Peng Wenjun surrendered quickly. It was Brother Zhang next door who arranged for me to join the Suching art troupe. What? Susan was so startled that the bowl in her hand fell into the sink. Fortunately, there was the sound of water splashing and the TV was on outside at a very loud volume. So Nick didn't hear her scream at all. She looked at Peng Wenjun and asked in disbelief, Why would you look for him? No, why would he help you? Because Brother Zhang is a good person. Peng Wenjun worked hard to create an image for Johnson. But Susan already had a preconceived idea. So how could she possibly believe it? However, Johnson had no intention of hooking up with a married woman in this way. Would any normal woman cheat just because someone praises her for being outstanding? Of course not. Therefore, Johnson wanted Susan to guess the truth. Didn't Johnson make any conditions? She asked. No, Brother Zhang is a very nice person. Peng Wenjun didn't know that and was still flattering him. Susan vaguely guessed something, but she still couldn't believe it. Peng Wenjun is still a junior student, so it shouldn't be the case. She had only been in Sioux City for a few days and had returned to Tin City a few days ago. She hadn't been caught by Johnson so soon. Thinking of this, her face flushed slightly. Xiaojun, I'm telling you seriously, you must be careful with Johnson. He is definitely not a good person. Susan felt it necessary to remind her sister-in-law to prevent her from suffering any loss. This time, it was Peng Wenjun's turn to be unhappy. He said, Sister-in-law, Brother Zhang has helped me so much. The leaders of the art troupe are very polite to me because of him. Isn't it bad for you to say that? Susan was anxious and asked, Why don't you believe it? In order to prevent her sister-in-law from being fooled, she gritted her teeth and said, When Johnson and I were in the elevator together before, he touched me. He is simply a hooligan. Hey, it turns out that Brother Zhang had already taken action against my sister-in-law. Then why do you let yourself say good things? Isn't that counterproductive? Could it be? She thought of a possibility, and her pretty face turned red. Peng Wenjun pretended to be shocked, and then said in panic, Sister-in-law, what should I do if Brother Zhang and Johnson make unreasonable demands on me? Of course I refuse, Susan said as a matter of course. But he introduced me to this internship. Peng Wenjun stopped Susan from saying, Sister-in-law, this job is too important to me. I will never give it up. What should I do then? Susan was worried because her sister-in-law was only a junior in college, so of course she was like a child in her eyes. So, if she, as the sister-in-law, doesn't step forward to resolve the issue at this time, does she have to let the girl handle it herself? The question is, what can she do? Let Nick warn Johnson? Unrealistic. Nick borrowed $3 million from Johnson and wanted to treat Johnson like an ancestor. Did he want him to yell at Johnson? Then you can only do it yourself. Susan gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry. Leave this to me. I am so bad that I pushed my sister-in-law into fire." Peng Wenjun's remorse lasted less than a second before he thought again. "It's unfair for my sister-in-law to follow my brother. Brother Zhang is not only rich and generous, but also extremely strong. It's a good thing for my sister-in-law to follow Brother Zhang. Sister-in-law, you better hurry up. I will never forget your kindness." Chapter 61, Troublemaker. Susan was put in a difficult position. Who asked her to take the initiative to take on this matter? After washing the dishes, she thought about it again and decided to go find Johnson. "We have to talk about it. How could you harm a little girl? Only a junior." She carried the garbage bag to the living room, put on her shoes, and said to Nick, "Honey, I'm going to take out the garbage." Nick didn't even turn his head and laughed at the skit on TV. Susan went out, threw away the garbage first, then took the elevator up, but did not go back to her own home. Instead, she walked hesitantly to Johnson's door. She wanted to back out several times, but when she thought of Peng Wenjun's pleading look before, she forced herself to muster up the courage. Knock on the door. She used very little strength for fear that her family would hear it. She was definitely overthinking it. With the airtightness of the security door, no matter how loud the knocks were, it would be difficult for them to get in. Besides, Nick was still watching TV with the volume turned up so loud that even if the door was left open, he wouldn't be able to hear it, let alone care. After waiting for a few seconds, no one opened the door. Susan's courage, which had just risen, was rapidly fading away. Just as she was about to turn around and go back, the door suddenly opened. She was startled and subconsciously wanted to step back, but then she thought that she was there to speak for Peng Wenjun. So how could she escape? "I have something to talk to you about," she said. Johnson made a gesture of invitation and gave up his seat. "What's going on with this woman? Deliver it to your door? Hee, then he must want to eat. At worst, he can just bark again." He turned around and closed the door. There was a bang, and Susan was startled and her heart almost jumped out. She quickly got down to business and said, "Thank you first for helping my sister-in-law find an internship." "Oh, so that's why you came here." Johnson smiled but didn't respond. He wants to see what the other party says. "Do you have any thoughts about her?" Susan continued to ask. Johnson nodded without hesitation. "Of course." "You." Seeing Johnson being so direct and shameless, Susan was so angry that she couldn't speak. She choked for a long time before saying, "How could you do this? She's still a student. How could you put your mind on her? Haha, maybe she has more experience than you." Johnson had no doubt at all that although Susan was the kind of woman who was charming inwardly, Nick obviously had not developed her reserved nature. She was conservative in her thoughts and behavior. On the other hand, Peng Wenjun dared to flirt with him when they first met. The two were simply not on the same level. However, although he thought so, he certainly would not say it out loud. Instead, he sneered and said, "Do you know how much I spent to send Peng Wenjun to the art troupe? Actually, there are 4 people, but now, of course, we're only talking about Peng Wenjun, so as to increase the pressure on Susan." Susan couldn't help but ask, "How much?" $1.5 million. Johnson just said a random number. Susan couldn't verify it anyway. "What, 1.5 million? Susan was shocked. This is too exaggerated. She is already considered a high-income earner, but her monthly income is only 15,000 yuan, and that is before tax. How many years will it take her to save 1.5 million yuan? Let your husband pay for it, not to mention whether Nick is willing or not. Even if he is willing, he can't take it out. In fact, no matter how much money you give him, he will definitely give it all to the scammer." Johnson laughed and said, "I spent so much money that even if I threw it into the water, it would make some noise. It can't be wasted, right? So either Peng Wenjun goes to bed with me and becomes my lover, or return the 1.5 million to me." Susan frowned. She came to see Johnson specifically to prevent her sister-in-law from being harmed by Johnson, but at the same time, she also wanted to keep Peng Wenjun's internship job. After all, this job was too important to Peng Wenjun. If she stays to work in the art troupe, she will have a bright future and a high social status. In the future, she can meet some children of high-ranking officials and marry into a good family. Otherwise, couldn't she have persuaded Peng Wenjun to give up his internship? "Is there a third option?" she asked. Johnson stared at her and laughed. "Yes, of course, that is, you replace her. Don't even think about it." Susan refused without a second thought. Very firmly, she even turned around and was about to leave. Johnson then said, "Oh, is this how you act as a sister-in-law? You watch your sister-in-law jump into the fire pit? Or you selfishly don't think about Peng Wenjun's future?" "Am I being selfish?" It's obviously you who are lustful. Shameless. Susan cursed in her heart, but she put down her raised foot and said, I can't possibly sleep with you. Change your request. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Johnson alone, she already had a certain awareness in her mind. Of course, going to bed is a definite no-no. Johnson saw her determination and persistence, so he decided to relax a little and not really scare her away. Okay, then I'll change my request. Will you be a troublemaker? What is this requirement? Susan was confused. You were so lustful just now. Why did you change the channel all of a sudden? Will she refuse? I was very naughty when I was a child. My parents always said I was a troublemaker. Susan said a little proudly. If you act like a troublemaker, I won't go looking for Peng Wenjun. Johnson said with a smile. Susan couldn't believe that such a big problem could be solved so easily. She was afraid that Johnson would go back on his word. So she quickly said, Okay, it's a deal. No one is allowed to go back on their word. Chapter 62, Insomnia. Half an hour later, Susan stumbled out the door. Her face was terribly red and full of shock. The troublemaker Johnson was talking about was completely different from the mischievous person she understood. But what surprised her even more was the timing. Some take half an hour, some take 2 minutes. She couldn't help but think of her husband and felt resentful. If it's Johnson, bah! She couldn't help but curse herself for having such thoughts. You have a husband, and you love him so much. How could you have the idea of cheating? Even mental infidelity is wrong. She warned herself secretly, but she couldn't help but frown again when she thought of what Johnson had said to her. She opened the door to her home, only to see Nick finally turn his head to look at her and ask, What took you so long? In fact, Nick didn't know the exact time. He just knew it was quite a long time. Susan was startled. She didn't expect Johnson to be so troublesome because she just wanted to negotiate with Johnson at the beginning. But she immediately calmed down and said casually, When I came back, I was stopped by a few ants who insisted on chatting with me. Old people just gossip. Nick complained and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he got up and went to take a shower. Susan breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Peng Wenjun quietly ran over and asked in a sneaky way, Sister-in-law, how is it? She's actually gossipy. Nick didn't know, but she knew very well that her sister-in-law had been out for 40 minutes. Excluding the time she spent taking out the garbage, she had stayed at Johnson's for at least half an hour. Must have done something. But if you really do that, half an hour won't be enough. Peng Wenjun was particularly curious. Susan smiled at her. Don't worry, sister-in-law will definitely help you solve the problem. As she spoke, she felt very annoyed. Johnson told her that it was over, and this time Peng Wenjun could only stay in the art troupe for 1 more week. From now on, every time you act mischievously, you can stay 1 more week. Of course, if Susan is willing to give a little more, she can stay for 2 or even 3 more weeks. It all depends on whether she is willing to make sacrifices. Of course, she was unwilling to accept this, but Johnson asked back, One trick could be worth 1.5 million? Are you a fairy? The words were hurtful, but they also left her speechless. Yes, 1.5 million is enough to support a young and beautiful girl for several years. She just made some trouble. Is it worth 1.5 million? The Johnson family's door tonight. The man looked at her with an aggressive gaze, and he might really force her to stay. But she couldn't tell Peng Wenjun about these things. Firstly, it was too embarrassing to say it out loud, and secondly, he didn't want to put pressure on Peng Wenjun. She comforted Peng Wenjun for a few words, and after her husband finished showering, she also took a shower. As the hot water hit her beautiful body, she couldn't help but think of Johnson again. What if? Bah, bah, bah. Susan had to turn the hot water to lukewarm or even cool to put out the fire in her body. She is so young, but she is always unsatisfied. After a long time, will there be no fire in her body? It had been piled up for a long time, but today it was released by the troublemaker. When I returned to the bedroom, I saw that my husband was asleep and snoring. She also lay down with her clothes on, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. As soon as she closed her eyes, she could hear Johnson's exaggerated. I can't sleep. In fact, Johnson was not satisfied either. It's just mischief. What satisfaction can it bring? Not only was he not satisfied, he was even so angry that he almost wanted to start a fight with Meng Meng and the others. But he suppressed himself with great patience. Go to the nightclub to collect desire points. There are plenty of opportunities to enjoy yourself, but what if you don't have enough strength and get killed by others? The force behind the Golden Eagle pawn shop hidden in the dark is one of them, and Johnson now knows what kind of martial artists there are, both open and hidden. He is not afraid of such people facing him head-on. But what if they launch a sneak attack? He is still somewhat dangerous. Only when he has the strength to conquer the world can he truly rest assured. This is also simple. Just go to crowded places and take a walk. Before 3 o'clock in the morning, he visited a total of 9 nightclubs and absorbed a lot of desire points. The business of the nightclubs he visited that night was greatly affected, because after having their desires absorbed by him, these pleasure-seeking men and women became like enlightened monks and went home to sleep one after another. Johnson went home and went to bed contentedly. He received more than 9,000 desire points, and the total desire points reached 97,000, almost breaking the 100,000 mark. But unfortunately, the desire points required for the next enhancement were as high as more than 250,000, so he only saved more than 1/3 of it. Come on. He slept until after 10 o'clock. Calculating the time, he actually slept for less than 7 hours. From now on, I'll just sleep until 11 o'clock so that I can have lunch when I get up. Johnson slowly got dressed, washed up, and went out to have lunch. Coincidentally, when he came out, the door next door opened, revealing Susan's charming and graceful body. She was startled and looked at Johnson. Her pretty face turned red immediately. She quickly slipped back into the house and closed the door with a click. Johnson couldn't help but shake his head. I'm not a tiger. Why should I be so scared? He didn't know that Susan had insomnia last night and didn't fall asleep until around 6 in the morning. She then had one erotic dream after another and just woke up now. And what about the male protagonist in the dream? It's Johnson. After waking up, she was of course filled with shame. How did she end up dreaming about Johnson? No matter how unsatisfied you are, you should still be making love with your husband, right? Could it be that she's a bad woman? Now seeing the male protagonist, she was of course extremely ashamed and quickly fled back home. Johnson shrugged and walked away. Although Susan was a delicious meal, there was no way he could hang herself on a tree. He is such a philanthropic man. How could he let other women down? After brunch, Johnson started thinking, what should he do today? By the way, it's time to round up that group of scammers. Lots of desire points. Chapter 63, Closing the Net. Johnson took out his cell phone and called Philip. Philip learned that Johnson wanted to invest. He first said that he was a little busy, but because he and Johnson hit it off at first sight, he was willing to take some time to meet them. You're quite good at pretending. Half an hour later, they met again at Starbucks. Haha, such a rich boss, but we always meet in Starbucks. In fact, anyone with a little common sense can realize that it is unreliable. But most people who are fooled don't think so much. Either they're frightened by the scammers right from the start, or they are blinded by the benefits and are unwilling to think anymore. Mr. Zhang, how much do you plan to invest? Philip asked. 20 million. Johnson just said a number casually, since he wasn't really investing. Philip was startled at first, then he showed ecstasy. 20 million. He can get 5% of the total, which is 1 million. Damn. After finishing this job, he returned home in glory and married the village chief's daughter. She was very pretty, but she had always looked down on him, so he had to use his money to get her into bed with him. In fact, the funding gap we need is very small. 20 million is a bit too much. However, Mr. Zhang and I get along well. How about this? I will take out a part of the funds I invested and give the quota to you. Philip looked very generous. This is called cheating you out of your money and expecting you to be grateful. Johnson smiled faintly. Thank you then. Mr. Zhang, will you transfer the money now? Philip asked casually, but he was extremely nervous. 20 million. 20 million. 20 million. Johnson said, 2 financial investments are due tomorrow, and the earliest I can transfer the money is tomorrow night. It's okay, no rush. Philip said quickly. After that, he became absent-minded because the number 20 million kept spinning in his mind. Johnson was too lazy to play along and ended the meeting. Philip walked away. Johnson didn't follow, but someone did. Who? Chung Ching. After recruiting this subordinate, of course I have to put him to use. Although Johnson totally despised Chung Ching's skills, compared with ordinary people, he was like a god. It was a waste of his talent to do stalking. How could Philip possibly discover him? More than an hour later, Johnson finally received a message from Chung Ching. Mr. Zhang, we found where these people are staying. There are 7 of them in total. I've sent you the location. This guy is quite alert. He deliberately walked around the crowded shopping mall several times. It's a pity that he met me. Johnson smiled faintly and said, it's a good thing that I had the foresight to transfer 100,000 yuan to you yesterday. Otherwise, if you were riding a shared bicycle to chase people, wouldn't you be consuming car exhaust? He made a phone call. Captain Gu, I found a fraud gang. Then he took a taxi to the address given by Chongqing, in a village in the city. The terrain and population here are complex, so if you are really discovered, it is also the easiest place to escape. Try go to another neighborhood where there are only 1 or 2 exits, and it's easy to get stuck. Johnson came to the village in the city and went there according to the address. This is a bit hard to find, because unlike residential areas, where it is not easy to find a building, a unit, or an address, here you have to go by house number, and the arrangement of house numbers is sometimes irregular. It took Johnson at least 5 minutes to find the place. As he walked along, many scantily clad young girls, middle-aged wives, and even some middle-aged women were waving at him, calling out, "Come on, come on." Johnson was a little shocked. Are there more than 40 or even around 50? It's a bit of struggle. Of course he ignored it. Philip and his family rented a whole house with a locked iron gate. There should be a small courtyard inside, and then a 2-story building. Bang, 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 he knocked on the door. Chongqing kept watching to make sure no one left, and when Johnson arrived, he sent him a message telling him that he could leave. After a while, someone finally came to the door, but did not open it. Instead, he asked in a low voice, "Who?" "The community is sending warmth," Johnson said with a smile. That person was stunned. It had been almost 2 months since the new year, and why was God sending him warmth? His first reaction was that something was wrong. His group had been discovered. Damn, he cursed inwardly and whistled. Brothers, retreat. However, bang, he only felt a huge force coming at him, and then his eyes went dark and he knew nothing. Johnson retracted his foot and casually glanced at the iron door that he had kicked away. There was a person trapped underneath, but pitifully, the person fainted without even showing his face. The ancients were right about the strength of a man who could make bricks fly. Johnson smiled. At that moment, the residential building was in chaos. When the scammers heard the whistle, they thought a large number of security guards were coming. They did not dare to go through the front door and were preparing to escape through the back door. "Mr. Gua, why are you in such a hurry?" he said with a smile. The 6 scammers were scrambling to open the back door and rush to escape first. After hearing Johnson's voice, Philip couldn't help but turn his head and look, then cursed, "Fuck, there is only one person, and he is not a security guard." What? The remaining 5 people also stopped running and looked over. Sure enough, Johnson was the only one standing alone in the yard. Suddenly, they gained courage. What a guilty conscience a thief must have felt. In such a panic, he was actually frightened by a single person. If they really run away, will they still be able to face people in the future? "How dare you lie to me?" Philip was angry and annoyed, and he stopped pretending to speak poorly. Since Johnson came to me, it means he has seen through my identity. Does he still want to defraud 20 million? Of course not. It's over. I can't marry the village chief's pretty and arrogant daughter. He was so angry that he rushed over to beat Johnson. Bang! Johnson kicked out, and Philip flew back at a faster speed. If Johnson hadn't wanted to kill anyone, his internal organs would have been a mess. Seeing this, the remaining 5 people became daring and picked up chairs and other things as weapons and rushed toward Johnson. But in the face of absolute strength, what use is this? In less than a minute, they fell to the ground one after another. Johnson grabbed a chair, sat down, and waited. Outside, many people were watching the fun, but no one dared to come in. Who dares to mess with this fierce Johnson? He is so scary. About 10 minutes later, a team of security guards finally rushed into the yard under the leadership of Gu Yusin. When they saw the security guard appear, Philip and the others all showed desperate expressions. This time, it's completely over. Johnson smiled, and at this moment, he received a large number of desire points. Chapter 64 Nick is anxious. Everyone went to the criminal police brigade. Johnson explained the situation. Gu Yusin didn't even have to doubt it, but immediately confirmed that Philip and his gang were definitely scammers. After learning that at least one person had invested more than 6 million yuan in them, Gu Yusin realized the seriousness of the problem. Amazing. They immediately intensified the interrogation, but Philip and his men had little ability to withstand pressure, so they quickly confessed everything. The amount involved in the case is as high as 60 million. They have a clear division of labor. Someone is specifically responsible for finding the target. Once selected, Philip plays the boss and creates an encounter with the target. He then demonstrates his financial strength at the right time. After getting to know the target, He will intentionally or unintentionally reveal the big investment projects. Moreover, when the target asks, he will deliberately whet the target's appetite and will not say it reluctantly in the end. Then let the target invest a small amount of money, and after tasting the sweetness, take the opportunity to brainwash him. Now, it will be basically impossible for the target to escape, and he will take the initiative to collect money or borrow money to give the money. The routine is very simple, which is to take advantage of the target's greed. As long as you develop greed, you're not far from being deceived. Gu Yusin asked her subordinates to contact the deceived investors one by one, and of course they had to tell these victims the news. But informing is one thing, and getting the money back is another. According to feedback from the bank, once the victim's money was transferred to the scammer's bank account, it was immediately dispersed into dozens of accounts, and then all of it was withdrawn offline in less than half an hour. The key point is that the place to withdraw money is not in the country, but in Myanmar. This left Gu Yusin and the others helpless. Go abroad to arrest people? How is that possible? No law enforcement powers. The key point is that Philip and his people are just small figures. The real boss of the fraud group is not in the country, but in Myanmar. Therefore, it is impossible to eliminate fraud even if Philip and his people are arrested. All they need to do is send another wave of people over. This made the entire criminal police team very angry. I know where the boss is, but I can't do anything about it. It's so frustrating. Johnson thought that it would take a few more years for our country's strength to reach a higher level, and then just one sentence would make the Burmese hand over the fraud leader obediently. Not obedient? Haha, drones, missiles, military advisors, etc. will grow in the jungle. But now, our mother is still being suppressed by Old Mighty, and things will only get more difficult in the future. But when our nation encounters difficulties and oppression, it will only burst out with infinite courage and incomparable tenacity, just like the saying after the chip breakthrough. The boat has passed through thousands of mountains. The beacon of civilization is never in the West. Johnson didn't say anything. Firstly, as a man who had spent 31 years in prison, he naturally wouldn't be close to the security guards. Secondly, if he said such words now, he would just be criticized to death. After he cooperated with the investigation and completed the statement, Gu Yusin personally sent him out of the criminal police brigade. Next time you encounter something like this, don't rush in alone. Wait for us to come. She said carefully, I know you are quite skilled, but what if the other person has a gun? It is impossible for ordinary people to get guns, but it is different for those who specialize in doing bad things. Johnson thought to himself that even if someone really shot him with a gun, he was 100% sure he could dodge it, or even catch the bullet with his bare hands. But he smiled and said, You care about me so much? Gu Yusin rolled her eyes at him and said, Don't be so talkative. I've remembered everything. Instead of saying it, just kiss me, Johnson muttered. What did you say? Nothing. It's almost 6 o'clock. I have to go to dinner. Do you want to join us? How can I have time? You sent so many scammers to me. I have to work overtime until at least 10 o'clock today. Johnson shrugged. Of course he couldn't wait here. There's so many girls, he can't handle them all. Then let's make an appointment next time. After saying that, he ran away. Gu Yusin clenched her fists with some hatred. This guy said before that he wanted to pursue me. But what happened? No patience at all. Just thinking about the fact that Johnson had sent so many criminals to her made her admire him very much. His level of catching bad guys was even higher than hers. At this moment, she thought about bringing Johnson into the team again. What does it matter if he didn't graduate from the police academy? Start as an informant or undercover agent. As long as you make some contributions, with her introduction and guarantee, it will be no problem to become a regular employee. It's just, not only did that guy have no interest in being a security guard, he even seemed a little repulsive. That's strange. Johnson did not return to his home. Night is a good time to collect some desire points. He got home around 3 in the morning and slept until 11, just in time for lunch. After washing up, he just opened the door and saw the elevator coming up. The door opened and 2 security guards walked out. They looked at him first and found that he came out from 1801. Then they retracted their gazes, walked to Nick's door, and rang the doorbell. Are you in trouble? It could also be due to fraud. Nick invested more than 6 million yuan, so he is definitely the biggest victim or even the worst victim. Johnson went downstairs to eat, and after eating, he did not go out but went back to his home. He thought there would be a fierce quarrel next door, but strangely there was no sound at all, which surprised him a little. Then he realized that Susan was not a full-time housewife, but had a job, and today was not the weekend, so she was naturally still at work. Therefore, she would have to wait until she got off work to know the news, and then she would inevitably have a fierce argument with Nick. Hey, will Nick keep it secret? It's possible. Johnson had just opened the door when he saw the door next door also opened, and then Nick walked out. Good job. He was full of energy and looked very proud of himself a few days ago, but what about now? His hair was a mess, probably from being torn out, and no one knew how much had fallen out. His face was pale, and his eyes were red and bloodshot. Is this because he is worried because he found out he was cheated out of more than 6 million yuan? Mr. Zhang, Nick shouted, but he was startled as soon as the voice came out his mouth. Very hoarse. Johnson pretended to be shocked. Old Ding, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I didn't sleep well last night. Nick came over and said, do you have any money? Lend me another 4 million. No, 5 million. Still borrowing money? Johnson looked at him in surprise. This time, he was really surprised. I found another way to make money, but all my money has been invested now. Lend me some, and I'll give you interest, Nick said eagerly. Johnson understood instantly. When this guy found out that he had been cheated, he naturally had a headache about the mortgage. So he thought about borrowing some more money from Johnson and investing in the stock market or other places where he could make quick money to fill the hole in a short time. It's totally a gambler's mentality. I'm so frustrated by the loss. At this time, no matter how much money you lend him, it will be useless. It is like a bottomless pit, and he will lose all the money. Johnson pretended to be hesitant, and after a few seconds he said, I don't have any liquid funds right now, but I can think of a way to help you borrow some from the bank. Okay, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will never forget you after I make money, Nick said solemnly. Johnson naturally scoffed. If I didn't like your wife, I wouldn't waste my time with a gambler like you. Chapter 65, Collateral. Johnson certainly wouldn't stay at home and waste time. He went out again and walked around, collecting desire points. In the evening, he came home after dinner and went next door. Hearing a knock on the door, Susan opened it and was startled when she saw Johnson. Could it be that this guy is getting greedy and wants to come to my house and do something? Although she is a little dissatisfied with her husband in terms of sex, this will definitely not lead her to cheating on him. The education she received over a long period of time made it impossible for her to take that step. What are you doing here? She asked in a low voice, looking extremely nervous. Johnson smiled and said, instead of worrying about what I'm going to do, you should worry about the money your husband invested. What do you mean? Susan asked quickly. Johnson was silent. At this time, Nick also heard the noise and came out. Seeing that his wife was blocking the door and not letting Johnson in, he couldn't help but get angry and shouted, what are you doing? Hurry up and invite Mr. Zhang in. Johnson laughed and said, it's okay. My sister-in-law is just playing tricks on me. Susan almost fainted. You actually said that in front of her husband? But Nick didn't hear it. He was just slightly stunned. His wife was so virtuous and kind. How could she be naughty and mischievous? It must be that his wife disliked Johnson and blocked the door to prevent him from coming in, so Johnson deliberately said the opposite. He hurried over, took Johnson's hand, and sat down in the living room. He also hopes to borrow another 5 million from Johnson to turn his life around. So, of course, he has to worship Johnson like an ancestor. Go make some tea, he said to Susan with an annoyed look. Susan frowned. It seemed that her husband had invited Johnson over. But why? Thinking of what Johnson had said before, her heart tightened. Nothing will happen. She stood still, but asked, Johnson, does my husband want to talk to you about something? Johnson pretended to be surprised and said, didn't he tell you that he was going to ask me to borrow another 5 million? What? Borrow another 5 million? Susan was shocked and looked at Nick quickly. Honey, is it too much for you to borrow so much money? Nick didn't have time to stop Johnson, but the words had already been said. Could he blame Johnson? Don't want to borrow money anymore. He hesitated. Isn't the stock market doing well now? I want to invest more money in the stock market and make more money. Susan was half believing and half doubting. Nick has always believed in the investment project in Africa, which claims to bring a return of 10 times or even more. He doesn't think highly of the current bull market, so he borrows another 5 million to invest in the stock market? She was instinctively suspicious. Johnson pondered and said, I lent you 3 million before because you still have this house. Even if the investment fails, you can still pay it back. However, if you borrow another 5 million from me, I have to think about it. Even if you sell the house, you may not be able to pay it back. How is that possible? My house is worth at least 10 million. Didn't you just buy the one next door? You should know it very well. Nick said quickly. Johnson shook his head. You mortgaged the house. When you can't pay back the money, the bank will auction the house. It's basically impossible to sell a foreclosed house at market price. Foreclosed properties may encounter various troubles. So who would buy them unless the price is much lower than the market price? It would be better to just buy a second-hand house. So if this house can only be sold for $8 million, the mortgage must be paid off first. How much will be left? Nick was anxious, as he was still hoping to borrow another $5 million to turn the situation around. But if Johnson didn't lend him the money, he would have to bear the debt of $6 million. Not only was his dream of getting rich shattered, he even had to move out of this big house. Will he be able to hold his head up in front of his classmates, colleagues, and friends after that? Brother Zhang, believe me, I will definitely get rich. Besides, didn't I invest more than $6 million in African projects? At worst, I can take the money back and I will definitely pay you back. He lied with his eyes open. I was so anxious that I even called my brother. Johnson smiled and said, "It's not impossible to borrow more money, but I also need a collateral." "Okay, Brother Zhang, just take whatever you like," said Nick. "Besides the house, is there anything else in your home that is worth $5 million? Not to mention $5 million. There are not many items even worth tens of thousands." Johnson laughed. "Since you said so, I won't be polite." Having said that, he directly hugged Susan into his arms. There was a sudden silence in the room. Of course, this silence only lasted for 3 seconds, and then Susan screamed and quickly pushed Johnson's hand. Nick was also anxious, but he didn't do anything. Instead, he said awkwardly, "Brother Zhang, stop joking." Susan was shocked and disappointed to see that her jealous husband just said this and didn't come up to fight. She even forgot to struggle and just stare at Nick. Johnson took the initiative to let go of her hand and said calmly, "I never force others, since you don't want to forget it." After saying that, he got up and left. "Wait," Nick shouted hurriedly, ignoring his wife's disappointed and even desperate eyes. "Brother Zhang, change the conditions and everything can be negotiated." He really couldn't explain to his wife that all the $6 million he invested was gone. If he couldn't borrow another $5 million from Johnson to turn the situation around, they wouldn't be able to keep their house. He now has a complete gambler's mentality, only thinking about getting $5 million from Johnson to turn things around. As for my wife, get the money first, then slowly explain and coax them. Susan was distraught. Before, when Nick promised to let her dance, but this time, it was not disappointment, but frustration, even despair. "Aren't you jealous? Don't you even forbid your male colleagues from speaking to me? Is this what you call loving me too much and not wanting me to have any contact with any man? Now, he has said he wants to sleep with me, and you are not angry at all, but are begging him to change his request?" Susan felt her mind go blank, and she felt like a puppet. Johnson smiled faintly. "That's all I ask." Nick didn't say anything, but grabbed his hair with both hands, looking painful. He is so possessive that he would get jealous if his wife spoke to other men. How could he tolerate his wife sleeping with Johnson? "But I owe more than $6 million. A penny can make a hero fail, let alone more than $6 million. Besides, Nick is just a jealous husband, not a hero. Haha, I never make things difficult for anyone. Let's go." Johnson stood up again. Don't. Nick quickly stopped him. Susan finally came to her senses, and seeing the pleading look in her husband's eyes, she was so angry that she slapped him. Bang! Crisp and loud. Chapter 66, Little Thoughts. Nick was stunned by the slap. Ever since he married Susan, Susan has always played the role of an obedient and virtuous wife, listening to and following his words. If he asked her not to attend the school party, she would go home early just to take care of his emotions. But what about now? Susan actually slapped him. "You actually hit me?" At this moment, Nick was really angry and almost couldn't help but hit back. But he restrained himself. What he asked of Susan was indeed too much. Being Johnson-esque collateral, is it really just a matter of sitting in Johnson's house? Didn't you see that Johnson had already hugged the person just now? Obviously, when my wife went to the neighbor's house, it would be strange if she was not eaten up. One of the reasons why he is so jealous is that his wife is too beautiful and charming, and he is afraid that she will hook up with other men and cheat on him. Now he is actually going to push his wife into the arms of another man with his own hands? Am I fucking crazy? But when he thought of the $6 million debt he owed, his anger immediately disappeared. No, he doesn't want to become a pauper and be looked down upon by others. "Wife, listen to me." He held Susan's hand. "Brother Zhang is just worried about the money he lent. How could he really have any bad thoughts about you? Besides, if a woman doesn't agree, how can a man succeed? Unless violence is used. But wouldn't that be coercion? Brother Zhang has a big family and a lot of wealth. Could he be such a person? Listening to her husband's feeble explanation, Susan felt chilled to the bone. Nick, is this what you're saying? She clenched her teeth so tightly that it even made a clicking sound. Nick was very unconvinced. Am I wrong? Because he was afraid that his wife would cheat on him. He studied many related cases. In the end, he came to the conclusion, in that kind of thing, as long as the woman does not actively cooperate, the man will have no chance of succeeding unless he uses violence. The richer and more powerful people are, the more they fear losing their freedom, so they will definitely not take risks for a woman. Susan may seem dangerous, but as long as she has firm faith, she will have nothing to lose. The worst that can happen is being hugged and having some physical contact. In order to earn back the $6 million that was cheated out of him, he could still accept it. Seeing that Nick was still making excuses, Susan was extremely disappointed. Her husband interfered with her normal life, and she was basically unable to socialize. She was a weirdo at school, coming and going in a hurry and not participating in any activities. All this is because she loves Nick and Nick loves her too. Now, the faith that supported her is slowly crumbling. Why is this happening? She looked at Johnson. This guy was the cause of everything. It's him. He is the one who made our family become like this. Seeing Susan's anger rising sharply, Johnson spread his hands and said, "This matter cannot be blamed on me. Lao Ting wanted to get rich, but was defrauded of more than 6 million yuan. Hey, did I let it slip?" What? Susan got angry and turned her head to look at Nick again. Nick didn't have time to think about why Johnson knew he had been defrauded of his money and hurried to comfort Susan. "Wife, the scammer has been caught, and the police are trying to get the money back." "Nick," Susan screamed, "I've advised you so many times not to invest money. Even if you invest, the maximum you can invest is 100,000 or 200,000, which is within the range our family can afford. But you refused to listen and insisted on investing by borrowing money. More than 6 million. Even if we don't eat or drink, how many years will it take us to earn back this money?" Nick was not convinced. "I just had bad luck. Besides, I want to make money. Isn't it for you to live a good life?" "For me?" Susan's delicate body trembled a few times. "So is it my fault in the end? You were defrauded of more than 6 million yuan, but you still haven't reflected on it and are even putting the blame on others? Are you a giant baby?" Nick with disappointment. For a moment, she felt exhausted and had no intention of speaking at all. "Brother Zhang, can you transfer the money to me now?" Nick turned his head and looked at Johnson again, his eyes full of madness. Now that his wife already knows that he was defrauded of money, he must fight back and earn back what he lost. The stock market is so hot right now. He should be able to make a comeback. Johnson smiled and said, "As long as your wife agrees to be my woman, I will lend you money until you pay it back. As long as the woman doesn't agree, the man can't succeed, then I'll let you agree first." Now, Nick couldn't agree to this. Never wear a green hat. He secretly blamed Susan for being stupid. If she had cooperated with him before, borrowed the 5 million first, and then told Johnson that she was just collateral and would never sleep with him, wouldn't that have been enough? But now it has to be put on the table as a condition. Although Johnson is not a worm in Nick's stomach, he can clearly grasp Nick's thoughts at the moment by observing his emotional changes. Then add fuel to the fire. Johnson timely increased Nick's desire for money. Nick was about to refuse, but swallowed the words back. "No," rejected Johnson. Who else could he ask for money? The house has been mortgaged, and he has no way to borrow money. Therefore, unless Johnson lent him the money, he would have to accept the fact that he would lose $6 million. That's a debt of $6 million. I want money. I want to get rich. I want to turn the tables. Nick changed his mind and said to Susan, "Honey, for my sake and yours, please agree." This was the final blow to Susan. Susan's lips turned pale, and her whole body felt extremely weak. "No, you should be angry." Johnson appropriately raised Susan's anger level. Susan was originally disheartened, but suddenly she was filled with anger towards Nick, which made her impulsive. Good, good, good. You must force your own wife to be a whore, don't you? Okay, I'll be a chicken." Then she looked at Johnson and said, "Go to your house." Johnson shrugged. "You asked for it. I, a woman, have said this. What are you afraid of?" Susan rushed out and slammed the door. Johnson followed and opened the door of his house, and Susan walked straight in and went straight to the bedroom. They were all the same apartment layout, so she knew where the bedroom was without Johnson's instructions. In 1802, Nick sat on the ground. After a moment's pause, he suddenly remembered something and rushed to the door of 1801 and started knocking on it. Brother Zhang, you haven't lent me your 5 million yet. Chapter 67, Reward for Johnson. Although there were two doors between them, Johnson's hearing was so good that he could still hear the knocking on the door clearly. But would he pay attention? The delicious food was right in front of him, and he would be a fool if he bothered with Nick. 2 hours later, Johnson came to the balcony. Although it was already night, the air conditioner was on in the room, and it was not cold at all. He sat on a lounge chair and admired the beautiful view of Jinji Lake in front of him. Why is Linglong Bay so expensive? The First Line Lake view is naturally one of the reasons. He took a can of beer, snapped open the pull ring, and drank the refreshing gulp, feeling so comfortable. Then he began to savor it. It feels so fucking good. He was right. Susan was very charming, and when she was half-hearted and reluctant, that was when she was most attractive. The best. It is indeed the best. Although her looks did not reach the top level, her natural charm was enough to give her extra points, barely reaching the threshold of the top. She is definitely a gift from God to men. Johnson had fun? Not at all. He came out to drink a beer and enjoy the night view. Not to give himself a rest, but to give Susan a chance to catch her breath. After all, how could one satisfy him? After Johnson finished his beer, he thought Susan should have had enough rest, so he went back into the bedroom. The next day, Johnson got addicted to the taste and had no intention of going out. Except for ordering takeout, he basically spent the rest of his time with Susan. By the way, he still lent 5 million to Nick. Keep your word. Most importantly, he didn't want Nick to call the police and disturb his fun. Sure enough, after receiving the transfer news of 5 million, although there was still anger in Nick's eyes, he was more eager to make money. Anyway, what should and shouldn't happen has definitely happened. Therefore, money is the most practical thing. Of course, he wrote another IOU to Johnson. In a flash, 2 days passed. Johnson finally put an end to the absurdity. It's not that he realized that he shouldn't indulge in beauty, but that he received a call from Gu Yusin, saying that there was something important and asked him to go to the criminal police brigade immediately. What's up? Johnson didn't want to pay attention to it. He hadn't enjoyed Susan's charm enough, but looking at his desire points that had hardly moved in 2 days, he started to feel the alarm. Beauty is really a bone-digging knife. Although it can't cause any harm to his physique, he should be able to improve his physique, but now he hasn't. Doesn't this addition and subtraction amount to a regression? Well, let's go to the criminal police brigade first, and then take a walk outside to collect some desire points. Strengthening cannot stop. He put on his clothes and went out. On the bed, Susan quietly opened her eyes with a complicated expression. I can't go back. I really can't go back. At the beginning, she was really mad at Nick, so she took the initiative to invite him. In fact, she regretted it soon, but she couldn't stop. She is a charming woman. In ancient times, she would be a demon who brings disaster to the king. It's just that Nick is too weak, and there's no way he can bring out this side of her. But Johnson did it. During these 2 days, she truly enjoyed the pleasure of love and finally knew what happiness was. When she heard the door close as Johnson left, she climbed out of bed and looked in the mirror. Oh my God, is this really me? Radiant. The charm and laziness emanating from her bones was so strong that even she herself was a little confused. How could I be so charming? She stroked her cheeks, totally unable to believe that the radiant woman in the mirror, whose every inch of skin exuded charming charm, was actually herself. If you smile at this, which man wouldn't go crazy? No wonder that guy didn't go out for 2 days. Thinking of Johnson's inhuman physique, she couldn't help but call him an animal. Johnson came to the criminal police brigade and soon met Gu Yusin. However, Gu Yusin's expression was very serious. What happened? Johnson asked. Gu Yusin sighed and then said, didn't you take down a group of fraud gangs? Yeah. Johnson nodded. What kind of accident could possibly happen? Gu Yusin shook her head. This group of fraudsters are just small fry. There are people above them who are the real masters and big bosses. These people are from old Myanmar. Although Johnson already knew this, he still cooperated and looked surprised. Strictly speaking, they are all the Bai family's lackeys. Gu Yusin continued. You wiped out all the Bai family members, which made the person in charge of the Bai family very angry. He offered a reward for your life. Johnson was stunned at first, then laughed. Who gave him the courage to offer a reward in our house? Gu Yusin glared at him and said, don't take it seriously. The Burmese are certainly not as strong as us, and they can't get involved. But the Bai family has offered a 5 million bonus for your head, so there will definitely be international killers who will take on this mission. You are in the open, while the killer is in the dark. It is impossible for people to be on high alert all the time. If you're not careful, you may be doomed. Johnson didn't really care. Gu Yusin was worried that the killer would succeed because she lacked understanding of Johnson's strength. After 8 enhancements, Johnson is confident that he can dodge even the bullets fired. With such strength, why would you be afraid of any hidden attacks? But of course he would not show his strength to Gu Yusin, but smiled and said, "You called me here, not just to tell me this, right?" Gu Yusin shook her head and said, "I have a suggestion. You should temporarily live in the criminal police brigade until the crisis is resolved." From her point of view, this is the safest solution. First of all, the domestic gun ban is too strict. If you come to the country through normal channels, you will definitely not be able to get a gun in a short period of time, unless you're smuggled. But there's a chance of failure in smuggling. Besides, the country is so big, and as an illegal immigrant, you cannot use normal means of transportation. How long will it take you to get to Suzhou? If Johnson was in his own home, the killer could have used all sorts of tools to create an accident. The simplest way is to hit you with a car and then make it look like an accident. Killing someone doesn't necessarily require a gun or a knife. There are many ways to do it. But as long as you stay in the criminal police brigade, you can prevent all accidents. The killer ran to the criminal police brigade to create an accident. Isn't this looking for death? Johnson refused. "I'm not used to living outside. How about you move in my house and protect me?" Gu Yusin glared at him. Johnson expected that she would not agree. Otherwise, if she really wanted to live in his house, what would she do when she saw Susan? It is impossible for Johnson to give up Gu Yusin for Susan, nor is it possible for him to give up an entire forest for Gu Yusin. Killer? Come on, he wants it more than ever. Chapter 68, Lowest Level. Johnson decided to collect a wave of killer desire points first. Then, after he completes another strengthening, he'll go to Old Myanmar and deal with the Bai family. Offer me a bounty? How could I let you get away with it? Besides, how much money have the 4 major families in northern Myanmar defrauded from the Chinese people, and how many people have been killed? Then why not eliminate the 4 major families at the same time? Johnson thought about it and realized that even if he wiped out the 4 major families, it would be impossible to eliminate online fraud, because even the 4 major families are actually just doing things for others. The root cause of online fraud lies in Myanmar's chaotic social problems. Local separatists set up their own kingdoms, and the government has no control over them at all. Why can the local authorities go against the authorities? Army. But maintaining an army is a huge expense. Where does the money come from? It's a scam. Therefore, the source of online fraud is the division within Myanmar itself. If the root cause is not resolved, online fraud will never disappear. If we want to solve the problem fundamentally, we need to take action and directly deter any force that dares to touch online fraud will be eliminated. No matter how strong Johnson's personal strength is, it is impossible to do it, unless he becomes a humanoid nuclear weapon. But for now, even if he strengthens himself a few more times, he is still far from the power of a humanoid nuclear weapon. No matter what, since the Bai family has offered a reward for me, if I don't wipe out this family, won't everyone dare to offer a reward for me in the future? Johnson's eyes flashed coldly. In prison, if someone targets you and you don't fight back, you will be a soft persimmon and will only attract more bullying. If you're the boss, your subordinates will abandon you. So, he must repay evil with evil. Okay, the plan is made. Let's get started. Johnson didn't want to go to Myanmar through normal channels, so he would have to go to the Bai family himself. But what if he got in touch with those fraudsters in the Bai family? The Bai family not only cheats people out of money online, but also lures people to northern Myanmar. One is to expand the online fraud team or to supplement manpower, and secondly, it can also make some money. Therefore, a living person can extract a lot of value. Johnson planned to let Damien search online first. Not only did he want to find the scammers who specialized in luring people to Myanmar to get rich, but they had to be from the Bai family so that he wouldn't have to make an extra trip. After all, the real owner is the Bai family. After he flattened the Bai family, he could go and deal with the other 3 families. It didn't matter if he couldn't find them, but the Bai family must not be let go. Then we have to keep an eye on the Bai family from the beginning. On the way back, he assigned Damien a task and transferred 100,000 yuan to him as activity funds. Damien was naturally very happy and expressed his willingness to go through fire and water for his boss. Johnson just listened. When he got home, Susan was nowhere to be found. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this woman hadn't seen Nick clearly and ran back again? Then he doesn't need to pity the other person. All in all, Johnson spent $8 million. Although Nick could make a part of the loss by selling the house, it would definitely be a loss. If he could get a top-notch beauty for it, Johnson would think the money was worth it. But is he in Chao's camp, but his heart is with Han? Then why should he cherish it? However, when he came to the living room, he saw a piece of white paper on the table with a line of words written on it. I took a few days off and went to work. Oh, so you went to school. By the way, she attends classes at a dance school. Aren't there a lot of pretty girls there? People who learn to dance have much better figures and temperaments than ordinary women. Johnson felt a little itchy. Wait, improve your strength. Since there was no one at home and he was too lazy to stay alone, he went out again to harvest a wave of desire points. In the afternoon, Johnson received a message from Chung Ching. Boss, you've been put on a killer's website. Hee, you're worth $5 million. Johnson was speechless. How come even you know about this? I practice martial arts, and sometimes I take jobs online, but I won't take jobs that involve killing people. Chung Ching looked very sad. Boss, I have to make some money. This guy's a bit stubborn. He said he was repaying Zhao Shangyun's kindness by being Zhao Shangyun's bodyguard for 10 years, but he actually refused to take any salary. Therefore, whenever he had any personal needs, he could only take on some work on his own to earn some extra money. Is $5 million a lot or a little? Johnson asked with a smile. Chung Ching avoided the question and said, in fact, there are not only murder missions on the internet, but also kidnapping, threatening, and other jobs. The price ranges from tens of thousands. Johnson sighed. What about killing someone? What's the minimum? Chung Ching smiled awkwardly. 1 million. Fine. What about the highest? Johnson asked again. There's no upper limit to how high the reward is. Someone once offered a bounty of $10 billion to the heads of several top chaebol like Ole Mickelson. However, several chaebols offered bounties to each other, and eventually all the offers were canceled, said Chung Ching. What about most of it? Johnson was not discouraged. Chung Ching had no choice but to explain in detail. The registered killers on Killer.com are divided into 5 levels, namely King Killer, Diamond Killer, Gold Killer, Silver Killer, and Bronze Killer. Bronze killers take jobs below 10 million. It's not that high-level killers cannot take jobs, but they generally pay attention to their status and disdain them. Now Johnson had an intuitive understanding. Well, after all this time, I am just the lowest level. The Bai family looks down on me so much. Johnson was a little disappointed. The lower the killer's level, the fewer people he will kill, and naturally the fewer desire points he can provide. But he is a killer after all, so at least he can make over 10,000, right? He still needs about 120,000 desire points before the next enhancement, which normally takes 10 days to collect. Even if a killer can only provide 10,000 extra desire points, he can enhance one day earlier by solving each one. No matter how small an ant's leg is, it is still meat. What's more, it is no longer an ant's leg, so it can at least be called a big chicken leg. Johnson opens the stock software to check the current profit situation. In the past few days, he has been buying shares of Storm Technology, but there were too many people rushing to buy them, so he didn't get much. The value is probably only around 200 million yuan, of which more than 100 million yuan is the principal, and the rest is the increase in value in recent days. The other stocks I hold have naturally also increased a lot, but they cannot be compared with the monster stock Storm Technology. Currently, the total market value of all his stocks is around 1.7 billion. However, 120 million is the principal, and 1.2 billion is the leverage. So in fact, his floating profit is only about 400 million. That is, when did I become so wealthy that I don't even care about 400 million? According to the plan, he could indeed make hundreds of billions, but it would take several years for Bitcoin to rise sharply. It's floating, it's really floating. Johnson laughed. But as his strength grew, his desire for money decreased. It's enough. So how much is enough? It must be at least hundreds of billions. Johnson scratched his head and thought, well, he still has to make money. Chapter 69, Let's Get Divorced. Johnson missed a lot after spending 31 years in prison in his previous life. Of course, he has to make up for it. It's nothing more than enjoying material things, power, and women. As for power, as long as his strength reaches the peak, he will naturally have supreme power. Even if he does not want it, he will be promoted to the corresponding position. Because if you don't sit there, how can others dare to sit in the remaining seats? Material enjoyment is easy, just buy it. That leaves only women. Johnson originally thought that his 3 wives for concubines and 72 wives was a bit exaggerated, but when he thought about a certain CEO who directly maintained a singing and dancing troupe, he felt that it was not excessive at all. The key point is, does a certain boss have a body as strong as his? You want a dozen or 20 top-notch girls, so 1 or 200 is not too much, right? After making money from the stock market and real estate market, Johnson will use enough money to buy Bitcoin, wait for it to appreciate, and use the rest of the money to enjoy himself. He plans to set up an entertainment company and have his own dance troupe. In addition, there are modeling troupes, art troupes, opera troupes. There's only one principle, which is to only sign girls, and they have to be beautiful girls, and they have to score at least 80 points. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Johnson returned home. Hey, the lights are on at home. Someone. Susan. She was busy in the kitchen, and the sound of cooking could be heard. Johnson originally planned to stay quiet for 2 days, but when he saw Susan heading towards that station, he couldn't help but become interested. I ended up having takeout for dinner. There was no way. Susan was cooking well, but Johnson disturbed her and the food was burnt. How could she eat it? You are a poisonous person, Susan said suddenly. Even though we are familiar with each other now, I will still slap you for slandering me like this, Johnson said with a smile. Susan sighed. If you weren't poisonous, how could I be so addicted to it that I even gave up my own home? Had sex with Johnson because she was angry at the time. But now, she has also tasted the sweetness, and there is no way she can go back. But it's only been 3 days. How come she has become like this? Johnson smiled. Other women would not change so quickly. But who can blame Susan for being a naturally charming woman? She is the vixen and disaster in ancient times. Therefore, once her desire was aroused, it would naturally become uncontrollable. I can only say that you have finally opened your eyes, Johnson said with a smile. You can see clearly what kind of person your husband is through these things. As for why he fell in love with me so quickly, of course, it's because I'm handsome and have a good character. Susan rolled her eyes at him, but she was still very charming and full of allure. The good thing about young women is that if you make some dirty jokes with them, she may be shy, but she is mostly teasing you. Unlike the little girl, who would probably cover her face and run away, the aunt, she would just push you down. From this point of view, Johnson thinks young women are the best. They are knowledgeable and interesting and can know what to do with just one look. Still, she sighed when she thought of Nick. A night of love is worth 100 days of grace, not to mention that she really loved him. Nick has true nature now. I still can't help but sigh and regret the youth I wasted. I'm divorcing him tomorrow, Susan said. She couldn't accept the fact that she was a married woman and at the same time she was involved with Johnson. In terms of ideology, she still tends to be traditional and conservative. Johnson didn't care. It made no difference to him whether Susan left or not. He said casually, "It's better to divorce. It will be quiet." Although Susan had made up her mind, she still felt very sad and emotional. She had been married to Nick for more than 3 years. Apart from his excessive possessiveness, Nick actually had no shortcomings. But in just a few days, he revealed his ugly side, which made her extremely disappointed and hated him to the core. Then, she suddenly thought of Peng Wenjun again. She still cares a lot about her sister-in-law, because in her opinion, she is just a college student. As long as they haven't entered society, they are just children to her. She couldn't just ignore it. You said before that as long as I'm with you, you can let Peng Wenjun stay in the art troupe, right? She asked. Johnson suppressed his smile and said, "That's exactly what I said. Then you can't bother Xiao Jun anymore. If you have anything to say, come to me. You said that yourself." Johnson nodded. "I promise I won't harass her, but if she comes after me, well, that's another story." Susan is full of confidence. Peng Wenjun even begged her in order not to be harassed by Johnson. How could she possibly take the initiative to find Johnson? "Okay, it's a deal." She agreed. "Have you finished eating? Then do some exercise to help digestion," Johnson said with a smile. Susan was moisturized to become more and more radiant, and every inch of her skin exuded a seductive charm. That lazy and charming young woman temperament was absolutely fatal, but Johnson was not emaciated either. On the contrary, he was also full of energy. The physical fitness is amazing. He accompanied Susan to next door. Nick, and he seems like a different person. With his unshaven beard and unkempt appearance, he seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, and Johnson almost didn't recognize him. He saw Susan. His first words were, "Honey, the stocks I bought went up. Got up. Guess how much money I made? 200,000. In just 2 days, I made 200,000. If it was 3 days ago, Susan would indeed be happy, but now she has completely given up on Nick. What would it matter if he made 200,000, let alone 2 billion? She has never been a woman with strong material desires. Nick, let's get a divorce, she said lightly. Nick was stunned at first, then quickly said, "What are you talking about? I have money now. I can keep our house. I don't love you anymore." Susan remained calm. She originally thought that this sentence would be difficult to say, but after she actually said it, she felt a sense of relief all over her body. "No, how can you not love me? How can you divorce me?" Nick said viciously. His possessiveness was so strong that Johnson still managed to suppress it by overwhelmed his desire for money. So, now Susan is leaving him? How could he possibly agree to that? "You bitch, you just been with someone else for 2 days, and you've already disregarded our years of marriage." Nick seemed extremely angry and was about to strangle Susan S. neck. "You fickle woman, I'm going to kill you." But just as he stretched out his hand, bang, the whole person flew up and hit the wall behind him. Johnson retracted his foot and patted his shoes as if he was dusting them off. Chapter 70. Nick regrets. Looking at her husband in such a state of disgrace, Susan could not muster up a trace of sympathy. "If you don't love me anymore, then you don't love me anymore, just like we were strangers." Then, she looked at the domineering Johnson, her eyes filled with admiration and worship. "Maybe I'm not a good woman. I hated him so much just a few days ago, but now I can't wait to be with him every day." Susan S. eyes are watery, and she exudes charm from the inside out. Although Nick was about to complain bitterly after being kicked, he still caught a glimpse of the changes in his wife and couldn't help but feel surprised and jealous. Susan's so charming. Oh my God, how can a woman be so charming? With a woman like this, he still has the guts to think about getting rich. Just having fun in bed every day isn't enough. What a pity that this side of my wife was actually developed by another man. He was jealous beyond words. But the next moment, he ran over and was about to hug Susan's legs. "Wife, I was wrong. Please forgive me once. Please don't divorce me. I can't live without you." But his eyes blurred and he hugged a hard object. "My wife's legs are very thin, but definitely not this thin." When he looked, he saw that he was hugging a chair leg. Susan looked down at Nick and said calmly, "You are right. I am indeed a fickle woman. I have not divorced yet, but I have already fallen in love with another man. So, the fault is mine. I will leave the house with nothing." "No, wife, don't say that. It's all my fault. It's my fault. Don't leave me. I won't divorce you. I will never divorce you even if I die." As Nick spoke, his expression became fierce. "You want to leave me and live with Johnson, but you have to live next door to me? You wish." Susan was stunned. She didn't expect that she had an affair and admitted that she was a fickle woman, but her husband, who had always been extremely jealous, still refused to agree to a divorce, leaving her at a loss as to what to do for a moment. Johnson knew it was time to take action. Simple, just raise Nick's fear level, and the target is of course Susan. Soon, Nick began to tremble and suddenly burst into tears. "Wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. If you want a divorce, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you immediately." Susan frowned. She naturally couldn't understand why Nick suddenly changed from insisting to giving up. She thought he was playing hard to get, but her determination to divorce was already very firm. It's impossible to change. Nick went to get their ID cards, marriage certificates, and household registration books, and then they took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. 3 people and Johnson. If he doesn't go, Nick's fear level will soon return to normal levels. Will he still be willing to divorce? When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, because Susan left the house with nothing and both parties had made it clear that they wanted a divorce, and there was no cooling off period for divorce in 15 years, in just a few minutes, their marriage certificate became a divorce certificate. The house, car, and savings all belonged to Nick. Of course, he also bears the debt, but overall he must have made some profit. Susan didn't take it to heart. She just looked at the divorce certificate and felt a sense of calm in her heart. No ups or downs, no sadness, not even much feeling, just a sense of relief. Maybe she had long been unable to bear Nick's possessiveness, but had gotten used to it and had never shown it. But now that she was finally free, the biggest feeling she had was relief. Nick, who had finally returned to normal, was stunned, watching his charming ex-wife twisting her slender waist and getting into the taxi, with the man with her being Johnson. He couldn't help but feel grief-stricken and sat down on the ground, bursting into tears. Why did he agree to a divorce? Why did you suddenly become afraid of Susan and agree on impulse? No, He lives next door to them and will never let this couple live happily. But he apparently forgot one thing. In the car, Susan suddenly looked sad. Johnson couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Are you worried that your ex-husband lives next door and might do something? Susan nodded. Nick is a very stingy person, and he obviously regretted it. So, he will definitely not be content. You are really good at judging people. Johnson showed a hint of disdain. People like Nick who have high aspirations, but lack the skills and only dream of getting rich are nothing in his eyes. He said, You forgot that I am still his creditor. Susan was stunned for a moment. Then she hissed, You are so sinister. Johnson glared at her deliberately. Did anyone say that about your adulterer? Susan suddenly felt relieved and said with a smile, Will we adulterers die a miserable death? As long as I'm here, even God can't take you away. Johnson said confidently, although he would not marry Susan, let alone hang himself on this tree. He would certainly take good care of the woman he had gone through so much trouble to get. How could he let anything happen to her? Listening to Johnson's domineering words, Susan's eyes couldn't help but bend into a slit, exuding a charming temperament from the inside out. What a vixen. The driver was stunned and could not help but stare at them blankly through the rearview mirror. Oh my God, such a big melon. Johnson laughed loudly when he saw this and put his arm around Susan's shoulders. Master, if you meet such a top-notch girl, would you poach her? Looking at Susan's blushing face, the charming aura that seemed to emanate from her bones was even more overwhelming. The driver couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Yes, of course. This woman is already beautiful enough, but her charm is even more irresistible. It is definitely the demon and disaster, as the old saying goes. Susan was still not thick-skinned enough, and she threw herself into Johnson's arms, not daring to look up again. Johnson thought about it and gave up the idea of asking Nick to sell the house to pay back the $8 million. He can indeed force Nick to pay back the money, but others can be the deadbeats. By increasing Nick's fear value, the other party can agree to sell the house, but the buying and selling cycle is very long, and he can't always maintain Nick's fear value. Firstly, it consumes too many desire points, and secondly, it is not realistic. Does he have to sleep with Nick at night? But didn't Nick use the house as collateral for the mortgage? As far as Johnson knows, this type of mortgage loan is basically used for doing business. Nick's mortgage loan is used for investment and was used for fraud, which is obviously not within the permitted scope. Then, what Johnson has to do is simple. Let the bank check. Once the truth is found out, the contract will naturally be terminated and the loan will be recovered. Can it be repaid? Then auction the collateral. Hey. Well, in 2 steps. The first step is for Johnson to take back the $5 million that he had lent out, making it impossible for Nick to repay the bank loan. The second step is for Damien to find evidence of Nick's illegal mortgage, report it to the bank regulator, and let the bank initiate the loan recovery process. Johnson picked up his phone and sent Nick a message. Chapter 71, the bounty has increased. Ding. Nick received a message, but he was still thinking of some sinister means to deal with the couple, so he didn't check it. It took him a long while to wipe away his tears. From time to time, divorced men and women would appear in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and many of them cried uncontrollably, but no one would stare at him. Nick took out his cell phone and looked at it, and he couldn't help but feel angry and shocked. This is a debt collection message. Who sent it? Johnson. He wants to get the $5 million back. He quickly called. Johnson, why do you want to return the money now? Oh, you don't even call me Brother Zhang? Johnson said calmly. I did agree to lend you the money, but there is no stipulation on when to take the money back, right? Besides, I need money now to buy a house for your ex-wife. You fucking bastard. Nick was so angry that he was jumping up and down, but there was nothing he could do. Humph, I won't pay you back. No way. He stood up. Do you want to force me to pay back the money so that I won't dare to go back? I won't. You bastards, I will fight you to the end. After having this thought, he immediately took a taxi back. However, as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Johnson coming towards him and said, Clear all your stocks and give me back the money. You wish. The fear value is exploding. Yes, Nick's resistance collapsed instantly, and he did as he was told. He sold all his stocks, and the time slowly passed 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The market is closed. Even if Nick regretted it, there was no way he could invest his money in the stock market again. Before the market opens next time, Johnson will again force Nick to pay back the money. Next, it depends on Damien's performance. Johnson believed that would be a piece of cake for Damien to find some evidence. Sure enough, Damien quickly sent a message to Johnson. Nailed it. Johnson smiled and said, Nick will move out next door in a few days. What's even more amazing, Johnson will buy the house. Of course, Susan still lives back home. When Johnson wants to, he can call her over or go next door. It is very convenient. Hey, should I buy the entire building and arrange for everyone to live together? Great idea. Of course, Johnson is still more inclined to buy a manor, which would be more convenient and more comfortable to look at. A building, something's a little weird. Let's talk about it later. Back home, Johnson couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the delicious and charming Susan. Johnson was in the land of tenderness when he was interrupted by a phone call. Hey, he said unhappily. Mr. Zhang, you seem to be very angry. Ching asked doubtfully. Haha, his anger is as big as 20 centimeters. If you have to fart, do it now, he said impatiently. Ching seemed to know what Johnson had done wrong and said quickly, Mr. Zhang, your bounty has been increased. Now it's 10 million. Is this a good thing? A bounty of 5 million can only attract bronze killers, while 10 million reaches the standard of silver killers because bronze killers are not qualified to take missions worth more than 10 million. Johnson was a little surprised. He didn't do anything, so why did the Bai family suddenly increase the bounty? Ching continued, however, young Master Zhang, your situation is somewhat special, because it is not the original bounty holder who has increased the bounty, but another bounty holder has also offered a bounty of 5 million, all for your death. The website has merged the two bounties, so the total bounty has reached 10 million. This will make the silver killer more interested, and the bronze killer can still take it. Because they were two 5 million missions, they actually did not exceed the capabilities of a bronze killer. But by just doing one thing, you can complete 2 tasks and get 2 rewards. Is this attractive enough? If there were originally 50 killers coming, there must be at least 100 now, and there may even be a silver killer among them. After hanging up the phone, Johnson couldn't help but think, who is the other person offering the reward? This killer website belongs to the dark web, so ordinary people either have thugs like Ching or wealthy and powerful sponsors, and they don't even know the existence of this website. Johnson checked all the existing enemies and immediately locked on the target. Zhao Shangyun. It's most likely him. Yes, he sent his top general Ching to deal with him. But Ching not only failed, but also became his subordinate. How could Zhao Shangyun not panic? Old man, I haven't even come to find you yet, and you're making trouble again. But the problem remained the same. He didn't know where Zhao Shangyun was. He has assets worth tens of billions, so he can have 10 or 100 boroughs, let alone 3. Even if Johnson knew the information of all the properties he bought and looked for them one by one, he might not be able to find them. Because firstly, people can take turns living there, and secondly, some properties are not even under Zhao Shangyun's name. So how can he find them? Johnson's strength is already very strong, but he has no power of his own, and this is where his weakness comes into play. If the Black Tiger Gang and the Flying Fish Club were under his control, then if he released all his subordinates, Johnson would not believe that he would not be able to find Zhao Shangyun, unless he left Sioux City. Hey, this is really possible. For such a wealthy man, it is not surprising to go abroad to avoid the limelight. He can just wait for the killers to complete their mission and then come back. This is a bit troublesome. Johnson thought of Zhao Tsongnan. Is this guy still in the hospital? He asked Damien to hack into the hospital system to check. It didn't take long for Damien to find out. He was discharged from the hospital several days ago. Johnson thought for a moment and said, a specific date, March 27th. Isn't this the day when Ching challenged me? So after Ching lost, he said goodbye to his former boss. At that time, Zhao Shangyun knew that something was wrong and took his son out of the hospital immediately. Check again to see if he has any record of leaving the country. Good. 10 minutes later, Damien sent another message. Boss, the person you want to investigate went to Thailand. He really went abroad? Johnson nodded. The hospital conditions in Thailand are considered very good in the whole of Asia. Moreover, Thailand is definitely a paradise for the rich, where they can do whatever they want. Should we go to Thailand to subdue a gang or something, and then let them look for the Zhao father and son? A must. However, he still followed the original plan and killed the killer first, or at least strengthened him once more. Then, he would go to Myanmar to destroy the Ming family first, and then go to Thailand to settle the account with Zhao Shangyun. No one can owe him a debt and not repay it. Chapter 72, A Phone Call. Today is Friday, and the stock market will be closed for the next 2 days. This means that Nick's money will not arrive until Monday. Johnson will naturally keep a close eye on Nick and prevent him from continuing to put his money into the stock market or repay the bank loan. It's not that there is no solution, but it's troublesome. So, Johnson asked Chung-Ching to keep an eye on Nick. He didn't have to do anything. If Nick ran out, he had to keep an eye on him. Johnson wants Nick to pay back the money before the stock market opens next week. Then, he stopped worrying about it. Although there was a natural beauty living in his house, Johnson still gritted his teeth and basically stayed out to satisfy his desires for the next 2 days and did not go back until the early morning. Of course, after waking up in the morning, I have to discuss things with Susan. There is still some time. Very happy. Unfortunately, no killer has arrived yet. The weekend passed quickly, and Johnson only received the normal 24,000 desire points, bringing the total desire points to just shy of 150,000, more than 100,000 away from the enhancement requirement of 256,000. But it will be soon. 8 to 9 days will be enough. Johnson was a little anxious because revenge cannot be delayed overnight. The Bai family has offered a reward for several days, but he has not been able to deal with them yet, which has damaged his reputation as a former bully in prison. Fortunately, no one knows in this life. I, Johnson, am an honest and serious man. At most, I'm a little bit lustful, but who can blame me for being handsome and girls like me? Look, he has been fascinated by Susan these days, which has caused the other girls to be dissatisfied. Not only did Peng Wen-jun and the other 4 girls call to ask him when he would come over play, but Lisa and even Nina were also asking. It was normal for Lisa to ask. She was the type with big breasts and no brains. Now she depended entirely on Johnson. Of course, she was afraid that Johnson would be dissatisfied with her and dump her. But what about Nina? This woman is a lawyer, and she is quite ambitious. She has a great desire for money, and she hates Johnson in her heart. If Johnson doesn't go to her, she should be happy. Why would she let Johnson go to play with her? She would never be willing to be a plaything. Johnson called Nina and asked, and the answer came out. The law firm has intentionally or unintentionally sent out signals for Nina to leave on her own. Why did the law firm make Nina a partner in the first place? Isn't it because of her father's status in the Suzhou legal community? But now, her father is in jail. So isn't Nina just an ordinary newcomer? How can she expect to enjoy the treatment of a partner? How is that possible? Nina begged on the phone. You promised me that you would let me keep my current job. Dear brother, I beg you, please help me. Johnson can help or not. Anyway, she has already been played with. Although she's also a beauty with a score of over 80 and is a school beauty, Susan is superior to her in terms of appearance, and she is far better than her in terms of charm. Johnson really doesn't care. However, Nina has another identity. That's Oscar's fiancée. As long as Johnson's hatred for Oscar has not been eliminated, he is still quite interested in Nina. Okay, I'll help you find a solution, but have you thought about how to repay me? He said with a smile. Nina almost bit her teeth to pieces. If it weren't for Johnson, would she have fallen into this embarrassing situation now? But it has come to this point. With her intelligence, she knew that she could only please Johnson, so she said obediently, I'll go get the stockings. No, let's play something different this time. You will be the white-bone demon, and I will be Sun Wukong. Johnson said with a smile. What kind of weird habit is this? What can Nina do? Only those who agree can do so. Johnson called Chi Liming and asked him to contact Hyming Law Firm to serve as legal advisor for certain businesses in Suzhou, but he specified that only Nina could do the job. Now, will Hyming Law Firm kick Nina out again? How is that possible? First of all, Chi Liming is the richest man in Jiangnan. Do you dare to offend him? Appointing Nina to be the leader is Chi's attitude. Second, this is a big order. Even if they are only representing Chi Liming's business in Sioux City, they will still make a lot of money, and they can also use it to establish a relationship with Chi, the richest man in the country. Can they push away such a good thing? Apart from anything else, even if Nina went out to work on her own, as long as she got this agency order, it would be enough for her to become one of the big lawyers in Suzhou. Chi Liming agreed with a smile, and even asked jokingly if this Nina was the woman he kept. Johnson also smiled and said that he was just playing around, which made Chi Liming laugh even louder, as if the relationship between the two had suddenly become closer. Johnson couldn't help but think, if Zhu Wei really followed him, would Mr. Chi still smile so happily? Helping your daughter's boyfriend's lover. Ugh. Less than half an hour after Johnson ended his call with Chi Liming, Nina called again. You are so amazing. You are even related to the richest man, Chi. Nina said with admiration. In the midst of hatred, awe arises. Not only can Johnson send by Hawen and Tan Xinghuayan, but he can also get the richest man in Jiangnan to do things for him. She was really scared. From now on, I'd better just be Johnson's plaything. At least I can keep this decent and well-paid job. Will Johnson allow her to get married? Is it really going to be like this forever? She was unwilling to give up and felt both emotional and embarrassed and was extremely conflicted. Johnson doesn't care what she thinks. It's just a toy just for fun. Why should he care about her feelings? He went to Peng Wenjun's place to start a group, and when it was done, he went to find Nina to play out the Monkey King's 3 strikebacks with the White Bone Demon. Now that everything was already out, he went to Lisa's place again to highlight the idea of equal treatment. After he had some free time, Johnson decided that he should make some arrangements for Diana. Johnson asked Damien to find a person's address, and then he ran over leisurely. The person he was looking for was called Xie Qinshin. Naturally, this man was also Johnson's cellmate in the previous life, but he was not a murderer or robber. He was a gigolo who specialized in swindling people for money and sex. He ended up in jail because he hooked up with an accountant and deceived her into embezzling money from the company account. As a result, the crime was exposed and the accountant was put in jail. Of course, Xie Qinshan was no exception. Pretty boys are very popular in prison, and Xie Qinshan specializes in defrauding women, so naturally his business is better. He found Johnson and wanted Johnson to accept him as his younger brother, but Johnson did not agree. The first reason is, of course, that Johnson has no good feelings towards this kind of person. The second reason is that Xie Qinshan is so popular that if Johnson recruits him as his subordinate, he will offend almost all the prisoners in the prison. In his previous life, Johnson did not have a systematic body enhancement. He was just better at fighting and more ruthless than the average person, but it was impossible for him to go against the entire prison population. The same goes for other bosses. No one dares to accept Xie Qinshan as their younger brother. Who made Xie Qinshan so popular? Chapter 73 Plan Implementation. Johnson found Xie Qinshan in an internet cafe. This man was about the same age as Johnson and was very good-looking. But the difference is Johnson is handsome and exudes masculinity from the inside out. But what about this person? Feminine beauty. If he dressed up as a woman, he could definitely charm a lot of men. Therefore, he became the flower in prison, and even 90% of the prisoners in the prison could fight each other for him. It was not an exaggeration. Johnson sat down next to him. Xie Qinshan was chatting, but not very actively. Even though someone had sent him a message, he took about 10 minutes to reply. What was he doing while waiting? Play games. But the other party replied to the message within seconds, obviously being the weaker party in their relationship. This guy is really amazing. Johnson asked, "Do you want to make a lot of money?" Xie Qinshan was stunned for a moment, and after a while he pointed at his nose and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Johnson laughed. "There's no one else around me. Who else can I talk to if not you?" Xie Qinshan looked at him suspiciously. "Brother, I don't know you, right? I don't know him. Of course I'm surprised you suddenly said something like this to me." Xie Qinshan said unhappily, "Hey buddy, stop teasing me, okay? Playing with you?" Johnson immediately showed disgust. Even though he spent 31 years in prison in his previous life, he never thought of taking the dry road. Some principles cannot be broken, no matter when. I really want to punch this pretty boy away. However, thinking that he would have to use this pretty boy to seduce Diana, he resisted the urge and said calmly, "Your name is Xie Qinshan. You are unemployed, and you make a living by packaging yourself as a rich man and defrauding women of their money." Hearing this, Xie Qinshan couldn't help but jump up in shock. You were a security guard?" Johnson laughed. "Do you think I look like that?" Xie Qinshan calmed down a little and shook his head. "Not like that. Indeed not. Although Johnson is full of masculinity, his righteousness is completely different from that of Sheriff. He is more like a ruthless hero." "How do you know me?" he asked. Johnson pressed his hands. "Don't worry about that. I have a job for you to do. It's very simple, just what you are doing now. I can give you 500,000 now. You take care of yourself. After the job is done, I will give you at least another 500,000. As for the specific amount, it depends on your results." Xie Qinshan couldn't help but be moved, but was also full of vigilance. After all, Johnson put too much pressure on him. Johnson took out his phone and operated it, then said, "I have transferred the 500,000 yuan to you." Ding! Xie Qinshan also received a text message. He picked it up and saw that the text message was sent by the bank, reminding him that 500,000 yuan had arrived. Shocked, Xie Qinshin's heart was pounding. He was surprised to get 500,000, but he was also filled with fear because Johnson not only knew his name and identity, but even his bank card number. Does this show about the terrifying power Johnson possesses? Don't worry. As long as you do your job well, nothing will happen to you. Johnson smiled. On the other hand, what if we don't do things properly? Something big is going to happen. Xie Qinshan was already trembling with fear and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother, what do you want me to do?" Johnson pulled up Diana's photo and showed it to Xie Qinshan. "I want you to seduce this woman by pretending to be a rich man, and then let her invest in the stock market, lure out her greed, and let her borrow the company's money to trade stocks. Hiss, if you embezzle the company's money, you will definitely go to jail if it is discovered." Although Xie Qinshan didn't understand the law, he could still guess a little bit. "Brother, do you hate this woman so much? But killing people is not the right path, so why go through so much trouble? You have such terrifying power. Can't you just retaliate directly?" Johnson looked at him. "Any questions?" No. Xie Qinshan shook his head quickly. "Are you kidding? Does he dare to say yes?" Johnson continued. "Remember, you are just adding fuel to the fire. Don't get yourself involved, and don't touch the money. Do you understand?" Understand. Xie Qinshan nodded repeatedly. It seems that Johnson wants to put this woman in jail, so if he can't control his hands and touches the money, he will have to go to jail too. But the stock market is so booming right now. Even someone like him who knows nothing knows that it is a sure win to put money into the stock market, right? Even if the company's money was misappropriated, as long as it is returned in time, won't everything be fine? Let's take a step back and say that even if something happens, as long as the money isn't lost, you won't be sentenced to a few years in jail, right? Forget it. This is something Johnson should consider. He just needs to focus on picking up girls. Johnson patted Xie Qinshan on the shoulder and left. Only after he disappeared completely did Xie Qinshan heave a long sigh of relief. Johnson's pressure was too strong. But when he thought of the 500,000 yuan in his bank card, he couldn't help but feel excited again. Does he dare to run away with the money? Of course not. Johnson can find him here, and certainly find himself somewhere else. Unless you go abroad. But when it comes to going abroad, 500,000 is of little use. Besides, he was greedy. Johnson said that as long as he got the job done, he could get at least another $500,000. Try. Johnson's request was simple. Hook up with this woman and then elicit her greed. You use the company's money to buy stocks. What does it have to do with me? What benefit did I get? No. Therefore, I did not embezzle the money, nor did I order it to happen, and I did not benefit from it. So what does it have to do with me? A business that is sure to make money. Ding! The sound of a text message came from the phone again. Xie Qinshan picked it up and saw that it was sent from an unknown number, which gave a detailed introduction to his mission target. Too detailed. Xie Qinshan can guarantee that he can charm this woman completely in less than 3 days. In a flash, it's Monday. Johnson went to find Nick immediately to prevent him from investing his money in the stock market again. His guess was correct. After losing the control of his fear, Nick actually ran out and stayed in a small hotel. However, Chung Ching had been following him, so he naturally couldn't escape his control. Johnson went over. Bang, 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 he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Nick asked from inside. "Room service," Johnson said through a pinched voice. Nick didn't suspect anything and opened the door. When he saw Johnson, he was shocked and instinctively wanted to close the door, but there was no way he could succeed. "You hid here on purpose. Are you trying to deny your debt?" Johnson laughed. Nick was speechless. Johnson had come to him before 9:30. After a while, Nick received a message on his mobile phone that the money had arrived. "Turn around," Johnson said with a smile. Nick was really unwilling to accept this. In just a few days, he has earned more than 200,000 yuan. What about 1 month, 2 months, or even half a year later? A wealthy man worth tens of millions. But Johnson didn't give him a chance. He grabbed him and danced with him a few circles. Nick almost vomited bile. I turn. He couldn't stand it and kept shouting. Alas, now it turns out that the one who owes money is the boss. People who don't know would think that Nick is the victim. Johnson was filled with emotion. Chapter 74, I'm divorced. Nick transferred $5 million to Johnson, and Johnson returned the IOU to him. One account has been settled, but there is still a second account to be settled. Just wait to sell the house. Johnson was too lazy to talk to him, and just left. Nick naturally collapsed. Although he made a profit of more than 200,000 yuan in just a few days with 5 million yuan, he still had a foreign debt of 6 million yuan. How would he pay it back? My wife is gone. The house is gone. Deposits are gone. It's all because of Johnson. Nick's eyes revealed resentment, and at this moment he wished he could tear Johnson into pieces. But he didn't reflect on it at all. If he wasn't greedy, how could he have been deceived? Even without Johnson's involvement, he would have mortgaged his house and been defrauded of a large amount of money, but the loss would not have been as serious as it is now. As for the fact that his wife is gone, I don't know if his temperament will change drastically after he was deceived and he will have a big quarrel with Susan. Then Susan may still divorce him. After all, his possessiveness is so strong that one day Susan will provoke a backlash. It just needs an opportunity. People like him like to blame their misfortunes on others. They are both hateful and pitiful. Johnson was very satisfied. Everything is going according to plan. Make money, take revenge, all in order. He was out all day collecting desire points, and when he returned home in the evening, he saw Susan mopping the floor. If you want to mop the floor, just mop it. Why don't you use a mop instead of kneeling on the ground and using a rag? Just use the rag if you want to use it. Why do you have to stick it up so high? Hiss, I can't stand it. Susan giggled. She naturally heard the door opening and knew that it could only be Johnson sneak attacking her. She was not panicked or nervous at all. Did you do that on purpose? Johnson bared his teeth. Why does he seem to have been fooled? Yes. Susan turned her head to look at him, her pretty face full of charm. Although she had only been with Johnson for a few days, her repressed true self had been completely released. Now, even if nothing had happened, even if Nick had changed his possessiveness, even if he loved her to the core, she would not go back to Nick. Because now she knows what she really needs. But Nick can't give it to you. You stinky man. You're so ungrateful after getting the advantage. She said coquettishly, her eyes so watery that they were about to be drawn. Damn, who can stop this? This woman is such a disaster. Fortunately, her beauty has not reached the top line of 90 points otherwise. Johnson really feels that he will fall into the arms of tenderness and be unable to extricate himself. I know you won't marry me, and I don't have such extravagant expectations. Susan bit her red lips. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and it made people crazy. I want you to promise me that you can't leave me no matter what. Is there any request more appealing than this? Johnson laughed. I spent so much effort to trick you into my hands. How could I let you run away? You bastard. You are the one who did all this. Susan said angrily, but she seemed to be acting like a spoiled child. Her watery eyes made people's hearts intoxicated. I really don't know if I owed you something in my previous life. How come you succeeded? Johnson slapped her but hard and said in a displeased tone, You're so bold that you even dare to scold me? Susan giggled, still with seductive eyes. Okay, I was wrong. How do you want to punish me? Look at you. It seems like you can't wait for me to punish you. Johnson laughed and said, Are you going to do everything I say now? Susan made a soft sound from her nose like a kitten, scratching Johnson's heart. It's a life-threatening thing. Johnson's heart was filled with anxiety. Take me to your school tomorrow. Susan was stunned. Why are you going to my school, Hiss? She understood immediately. You were just eating what's in the bowl, but you're already eyeing what's in the pot. Johnson laughed. You know how powerful I am. I help you find a few more sisters to help you share the pressure. You are so shameless to be able to talk about lust in such a righteous way. Susan, a few days ago, she would have definitely left in a huff, but now her charm has been fully developed by Johnson. Just imagining that scene makes her heart flutter and her eyes become even more watery. Damn, man, she murmured in a low voice, as if it were an aphrodisiac. The next day, Johnson drove Susan to work in his sports car. He will not interfere in a woman's personal life. If you want to go to work, then go to work. If you don't want to go to work, then I will support you. We set off at 8:30 and arrived at school almost at 9 o'clock. Johnson was stunned when he stopped the car. Is this your school? This is a shopping mall. Which school will be built here? Susan groaned and said with a smile, Didn't I tell you that our school is a training institution? I'll go. Johnson couldn't help but feel disappointed. If it was just a training institution, he wouldn't be able to see groups of beautiful girls. Seeing Johnson looking like he had suffered a loss, Susan couldn't help but giggle, her body shaking like a slut, which was extremely seductive. Teacher Lin. A woman came over and looked at Susan with an expression of disbelief. Susan looked over and nodded with a smile. Hello, Teacher Yi. The woman's name is Yi Mei Lin, and she is her colleague. Johnson also looked over. Yi Meilin is about 30 years old. She has a decent appearance, around 70 points, and is very tall, about 170 centimeters tall. Although it is only April, she can't wait to put on thin spring clothes, showing off her beautiful figure. She is a mature, young woman. Johnson only felt the evil heart in his body move slightly. Why just Weiwei? Because Yi Meilin's appearance score was only 70 points, although she was already the most beautiful girl in the school, but his appetite had been spoiled, and she had to be at least 80 points to make him greedy. Teacher Lin, it's really you? I almost didn't recognize you. Yi Meilin looked shocked. You look so good. Oh my god. What kind of black technology did you use to make your skin so smooth and white? Tell me quickly. Susan took Johnson's arm openly. Because of his nourishment. TSK, 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 TSK. Johnson was shocked that Susan could actually do such a thing and say such words. But she was still extremely shy at certain special moments, half-heartedly, reluctantly accepting. Johnson blankly, as if she was stupid. After several seconds, she stammered, Teacher Lin, aren't you married? Can't you find a lover after you get married? Susan asked first, then smiled and said, I'm divorced. This is my new boyfriend. Ah, you're divorced? Yi Meilin was shocked again. Chapter 75. Inexplicably touched. The most beautiful girl in school got divorced. The news spread quickly. The school where Susan works is called Vibrant Dance Club. It recruits a wide variety of students, including elementary school students and working adults. The dances taught include street dance, classical dance, ballet, and so on. There are many types of dance taught, so of course there are also many teachers. Susan was the most beautiful and attractive of all the female teachers. Unfortunately, her husband was too strict with her. Susan never participated in any school activities and didn't even speak to the male teachers. This is very regrettable for many male teachers, male students, and male parents. If something could happen with such a gentle and charming woman, wouldn't it be heavenly? But now, Susan said she was divorced. Isn't this the opportunity? After receiving the news, all the men were eager to try. Even the men in several training institutions next door were attracted by the news. However, Yi Meilin also revealed that Susan came here in a certain man's car, and that the man was driving a sports car. This scared off some people, but there are still many men who don't give up. What does Susan's divorce mean? This woman must be a fickle and dissolute person. So if I just try to seduce her, is there any hope? Susan took Johnson on a tour. Johnson was disappointed. There are too few beauties. Susan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him when she saw him like that. Are you disappointed yet? Come on, my bad man. You're not the emperor choosing a concubine. Johnson laughed. Indeed, the women here are not his. Whether they are pretty or not, why should he be disappointed? Forget it. I'd better go to Peng Wenyun's art academy and develop my career there. Johnson watched Susan in class. This woman teaches ancient dance. When she changed into ancient costume and danced with long sleeves fluttering, Johnson finally understood the feelings of the incompetent emperors of all dynasties. Damn, who wouldn't feel dizzy if this happened to them? With such a disaster at hand, how could one have time to deal with state affairs? He would definitely give it to his favorite ministers, while he himself would spend his days in dissipation. Johnson secretly thought that it was a good thing that Susan was not born in ancient times. Otherwise, she might have appeared in history textbooks and become a great disaster like Bao Si and Chen Yuanyuan. He was fine, but look at the other men. They all want to dig out their eyeballs and stick them on Susan. No wonder Nick has always been worried about his wife and forbade her to talk to any male teachers. Johnson just smiled. Although Susan is charming and naturally seductive, she is conservative and virtuous like traditional Oriental women. It is impossible for her to cheat on her husband. The reason why Susan got together with him before was due to many factors and was an exception. So Johnson is relieved. Nick only knew how to be jealous, but he didn't understand that sometimes trusting someone would make the other person more devoted. Susan only had half a day of classes in the morning, so after class, she changed her clothes and left school with Johnson. In the car, Susan deliberately asked, Did you notice that those men were looking at me? Yeah, Johnson nodded. If you just say one word, I can skip work and stay at home as your canary. Susan looked at Johnson with charming eyes. Johnson laughed. I'm not a jealous king. Whether you want to go to work or not is entirely up to you. Besides, I absolutely believe in you. You can still socialize normally when you go to work. Susan stared at Johnson in a daze and suddenly burst into tears. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Johnson said, "I didn't spank you." Then he was speechless because Susan suddenly threw herself into his arms. Oh my God. Johnson quickly stepped on the brakes. He didn't want to become the second Zhao boy on. Wow. Susan cried loudly and couldn't stop. Even when she had a falling out with Nick, she didn't cry so hard. Johnson stroked her hair. What's wrong? Susan cried for a long time before her voice became quieter, but she was still sobbing. After a while, she raised her head and said, "Thank you for trusting me so much. Just because of this." Johnson couldn't believe it, but when he thought about it again, Susan had been strictly controlled by Nick since they got married. He bound her in the name of love, and she might not be able to breathe because of all the tying up. So, Johnson's understanding and trust in her were the best sweet words for her. Bang, bang, bang. But there were people who spoiled the mood. Some were banging on the car windows and swearing foul language. But the sports car had good sound insulation and the noise could barely get in. Johnson rolled down the window. "Do you know how to drive? Do you want to die by suddenly braking?" A man in his 30s roared at Johnson. "You can brake suddenly if you want to, but why don't you just stop and drive? Is this the road you drive?" Johnson just glared at him coldly. Extremely fierce. He had been a prison bully for 31 years in his previous life, so naturally his eyes were extremely fierce. In this life, he also possessed powerful strength, so his eyes were even more terrifying. The man couldn't help but take a few steps back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Johnson ignored him. After all, he did brake suddenly and block the road for a long time. So, after scaring the man away, he was too lazy to do anything else. He started the engine and pulled the sports car to the side of the road. He opened his arms to Susan. "Come on, keep crying." Susan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Being interrupted by the man just now naturally ruined the atmosphere. She gave Johnson a wink. "Tonight, you can do whatever you want." Johnson couldn't help but ask, "Does that include speaking the lines?" Susan glared at him unhappily. A bad man is a bad man. He always likes to do all kind of messy things. For example, he always wants her to say, "Where is my husband?" She really doesn't know what the meaning of this is. This happened in 2017. Of course, she wouldn't know this joke. Okay. Including speaking the lines, she agreed. It was just a little strange and embarrassing, but nothing compared to the trust Johnson had in her. Johnson couldn't help but get extremely excited and started laughing. Men. Susan was speechless. What was there to be excited about? Can't understand. However, bang, bang, bang. The car windows were being banged violently again. Johnson turned around and saw the same man. He couldn't help feeling unhappy, and this time he opened the car door directly. "You fucking." The man was still talking sweetly, but when his eyes fell on Susan in the passenger seat, he was stunned. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. Chapter 76, Assassination in the Street. Chuhao thought he had seen many beautiful women, but he still couldn't help but be amazed. Oh my God, this woman is not only absolutely beautiful, but also has a charm that emanates from her bones. If I could hug her, He couldn't help swallowing. Johnson frowned and said, "Are you looking for death?" He was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of guy just now. After scaring the guy away, he parked the car on the side of the road. "But you still want to come? Go and die." Chuhao came back to his senses and immediately looked rogue again. "You suddenly stepped on the brakes and almost caused me to rear-end the car. Moreover, you stayed in the middle of the road for so long, wasting a lot of my time. Don't you plan to compensate me?" Johnson looked at him with a half-smile. "So what compensation do you want?" "Just give me this exquisite beauty as compensation." Chuhao thought to himself. Of course, he couldn't say it out loud. He coughed. His eyes greedily swept across Susan's snow-white, slender neck, and then said, "Compensate me with $3,000, just as a token of my appreciation." "Wow, I have to pay $3,000 for this." Johnson laughed. "What if I don't pay?" Chuhao sneered. "The director of the South City Public Security Bureau is my brother-in-law. Are you sure you want me to call my brother-in-law over?" He was not lying. He did have a brother-in-law who was a director. Johnson just said, "Oh, no wonder he was so arrogant." It turned out there was someone behind him. Of course, he wasn't afraid of trouble. He crossed his arms and said, "Okay, call them over." At this time, many people gathered around to watch the fun, pointing and talking. With more people around, Johnson absorbed more desire points. So of course he was happy to spend time here. "I will definitely play landlord with Susan when I get back. How will I have the time to go out and collect desire points?" So it's now. Chuhao thought he could scare Johnson, but he didn't expect Johnson to be so tough. His brother-in-law, is not his subordinate and can't be called upon at any time. On the contrary, he is the one who needs to cling to his brother-in-law's thighs and not lick him too much. But he is in a dilemma. Can he back down now? Okay, you insist on embarrassing yourself, he said viciously, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Johnson pulled over in his sports car, looking quite relaxed. Hey, murderous look. He was suddenly stunned, but looked over calmly. In prison, a prison bully like him is not actually safe. There are many people who want to overthrow him. After 31 years, Johnson has become extremely sensitive to murderous intent. Now that he has obtained the system and become the controller of desire, it is even more impossible for murderous intent to escape his perception. Why does murderous intent arise? The desire to kill. Johnson saw an unattractive man of medium build, wearing a hat that covered the part above his nose and a mask that also covered the lower half of his face. It is not yet the time to wear masks, and Chinese people have not formed the habit of wearing masks at all, so it is very suspicious for this person to dress like this. The key point is that this person's desire to kill is directed at himself. Johnson reacted immediately. Killer. A killer who wants a 10 million bounty. It's only been a few days, and a killer has come and attacked me? However, this was an emergency, and no one knew that he would suddenly pull over. So did the killer hit him by chance? No. It is also possible that the killer had been staring at him and got off the car nearby. It doesn't matter. Just catch the person and we'll know after the first trial. Johnson was not in a hurry to take action, but waited for the killer to expose himself. Now that he's so close to the target, he's bound to take action. In order to create an opportunity for the other party, Johnson simply left the car door half open and started talking to Susan. Sure enough, the killer saw this and quietly moved closer. A flash of cold light. This man took action. It is extremely difficult to get a gun in the country or to bring a gun into the country. Moreover, a gun is not necessarily required to kill someone, and the noise is too loud to facilitate escape afterwards. Johnson smiled slightly and reached out to pat it. Bang! After being slapped by him, the dagger in the killer's hand immediately bent, and he couldn't control it at all. Puff! The dagger was very sharp and easily pierced through the clothes and penetrated into the flesh. Chu Hao opened his mouth halfway, looking incredulous. Was I stabbed? He finally knew how to scream. Fuck! The killer cursed and quickly pulled out the knife, which brought out a puff of blood. Chu Hao screamed again, but fell to the ground because the knife stabbed his right leg. But it's too dangerous here. Chu Hao didn't have time to shout or ask people to pay for his medical expenses and hurriedly crawled on the ground to escape. The killer didn't even look at Chu Hao, holding the dagger in both hands, and stabbed Johnson again. Johnson just kicked it. The killer suddenly became dizzy, staggering, and confused. He didn't know who he bumped into, and the dagger in his hand naturally stabbed again. Chu Hao screamed again, feeling a sharp pain in his buttocks. He turned his head and saw the killer holding a knife in both hands and stabbing him in the butt. Brother, I have no grudge against you. Why did you stab me with a knife? And stab him twice. In fact, the whole process from the time the killer launched the attack to the time he stabbed Chu Hao in the buttocks took no more than 3 seconds. The onlookers only then reacted and exclaimed in surprise. I used a knife and there was blood. Call 110. Some people were afraid and quickly stepped back, while others were extremely enthusiastic and rushed forward to hold down the killer to prevent him from hurting anyone further. But with just this press, the dagger, which had only been 2/3 in, suddenly went all the way out to the handle. Oh, Chu Hao's face turned pale, his neck suddenly raised a foot high, and he let out a scream like a wolf howl. It hurt so much. Johnson couldn't help but smile. Of course he did it on purpose. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he stabbed Chu Hao twice? But the knife was stabbed by the killer. What does it have to do with him? The killer wanted to run away, but how could he resist the power of the people? Being crushed to death. These enthusiastic people were very excited. It was an honor to catch a murderer with their own hands. A few minutes later, the sheriff arrived. A knife was used and someone was injured. So this was certainly a serious matter. They quickly handcuffed the killer and sent Chu Hao to the hospital. They thought the killer must have some personal grudge against Chu Hao, which was why he committed the crime in the street. However, when they were asked, they all had strange expressions on their faces. It turned out that the attacker's target was not Chu Hao, but Johnson. But why did it hit Chu Hao by mistake both times? When a person is unlucky, can he be so unlucky? So the sheriff asked Johnson to go back with them to assist in the investigation. Johnson pointed his phone and said, "Captain Gu from the Criminal Police Brigade. She wants you to answer the phone." The captain of the police team took the phone, said a few words, and then immediately said, "Yes, yes. I promise to complete the task." They all stayed where they were and waited. After a while, they saw Gu Yusin arriving with a team of criminal police. At this moment, the killer couldn't help but release a strong emotion of despair. Cool, take a big breath. Chapter 77, The Evil Man. Killer, Gu Yusin asked Johnson. Johnson nodded. Take him back and interrogate him carefully. He should confess. Yeah. Gu Yusin waved her hand, and the killer was of course detained by the criminal police team. She was about to go back to the criminal police brigade to interrogate the killer, but after a glance, she stopped and murmured toward the passenger seat of the sports car. Girlfriend? But before Johnson could answer, Susan had already gotten out of the car and smiled at Gu Yusin. Hello, my name is Susan. I'm Johnson's neighbor. My car broke down today, so I asked Johnson to give me a ride. Women are really born actors. They lie so naturally without blushing at all. Gu Yusin was naturally skeptical. If your car breaks down, can't you take the bus or a taxi? We're just neighbors. Why should I give it to you? The point is, look at how beautiful you are, and your whole body exudes a charming temperament. Even a woman like her feels a little moved. But there was one thing she couldn't understand. If Johnson really had something going on with this woman, why didn't Susan claim her sovereignty, but instead clarified it for Johnson? She thought to herself and nodded to Susan, City Criminal Police Team, Gu Yusin. The two women smiled at each other, looking normal, but who knows what is in a woman's heart. Keep your phone open and contact us at any time. Gu Yusin turned to Johnson and said, This guy is a frequent visitor and old acquaintance of the criminal police team, and this killer should be here just for the bounty. There is not much point in asking Johnson to return to the criminal police team to cooperate with the investigation, but he still needs to explain what needs to be said. Okay, Johnson agreed. So, Gu Yusin took the murder case back to the criminal police team, and Johnson got back into the sports car and took Susan to the mall. Have lunch and buy some underwear and stockings. Of course it's for Susan. She left the house in a rage without even packing her clothes. She also didn't want to go back to that house and see Nick again, so she had to buy all her clothes now. After a while, she was carrying a lot of bags. Johnson unhappily, Won't you get some for me? Johnson smiled and said, I'm only responsible for spending money for you. Daman. Susan was speechless. This man really didn't lick at all. He was even a straight man. Johnson came over and said, But if you have sisters, cousins, etc., introduce them to me and I will help you. For each one I introduce, I will help you pick one item. Susan gasped. How dare you say that? Johnson shrugged. Why not? I'm sorry. I'm an only child and I don't have any cousins, but I do have some cousins-in-law. Do you want one? Susan looked at Johnson with a smile. Unless they're as pretty as you are, Johnson bargained. Susan grinned again. If her hands hadn't been full of bags and she had no hands free, she would have twisted Johnson. Too lustful, too greedy. Johnson laughed. It's just a joke. Are you really that jealous? Am I jealous? Susan's heart moved. That female security guard was so beautiful. Are you interested in her? Not only is she beautiful, but she also has incredibly big breasts. She is already considered big, but compared with others, haha, she is far behind. Johnson didn't deny it. Susan knew him well anyway. Do you think I would miss such a great guy? I knew you were so greedy. Susan rolled her eyes at him. However, she did not have the extravagant hope of forming a couple with Johnson. Although she was a little jealous, she did not care too much. Finally arriving at the parking lot, Susan put all her bags in the car and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So tired. It's not really heavy, just very large. Johnson looked at the time and said, It's already this late. Let's find a place to have dinner and then go back. Can't we just eat here? Susan didn't want to run around anymore. I want to eat street food. Susan was speechless. Half an hour later, the two sat at a food stall. Unlike Gu Yusin last time, although she is absolutely beautiful and has an amazing bosom, who would dare to approach her in a police uniform? Although Susan's appearance is a little worse, it's only a little bit worse. She is still a great beauty. The key is that her charming temperament is too attractive and people come to talk to her from time to time. Susan was speechless and complained to Johnson. Do I look like a woman who is cheating on her husband? Why do so many people come to talk to me? Johnson laughed and said, Of course you are not. However, these people are just hoping for the best. What if they succeed? There is nothing to lose if they fail. All right, you men are all the same. Your brains are full of bitterness. Susan knocked down all the men with one stick. Johnson shrugged. Don't slander me. I'm only shy with beautiful women, and they have to be very beautiful women. Susan was speechless. You were so honest. At this time, another man came and chatted with me. Johnson finally took action, picked up the man with one hand, and asked with a smile, "What do you want to say to my girlfriend?" No, I was just passing by. The man panicked and denied it quickly. When the others saw this, they also fell silent, lowered their heads to eat, and sat upright like modest gentlemen. This man is so scary. He can lift someone up with just one hand. They don't want to try. Johnson smiled, put the man down, and patted him on the shoulder. The man was almost frightened to death. He had a deep understanding of how powerful this hand was. He crawled back to his seat, but after eating only a few bites, he paid the bill and ran away. Scary. Johnson and Susan were very quiet after that. No one disturbed them, and even the voices of people around them were much quieter. Susan joked with him. As expected, evil needs evil to deal with it. Johnson smiled ambiguously. Then you must be the biggest villain in the world because you're going to grind a 7-foot-tall man like me into an embroidery needle. Susan's pretty face turned red. Although her nature of causing trouble has been developed, she is still conservative and traditional in nature. The only people who can tell dirty jokes without batting an eyelid are Peng Wen-jun and others. Susan is really not good at it. Her shy expression is so tempting. Johnson's index finger twitched, and he said, "Let's go home and sharpen the needles." Susan was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. This guy was so shameless that he actually treated such a thing as a joke. Johnson picked up Susan, walked to the street amid the envious and fearful gazes of everyone, got in the car and left. Boom! The sports car made a loud roar and soon disappeared. However, the men were still thinking about Susan's charming charm, and suddenly they felt that the food in their mouths had no taste at all. Chapter 78 scared the little sister. After grinding the bad guy, or rather, after being ground by the bad guy, Johnson fell asleep in his arms, hugging the fragrant and charming beauty. As expected, there is no time to collect desire points. After waking up in the morning, Johnson couldn't help but reflect on himself. But when he saw Susan's jade feet sticking out from under the quilt, they seemed to immediately sense the chill in the air and immediately retracted. He couldn't help but salivate again. I promise this is the last time I will act on impulse. After the impulse, Johnson turned on his computer and started paying attention to stocks. Although he didn't know the direction of most stocks, one thing was clear. He had to buy some Storm Technology stocks every day. It's just that this stock is hard to buy right now. Because the price has risen so rapidly, there are a lot of people rushing to buy it every day. Johnson originally thought he could make billions from this stock, but as it stands now, 1 billion would be good enough. It's okay. It's a bull market now. Basically, you can make money by buying anything. He added 10 times the leverage, and if there's a 10% increase, he can actually make back his principal. That's 120 million. He also had a dedicated manager in the securities company, and he asked the manager to help him buy shares of Storm Technology, and he would grab them immediately as soon as someone was selling them. How could he possibly watch the market all day? Compared to that little bit of money, of course the desire is more attractive. Susan also got up. After they had breakfast, Susan took a taxi to work while Johnson decided to go out to collect desire points. There was another very important reason, which was to give the killers a chance to take action. If you don't expose yourself, how can I send you to the police station and make a big profit? We are counting on you big players to provide the desire points. When he went out, he naturally squeezed into crowded places. As for whether the presence of more people would affect the killer's actions, Johnson didn't care. You guys figure out yourself. Besides, there were so many people watching the fun before, but the killer still took action, didn't he? Obviously, the number of people is not the determining factor in whether the killer takes action or not. After walking around the mall for a while, Johnson noticed a murderous aura. The target is yourself. Here it comes, here it comes. He couldn't help but feel refreshed, but he didn't follow the murderous aura. Instead, he pretended not to know and continued doing what he was doing. When he came to a counter selling luxury bags and saw a beautiful girl, he couldn't help but stop and tease her. He is handsome and dressed in designer clothes, so the girl doesn't mind being teased by him at all. Although she looks shy, it is obvious that she is pretending. Johnson stayed for more than 10 minutes and bought a bag worth 130,000 yuan, which almost made the girl give him a kiss. Johnson thought that if he gave the bag to the young lady, he could probably take her to get a room. But Although this young lady was very beautiful, her score was only around 70. He just admired her and had no urge to have sex with her. After all, time is limited, and good steel must be spent on the blade. Nina and Lisa both scored above 80 points, and Susan's comprehensive score was excellent. Hey, murderous aura is approaching. Johnson talked to the teller girl for so long just to give the killer a chance, and the killer did not disappoint him and finally came over. Well, I didn't notice it, so you should take action quickly. Johnson just lay on the counter, watching the young lady pack her bag with her back turned to the killer, as if he didn't notice anything unusual. Sir, your cell phone fell. A voice sounded behind Johnson, with a very strange pronunciation. Johnson turned around, and a flash of cold light pointed directly at his neck. With a knife again, Johnson saw it very clearly. It was indeed a small knife, but it was definitely sharp. If an ordinary person's throat was cut by it, the trachea would definitely be cut, and it would be too late to call 120 for emergency treatment. Even though the killer dared to kill people in public, it seemed that he was also in danger. Just the opposite. If someone really was killed, the scene would have been in chaos, and the killer could have easily blended into the crowd and escaped. Moreover, if most people hear someone behind them say that their phone has been dropped, they will subconsciously turn around and be completely unprepared. In China, who would worry about someone assassinating them? Bang! Johnson took action, grabbed the killer's wrist, and said with a smile, "I dropped a cell phone, not a knife." The killer was wearing a hoodie with the hood on and a pair of huge sunglasses that almost completely covered his face. His body was also disproportionately large, and it was estimated that something was stuffed inside his clothes to deliberately stretch his body. This way, the police could not track him down by size. I have quite a lot of experience. But you think too much. After you attacked me, you still need to consider escaping. The killer was shocked and tried to free his hands, but Johnson's hands were like iron clamps, and he could not move at all. He became more and more daring and kicked Johnson in the crotch. Damn, so vicious. Johnson sighed. I don't have any children yet. Do you want me to be childless? He brought his knee up and rammed it into the other man. Bang! Johnson was faster, and his knee hit his knee. He heard the sound of bones breaking, and then heard the killer let out an earth-shattering scream. His knees were broken, and he couldn't stand on one foot, so he fell to the ground. However, Johnson grabbed one of his hands, so he couldn't fall to the ground and just hung there. Johnson smiled at the trembling counter lady, then took out his phone and said with a smile, "Look at you, what are you talking about? My phone is right here. How could it fall to the ground?" Is the killer in so much pain that he can still answer him? Johnson naturally just joked and dialed a number. "Captain Goo, I caught another killer." "Okay, I'll wait for you." He put his phone away, feeling that the murderous intent and anger emanating from the killer were much stronger, but also gave rise to a hint of despair. Of course, it was just a little bit. After all, the security guard had not arrived yet, and he still wanted to resist. Johnson took off the killer's hat and glasses, revealing a face that was clearly Asian, but clearly not Chinese. "Which country?" he asked with a smile. "Thai? Burmese? Malay?" The killer didn't answer, but just looked at him viciously. "Wow, are you still so fierce now?" Johnson didn't pull out his fear, but instead held his arms with both hands and turned them around, first forward and then backward. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking was endless. The killer's forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat the size of soybeans. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Johnson said quietly, "As a killer, how come you can't even bear this little pain?" He raised his head and looked at the lady at the counter. Her face was filled with fear, and she had retreated to the deepest part of the counter. Even without the system, Johnson could feel her deep fear of him. "Wow, you scared the little sister." Chapter 79, The Ninth Strengthening, Hair Removal and Marrow Cleansing. The one who arrived before Guyusin was the mall security guard. But when the 4 security guards saw that one of the killer's arms was twisted into a knot, they were so scared that they dared not move forward. The risk factor of this kind of work is not commensurate with the 3,000 yuan salary I get every month. In addition, there were a large number of onlookers, many of whom took out their cell phones and took pictures of Johnson and the killer. This must be posted on WeChat Moments. Johnson also cooperated and made some handsome poses. It was impossible for him to silence everyone, so he might as well be more high profile. A few minutes later, the crowd was separated and Gu Yusin was the first to come out. The sheriff finally arrived. So miserable. Gu Yusin glanced at the killer, and even she was grinning. Johnson nodded. He want me to have no offspring, so that you will have no offspring. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Gu Yusin was stunned. What does your lack of descendants have anything to do with my having no descendants? Then she understood. She rolled her eyes at Johnson. This guy was becoming more and more bold. He even dared to tease her. However, since she is not even afraid of the killer, teasing her seems like child's play. Take it away, she said to her men. This time, the killer finally revealed a strong despair. Finished. Come with me. Gu Yusin called Johnson aside and said seriously, what you are doing is no different from dancing on the edge of a knife. You should know that a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. If you make even one mistake, you could lose your life. Killers like this can fail again and again because there are too many killers. But what about Johnson-S life? Only one. Besides, Gu Yusin said again, these two people are using cold weapons, but what if someone uses a gun? Johnson smiled and nudged her with his elbow. Care about me? Gu Yusin said with a serious face, I am a security guard. It is my duty to protect the people. Hee hee, one day I will make you this cold, proud, and beautiful girl. Bloom with all your intoxicating beauty in front of me. Johnson smiled but didn't explain. It is impossible for others to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but it is different for him. Compared with him, these killers are like ants to humans. No matter how careless humans are, how can ants hurt them? Of course, he still has to be a little careful when using a gun. However, he was confident that he could dodge the bullets. Originally, he was worried about how to explain his miraculous ability, but after Ching Qing told him about the Ming Jin and Jin warriors, Johnson found a reason. I won't pretend anymore. Let me be clear, I'm an awesome master of dark energy. Other dark energy warriors can't dodge bullets? Hey, it's none of my business, Johnson. Seeing that Johnson was adamant, Gu Yusin gave up the idea of persuading him to move to the criminal police brigade. I can't persuade him. Okay, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. She waved her hand. Johnson chuckled, walked back to the counter, and picked up the bag he had bought. At this time, although there was still fear in the eyes of the lady at the counter when she looked at him, there was also a kind of admiration. This is admiration for the strong. She was originally afraid that Johnson was a murderer or a violent maniac, but when the sheriff came, they only took the killer away, while Johnson was safe and sound. What does this mean? Johnson is a good guy. Maybe he's an undercover police agent or something like that. Women are naturally attracted to strong men, and since Johnson is handsome and rich, she was naturally attracted to him. Sir, can you add me on WeChat? She asked boldly. Gu Yusin glanced at her and looked at Johnson with a smile. Of course, Johnson is not afraid of Gu Yusin. Are you kidding? If he accepted Gu Yusin, he would definitely come with other girls. How could he make you an exception? The key point is that the young lady's appearance can no longer satisfy his increasingly picky eyes. We'll meet again if we're destined to, Johnson said pretentiously, holding Gu Yusin's hand and walking away. Although Gu Yusin struggled a bit, it was not very strong. Isn't this just half-hearted? Of course, it was limited to holding hands. If Johnson was greedy and hugged the waist or something, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would probably get furious. Johnson is not afraid of her getting angry, but a good woman needs to be savored slowly, and there is no point in forcing her. We are not enemies. Behind, the lady at the counter was watching with a look of both envy and disappointment on her face. This female security guard is so beautiful. Most celebrities can't compare to her. What's more important is her breasts. No one can compare to her. Absolutely no one can compare to her. She immediately put an end to her restless heart. After walking out of the mall, Gu Yusin struggled hard and took her slender hand back. She even deliberately asked, why don't you add her on WeChat? Looking at her, you can probably ask her out to get a room tonight. No, we don't have to do it at night. I can ask her to skip work and go to a hotel with me right now. Johnson thought to himself, but said, then I miss my chance? How about I go back now? Gu Yusin was very proud, crossed her arms, and said calmly, go ahead. Johnson laughed. It's just a joke. Gu Yusin thought about it and said, I can't force you to do anything, but for 10 million, there will be many people who want to kill you. You must not be careless. She knew Johnson was very skilled, but I was in the open and the enemy was in the dark, and one mistake would lead to disaster. Johnson nodded. This shows that they care. But in the next few days, Gu Yusin began to doubt her life. Because Johnson would send her a killer almost every half a day. 3 days, 5. This is too exaggerated. Moreover, these people are indeed killers. Each of them is responsible for at least 5 murders. Of course, these are not limited to the country, but most of them were committed abroad. However, for Gu Yusin and the Criminal Police Brigade, these are real achievements. Still a great achievement. The key point is that Johnson suffered so many assassination attempts, but remained safe and sound. This is a bit scary. Have you never been careless or made mistakes? It's a new day again. As soon as he got up, Johnson walked around outside and collected the final 2,000 desire points he needed. It has reached 256,000. Go home. Johnson was alone at home and called up the system. Plus, click on it. Strengthen. Boom. Terrible energy immediately surged out of his body, washing over every muscle and bone of his. Crackling, his body once again made an astonishing sound like frying beans. No, frying beans isn't even that loud. It's like setting off firecrackers. My heart beats faster and my blood boils. Johnson's face suddenly turned red, and he felt his blood flow speed surge to an exaggerated level. If you measured his blood pressure at this time, it would probably be over 400. Boom, 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 his heart was beating like a high-speed pile driver. If it were someone else, their blood vessels and heart would definitely burst. But Johnson is different. After 8 enhancements, his physical fitness was many times better than that of ordinary people. Even though his heartbeat was so fast and his blood pressure soared to several hundred, he just felt very uncomfortable but was far from exploding. Hey, he found that something black was oozing out of his skin, emitting a fishy smell. Is this hair removal and marrow washing? Chapter 80 Sniper. Bang, bang, bang. My heart is beating like a drum. Johnson was shocked to find that his skin was covered with blood. He quickly took off his clothes and saw that he had become a bloody man. However, he did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, he is in better shape than ever before. What is going on? He checked carefully and found that only the capillaries in his skin were broken and it was not serious. No wonder. Removing hair and washing marrow. Even the blood needs to be replaced. Johnson didn't know that, boom, waves of energy were surging in his body, as if it could collapse mountains or calm the sea. Finally, he calmed down. Comfortable, more comfortable than ever before, and a sense of power. He felt that even if there was a mountain in front of him, he could destroy it with one punch. It must be an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength. Johnson doesn't think that this enhancement will bring such an amazing improvement. Without thinking too much, he hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. Not only did he smell fishy, but he was also covered in blood. It would be scary to walk out. After taking a nice shower, he threw away all his clothes. Johnson looked at himself in the mirror and thought, what a handsome guy. Johnson was already handsome enough, but now he is even better. Obviously, his appearance hasn't changed at all. What changes is the spirit. Just like Susan, her appearance hasn't changed, but after being moisturized by Johnson, she has become visibly more radiant, watery. No, more juicy. That's right. Johnson took a fruit knife and slashed his arm hard. He wondered if there had been any changes in his blood. However, he was immediately stunned because his skin was not broken by the knife. On the contrary, the blade of the knife was bent. His skin was already very tough before, so he used a lot of strength at the beginning, but he never expected this result. After one cut, his skin didn't break, but the blade was bent. How tough is his skin? Even if I don't dodge now, can the bullets penetrate my defense? Johnson pondered. Moreover, he did not actively defend himself in the previous attack. If he tensed his muscles, his defense would naturally rise to a higher level. The defensive power of tense muscles and relaxed muscles is completely different. The improvement brought by this strengthening is too great. My weak points right now are probably my eyes, ear holes, and genitals. It's a bit like the weakness of those people in martial arts movies. When I have strengthened all these weaknesses, I will be really awesome. However, he couldn't even bleed now, so how could he check the changes in the blood? Does it require a knife made of special steel? It would be nice if I were a woman, so I could check it once a month. Johnson decided not to be so anxious and wait until there was a chance. Suddenly, he heard a loud knock on the door next door. He put on his clothes and opened the door to check. There were 3 men standing at the door next door, but their identities could not be determined based on their clothing. However, Nick did not open the door. The 3 men knocked on the door for 5 minutes, and then one of them walked towards Johnson and said, "Comrade, do you know that the person next door is in the house?" "You are." Johnson deliberately sounded defensive. The man smiled and said, "Don't worry, we are not bad people. We are all bank employees." "Oh, come in, Nick, to ask for repayment of the loan." Johnson said in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, and he just shook his head. I just got home, so I don't know. Oh, thank you. The man walked back and continued knocking on the door. Johnson smiled faintly. Regardless of whether Nick is pretending to be absent or not, the bank can't find him. Will they just give up? In this regard, banks are the big brothers. You ignore it? Auction your property now. Johnson closed the door and went out to collect the desire points. It would be great if I could pick up a few more killers. Johnson walked out of the community and was about to take a taxi. Driving by himself was convenient, but he hated parking. After withdrawing his fund from the stock market, he will definitely buy a commercial vehicle and find a driver to drive it. He called a car on his phone, and while he was waiting, he suddenly felt a palpitation. Something is going to happen. Danger. He followed this psychological feeling and suddenly took a step forward. Bite. There was a crisp sound, and he saw a hole in the trash can in front of where he had just stood. It's not big, only the thickness of a thumb. This is a bullet hole. Johnson's heart trembled, and he immediately turned around to look. On the rooftop of a tall building, at least 400 meters away, a man frowned behind a scope. He had clearly locked onto the target just now, but at the moment he pulled the trigger, the man suddenly took a step forward, causing his shot to miss. Fortunately, the bullet did not go into the trash can, so the sound should not be loud, and he still has a chance. He hurriedly looked for the target again and found it. It would have been better if he didn't find it. When the target reappeared in the sight, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his hair, because the target is also looking at him. The scope seemed to erase the distance between them, so close that Johnson seemed to be right in front of him, like an old friend. No, this must be a coincidence. They were 400 meters apart. Who has such good eyesight to see someone so far away? He couldn't help but close his eyes to calm down. Even if you can really see me, I will shoot you to death. At a distance of 400 meters, it only takes a few tenths of a second for a bullet to hit the target. Not to mention that human reaction takes time, even if it is as fast as lightning. What about the body's movements? In less than a second, can you deviate even a foot? Hey! He was about to lock on at Johnson again, but suddenly discovered that the target was gone. He quickly moved the scope, looking for Johnson everywhere. No, nowhere. How is that possible? He just blinked his eyes. How come he disappeared? Could it be that in such a short time, the other party had already gotten into the car and left? Damn it, he has been waiting here for a whole night. Then we have to wait for the other party to come back. Are you looking for me? However, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, making his hair stand on end in an instant. Someone actually appeared behind him. How is that possible? His reaction was quick. He pulled out the dagger from his waist and stabbed forward without looking back. With a wave, but he stabbed loneliness. At this time, he turned around and saw a very handsome man standing behind him. His target to kill. Impossible. He was so scared that his heart was about to explode, because from the time he discovered that Johnson had disappeared to now, it had only been half a minute. Even if you were ready in 30 seconds, Johnson has to run to the building, which is about 400 meters away, and then take the elevator to the top floor on the 19th floor. It will be even slower if you take the stairs. Is it possible to do all this in 30 seconds? You can fly. Chapter 81, A Visitor from Beijing. Johnson looked at the killer calmly. Kill with one punch? No. If I kill him with one punch, as long as the police find out that he is the killer, they will naturally associate him with me, unless they destroy the body. This is very troublesome. The most important thing is that if you kill him directly, you won't be able to absorb the desire points generated by despair. Unless torture is used. It comes back to that sentence. It's too troublesome. Forget it. Let's go find Gu Yusin. Johnson called Gu Yusin and then waited. The killer was unwilling to surrender. He is here to make money, not to die. I'm leaving now. Don't stop me, otherwise I will fight you. He said in English. Don't you speak Chinese? Johnson asked. The killer chattered a few more words. Johnson got angry and kicked him. If you don't know Chinese, what the hell are you doing in China? Bang! The killer flew out and hit the wall of the elevator shaft before bouncing back, blood spurting out of his body, and he lay on the ground motionless. He is not dead, but he will be a cripple even if he is cured. Johnson smiled faintly. As long as the person is not dead and can still provide desire points, that's enough. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Gu Yusin finally arrived with her people. Seeing Johnson, Gu Yusin said speechlessly, I feel like I'm your personal security guard now, dealing with your affairs every day. Johnson chuckled and said, You're going to have a hard time today. Gu Yusin was stunned at first, then showed a look of shock. Gun? Johnson nodded. Sniper rifle. Good job. Gu Yusin gasped and quickly pushed Johnson away and ran forward. Sure enough, she saw a sniper rifle still placed on the edge of the building with a bullet shell popping out next to it. Apparently, the gun had been fired. Johnson in disbelief. The fact that he dared to use a sniper rifle showed that the killer must be an expert in using guns, and sniper rifles are specially prepared for long-range sniping. Under such circumstances, how could the killer still fail? Johnson patted his body. You hope something happens to me? Gu Yusin was speechless, and the other security guards were also moved. He was pointed at by a sniper rifle, but not only did he not die, he was able to subdue the sniper. Who could believe this? How did Johnson do it? Let's go to the criminal police brigade. Gu Yusin said. If a gun is involved, then Johnson, the person involved, must be present. Johnson shrugged and didn't object. There's no point in opposing it. So everyone went to the criminal police brigade, and on the way downstairs, Johnson also absorbed the killer's strong sense of despair. As high as 58,000. Hiss, how many people did this guy kill? Hey, could he be the silver medal killer? Johnson made a wild guess as he bent down and got into the car. When they arrived at the criminal police brigade, Johnson was already familiar with the place. He nodded and greeted each security guard, as if he was a member of the team. Gu Yusin was speechless. Johnson tells it like it is. When he found out he was being sniped, he immediately looked for the sniper and took him down. These words sounded very easy, but Gu Yusin and the others found it hard to accept. Not to mention that Johnson and the sniper were so far apart. Even if one was upstairs and the other was downstairs, when the sniper found that the target disappeared, wouldn't he run away with his gun as soon as possible and wait for Johnson to kill him? But Johnson was the victim and the hero who caught the killer. Could they still interrogate Johnson? After assisting in the investigation, Johnson left the criminal police squad. He knew that his abilities would definitely be discovered. But it doesn't matter. As long as there are warriors in this world, a master of dark force should be able to do what Johnson did before. So, let's be frank and stop pretending. I am a master of dark force. When I got home, I saw Susan was already busy in the kitchen. People who learn to dance have beauty in every move. Even when they stand on tiptoe to pick up something with their waist and arms stretched, they exude an indescribable temptation. Susan heard the door closing. She immediately warned him, I'm cooking, don't come in and disturb me. Hey, can I be obedient? After a while, the sounds of cooking became chaotic. Early in the morning, Johnson was doing morning exercises with Susan when they were interrupted by a phone call. I took a look, and it was Chung Ching again. Johnson almost couldn't help but beat Chung Ching up along the radio wave and asked unhappily, What are you doing? Mr. Zhang, my master just called me and asked me about the fight between you and me. Chung Ching didn't know if he was in the wrong, and his tone was a little weak. Huh, you have a master? Johnson was a little surprised. Of course, how else do you think I learned my kung fu? Chung Ching asked back, Didn't you acquire this skill by just thinking it over? Okay, just kidding. Johnson was a little surprised. Did you tell your master before that you would work for me for 3 years? Chung Ching shook his head, but thinking that Johnson couldn't see, he quickly said, No, my master refused to pay attention to me after he knew that I was going to be Mr. Zhao's bodyguard for 10 years. If it were me, I wouldn't pay any attention to you. Damn it, this apprentice is so stupid. Not only has he sold it for 10 years, but he's also doing it for free. It's embarrassing to tell anyone about it. Johnson felt a little strange and asked, So, your master didn't know that you were following me now, but he suddenly called you and asked about your fight with me? It was called a fight, but in fact, Chung Ching was just crushed unilaterally. Chung Ching nodded again. Yes, so I find it very strange. Why does my master know you, and even ask about our fight? You told me everything? Can't you tell me? Johnson smiled and hung up the phone. Having said all that, is there anything else I can do? From Chung Ching's perspective, he certainly wouldn't hide anything when his master, with whom he hadn't contacted for several years, suddenly called him. Besides, this was not something that needed to be kept secret. But this matter is weird. Just then, the phone rang again. All right. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Big F policewoman. Hello. He answered. Johnson, come to the criminal police brigade. There are some things that require your cooperation in the investigation. Gu Yusin said. Be specific, Johnson said. Gu Yusin hesitated for a moment, as if she was hesitating about something, but still said, Someone from the capital came and specifically wanted to see you. He said he wanted to talk to you. This is a bit against principle, She shouldn't have said that. Johnson suddenly realized why Ching Ching's master asked him about the fight between the two. He must have been entrusted by someone, otherwise he would have thought that his apprentice was serving as a free bodyguard under Zhao Shangyun and would not have called this stupid apprentice at all. So, is it someone in the capital, or some force who wants to know about me? The fact that Gu Yusin asked her to go to the criminal police brigade to make contact meant that the other party should be an official. Johnson nodded. The authorities would not allow a warrior with the power of Ming Jin or even in Jin to appear uncontrollably on the land of Shenzhou. So when Johnson showed his powerful strength, the authorities naturally appeared. Okay, let's meet for a while. Chapter 82, I am, from the relevant department. Johnson came to the criminal police brigade. Gu Yusin personally came to the door and took him in. She hesitated to speak and finally said, "If you don't want to answer some questions, just keep silent." "Hey, are you afraid of being at a disadvantage?" Johnson smiled and said, "Don't worry, I didn't do anything illegal or criminal." Gu Yusin nodded. The two entered the building and came to an office on the third floor. Gu Yusin knocked on the door first, then pushed it open and walked in. At this time, a man was standing at the window with his back to them, looking down at the square of the criminal police brigade. When he heard the door open, he turned around and smiled. "Comrade Johnson, hello. My name is Yin Zion, and I am from the relevant department." This man was about 40 years old, with a neat shaved head. He was about 175 centimeters tall, not tall, but not short either. He had an average appearance and was the kind of person who would not attract a second glance if thrown into a crowd. However, his eyes are particularly bright and sparkling. "Which department are you from?" Johnson was speechless. "That's all you said when you first came in, and you didn't even show your ID. If you hadn't been standing in the criminal police brigade and talking to me, I would have suspected you were a liar. Come, please take a seat." Yin Ziheng greeted warmly, but said to Gu Yusin, "Captain Gu, please step out for a moment. The guest has become the host." Gu Yusin was a little reluctant, but still nodded. "Yes, Chief." "Chief." Johnson looked at Yin Ziheng with a look of surprise. Yin Ziheng smiled and said, "I'm not actually a chief. I just came from Beijing, so they call me the chief. In terms of rank, I'm just a regular section chief, which is about the same as their branch director." "What kind of chief am I?" Johnson also smiled and said, "If you only deal with warriors, you may have the imperial sword that can execute first and report later. Who would dare to look down on you?" "What can I do for you?" he asked. Yin Zhang nodded. "It's like this, we found through big data screening that you're very different from ordinary people, so we specifically learned about you. What level of Ming Jin are you at?" The last sentence is quite a leap. "Is this how you usually talk to people?" Johnson thought for a moment and said, "I don't know either. I just practice blindly. It was only after I met Cheng Qing that I realized there were martial artists in the world. I didn't really believe it at the time. This wasn't a martial arts movie, so what was the obvious and hidden power?" Yin Ziheng laughed loudly. "In fact, Ming Jin is an external skill which trains the muscles, bones, and skin. That's why when you attack, there will be a lot of noise. The punch will make a sound, and the kick will make a gust of wind. And the stronger the power, the more continuous the sound. As for the hidden power, it is the inner strength that is cultivated, the so-called inner training of one breath." Johnson was a little surprised and asked, "Like the true chi and internal force in martial arts movies?" Yin Ziheng laughed. "You can understand it this way. This breath is the source of power for us dark energy warriors. In fact, Ming Jin and Jin are two different ways of cultivation, and they are not a progressive relationship. If you have reached the 9th stage of Ming Jin, the next step does not mean that you will advance to the 1st stage of Jin. In fact, if you don't cultivate internal strength, the 9th stage of Ming Jin is the end. On the contrary, you can learn the inner skills from scratch without practicing the outer skills at all. If we have to compare the two, generally speaking, the combat power of Ming Jin 9th stage is equivalent to that of Jin's 2nd stage. Of course, there are also powerful Ming Jin 9th stage that can be comparable to Jin 3rd stage, but they are absolutely rare. It's just that internal energy is too difficult to practice. First, you have to sense the chi. Without the sense of chi, you won't be able to generate chi no matter how much time you spend. This step alone will stop 99 of the people in the world." He talked a lot, as if he was a chatterbox who couldn't help but speak out. Johnson said, "Oh, a Ming Jin warrior is like a rough man practicing horizontal training, while a Jin warrior is like an enlightened master like Zhang Sanfeng. He looks elegant, but with a flick of his sleeves and the surge of internal force, he can break the bones of a rough man of the ninth level of Mingjin. According to Yin Zaiheng, the ceiling for those who practice external skills, that is horizontal training, is the ninth level of Mingjin. After reaching this level, there is no way to improve further. Some of the most amazing people are indeed very strong, pushing the ceiling up a bit, but they're only comparable to the third level of dark energy. Therefore, the best choice is to practice Qigong from the very beginning. As long as you can get started, the starting point is almost the end point of practicing external skills. However, anyone can practice external skills, and as long as they devote enough time, they will definitely reap rewards. But internal skills are different. They require a sense of qi. For those who don't have a sense of qi, it will be useless no matter how much time they spend practicing. Johnson is different. His strength is given by the system. It is neither external power nor internal power. It would be more appropriate to call it magic power. He asked curiously, is it possible to cultivate both the inside and the outside? Of course you can. Yin Ziheng smiled. In fact, if you want to become, you have to cultivate both inside and outside, and cultivate to the extreme at the same time. Then you can take that step. Become what? Although Johnson was curious, he did not ask any further questions. Because this chatterbox actually swallowed the words back, it was obviously something of great importance or involved confidential information. So he forced himself to swallow the words back. What does the dark energy feel like? Johnson shifted his curiosity. Is it like in martial arts movies, where picking leaves and flying flowers can hurt people? Yin Zaiheng laughed loudly. That requires the fifth level of dark energy or above to do that. For someone like me, I can only do this. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of A4 paper on the table and threw it into the air casually. Then, he took a breath and blew it out violently. With a hissing sound, Johnson saw clearly that the paper seemed to have been cut by a sharp knife and was actually cut in half. Wow, that's awesome. If this breath comes, will my skin be cut? You don't even need a knife to kill someone, just blow on it. In this case, even a most experienced detective would not be able to determine what the murder weapon was. If we can't find the murder weapon, how can we form a chain of evidence to convict the murderer? What about yourself? Can I do that? Johnson was extremely curious and said with a smile, I'll try it too. Yin Zaiheng didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand towards the papers on the table, as if to say, please do as you please. Johnson picked up a piece of paper and threw it into the air. He took a deep breath and blew. Suddenly, it felt like a Category 10 hurricane was blowing in the room. Not to mention the papers floating in the air. Even the papers on the table were all floating up. Even the cabinet was blown open by the strong wind, and the documents inside were immediately flying around. Yin Zaiheng's hair was fluttering in the wind, and his skin seemed to be doing an experiment in a wind tunnel, blowing out ripples. Even with the naked eye, it was visible that the solid wood table next to him was actually moving. Oh my God. Chapter 83, Refusal to Become a Disciple. Johnson looked at the papers flying all over the sky and sighed. I can't do it. Yin Zaiheng was so shocked that his eyes were stunned. Wait. Did an airplane engine start just now? Otherwise, how could such a situation happen? Damn, the table was blown. He can use air to cut paper. That is to condense the air, just like a high-pressure water gun, which can even cut metal. Of course, Yin Zaiheng is not that powerful. He can only cut paper. Johnson indeed failed to cut the paper and seemed to be inferior to him. But the question was, could he make the table move by just blowing at it? Fart. The most he could do was leave a shallow scratch on the table leg. You actually blew up a table made of solid wood. Are you still a human being? Bricks fly with great force. For Johnson, what kind of internal skills does he need to practice? It is absolutely possible to make miracles happen with great effort. The problem is the ninth stage of Mingjin should be the pinnacle of external strength, and there is no way to break the ceiling. But now a freak like Johnson has appeared. Yin Zaiheng felt that one would need at least the fifth level of dark energy, no, perhaps the seventh, eighth, or even ninth level, to be able to use the true qi to blow up such a heavy table. This guy is actually a super master comparable to the ninth level of dark energy. The key is this guy himself doesn't know it yet and looks very lost. Yin Zaiheng forced a smile and pretended to be calm. It's normal that you can't do it. You haven't practiced internal skills. Although your energy is strong, it is scattered and not concentrated. If you practiced internal skills, you can condense the loose energy into a ball and the power of the ejected energy is actually almost the same as that of a bullet. This is a forced attempt to save face. Johnson nodded and suddenly thought, if he practiced internal skills, how strong could he be? No, no, no. I'm putting the cart before the horse. I can just add some points to become stronger. Why should I waste time practicing internal skills? Wouldn't it be better if I used this time to collect desire points? You know, the ultimate goal of the system is to make him a lust demon. Could it be that the devil is not as good as a dark energy 9th level person? Just kidding. You guys are practicing external and internal skills. What about me? The method of gods and demons. From this point of view, Yin Zaiheng and the others are just warriors, while he is equivalent to cultivating immortals. He already has magical powers, so why does he still need to practice mundane martial arts? Isn't it pure and innocent? Yin Zaiheng, however, felt a strong desire to cherish talent, and said earnestly, Comrade Johnson, my master is a master of the 9th stage of dark energy and one of the best masters in our bureau. Are you interested in becoming my junior apprentice? He didn't dare to say that he wanted to be Johnson's master. Although Johnson has not cultivated hidden power, he can blow up a solid wooden table with one breath. How terrifying must this power be? If the two of them fought, Yin Zaiheng felt that he would be crushed by Johnson's strength and would have no chance of winning at all. Can you still be a master like this? His master is at the 9th level of dark power, so he is naturally qualified to be Johnson's master. And Johnson must have reached the pinnacle of bright power, or even surpassed the pinnacle. If he can cultivate dark power as well, he will be a master. If their sect can produce a grandmaster, then he will naturally be able to benefit from it. Who would dare to look down on him for being a bad mouth in the future? He thought happily, but Johnson shrugged, not interested. Yin Zaiheng was stunned. He didn't expect that after he demonstrated the power of dark energy, Johnson had no interest in learning it. He was a little mad. Why, he asked. Johnson smiled and said, I can actually add some more. Don't you want to waste time? Forget it. Wouldn't it be discouraging if I tell others about it? Moreover, the system, like Rebirth, are his biggest secrets, which he will never tell anyone. Lazy, he answered with one word. Yin Zaiheng didn't believe it. You are lazy. How could you possibly cultivate your external skills to such a level? But no matter how much he talked, Johnson remained unmoved. Finally, Johnson ended his lobbying with one sentence. You called me here, not to make me your disciple, right? Yin Zaiheng then remembered the important matter and said quickly, Of course not. If you just practice martial arts casually, then it's fine, the country won't care about you. But as long as you reach the Mingjin realm, you must be supervised by the country. To be precise, it is supervised by our department. Johnson was not surprised. Indeed, even for someone like Chung Ching, who is still one step away from reaching the peak of his powers, isn't it easy for him to kill ordinary people? Even if you're exposed after killing someone, you can hide in the mountains and survive, and then find an opportunity to run out and kill people or set fire. Therefore, a strong warrior is like a sharp blade, which must be grasped. Otherwise, he may injure or even kill people at random. Johnson nodded. How exactly should we regulate it? Yin Zaiheng smiled and said, It's nothing. Just register, make a record, and then wear this. He took out a watch and placed it on the table. This is not only a communicator, we can contact you even if you're abroad, but also a positioning device. We need to know your location at all times. If a major crime occurs somewhere, we can immediately remove you from the list of suspects. Johnson thought for a moment and said, No need to top up your phone bill. The corner of Yin Zaiheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. God, how to top up your phone bill? If this thing can be shut down due to unpaid phone bills, can it still serve as a monitoring device? No need, he said through gritted teeth. Johnson asked again, If I take it off, you won't know where I am? Yin Zaiheng patiently explained. First, we need to collect your blood to complete the binding with this watch. Second, if you take off the watch or let someone else wear it, the watch will alarm because the DNA information does not match. Johnson couldn't help but smile and held out his hand. Okay, you come and draw blood and help me put it on. This guy is quite easy to talk to. Yin Zaiheng breathed a sigh of relief. Most warriors are unruly. Do you want to put a layer of shackles on them? Disaster. Therefore, he, who is at the 2nd stage of dark power, had to take action personally, because according to intelligence data, Johnson was very likely at the 8th or even 9th stage of bright power, and at least a master at the 2nd stage of dark power would be needed to suppress him. But when he saw Johnson take action just now, he realized that he was wrong, and the Bureau's judgment was also wrong. This guy Johnson is a pervert. His strength is far beyond the limit of Ming Jin. I can't suppress it at all. Therefore, if Johnson really ignores him, he has no choice but to go back and get help. This is so embarrassing. But Johnson's cooperation was so cooperative that he was naturally surprised and secretly delighted. Face was saved. No, it should be said that I gained a huge amount of face. A very powerful person who is very likely to be comparable to the 8th or 9th level of dark energy actually cooperates with him very well. Wow, it would be a great honor to tell others about it. He picked up the watch and pressed it and saw a thin needle emerging from the bottom of the watch. Don't worry, I'm just going to take your blood, Yin Ziheng said. Johnson was calm and put his hands on the table, but he was laughing inside. Yin Ziheng put the watch on Johnson's wrist, but encountered problems when he was about to insert the needle into the skin. I can't fucking get in. Chapter 84, Old Burma. Yin Ziheng pressed hard, and a slight crisp sound was heard. The needle is broken. How is that possible? Yin Ziheng couldn't believe it at all. You know, this needle is specially made. Because Ming Jin warriors all practice external skills, their muscles, bones, and skin are extremely tough, so ordinary needles are indeed unable to pierce their skin, and harder metals are needed. The needles used in this watch are made of aviation alloy, which ranks among the top 5 in toughness among all materials known on Earth. Yin Ziheng had seen too many warriors who were famous for their horizontal training, some of whom could not even be cut by a sharp sword, but their defense was still broken by this needle. Because it's sharp, the pressure is too great. The first time, the needle not only failed to pierce Johnson's skin, but even broke. What the hell? Your skin is scarier than a bulletproof vest. Yin Ziheng suspected that even if the bullet hit Johnson, it might not be able to break through his defense. Are you really human? But when you think about the fact that Johnson can even blow up a table and possess such terrifying power, how high has Johnson's external skills reached? It is comparable to the 8th and 9th stages of dark energy. Is it any wonder that Johnson's body is as strong as a solid wall? What should we do? Johnson asked with a smile. In fact, he had already expected this result. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to it. Let your every move be under the surveillance of others? Hey, actually, if I possessed absolute power, what would it matter if I let you know where I am and what I have done? Johnson couldn't help but groan. He was going to Burma and Thailand, which would naturally lead to a massacre. He originally wanted to cover it up, but now he suddenly didn't want to do that anymore. Just to let you know, am I some kind of murderer? Of course not. Look, I have captured so many killers and handed them over to the police. But am I a clay figure? Am I not angry? Others are hiding abroad and paying for my life. I can't just sit here passively on the defensive every day, right? Let me make it clear, I am the victim. But you can't arrest people abroad, so it's okay for me to solve it myself, right? You still want to blame me for this? Haha, then don't blame me for being extreme. Yin Ziheng was scratching his head. What should he do? The blood collection needle is broken. Well, let's stop here for today. He said, the watch is broken. I need to find someone to fix it. Okay. Johnson stood up and turned to leave. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well collect desire points. After Johnson left, Yin Ziheng quickly made a phone call. Master, I have a great discovery. He talked for 3 minutes before he heard the other party say, I'll be right over. Johnson came out. Gu Yusin had been waiting for him and came over immediately. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? You care about me so much? Johnson laughed. Gu Yusin just snorted. You are mine if others want to touch you. They have to get my permission first. It sounds quite domineering, but if someone comes to you with an order from above, can you say no? Quite arrogant. Johnson nodded. We just chatted for a while. I guess he will contact me again in a few days. Gu Yusin frowned and said dissatisfiedly, It's not over yet. In her heart, Johnson is a hero who fights crime. Look, how many people have been imprisoned this month because of Johnson? What about the butcher on rainy night? What about corrupt officials? What about gang bosses and even a bunch of killers? If the higher-ups make things difficult for such a crime nemesis, she will definitely fight for her rights. Johnson checked the time. Want to have lunch together? Gu Yusin thought about it and said, okay. The two walked out of the building together, but before they went to get the car, they saw a man running over to them. Where are you going? To eat? Let's go together. It's my treat. Yes, it's Louis again. This man was very shameless and acted like he was going to pester Gu Yusin. In his opinion, a strong woman is afraid of being tortured, and as long as he was able to torture her hard enough, He believed that he could melt the iceberg. It's impossible to drive him away. So the three of them went to have lunch together. After dinner, Johnson went out for a walk, naturally to collect desire points. Of course, if he saw a top-notch girl, he would definitely go up and hook up with her. But unfortunately, he didn't. There are beauties who score 70 or even above 80 points, but the best ones are really hard to find. In Johnson's eyes, there are only a few top-notch female stars who score above 90 points. There are probably 2 or 3 at most. All of them are recognized as stunning beauties. Therefore, it is normal that he cannot meet the most beautiful woman now. After all, a girl who is too beautiful might have already been kept as a concubine by someone else. After collecting a large amount of desire points, he received a message from Damien. He found a fraud organization in the Bai family in Old Myanmar and lured people to Old Myanmar with high salaries. In fact, who with a normal mind would believe that one can get rich by going to Myanmar? It's a shabby place with warlords fighting for power. Even the basic electricity supply can't be guaranteed. There are power outages every other day. Instead of believing this, you might as well believe the public intellectuals and go to Europe and the United States to wash dishes. But there's a constant stream of people running over there. Johnson really couldn't understand it. Why would someone fall for something like this? Damien is almost finished talking to this scam gang, of course. All he used was Johnson's information. Now the date for their departure has been set, which is the day after tomorrow. They will first gather in southern Yunnan and then cross the border. Of course, the scammers won't say they are illegal immigrants. It was never mentioned at all. Johnson received all the chat data from Damien and memorized it after reading it twice. Oh, the liar is so stingy. He also had to go to southern Yunnan first and then contact them when he got there, and they would send a special car to pick him up. Even plane tickets should be saved. Johnson smiled and booked a flight to southern Yunnan online. I will leave the country the day after tomorrow and arrive in southern Yunnan tomorrow, which is quite rushed. After booking the plane ticket, Johnson first went to Pengwinyin to start a group, and then went to the law firm to find Nina. He really liked to torment this woman in the office. Then, he went to find Lisa, and finally, he returned home. Susan in my arms. After going to Myanmar, he has to go to Thailand next. It is impossible to finish it in 1 or 2 days, so he will pamper every woman. Johnson set out early the next morning. As everyone knows, Sucheng is the Mayu International Airport. He can only go to Haidu or Xicheng to take a plane. As for the number of flights, Haidu definitely exceeds Xicheng, so of course he booked a ticket departing from Haidu. When he arrived at the airport, because he had bought a first-class ticket, he entered the first-class waiting room and enjoyed priority boarding treatment. The first-class stewardesses were prettier than those in economy class, but only about 70 points. Johnson didn't like them. Secondly, he had a lot of fun yesterday and had no interest in traveling all the way in one day. Almost 4 hours later, the plane landed. Johnson only had a backpack with him and didn't need to check it in, so he quickly got out, walked to the parking lot, and called the scammer. Hello, is this Brother Hay? This is Johnson. Yes, I've already got off the plane. Okay, I'll wait here. Johnson hung up the phone, feeling a little excited. This is your first time as an undercover agent. Is there anything you need to pay attention to? Chapter 85, A Show of Power. 10 minutes later, a van drove over and stopped not far from Johnson. Then, the door opened, and a face wearing sunglasses poked out and said to Johnson, Johnson? Yes, it's me, your Hage. Johnson said, Come up. The man in sunglasses retracted his head. Johnson got in the car. In addition to the driver, there were 3 other people in the car, sitting on both sides of the black guy. Passport. Brother Hay held out his hand. We're going to Myanmar tomorrow and need to go through the entry procedures. Johnson smiled, took out his passport, and handed it to the other party. This is, of course, a fake passport. It cost 300 yuan to make, and it looks exactly like the real one. Brother Hay took the passport, checked it carefully, and then put it away. The van drove for a long time and finally entered a village and stopped in front of a house. Johnson pretended to be confused. Brother Hay, why don't we stay in the hotel? It's convenient to leave the country here. Brother Hay said casually. Besides, you're only staying for 1 night. Why are you so particular? You went to Myanmar and made a lot of money. And when you come back, you can stay in any 5-star or 7-star hotel. Yes. Johnson readily agreed. He entered the house and was assigned a room, but it was not a single room, but a room he shared with 3 other people. Seeing Johnson come in, the 3 of them introduced themselves enthusiastically. They all come from all over the world, but their goal is the same. Get rich. Johnson had no interest in remembering their names because they were just passersby in his life. In fact, Johnson found that they all knew what to do in Lao Myanmar. It's telephone fraud. That stuff makes money quickly. I heard that you could get a 5% commission for every successful sale, and they teach you special tricks over there, so the success rate is very high. It is said that it is not difficult to defraud hundreds of millions a year, so the 5% commission is 5 million. When I get rich, I'll live in a club every day. These three people made no secret of their desire to get rich. Johnson just said, oh, indeed, not many people believe that they can get rich by working in Myanmar, but they clearly know that they're going to commit fraud. Damn it. Although Johnson spent 31 years in prison, he never forgot that he was Chinese. Most criminals will not actually forget their roots and betray their country. In prison, those who commit fraud, especially those who commit fraud abroad and cheat Chinese people out of their money, are the most unwelcome in prison. They are beaten every other day, and their treatment is almost comparable to that of rapists. Hee hee. So, is it necessary to save this kind of person? Oh, by the way, I had no intention of saving anyone. From day to night, people were brought here by vans from time to time. Although most of them were men, there were also women. However, few of them were good-looking, and only one barely passed 60 points. Yes, if you are pretty, why would you go to Myanmar? Wouldn't it be nice to find a rich man in China? For fraud gangs, it doesn't matter if a woman is not pretty. Isn't it enough to just put on some makeup and turn on the beauty filter? Besides, if you cast a wide net, there will always be pretty girls who don't have brains, so you might get fooled. A group dinner was held in the evening, with a total of 23 people gathered together. All of them were full of desire and longing for getting rich. Each of them was dreaming that they would be able to return home in glory and live a wealthy life in 3 to 5 years. Johnson secretly shook his head. If everything went according to history, at least 90% of the people here would die in Burma. If you fail to achieve results, your organs will be harvested or you'll be made into a blood slave. When you have completely lost your value, you'll be buried in a random hole. In old Myanmar, can you be treated as human beings? Wrong, dogs are better than you. Johnson didn't offer any warning. These people basically know what they're going to do after arriving in Myanmar, but they still resolutely embark on this journey. What is there to sympathize with them? Besides, Johnson's sympathy was long gone in jail. He watched the show with a spectator's attitude and looked on coldly. Once he crossed the border and reached some park, will you still be able to laugh so happily? All night, no words. The next day, they set off in several vans and headed towards the border. Of course, it's not a normal customs clearance, but a smuggling process. At this time, Hage and his men stopped pretending and took out weapons such as daggers and axes and looked at everyone coldly. The leader even had a gun in his hand. It's a very old-fashioned one, but a gun is a gun after all. Who wouldn't be afraid? Everyone was trembling with fear. No one dared to ask a question. They all kept their heads down and said nothing. When the car reached a dead end, Hage and his group asked everyone to get out, and then they had to walk on foot. After trekking through mountains and rivers for 4 hours, they finally crossed the border and entered Myanmar. After walking for more than an hour, they saw a road ahead and a bus parked there. And under the car, there was a group of soldiers holding submachine guns. Everyone get in the car. Brother Hay and the others urged. Everyone was now like fish on the chopping board, with no room for resistance, so they had to get in the car obediently. On the bus, 2 soldiers holding submachine guns stood at the rear and 2 at the front. The black muzzles of their guns swept over everyone. 5 women started crying, and the men were shaking and trembling. Some of the timid ones even peed their pants. Only then did they realize that things were not as simple as they thought. But if you say you regret it now and want to go home, will people let you go? It's easy to get on a pirate ship, but difficult to get off. The bus was driving on a bumpy road, making many people carsick and retching. After driving for more than an hour, the bus finally entered town. After driving for another 10 minutes, it entered an industrial park with armed soldiers guarding the gate. Seeing those soldiers armed with live ammunition, everyone couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear and despair. It's over. How could this happen? They do know that they are here to commit fraud, but before that they think they will sit in the office like white-collar workers, leisurely drink coffee, and then make one phone call after another, easily fooling the victims and making them hand over their money. But if the atmosphere here is so harmonious, why are there soldiers with guns guarding it? This is clearly because they are afraid that people will run away. But many of them clearly came here voluntarily, so why would they run away? Thinking of this, they were all filled with fear and their hands began to sweat. Johnson absorbed a large amount of desire points generated by fear, and he couldn't help but feel refreshed. Not bad, not bad. The car stopped, and a soldier waved his gun. Everyone get out. How could the crowd dare not disobey? They got off the bus one after another, and under the command of several soldiers, lined up in 2 rows in the open square of the park. At this time, a man walked out of the building, followed by several burly men holding electric batons. The man was about 30 years old, not very tall, wearing a vest, a thick gold chain around his neck, and all kinds of tattoos all over his body. He glanced at everyone and saw the only woman who scored over 60 points. He smiled and pointed at her. Take her to my room. Yes. Immediately, a man holding an electric baton stepped forward and said to the woman, "Follow me." No, no. The woman shook her head desperately. Even a fool knows what he will go through after being taken away. Damn it. The man stabbed the woman with an electric baton and turned on the power at the same time. The woman screamed and immediately fell to the ground, her limbs twitching. This made everyone break out in cold sweats. She is still a beauty, but she is treated like this. What about them? They were shaking even more violently. Chapter 86 Piglets. After being shocked twice, the woman became obedient and followed the man away trembling. As she walked, she looked at everyone with pleading eyes, praying that someone would come forward and save her from the fire and water. Unfortunately, everyone is afraid of death, and no one dares to step forward. How many of those who can come here are good people and willing to help others? The man in the vest seemed very satisfied with everyone's fear and said with a smile, "My name is Chun Janla. You can call me Brother Lu, the person in charge here. As long as you obey me, you will not only be safe, but you can also go back with a lot of money in the future." However, everyone was still trembling. They're just greedy and want to get rich, but they're not stupid. Want to get out of here alive? Disaster. There was a faint smile on Johnson S. lips. He entered the Burmese fraud park and expected to leave alive. You know, a living person here is worth $450,000. Therefore, unless the family is willing to pay a ransom, and the amount is far more than $450,000, the fraud park will release the person. Of course, no one can guarantee that as soon as you release a person, he will be caught by another group of people and continue to demand ransom or take his money. In short, there are only a handful of people who have sneaked into Myanmar and escaped unscathed. Chun Janla glanced at the crowd with a hint of sarcasm. In his eyes, these people were just pigs, and among their own people, these people were actually called piglets. In order to prevent you from making mistakes in the future, I decided to teach you a small lesson. If you want to disobey me in the future, think about this moment. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the 2 burly men holding electric batons walked towards the crowd. Don't want. No, I will be obedient. These people were all shouting, scared to death, but because they were being pointed at by the black muzzles of guns, they did not dare to run away. This made Shinjanla and his group very happy, and they couldn't stop laughing. For them, every time a new person comes into the park, they will enjoy such a good show. But after these new people have been tortured so many times, they will become numb and it will no longer be fun. They are very much looking forward to seeing if there will be a troublemaker who dares to stand up and challenge. Here, here, here. The electric baton flashed sparks, and the person being electrocuted collapsed to the ground, screaming and twitching, but no one ran away and no one dared to stand up and resist. Alas, among the newcomers this time, there isn't even one man with blood. Of course, those who stand up against it will only suffer worse. If you don't kill one person to warn the rest, how can you make others obey you? As usual, a burly man stretched out his electric baton. Bang! But this time something changed. A big hand grabbed his wrist. The burly man was stunned at first. Then he showed a ferocious smile. Wow, finally someone dares to resist. Okay, watch how I kill you. He exerted force suddenly, trying to break free from the restraints, stabbed the other person with the electric baton, and then turned on the power, causing the other person to scream miserably. However, the electric baton didn't move at all. What? Why is this person so powerful? Johnson smiled. I don't like people poking me with sticks. He has always been the only one who can stab people, and only beautiful women are eligible. At this time, Chun Janla and others also saw this scene. Instead of getting angry, they became happy. The troublemaker appeared. Okay, let's see how long this person can last this time. You fucking. The burly man immediately swung his other hand, turned it into a fist, and hit Johnson. Bang! Then he flew out like a cannonball, hit the wall, slid down, and lay on the ground with his limbs spread out. His face was covered in blood, and he didn't move. It was not known whether he was dead or unconscious. Grass! At this moment, Chun Janla and others were all angry. It wouldn't matter if someone resisted, as that would only make them an object of amusement and serve as a warning to others. However, you were so fierce that you kicked our people away, which was a slap in their face. Absolutely not allowed. Capture him and send him away to remove his organs. Shinjanla said coldly. If a living person entered the industrial park, even if he did not commit fraud, his organs alone could be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So he did not let the soldiers shoot, as this would cause the company to suffer losses, and he, as the person in charge, would also be held accountable, and his organs might even be removed to make up for the losses. To put it bluntly, he is just a dog of the company. Suddenly, several big men with tattoos came out, some holding electric batons, some holding steel pipes, and they surrounded Johnson with sneering faces. The next moment, they were brandishing their weapons and striking at Johnson. Bang! 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 Figures were flying around like flowers scattered from the sky. Johnson punched and kicked seemingly at random, but every time he struck out, one person was knocked flying, and the person's body drew beautiful arcs in the air. In less than 10 seconds, there was no one standing next to Johnson. If he hadn't been absorbing desire points, none of these people would have survived. Even so, these people lay on the ground, groaning and exuding strong fear, providing Johnson with many desire points. Good. Johnson absorbed it, a look of satisfaction on his face. Shinjanla was stunned. Nearly 10 big men, all holding sticks, were knocked down by one man with bare hands? No, not knocked down, but knock away. What the hell is this monster? Kill him. Shoot now. After a moment of pause, he started yelling. You want to capture this monster alive? How is that possible? Kill, shoot quickly. The soldiers around him quickly raised their guns and started shooting. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the submachine gun was pulled, bullets continuously shot out from the barrel, spurting out tongues of fire. But Johnson was standing in the crowd, and these soldiers could not shoot accurately, so they just fired at the area. This caused disaster to more than 20 newly arrived piglets, who were shot and fell to the ground one after another. Some people died on the spot, while others were seriously injured. However, even those who died instantly expressed strong regret before they died. Why am I here? It's not like no one has ever said that Myanmar is a chaotic place and human life is worthless, but I just believe what they said, thinking that I could easily make a lot of money when I came here. If there is one more chance. Johnson's figure flashed like lightning, dodging bullets while absorbing the emotions of despair and regret, turning them into his desire points. He never thought of himself as a hero who needed to save others. Haha, at most he has some sympathy for beautiful women, but the prerequisite is that the beautiful women have to go to bed with him. You all came here voluntarily and knew what you were here for, so you deserve to die. But I'm a very nice person. Revenge for you. Johnson suddenly charged back, moving freely in the hail of bullets. Bang! He punched a soldier, and he was knocked flying, but before he hit the ground, he was torn into pieces. This terrifying power. Chapter 87, Overturning the Tank. Johnson didn't hold back. Before, I was holding back my strength in order to collect desire points, and now I'm not holding back my strength, also in order to collect desire points. After one punch, the soldiers were stunned. Their faces changed drastically, and they cried out in surprise. But their pronunciations were strange, and they were not Mandarin. It's an old Burmese. This is normal. How could the Bai family allow Chinese people to get guns? As for the army, of course we have to control it in our own hands. He beat the guy to pieces with just one punch. Damn, this is 100 times more terrifying than a dump truck. Bang! Johnson moved at lightning speed and blew up another soldier. In order to instill enough fear in these people, he even stopped his body. Bang! 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 Bullet pow dao. Johnson simply blocked his face and let the bullet hit him. He deliberately took a bullet while moving and found that, as he expected, the bullet could no longer penetrate his defense and could only cause him a stinging sensation. But there is a prerequisite. He has to tense his muscles. If you don't tense your muscles to improve your defense, the bullet will still cause minor damage. His clothes were all torn into pieces, but not a drop of blood came out of his body. All the soldiers lowered their guns at the same time, revealing expressions of extreme fear. This is not human. Absolutely not. Monster. Johnson immediately absorbed a large amount of desire points transformed from fear and couldn't help but smile. It wasn't in vain that I got shot so many times. Okay, your value is gone, so I'll send you on your way. Bang, 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 bang. After a few seconds, all the soldiers fell. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chun Janla sat down on the ground, supported himself with his hands, and kept backing away, leaving a trail of water. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Naughty. Johnson didn't want to dirty his hands, so he kicked a stone and then shot another shot. Bang! The stone flew even faster than a bullet and hit Chinjanla in the chest. Johnson absorbed a wave of desire points generated by despair, and the total number skyrocketed. The degree of a person's evil deeds can be judged from the number of desire points. Chinjanla is absolutely indescribable. He alone provides 87,000 desire points. Johnson took a look and found that his desire points had reached 210,000. Unfortunately, the next enhancement requires 512,000 desire points. More than halfway. But it doesn't matter. Just a short while ago, he received more than 150,000 desire points. And this is just a scam park. How many desire points can you get by overthrowing the Bai family? He could at least strengthen himself here once. Hello, hello, can you hear me? A sound actually came from Chunjanla's body. It wasn't haunted, but he had a walkie-talkie. Johnson picked it up and pressed the call button. Who is it? I'm Bai Shiweming, the commander of the 24th Battalion. I protect this park. The other party said. Who are you, and why did you come to our Bai family's territory to cause trouble? Bai Shiweming? So, who is this person to the old white guy? Son? Grandson? Johnson was not surprised that Bai Shiweming knew about the incident so quickly because the park was so large and there were other people in the buildings. There must have been a lot of people who saw it and would naturally call Bai Shiweming to inform him. I'd love to. Johnson laughed. His laughter was extremely wild. When he was in prison in his previous life, he was one of the bullies and was, of course, rampant and arrogant. If you're not like this, how can you recruit followers? If you don't recruit subordinates, how can you resist the subordinates of other bosses? Johnson in his previous life didn't die. After his rebirth, he was, of course, innocent, but he was still cautious and restrained until now. Does he need to hide anymore? This is the real me. Nothing to worry about. Do whatever you want. Bai Shiweming was stunned. He didn't expect to get such an answer. He was also angry and said coldly, Well, since you dare to come, you must be prepared to never go back. Huh. Johnson just smiled and threw the walkie-talkie aside. Come on, desire point. He entered the building, went to the rooftop, and observed from above. There were actually many other people in the building, but Johnson was too lazy to pay attention. The pawns were not worth his effort. They were troublesome to find and provided few desire points. As for the piglets, you came here willingly, and you came to deceive your own people. I would have to be crazy to save you. About 20 minutes later, Johnson suddenly heard a loud noise. He looked downstairs. Wow, a tank is driving onto the road outside the park. Can you fight against tanks yourself? Artillery shells probably wouldn't work, but the tank was too heavy, so aiming at it or catching up with it was simply impossible. Of course, Bai Shiweming dispatched not only one tank, but also a large number of soldiers, most of whom were armed with submachine guns. Bang! The tanks took the lead, knocking down the gate of the park and driving straight in, while a large number of soldiers dispersed like a tide, but they soon saw the corpses lying all over the square, and those who could not bear it had already begun to vomit. It's not like they haven't seen dead people before, but this is the first time they've seen someone die so tragically. Was this person really murdered? Are you sure it's not an ancient giant beast running over here? Johnson saw clearly that a man in his 30s got out of a bulletproof car. A beautiful woman actually held an umbrella for him to block the scorching sun. The man waved his hand, and a large number of soldiers dispersed in the park. Some were deployed around the park, and some entered the building. The first is to block it to prevent Johnson from escaping, and the second is to find someone. If someone dares to cause trouble on the Bai family's territory, how can we make the public respect the Bai family again if we don't kill him and hang him up as a warning for a month? Johnson smiled and jumped down from the tall building. Bang! He landed on the ground, as if a huge object weighing thousands of pounds had fallen down. Not only did a loud noise come out, but the ground also shook violently, raising a large amount of dust and even forming a big pit. Wow, that's a bit of a commotion. Even Bai Shiweming heard the noise and looked over. He didn't even wait for the dust to settle, but gave the order directly. Fire! Suddenly, the machine gun began to fire. Even the tank adjusted its gun barrel, but did not fire. It was unclear whether it was loading shells or it felt that there was no need to use a cannon to kill a mosquito. Call out. A figure shot out from the dust and rushed towards Bai Shiweming. What? This made everyone unbelievable. How did you survive being shot by a machine gun? Bai Shiweming's face changed drastically. Kill him. Quick. The other party was coming for me. Bang. There was a deafening sound, and the tank finally opened fire. The whole body of the tank shook and fired a shell. However, Johnson dodged the shell by simply turning sideways. However, this also successfully angered him. He adjusted the direction slightly and crashed into the tank. Bang! He crashed into the tank, and under the terrifying impact force, the tank rolled over and over like a toy. Oh my god! This stunned everyone. Although this is a light tank, it weighs about 25 tons. Not only humans, but even elephants cannot push it. But what about now? He rolled out directly. It's not just one circle, but it keeps rolling. Nima, Nima, Nima. Everyone felt a chill growing from the bottom of their hearts and instantly spread throughout their bodies. Chapter 88 Birthday Gift. Johnson looked towards Bai Shiweming. He was obviously handsome and tall, but in the eyes of everyone, he was like a demon that crawled out of hell, exuding murderous aura from his whole body. It definitely can't be a human. How could a person knock over a tank in one go? Bai Shiweming shuddered and felt bile rising into his mouth. He was terrified beyond words. Shoot, you bunch of idiots. Why are you just standing there? He roared. Under the accumulated pressure, the soldiers instinctively obeyed and opened fire. Johnson smiled, exerted force on his feet, and bang, he burst out with terrifying speed again. Then, the familiar scene of the goddess scattering flowers appeared again. After a few minutes, Johnson stopped. As far as the eye could see, there was no one standing. Basically dead. Those who are not dead probably only have one breath left. After all, it is impossible for Johnson to waste time to make up for it. Solve with one punch. You're lucky if it didn't work. Anyway, just harvest to the point of desire. Bang! Bai Shiweming sat down on the ground, his whole body wet. The beautiful woman who was holding the umbrella for him hesitated for half a second, then decisively walked to Johnson and placed the umbrella over his head. Johnson gave the beauty an approving look. Good eyesight. The beautiful woman trembled with fear. Although she was lucky enough not to be killed by Johnson's punch, this was tantamount to betraying the Bai family. When the Bai family started to settle the score, her end would be extremely tragic. Johnson looked at Bai Shiweming and said calmly, "Who are you to old Bai?" Son, second son. Bai Shiweming said tremblingly. Usually, he is high above, looking down on all living beings like a god. The most beautiful female piglets in the park will be offered to him as tribute. After he has played with them, those who are satisfied will stay with him, and those who are not satisfied will be thrown to his subordinates to play with. When his subordinates are tired of playing with them, they will be thrown to the gambling park to be used as prostitutes. When they are completely broken, his organs will naturally be removed to squeeze out the last value. In addition, Bai Shiweming also liked to treat men as prey, letting them flee in the jungle while he hunted them with a shotgun. So in Bai Shiweming's view, these people coming from China are pets and playthings, not human beings at all. After a while, he naturally felt that he was a god. But now, he was trembling in front of Johnson, afraid of losing his life. Not to mention God, he was like an ant. At this moment, he finally understood the feelings of the piglets as they knelt in front of him, crying and begging for their lives with snot running down their noses. Exactly the same. However, he still has someone to rely on. No matter how much money you want, just ask, and our family will give it to you. He said, and there are also female celebrities from your country. Today is my father's 60th birthday, and many celebrities from your country are attending. Which female celebrity do you want to sleep with? I will arrange it for you right away. Oh, today is Walter White's 60th birthday? Great. The birthday directly becomes the anniversary of death. TSK, TSK. Johnson laughed and said, it's White's birthday. Hey, I have to prepare a gift for him. He looked at Bai Shiweming with burning eyes. The next moment, with a click, Bai Shiweming's head was twisted off. The gifts are ready. Old Bai's name is Bai Sholi. He used to follow the Peng family, the king of Kokong. Later, he rebelled and drove the Peng family into the mountains. He then divided the Peng family's territory with the other 3 major families and proclaimed himself king. Although they are called polite, they do all kinds of evil things. yet they still want to boast about themselves and present a positive image to others. They are really both arrogant and hypocritical. Today is his 60th birthday. As a well-known figure in northern Myanmar, this birthday banquet is naturally going to be a grand one. Not only did he invite local wealthy gentry in northern Myanmar, he also invited some celebrities from the country to support him. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters, which made up a good family. Except for the eldest son, who was a bit useless and spent his days in debauchery and women, his second son and 2 daughters were all very outstanding. He also intended to let his second son take over and make him a battalion commander to build up his prestige. The birthday party was held at his home. It is called a home, but in fact it is a huge manor that can easily accommodate thousands of people for dinner parties. Johnson brought the beautiful woman holding an umbrella to Bai's house. Of course, he didn't know the way, but the beautiful woman did. So Johnson drove, and she was responsible for giving directions, and they soon arrived outside the Bai family's manor. Johnson got out of the car, carrying a sack. Before closing the door, he smiled and said to the beautiful woman in the passenger seat, "Be good and stay in the car. At least there is air conditioning here. It's so hot outside, isn't it?" The beauty nodded repeatedly. She looked at the sack in Johnson's hand with fear. She felt her stomach churning, and she almost vomited. She saw with her own eyes what Johnson put in there. Johnson closed the car door. He didn't really care what the woman did. When your strength reaches a certain level, you'll have the confidence to ignore everything. He arrived at the gate of the manor, but was stopped by the guards. "Who are you? And are you on the invitation list?" There was a group of soldiers at the door, all holding guns. A man who seemed to be the captain came over and asked Johnson, because there are so many guests today, he dare not neglect them. What if they're distinguished guests? Johnson smiled and directly increased the fear value of these people. Is there anyone else stopping him? He carried the sack and walked in openly. I saw that there were awnings set up in the garden, and tables of banquets were set up, and servants were serving dishes in an endless stream. After entering the gate, no one paid any attention to Johnson, and he just walked into the main house with a swagger. It was as big as a conference hall, with at least 100 tables. However, at the main table at the northern end, there were only 5 people sitting. The person sitting at the head of the table was naturally the protagonist of today. An ordinary-looking old man with a smile on his face, but when he stops smiling, one can see the sinister look in his eyes. He is definitely not a good man. At this time, a group of teenagers who were no more than 10 years old came over and greeted Bai Sholi. It was unknown what they said because they must be locals and Johnson could not understand Burmese. Bai Sholi was very happy and said a few words in Burmese, as if to encourage these young people. After he finished speaking, many people applauded. It's really ironic that a warlord, a murderous devil, can celebrate his 60th birthday with great fanfare, with guests from all over coming to congratulate him. After this group of young people went down, many people came forward to present gifts. Jade, jewelry, and watches are all high-end goods. Some people also give away luxury cars, with the keys wrapped in a gift box worth at least several million. Then Johnson saw some familiar faces. There were actually celebrities coming to support. The one who looks more familiar is the Shorty Zung. Johnson has seen many movies starring him, but he has never liked this person. Hey, this girl is so beautiful. Johnson's eyes lit up. Wasn't it the rising female star in China who came forward to congratulate and perform a dance after Zheng Aizi? Her name seems to be Ming Feishu. Yes, that's her. Johnson knew her not because she was the object of sexual fantasies of many prisoners in his previous life, but because he happened to watch a TV series she starred in recently, in which she played the 3rd female lead, but she became an instant hit due to her beautiful face. I didn't expect her to appear here, etc. You know, a beautiful star of this level must be the object of the prisoners' fantasies. They would definitely get their photos and stare at them every night when they are released. But Johnson didn't have any impression of her at all. Really? Johnson nodded. She was probably spotted by someone when she attended the birthday party and was unable to go back. What the final outcome will be, no one knows. Johnson could imagine that it must be very miserable. Chapter 89, a bit awkward. Johnson admired Ming Feishu. She is of Western descent, has distinct blue eyes, is over 170 centimeters tall, and is very slender, but not as exaggerated as foreigners. Instead, she has the gentleness of an Oriental woman. Johnson moved closer. Now, he could clearly sense Ming Feishu's emotions. Fear, tension, and regret. Johnson nodded, guessing she was tricked into coming here. After all, he is just in his early 20s and still in college. He must have been cheated by his agent, or maybe all the agents were cheated, So he took this job and came here. Didn't you see that all the perverts are there? Abroad, perverts are absolutely unscrupulous. Maybe Ming Feishu realized it herself, or she had been informed of some kind of business of sleeping with others, which made her unwilling but unable to turn against him. So she was so nervous, afraid, and regretful, and felt so helpless and pitiful. Johnson nodded. Ming Feishu in his previous life suddenly disappeared, which might be due to the contribution of Zhang Segui. This guy has a criminal record. Maybe Ming Feishu fought back desperately and was killed here? Only God knows. Girls from ethnic minorities are really good at singing and dancing. Ming Feishu's dance was very graceful, and she received waves of cheers. However, this did not make her happy, and she just forced a smile. Johnson could sense very clearly that many people had strong sexual desires for her. This is no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Johnson smiled, and it was time for him to give a gift. He walked forward with the sack. What the hell? Everyone was grinning when they saw Johnson coming forward with a sack, which was dripping with blood. You're not going to bring a freshly killed chicken here to celebrate your birthday, are you? The Bai family was heavily guarded, and there were troops guarding outside, so no one thought Johnson was here to cause trouble. But in such an occasion, if you gave Mr. Bai a chicken, what would be the difference between that and causing trouble? Obviously, Bai Sholi was stunned. He didn't expect that someone would dare to let him see blood at his 60th birthday party. He was obviously unhappy, but he forced himself to hold it back, not wanting to ruin the atmosphere of the party. He quietly issued an order to lock the man up and beat him to death. He has sentenced this man to death. Johnson smiled and said, "Old White, I came all the way here to prepare a great gift for you. I wonder how you are going to thank me." After that, he threw the sack to the ground and kicked it lightly. Suddenly, a good man's head rolled out. The whole audience exclaimed. This man is so tired of living that he even dares to offer his head at Bai Sholi's birthday party. Hiss, how did this person get in? At this moment, a large group of soldiers rushed in, looked around, and soon locked onto Johnson. They were the soldiers responsible for guarding the door. After Johnson left, their fear levels gradually returned to normal. Naturally, they realized something was wrong and rushed in to look for someone. It would be fine if this villain was just stealing, but what if he disturbed Mr. Bai? They all have to die. But when they came in and saw this, they were dumbfounded. Oh my God, this guy actually ran up to Mr. Bai and threw something out? People heads. They were nearly frightened to death. It's over. It's finished. They are dead. Learn clearly, Bai Sholi suddenly exclaimed. Because he saw the appearance of the human head clearly, he almost fainted. No. The second brother is a battalion commander. How could he be killed so easily? This must be the model. Yes, model. But because he was worried, Bai Sholi quickly waved his hand and asked his men to hand him the phone. He didn't even bother to deal with Johnson, but called Bai Shiwiming first to confirm the other party's safety. However, the phone rang, but no one answered. Bai Sholi's heart sank, and his face turned ashen. "Who are you and why did you kill my son?" he asked Johnson in a deep voice. Although he could not be called a hero, he was still a well-known figure. He forced himself to restrain the urge to kill Johnson immediately and instead asked, "Could it be that the Peng family has come back to attack us?" Johnson laughed. "Old White, you put a $5 million bounty on my head, but you don't know who I am." Bai Sholi was confused. What 5 million, what reward? He really wasn't pretending to be confused, because his subordinate had some trouble in the country, which would never alarm him, and the order to offer a bounty on Johnson was at most issued by his son. Johnson understood when he saw that the puzzled expression on his face didn't seem fake, and in fact there was no need to fake it. It turned out that he had hurt the Bai family too lightly, and had no right to let Old Bai know. Oh my God. Johnson felt furious. He came all the way here, and you don't even know who I am? This was a slap in his face. He was very angry, and the consequences were naturally serious. At this time, Bai Sholi seemed to have reacted. At least he was sure that Johnson was not sent by the Peng family. His face was filled with icy, murderous intent. "Catch him for me. Don't kill him. Whoever wants to kill him will be made to suffer a fate worse than death." He roared. Johnson must be captured alive, and this murderer must be tortured to death. Suddenly, the scene was in chaos. The guests were trying their best to retreat, while the soldiers were pushing forward. In addition, more soldiers were rushing here. The 24th Battalion dispatched tanks, but failed to capture the man. Instead, the entire army was wiped out. Although it is not clear what happened in the end, according to reliable information, the murderer is in Bai Sholi's manor. The Bai family has 2 battalions of troops, the 24th and 25th battalions, and the soldiers from these 2 battalions are now rushing over. There was panic. Johnson absorbed the various emotions and couldn't help but smile. It feels so good. In just a short while, he received 30,000 desire points. And he hasn't started yet. Swish! Someone wielding a stick hit Johnson from behind. Johnson turned suddenly and reached out. Snap! And he grabbed the other end of the stick. Oh my god! The soldiers who launched the sneak attack were all stunned. I hit you with such a fierce stick, but you were able to catch it with your hands? He suspected that he was dreaming, but when he looked at his knuckles cracked by the recoil, he immediately realized that this was not a dream, but a real thing. What kind of monster are you? He was filled with intense fear. Very good. A lot of desire points were obtained. Johnson kicked the soldier and sent him flying. Before he even hit the ground, his body suddenly broke apart with a bang. The kind that splits into pieces. Blood immediately splattered all over the sky, turning everyone nearby in a bloody people. This scene directly frightened the soldiers who were rushing forward. They couldn't stop their hips from shaking. He can blow a person to pieces with one kick, and they actually want to capture such a monster alive? Playing. Chapter 90 Crazy Harvest. Such a scene stunned the soldiers, and Bai Sholi naturally saw it as well. He couldn't help showing shock and intense fear. When the 4 major families betrayed the Peng family, they of course wanted to wipe out the Peng family at one stroke. However, the Peng family had an extremely powerful bodyguard who protected the Peng family members in the hail of bullets and even killed a large number of soldiers, almost killing the 4 major families. And Johnson's current performance reminded him of that bodyguard. Use a gun. Try not to hit vital parts. He changed his mind. He still wanted to capture Johnson alive, even if he was seriously injured or dying. So he would use drugs to keep Johnson alive and let this murderer live as long as possible. He will never get over the grief of losing his son unless he tortures you to death. Now, all the soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Use cold weapons to fight against such a demon? That is definitely filling the gap with human lives. Unless Johnson is exhausted, no matter how many come forward, all will die. Suddenly, the soldiers raised their guns. Although Bai Sholi told them to try not to hit the vital parts, they would definitely not listen to him on this point. This person is too scary. How can I not hit him in the vital parts? For the sake of his own life, he must be beaten to death on the spot. Bang, 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 the fire started. There were so many people at the scene. Although some people started to retreat after seeing the head, how far could they retreat in such a short time? Besides, most people haven't realized the danger yet and are basically still where they are. In other words, Johnson was actually in the crowd. Therefore, although these soldiers had aimed before firing, many stray bullets still flew towards the crowd, and some hit the pillars and bounced off. Ah, save me. It hurts. There were continuous screams, and many people had fallen in a pool of blood. They were injured by mistake, but once the shots were fired, the crowd was completely in chaos, and everyone was scrambling to escape, regardless of the consequences. As a result, stampedes inevitably occurred. The first unlucky ones were those who accidentally hit the sidecar and fell to the ground. They had nowhere to hide and were immediately trampled to the point of vomiting blood. Soon they could not even scream and were trampled to death. Before they died, they naturally released immense despair. Nourishment. Johnson dodged the bullets while absorbing the despair, and his desire points began to soar again. It will be no problem to complete another reinforcement here. Maybe even twice. He chuckled and ran to where there were crowds of people. Do you think it's okay if you run fast? Johnson directly blocked the front of the guests and, of course, attracted the pouring bullets over there. Bang, bang, bang. There were screams all at once, and a large group of people fell down. Bullets have no eyes, so how high your status was in the past. Some of these people died instantly, while others were seriously injured and dying. But no matter what, they all developed a strong hatred for Johnson, a fear of death, and were filled with indescribable despair. Cool. Johnson had no sympathy. These people deserve to die because they can become Walter White's guests of honor. He doesn't even have to do anything himself to reap a large amount of desire points. These soldiers are really good people. Hey, a certain celebrity has a short stature, but he runs really fast. Johnson flashed and rushed to his side. Don't come over here. Zhang Mingxing screamed in fear. I beg you. How could Johnson listen? He smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm standing in front of you. Bang, 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 bullet game over. Johnson jumped away, and immediately, Zhang Mingxing was shot into a sieve. Seeing his desperate expression, Johnson shrugged and said, "Sorry, I ran away instinctively. I will pay more attention next time." Next time? Is there a chance this will happen again? Zhang Mingxing was unable to complain or curse as he was shot more than 10 times, and his life force quickly disappeared. But he hated it. If Johnson hadn't suddenly run over, he might have run away. Johnson absorbed a wave of desire points. Wow, 77,000. Johnson was shocked. The previous rainy night butcher only contributed more than 30,000 desire points to him. He couldn't remember clearly, but it was definitely not more than 50,000. But this seemingly glamorous and active person on the stage actually contributed more than 70,000 desire points. Hiss, how many sins have you committed? Ha, if you're not dead yet, I will give you a kick and leave you with no intact body. Johnson moved again, directing the hail of bullets toward other guests. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd fell down in large numbers like leeks being cut, but the soldiers had no intention of stopping because they were frightened by Johnson's skills. What if this guy rushes among them and starts killing people indiscriminately as soon as they stop? It's better for you to die than for us, right? Johnson was so happy. There are at least 2,000 people here, most of whom are subordinates of the Bai family. They usually don't do bad things, so the resentment and despair that erupt when or before their death provide a lot of desire points. For him, this was a feast. His current desire points have exceeded 400,000, and the next enhancement will only cost 512,000. Before he came to Lao Myanmar, his desire points were almost used up. In just 2 days, or strictly speaking, in just this 1 hour, he earned nearly 400,000 desire points. So wonderful. This is just one by family. What if the other 3 families are also wiped out? Oh, that's wishful thinking. Today is Old Bai's birthday. So many people gathered here. Otherwise, how many desire points can the Bai family alone provide? It will be difficult to find such a good opportunity next time. Hey, should we let Damien check it out, then make a schedule, and use big data to calculate so that his itinerary can maximize his profits? Let's talk about it when we get back. Wow. Johnson suddenly moved, appeared in front of Ming Feishu, and reached out to grab her. Buzz, a bullet trembled between his fingers, but could not move forward any further. Ming Feishu thought she was dead and just about to scream, but suddenly she saw this scene. She looked at Johnson as if she were looking at a god. If it weren't for God, how could he hold the bullet with his hands? "Save me," she begged. The fear of death brought her back to her senses. "No matter how much money you want, I can give it to you." Although she's a new star, she is very popular and has already received several endorsements, so she can still earn tens of millions. Johnson grabbed her slender waist and swished through the crowd to avoid incoming bullets, laughing, "I'm not interested in money." The sound of gunfire continued. Ming Feishu could even feel the bullets grazing her ears and head. She was so scared that her heart was about to jump out. She hugged Johnson tightly, afraid that he would let go, and screamed, "Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Johnson looked evil. "I want you. For you. For you." Ming Feishu was filled with fear of death. "As long as you rescue me, I will be your woman." Johnson laughed. You see, it was Ming Feishu who took the initiative to ask him for help. Since she asked him so much, it would be difficult for him, a grown man, to refuse, right? Oh, I'm just too charming. Chapter 91, Reconciliation. Johnson jumped in the crowd, holding Ming Feishu. He was so fast, and his strength and endurance were incredible. There were so many people in the manor, but not a single one of them could escape. Whenever someone was about to run to the door, Johnson would suddenly appear there, attracting a wave of firepower to scare the person back, and then he would go to the back to draw another wave of firepower. When the person was about to escape from the door again, he would appear at the door again. After a few times, the few remaining survivors learned their lesson. They no longer ran in groups or thought about escaping, but instead tried to find cover to hide wherever possible. Johnson clearly felt that the desire points he absorbed began to plummet. Before, it was tens of thousands every minute. What about now? Several thousand, and the number is still falling. Alas, this feast is coming to an end. Oh, and the Ming family has a few big fish. Zhang Mingxing can offer 77,000. So what about Walter White? What about his 3 children? The total amount must be at least 200,000. It was less than 200,000, and Johnson felt that there must be something wrong with the system. How many people did this family kill? Johnson returned to the main hall, only to find that Baisholi's family was no longer in their original location. This is normal. Only a fool would continue to sit there. He glanced around and immediately spotted Bai Shouli's family. They hid among the army. Now almost all the 24th and 25th battalions have arrived, with a total of about 800 people, and they are protecting the Bai family tightly. But these soldiers were also desperate. The target person was moving too fast, making it impossible to aim. Even if I shot randomly, it was useless and I still couldn't hit him. Therefore, they did not try to hit Johnson, but settled for the next best thing, protecting the Bai family. Johnson to retreat, it will be a great achievement. Thousands of people, all pointing their guns at Johnson, all with serious expressions, some even with shaking hands. On the other hand, the man who was being pointed at by the gun not only had a calm expression, he even had a beautiful woman in his arms. Upon comparison, the gap is too big. Bai Shouli only felt a chill on his back. The Peng family's bodyguard is definitely not that powerful. So horrible. He is a politician after all, and what are politicians best at? Compromise. He suppressed the pain of losing his son and said, "Sir, there may be some misunderstanding between us. I really have no idea what 5 million you're talking about. But don't worry, I will find out. In addition, I'm willing to compensate you 100 million. I hope you can calm down." Compared to avenging his son, he cares more about his own life. As long as their family is still alive, he can stabilize the status of the Bai family. Although the eldest son is a playboy, there will be no problem in carrying on the family line. At worst, you can let your son be a breeding pig. If you have 20 or 30 sons, there will always be some who will have a bright future. Johnson smiled and said, "Your money, hee, should go to the grave with you. With such foresight about the next few years, can't he become one of the world's richest people?" To put it more simply, when he possesses power beyond the mundane, he opens a company, and even if the things it produces are crap, everyone will rush to buy them. And no matter how hard they try, their company will not go bankrupt, but will make a ton of money. "So, I want your filthy money?" Bai Shouli was naturally extremely angry. He had already gotten over the pain of losing his son, but you still refuse to give up? You're just put on a bounty list, but what about me? The one who was lost was a son. In that case, there is nothing to talk about. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" he shouted. The adjutant gave an order, and suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard, and the outer wall was pushed down by a tank, which drove towards the main hall. The Bai family controls the only 2 tanks, and now the remaining one has also driven over. Johnson laughed and asked, "Don't you know how the first tank was lost?" "Oh, the time was too short. You only know that all the people brought by Xiueming were killed, but you don't know exactly how they died." "Okay, I'll perform again." Johnson tightly with her hands, but she also wrapped her legs around him like a koala. Johnson grinned. This girl is quite capable. She might be D. Bang! He burst out with astonishing speed and instantly rushed into the crowd where Bai Shouli was. The anger value is bursting. In an instant, all the soldiers within 20 meters had red eyes. Enemies are everywhere. Kill, kill, kill. They just shot at people without thinking twice. It is difficult for Johnson to accurately set the hatred targets one by one, but it is very easy to mindlessly increase the anger value. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out continuously, and people were killing indiscriminately. Johnson was still swimming, and wherever he went, it was as if he was spreading a plague of anger that spread instantly, and then the soldiers began to kill each other. It was definitely less than 10 minutes, and there were only a few of the thousands of soldiers still standing. Where are the Bai family? Bai Shouli, his wife, his eldest son, and his 2 daughters all lay in a pool of blood. A family must be in order. Johnson was very satisfied. He was such a good man. He was afraid that Bai Xiueming would be too lonely when he went alone, so he specially sent his father down to accompany him. Now that the father had gone down, shouldn't the 3 children go down together to fulfill their filial duties? Endless desire points. 100,000. 200,000. Sure enough, the system did not disappoint Johnson's expectations. The 5 members of the Bai family provided him with more than 200,000 desire points. The total value of desire points suddenly broke the 600,000 mark. It's time to strengthen it. Johnson certainly won't add points here. Starting from the 8th time, the strengthening movement will be very loud. He may lose his mobility for a short time. It doesn't matter at ordinary times, but now there is a tank, and there are still some soldiers who are not dead. Although they are scared and incontinent, it is difficult for them to have any combat effectiveness. But is there anything wrong with being careful? The point is he can sweep through the entire world with his current strength, So why would he take the 1 in 10,000 risk to strengthen himself? Um? He moved aside, and with a ding, a spark immediately flashed on the stone road in front of him. With his eyesight, he could see a bullet hit the stone and then bounced out. Sniper. Johnson looked into the distance and suddenly moved. In a flash, he had arrived in front of the man and kicked him out. Bang! Both the man and the gun were destroyed. He had been moving at high speed before, and the sniper couldn't find any chance to shoot. After waiting for a long time, he finally stopped, but he was discovered, found, and killed by Johnson just after firing a shot. Johnson inspected the huge estate and took action to catch any fish that had slipped through his net. Many seriously injured people stretched out their hands to him helplessly, hoping that he could lend a helping hand. Some of them were even domestic celebrities. They were so high and mighty in front of people, but now they were extremely humble. Johnson turned a blind eye. I didn't invite you here, and I didn't hurt you. So why are you looking for me? Do you think I'm some good person who likes to help others? Haha, that's funny. Chapter 92. All parties are shocked. Johnson took a careful look around. Okay, done. He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to deal with the other 3 families. But firstly, he didn't know where they were, and secondly, the Bai family had made such a big fuss, it was estimated that the other 3 families had already received the news and must be hiding now. Let's retreat. Johnson looked at Ming Feishu in his arms and gave a wicked smile. No, he has to find a place to strengthen. Johnson hugged Ming Feishu, jumped up, leaped on the roofs of buildings, and soon disappeared into the jungle. In the buildings far away, pairs of binoculars were watching everything that was happening, and high-powered cameras were capturing it all. Even in the distant space, there's satellites pointing towards us. Domestic or relevant department. The 4 giants are holding an emergency meeting. You have all seen the latest report. Tell us what you think. The director was a man who looked to be around 40 years old, with a long scar at the corner of his eye. After a moment of silence, an old man in his 60s asked, Director, are you sure the information here is correct? The director nodded and said, Number 7 happened to be in Lao, Myanmar, and was invited to attend the Bai family's birthday party. He took all the photos. Hiss. Everyone gasped. It's not uncommon to be able to dodge bullets. It can be done by those above the 5th stage of Ming Gene. One person said, however, this guy was facing a hail of bullets, but he was still unscathed. His speed is too amazing. Moreover, those soldiers were even killing each other at the end. I suspect this person has super hypnotic skills. This won unanimous approval from others. Let's evaluate his capabilities first. The director pressed his hand. The remaining 3 looked at each other. 9th level of dark energy. I agree. Unfortunately, the scene of Johnson knocking over the tank was not captured on camera. Otherwise, these 3 people would not have thought that Johnson's strength was only the 9th level of dark energy. However, his hypnosis is so amazing that I think most of the 9th stage dark energy masters would be at a disadvantage against him. Someone expressed a different opinion. I think he has probably already reached the threshold of a grandmaster, or at least is the number 1 below the grandmaster. Such a high evaluation. If it were someone else, people might sneer at him, but the person who said this is also a master of the 9th level of dark energy. Master Liu, there are only 4 grandmasters in the country. How can he almost be compared with those 4? Some people still expressed that they could not accept it. The man called Old Liu just smiled faintly and did not respond. The director pressed his hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. Okay, the strength is tentatively determined to be the 9th stage of dark energy, close to the master. Then, how should this person's behavior be judged? Elder Liu immediately said, First, it was the Bai family who offered a bounty to Johnson, which made Johnson go to Burma in a rage. Secondly, everyone present should know what the Bai family is doing, right? To be honest, if it weren't for the prohibition of interfering in other countries' affairs with my temper, I would have gone to Burma and wiped out all the so-called from major families. The other 2 smiled in agreement. This old man Liu does have such strength, but no matter how strong a warrior is, he is still a flesh and blood body. It is easy to become exhausted and eventually die when fighting against an organized army on his own. The country established this bureau mainly to let them manage warriors, and fighting is not their forte at all. Forget about the old Burmese. We don't have any advanced weapons. If you dare to make trouble in our house, we will use all kinds of high-tech weapons to teach you a lesson in minutes. Warriors are simply vulnerable in the face of modern equipment. The Bai family committed fraud and deceived countless people in our country. causing countless families to be broken up. Johnson is not guilty of this, but has done something meritorious. I also agree that he should be rewarded when he returns home. Second, me too. Seeing that the tone had been set, the director nodded and said, "Then it's settled. When Johnson returns, we will first recruit him into our bureau, and second, give him corresponding rewards. We must not let him become disheartened and stand against the country." Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. Some corner of the world. A man was sitting in the darkness, holding a tablet and watching a video. If Johnson were here, he would immediately realize that this was exactly the scene of him at the Bai family's house. However, the person filming was obviously very far away, and the people in the video were blurry, but you could still see clearly what was happening. After watching the video, the man watched it again, then put down his tablet, picked up his phone, and made a call. Close the Golden Eagle pawn shop, and don't bother Johnson again. After saying that, he hung up the phone. It's not worth it to offend a 9th-level dark energy expert for 10 million. He murmured. Johnson's information has appeared in the intelligence departments of various countries. Such a powerful human being is enough for them to take seriously. Because if such a person were to sneak into the country to carry out assassinations or something, it would definitely cause huge damage. Therefore, they will create a file on Johnson, and as long as this person appears in the country, he will either be deported directly or placed under heavy military surveillance. Johnson didn't know that what he did in the Bai family had caused quite a stir around the world. Oh, it doesn't matter if he knows. Why didn't he hide his true identity at all and came to the Bai family directly? He just wants to flex his muscles. When your strength reaches a certain level, you must show it off so that others dare not mess with you. At the same time, you can also gain corresponding status. Otherwise, if you're obviously powerful but you have to hide it, then are you just trying to show off and embarrass yourself? Are you tired? After running for a while, Johnson stopped and found a small hotel. No passport. It doesn't matter as long as the money is paid. This is Myanmar, not China. After entering the room, Johnson went directly to the bathroom. After adding some points, if the situation like last time happens again, he can clean it up immediately. The 10th reinforcement. Add some points. Boom. Violent energy surged out of Johnson's body. Every cell seemed to be cheering, greedily absorbing energy, and then rapidly transforming. Ouch! Johnson groaned in pain. When cells grow to a certain size, they begin to divide, becoming two and increasing their density greatly. This means that if everything remains unchanged, Johnson's strength, defense, and other indexes will at least double. However, his body size did not change, which meant that all his cells had to squeeze together, making it difficult for him to adapt and causing him to feel intense pain. It hurt so much. Even though Johnson was very patient, he had been in so many fights in his previous life and had to stay in the infirmary for more than a month several times, but he had never cried out in pain. But this time, he really couldn't help it. As a last act of stubbornness, he could only suppress his screams and his slight moans. Outside the door, Ming Feishu couldn't help but look strange. You are not doing DIY. Chapter 93, System Upgrade. Although she had left the Bai family, Ming Feishu was still very panicked. Still in old Myanmar, no matter how many bad things the Bai family has done, on the surface, he is an official of Myanmar. Now that all the Bai family members are dead, will this anger the Burmese officials and cause them to send troops to suppress the rebellion? Maybe Johnson can protect herself, but can she? In extreme fear, she now had only one thought. Please Johnson, please him at all costs. Only when Johnson discovers her goodness and recognizes her value will he protect her and let her return to China. And after returning to China, would she dare to go back on her word? Of course not, because she had witnessed Johnson's power with her own eyes. If she agreed to be the other person's woman and she dared to go back on her word, Ming Feishu didn't dare to take the risk. Could she play tricks on such a ruthless person? Court death. It's okay, Ming Feishu. Maybe this is a good thing. She found an excuse for herself. If I'm with a man like this, will anyone in the circle dare to take advantage of me in the future? But why? After entering the hotel, Johnson didn't sleep alone, but went into the bathroom alone. Even if you want to take a shower, shouldn't you do it together? As a woman, she has realized her mistake and is ready to please you with all her might. But how could you, a man, not have such lustful thoughts? Eccentric. But after a while, she actually heard a faint moan. Hiss. She couldn't help but look shocked. You are actually in there. Oh my God, there's a beautiful lady out there, and she's already in your cooking, but you still want to DIY? Can't understand. I really can't understand it. 5 minutes later, Johnson finally calmed down. Comfortable. This is truly a blessing in disguise. System is being upgraded. Suddenly, the long-lost voice of the system sounded in Johnson's mind. You know, the system only made a sound when it was binding, and then it seemed to disappear. If he was not able to use the system's capabilities, he would have suspected that it was a fake system. He was already used to the half-baked tone of the system, but he didn't expect it to make another sound. However, can the system still be upgraded? This is my 10th enhancement, so after 10 enhancements, there will be a system upgrade. After just a few seconds, the system voice sounded again. Upgrade completed. Host, please check the new features yourself. And then it was gone. It's like being dead again. I told you this system is a half-finished product. Johnson complained, pulling up the upgrade instructions. Luckily, I still have this thing. In fact, the content of this upgrade is pitifully small. Basically, it can be said that there is only one more function. It is the perpetuation of desire. In the past, after Johnson adjusted someone's desire, if he didn't continue to invest desire points, the desire would slowly return to normal. But now it's different. This value can be fixed. Of course, you need to invest 10 times the desire points. In the past, it took 1,000 desire points to break a person's fear, but now it takes 10,000 points. But the effect is that this person will be extremely afraid of someone or everyone for the rest of his life. From his point of view, paying 9 times more desire points is not worth mentioning. For example, Oscar Johnson can now make the other party live in fear until he dies of old age. Johnson nodded. This feature may not seem like a big change, but it is actually very useful, even awesome. How strong am I now? Before, he could flip the tank over, and not just once, but many times like a toy car. What about after another strengthening? Hey, mosquito. Are there mosquitoes in April? Oh, this is old Myanmar, a tropical region. The only difference is hotter, and deadly hot. So it is not normal to have mosquitoes in April. Learn. Johnson focused, and the world slowed down. The flapping of mosquito wings appeared in slow motion, but the buzzing sounded like thunder. He couldn't help but think of Bodhidharma in the martial arts novel. After 9 years of hard practice facing the wall, he achieved great success. At the same time, Bodhidharma watched the ants fighting under his feet, and the sound was like thunder. Johnson heard now was not the sound of ants fighting, but the flapping of mosquito wings. How far was this mosquito from him? At least 3 meters, and there is a window between them. Yes, the mosquitoes are not in the bathroom, but outside. He could hear, so clearly even through a layer of glass. How good was Johnson's hearing? He has surpassed Bodhidharma. Now, there are Ming Jin and Injin warriors. Maybe Bodhidharma really existed. Johnson murmured, but I should be stronger than Bodhidharma now, right? Bodhidharma practiced facing the wall for 9 years before he achieved enlightenment. What about him? It's only been 33 days since I was reborn. Johnson was all smiles, looking genuinely happy. He took a shower. This time the strengthening was not as exaggerated as the 9th time. A lot of dirt in his body was discharged, and he even became a bloody man. However, he still sweated all over and felt sticky and very uncomfortable. After washing, he opened the door and walked out. Hey, why is Ming Feishu looking at me with such a strange look? Johnson waved his hand, go wash it. He's in high spirits now. Ming Feishu had a strange look on her face. You've already finished DIY. Why do you want me to wash it? What a strange person. When Johnson got out of bed, it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. This female star is quite annoying. He didn't want to get up, but firstly, he was hungry, and secondly, Ming Feishu was so tired that she fell asleep and couldn't be woken up even if he called her. Okay, let her rest. Let's go eat. Johnson pushed the door open and walked out. When he came to the hall, he saw a man of medium build smiling and greeting him. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Peng Zuda. My father is from the Peng family army. I came here specially to invite you to be my guest. Someone from the Peng family? Johnson couldn't help but smile. Peng's army was once known as the King of Kokong, but was eventually betrayed by his subordinates, by Sholi and others. They had to flee into the mountains and rely on guerrilla warfare to show their presence. Now Peng Zuda actually found his whereabouts in the first place and waited for him in the lobby, which not only expressed respect for him, but also demonstrated their strong intelligence capabilities in the area. Quite interesting. Okay, he nodded. Chapter 94, The Peng Family Invites. The Peng family's car was parked outside. Johnson did not get in the car immediately, but called Ming Feishu first. After she put on her clothes The two went downstairs together and got in the car. Peng Zuda did not drive a luxury car, but a military jeep. This car is durable and suitable for driving on rough roads, but the interior has nothing to do with luxury. Ming Feishu showed disgust before she even sat in it, because she usually travels in high-end business cars. Bang! Johnson slapped her on the butt, and Ming Feishu sat down obediently. Peng Zuda saw this and secretly revised his opinion of Johnson. This man is lustful, but he will never be swayed by women. I'm sorry. Our Peng family is in a difficult time, and we really can't provide you with a good car, he said to Ming Feishu, full of apology. Ming Feishu had already been taught a lesson by Johnson, so she didn't dare to be disgusted. She quickly said, "It's okay. It's okay." Johnson didn't say anything, just looked out the window. He seemed to be appreciating it, but in fact he was full of vigilance. If someone attacks him with a rocket launcher, he can jump out of the car and escape immediately. Ming Feishu, if you can save him, then save him. After all, you only played it once. But if you can't save him, then don't take it to heart. Anyway, it was just a deal between him and the other party. He took the other person away from the Bai family safely, and the other person had sex with him. The transaction between the two parties has actually been completed. Although Johnson is lustful, he will never risk his life for a woman. Oh, he is not a bootlicker in his previous life. Fortunately, although the Jeep had a bumpy ride, it did not encounter any attacks and drove all the way into the mountains. After entering the mountains, the road became even more rugged, causing Ming Feishu to vomit uncontrollably. Johnson's body is so strong that even if he was sitting on a hypersonic missile, the terrifying acceleration would not make him feel uncomfortable, let alone a mountain road like this. If you observe him carefully, you'll find that although the car is shaking, his body is actually very stable and seems to be unaffected. This controllability is simply terrifying. However, Peng Zuda was a little dizzy and did not notice this scene. By the time Ming Feishu had nothing more to vomit, the car finally drove into a camp. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang. Nice to meet you at last." A man in his 60s came out with a cigar in his mouth and extended his hands enthusiastically to Johnson. "Peng's army?" Johnson just glanced at him, but his eyes fell on a middle-aged man who was following closely behind him. This person gave him a slight sense of danger. If we have to quantify it, the threat posed to him by ordinary people is that of an ant. Even if they have a gun, their threat can only rise to the level of a mantis at most. But what about this man? It should be called a mouse. Although one step can kill someone, what if they are sleeping? Rat can still bite your throat and eat your eyes. So, it is still a bit threatening. Johnson retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Let's talk business." This place called Lao Mian was no different from a barren land. So after he finished his business, he naturally prepared to leave. Unless the Peng family can give him enough benefits. Neither money nor power can impress him. Mr. Zhang is really quick to speak. Please come in. Peng Jiejun laughed heartily and invited Johnson and the other man into a tent. Peng Zuda and the middle-aged man followed behind old Peng on the left and right. As soon as the host and guests sat down on both sides, a soldier served them fragrant tea. Johnson didn't drink. How could he trust others easily in a strange place? His physical fitness is indeed high, but what if he can't defend himself against the poison? Is it wrong to be careful? He asked curiously, "What do you know me?" Peng Jiejun laughed loudly. "Mr. Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I will definitely receive news of such a big thing happening in the Bai family. There must be a few survivors." Combining their words, "Plus I also have some friends in your country, I will naturally know Mr. Zhang's identity." Even the former Kokong king who was driven out knew his identity. So what about the top leaders in China? What about the major countries? I think everyone knows this. That's right. Now few people should dare to provoke him. The purpose of this wave of demonstrations has been achieved. Johnson nodded. "What do you want from me? Since Mr. Zhang is so direct, I won't beat around the bush." Peng Jiejun's face became serious. "I would like to ask Mr. Zhang to take action and eliminate the remaining 3 major families." As he spoke, he couldn't hide the anger on his face. He used to be the king of this place, but was betrayed by Baisholi and 4 others, who drove him off the throne and forced him to hide in the mountains. You have to know that Myanmar is a tropical region, and there are many poisonous insects in the mountains and forests. Even if you have taken good protective measures, you will inevitably be infected. Although it is not fatal, it is definitely painful. All this is thanks to the 4 major families. Naturally, he hated it to the core. However, The four major families have already gained official recognition from Myanmar. Not only do they have private armies, they also have the country's regular army to mobilize. He only has about 5,000 troops under his command and is unable to fight against them. Unless he wipes out the four major families, he will have a chance to fight his way out and regain official recognition from Myanmar. Myanmar is divided among various factions. As long as you actually control a region, you can basically obtain official recognition because the authorities simply cannot spare the time to clean up the mess. Old Peng originally thought that he would never see the hope of a counterattack in his lifetime, but the appearance of Johnson today made him realize that this was a great opportunity. In order to show his sincerity, he even let his son take the risk to pick up Johnson. Without waiting for Johnson to answer, he quickly added, "After I regain power, I promise to wipe out all fraud groups under my rule, and I will never cheat the Chinese people of a dime again." Johnson smiled and said, "Comrade Lao Peng is very conscious. Peng's army is the king of Kokong. Even now, he still has a large number of troops under his command and often goes out to rob the four major families, causing them great trouble. Who dares to call him Old Peng?" But when Peng Jiejun heard Johnson calling him that, he was not angry at all. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "As you know, China is not only our neighbor, but also our suzerain in history. It is also in the process of revival now. Anyone who is not a fool will know that they should not provoke a giant dragon that is about to soar into the sky. In fact, my ancestral home is in Sichuan, your country, so I'm also a descendant of Yan and Huang. This is a bit of a forced relationship. However, whether in the Bai family or the Peng family, everyone can speak Mandarin, and they speak it quite well." Johnson nodded. "You are very conscious, but what benefits can I get?" As a Chinese, Johnson doesn't mind doing his bit for his motherland, but his efforts can't be in vain. Chapter 95, Calling Uncle. After hearing this, Peng Jiejun was not surprised, but happy. Because if Johnson really didn't make any requests, then such a person would be too noble and selfless, which would make him feel out of place and even worry that the other party would turn against him. "I am good and you are evil. We are incompatible." But Johnson is not that kind of person. There is no early rise without benefit. This is what a normal person is like. Peng Jiaxing smiled and said, "I can promise that, first, Mr. Zhang will be on equal footing with me in this land from now on, and second, Mr. Zhang can take half of the net income generated here every year." Before he could finish, Johnson shook his head. "I am not interested in power and money. The main reason is that this place is too remote and the infrastructure is so rotten that he has no interest in coming here." Speaking of money, after spending his time in the stock market, property market, and virtual currency, does he still need to worry about not having enough money? Besides, he needs money just to make it easier for him to pick up girls. Otherwise, with his increasingly powerful strength, would he still worry about not being able to live a good life? Peng's army understood immediately. If you're not interested in power and money, then you're interested in women. Understand. I understand. Peng Jiejun couldn't help but glance at Ming Feishu, who was sitting next to Johnson. No wonder Johnson came here with a beauty. It seems that the demand in this regard is not ordinary. I heard that people who practice martial arts have abundant blood and energy, and their kidneys are in good condition, so their needs are indeed much greater. For example, his bodyguard A Tai, who he relies on as the Great Wall, is always having fun with women. I plan to build a manor for Mr. Zhang and arrange for 12 top beauties to live in it and serve Mr. Zhang at any time. He smiled. If Mr. Zhang is not satisfied with any of them, I will replace them immediately until Mr. Zhang is satisfied. And if Mr. Zhang thinks it's not enough, of course we can increase the quantity. Now that he has become the queen of Kokong, isn't it easy for him to recruit some beauties? Johnson finally smiled, but immediately added, "I don't like to use force, so they have to be willing." Of course. Peng Jiejun readily agreed. "I will offer a high salary to hire him, and I will make sure everyone is satisfied." For him, asking Johnson to help get rid of his old enemy with just such a condition was a huge bargain. As for Johnson, he had originally planned to destroy the remaining 3 families. The difficulty was that he didn't know where they were hiding. Now that he has the help of the local tyrant Peng family to find people, he only needs to take action and earn a lot of desire points by the way. Isn't this also a big profit? As for beautiful women, he always has to put forward some conditions. Otherwise, he would feel very nervous when people asked him for help. What? Did you meet a nice guy? Having reached such a high level, can they still believe that there are good people in the world? It's all about interests. Mr. Zhang, I will go look for people from the three major families first. After I find them, I will ask you to take action, said Peng Jiejun. Johnson nodded, turned around, and asked Lao Peng to take him back. There are bugs everywhere, and there isn't even a toilet. You can only find a bush to take shelter. But if you're not careful, you'll get bitten all over your butt, or even by a poisonous snake. The conditions are not generally bad. Of course, Peng Jiejun did not dare to refuse. In order to show his sincerity, he asked his son to send Johnson and the other two back. Mr. Zhang, please. Peng Zuda was very polite. His father was already old, and he had lived in the jungle for too long, so he was full of illnesses. Even if he regained the throne of King of Kokong, he would not be able to sit on it for many years and would definitely give it to him. Therefore, he was naturally very concerned about eradicating the four major families. This is fighting for himself. Therefore, he also worshipped Johnson like an ancestor. He saw with his own eyes in the video how Johnson took the admiral's head amidst a hail of bullets. Who could stop such a terrifying existence from killing anyone? His father's bodyguard, a Thai, was already very strong, but he only saved Peng's army from escaping. Did he want him to assassinate the heads of the four major families? At most, you will kill one person, but he will also be buried with him. The gap is too big in this comparison. Johnson back to the hotel with great respect, keeping a very humble attitude, chatting and laughing all the way. When they arrived at the hotel, he had already called Johnson uncle. His father and Johnson are equals, so isn't it reasonable for him to call Johnson uncle? Johnson became an uncle, and Ming Feishu naturally became an aunt. This made Ming Feishu feel extremely emotional. This area in northern Myanmar is a hell that countless Chinese people are afraid of, but for her, it will be a paradise in the future. Who dares to take advantage of her? Even if she lost a hairpin, people in the entire northern Myanmar would go crazy looking for it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Men like power, and women also like the feeling of being superior. Why want to be a star? In addition to being able to make a lot of money, being treated like a star is another major reason. It's just that this shelf life of celebrities, especially female celebrities, is too short. They usually become out of fashion within 2 to 3 years. However, no matter how famous a star you are, can you compare with the king of a place? Peng Zuda is the crown prince here, the future new king, but he calls her aunt. How can this not make her vanity explode? She couldn't help but look at Johnson, her eyes full of water. No matter what, she just wants to monopolize this man now. Johnson saw this and couldn't help but smile. He immediately drove Peng Zuda away and sent him back to where he came from. He then picked up Ming Feishu and strode towards a room. After 10 enhancements, I'm so damn strong. Johnson glanced at Ming Feishu, who was already paralyzed. If he asked again, this woman would really have to go see Tai Nai. Well, the manner that Lao Peng promised must be completed quickly, and beautiful women can move in so that he can go there to play often. 12. Johnson felt that it was not enough and would not be able to satisfy his growing appetite. Alas, new class contradictions have emerged. Hey, a video communication window suddenly popped up. Johnson took a look and found that it was sent by Susan. He answered with a smile, "Why did you miss me?" "You're at." Susan was about to ask where he was, but she saw Johnson was shirtless, with a faint trace of long hair on the side. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt bitter when she suddenly saw this scene. It's human nature. Johnson did nothing to comfort her. This is a fact his woman must learn to accept. And except for sharing this imperfection, his woman can get everything. Johnson can guarantee that. Susan just felt bitter for a moment. Can a divorced woman still expect Johnson to be faithful to her? She had already realized this, but it was inevitable that she felt a little uncomfortable the first time. "Where have you been? Why haven't you come back for 2 days?" Susan asked. Also, the court has put Nick S. house up for auction online. So fast. Johnson smiled and said, "I'm in Lao, Myanmar." "Where is the house?" "Old Burmese? Why are you going there?" Susan was shocked for a moment before she replied, "Ari's auction website." "I see." Johnson nodded, then said, "Men should do their jobs. Women should stay out of their own way. When I sort things out here, I'll bring you here to play, but you have to bring some insect repellent. There are too many mosquitoes here." Even he couldn't help but complain. Hang up the phone and go take a picture of Nick S. house. Even if it's not for Susan to have a place to live, buying a house now is a sure win. Chapter 96, The Peng Family's Thank You Gift. Over the next 3 days, Johnson made 3 consecutive sorties. The Peng family has been patient for many years and has never given up counterattacking, so they naturally deployed a large number of spies in northern Myanmar. However, due to lack of strength, these spies can only monitor and cannot play a real role at all. But now, with the appearance of Johnson, those eyeliners are finally working. Within 3 days, 3 families that once dominated northern Myanmar were completely destroyed. Not one left. Peng's army took the opportunity to launch an attack. More than 5,000 troops rushed out of the jungle and quickly gained actual control of the area. Without the command of the 4 major families, the local area was basically a mess and was easily taken over by the Peng family. As expected, the Burmese officials quickly confirmed the identity of Peng's army. He was king again. In return, the Gu family army immediately gave Johnson a manor, and Peng Zuda personally took Johnson to receive it. Johnson went there happily. Ming Feishu has returned to China under the arrangement of the Peng family. She returned yesterday. She still has a film contract and can't stay outside for too long. The reason why Johnson was willing to let her go was because he knew Ming Feishu's boss. Zhou Ying is not only the boss of an artist company, but also a big star. She debuted as a child star and later gained fame after starring in a hit TV series, gradually becoming one of the top female stars. What people talked about most was a movie she starred in which she showed off her perfect figure, especially his broad mind, which makes many people salivate. For Johnson, Ming Feishu was a new film and television star he had only known in this life, but Zhou Ying was an actress he had known in his previous life. In prison, Zhou Ying, Cheng Bingbing, and Li Yingxue were known as the 3 goddesses and were the most popular objects of sexual fantasies among the prisoners in the first 10 years. At least 90% of the proportion. To be honest, Johnson also had some dirty thoughts about Zhou Ying's photos. In addition to being beautiful and sexy, another characteristic of the 3 actresses is that they are big. Letting Ming Feishu be the spy, he planned to create a chance encounter with Zhou Ying to fulfill his dream from his previous life. With a smile, Johnson came into the manor. Very big. This was his first impression, but it was a little old. Johnson doesn't really care about this because what matters is not the appearance, but the inside. Led by Peng Zuda, they entered the manor. At this moment, a row of maids immediately knelt down. However, these were obviously not the beauties that the Peng family had promised because they were not good-looking, and some of them were aunts over 40 years old. You could tell by their clothes, the same white maid uniform. The sound of high heels was heard. Johnson looked over in the direction of the sound and saw a girl coming down the spiral staircase. She was wearing a bright red long dress, revealing half of her plump shoulders. Small breasts, big breasts, and a nice butt. Wow, this is the style I like. Johnson admired the face of the girl in the red dress. She was very beautiful, comparable to Ming Feishu, but still did not reach the top score of 90 points. Maybe 88 points at most. His definition of the best is quite strict. Currently, only 2 people meet the standard. One is Gu Yusin and the other is Zhu Wei. That's all. Even someone like Susan, who is naturally charming, can only be considered as a top-notch beauty because of her poor looks. Johnson, the girl in the red dress, felt like a slightly weaker Susan, equally charming and radiating a charming, amorous feeling from the inside out. Johnson in a charming manner. She naturally put her arm around Johnson's arm and leaned against him like a little bird. Peng Zuda said at the right time, "Uncle, because time is too tight and you have high standards. For now, we have only found Miss Yuan who meets your requirements. But please rest assured, Uncle, within a month at most, we will make sure that every room here is occupied." "Uncle, you are busy. I will leave now." He was very observant and left immediately without looking back. As soon as he left, the girl in the red dress fell directly into Johnson's arms and said in broken Chinese, "Master, do you want to eat me now? Or do you want me to take you around the house first and get familiar with it?" "Let's take a walk first," Johnson said. He is no longer in the state he was in when he just got out of prison, where he wanted to have sex with beautiful women whenever he saw them. The more beautiful a woman is, the more you need to slowly appreciate her. The girl in the red dress took Johnson around the manor, introducing the manor and answering Johnson's questions. What Johnson asked was, of course, her personal matter. She said her name was Yuan Yaoqing, but this was a Chinese name she chose herself. She was a genuine old Burmese, but she had loved Chinese culture since she was a child and had even taught herself Chinese. Her biggest hobby was reading domestic online novels, of course those for women, and she liked the domineering CEO and fantasy types the most. This very ancient Chinese name was given by her in the style of fairy tales. Johnson Master, right from the start. It turns out he was deeply poisoned by online articles. She came from a well-off family and married an officer at the age of 19. But unfortunately, this officer was beaten to death when he suppressed the remnants of the four major families a few days ago. So she became a widow. Unfortunately, he was killed by the remnants. This is just to fool the devil. Johnson naturally knew that it was the Peng family who took action and got rid of the other person's husband. This was a once-and-for-all solution and would prevent the other person from getting jealous and causing trouble. However, Yuan Miaoqing was smiling and talking sweetly, and she didn't look like someone whose husband had just died. He couldn't help but ask, "Your husband just died? Aren't you sad and upset?" Yuan Miaoqing shook her head. "I don't like my husband. If my family hadn't forced me to marry him for the bride price, I wouldn't have agreed to his proposal. So, after your husband died, you're not sad but happy?" "Master, don't worry. I've only had one man, and my husband hasn't touched me many times." Yuan Miaoqing said, "I hate him and often kick him off the bed." Johnson couldn't help laughing, but then he said, "So you like me?" "Of course, you're so handsome and so strong." Yuan Miaoqing's face seemed to be glowing. "The most important thing is that you're Chinese." "God, Master, do you know how much I like Chinese things, culture, architecture, food? I like them all. I love them so much." Johnson with fiery eyes, looking charming and seductive. Regardless of whether this expression was genuine or not, Johnson felt happy anyway. I've said before that this woman is very similar to Susan, with natural charm, but she is inferior in every aspect, but only slightly. Johnson laughed out loud. Of course, he should love this kind of knowledgeable and interesting girl. Chapter 97, Finding Zhao Shangyun. Johnson experienced an exotic experience. He was quite satisfied with the gift prepared by the Peng family. "Keep up the good work." Johnson was sitting on the balcony. Although mosquitoes kept flying towards him, he acted as fast as lightning, killing each mosquito one by one. There was actually a brief mosquito vacuum zone. He drank an iced cola and admired the tropical scenery of the estate, with cut fruits beside him. "Master, why did you get up so early?" Yuan Miaoqing walked behind Johnson in her pajamas, put her delicate hands on him, and gave him a massage. "Oh, this damn extravagant life is so addicting that I don't want to leave it anymore." After hanging out in the manor for 2 days, the Peng family sent another beautiful woman. Her appearance score is also 85 points. Her body proportions are amazing, and her long legs are mouth-watering. The most important thing is that she is still a virgin. However, she can't speak Chinese, which makes Johnson a little disappointed. "It's okay. Just let Yuan Miaoqing teach you." Johnson did not get lost in the gentle land. He went to meet Peng's army. Last time it was in the jungle. This time it was in the official residence. In just a few days, they became like heaven and earth. "Mr. Zhang, you are here." Peng Jiejun came out to greet him personally, looking extremely honored and terrified. He was truly in awe of Johnson. Doesn't he know how the heads of the other 3 families died? If you offend such a ruthless person, even if he has a powerful bodyguard, he will be completely helpless. The reason why he could become king again was naturally all because of Johnson. As an old warlord, he certainly knew everything. Must please Johnson. Johnson didn't bother to talk nonsense and asked directly, "Do you know anyone in Thailand?" Peng Jiejun knew that this acquaintance could not be just any random person, but someone who had a say and considerable power. He quickly said, "I know a general. There are plenty of generals in Thailand, so it's no big deal." Johnson said, "I'm going to Thailand. Please help me contact this general and ask him to find someone for me." "No problem." Peng Jiejun patted his chest and assured. Johnson went back and spent another 2 days at the manor. During that time, the Peng family sent another beautiful woman, who also scored around 85 points. She was a young woman who had just divorced, but she was crying and unhappy all the time. Johnson was too lazy to even look at her expression and sent her away directly. As for what would happen to the woman after she left, Johnson didn't care. "I have no relationship with you. Do I have any obligation to protect you? If you don't want to follow me, fine. I won't force you, but I won't meddle in your business either." Johnson simply doesn't like to use force. That would be too boring. Only when he is facing his enemy will he like to force the melon. Peng's army was very efficient. They had already contacted Thailand and gave Johnson a new identity. Zhang Yunlong from Burma. It's definitely not a fake certificate. This is officially issued. Even the fake ones will become real. Johnson was tricked by a human snakehead to come to Myanmar, and there was no record of him leaving the country. So he needed a new identity to go to Thailand or even return to China as Zhang Yunlong. Of course, once in China, Zhang Yunlong can disappear and be replaced by Johnson's real body. In this way, Johnson has never publicly left the country, completing the closed loop. The general, named Su Chai, was quite capable, and he found the whereabouts of Zhao Shangyun and his son in just 3 days. Of course, this is inevitably related to Peng's army regaining power in northern Myanmar. Otherwise, you are just a bandit. Do I need to take you seriously? The situation is different now. Of course, Peng's army has to sell its face. Mr. Zhang, everything has been arranged. You can fly to Thailand at any time. Peng Jejun said with a smile. How could he look like a murderous warlord now? Johnson nodded. Tomorrow, then. He stayed in Lao Myanmar for 6 days, which was a long time. Although Yuan Yaoqing is very charming, Johnson still prefers a woman like Susan who exudes charm from every pore of her body, and there's also a big policewoman. In addition, Zhou Ying is also on his list, and he must meet her no matter what. Busy, busy, busy. I'm so busy. So, Johnson doesn't want to waste time on things like revenge. This is why he wants to show off his muscles. This way, at least those big forces will think twice before they want to cause trouble for him. But there must be some people who don't know how powerful he is, right? Sure. But it shows that these forces are not strong enough and can be easily dealt with. At least it doesn't have to be like what Zhao Shangyun did, for he had to make a special trip to Thailand. Johnson was traveling alone because he planned to come back after finishing his business, which might take just 1 or 2 days. Hunting for beauty? Forget it. He was afraid of hunting something bigger than him. The next morning, Johnson boarded a plane to Thailand. After landing, he immediately went to the address. The address was provided by General Su Chai. Johnson believed that Zhao Shangyun was so rich that he would definitely not treat himself badly, even if he came to Thailand, and would naturally live a luxurious life. So, as a foreigner who was generous with money, would it be difficult to find such a target? More than half an hour later, Johnson arrived in front of a large villa. Zhao Shangyun and his son live here. Johnson went to a high place and took a look. There were several bodyguards patrolling in the yard of the villa, and there were shadowy figures inside the villa as well. It was obvious that there were bodyguards inside. Old Zhao, are you so afraid of death? Obviously, Zhao Shangyun also found that the commissions he posted on the dark web failed one after another. He was naturally worried about Johnson's revenge. Even though he knew that Johnson didn't know his current address, he couldn't help feeling guilty and did a very strict security job. What a pity, it was me you met. Johnson moved, lightning fast. Zhao Shangyun was very annoyed. He is a well-known figure in Sioux City. His words and deeds can determine whether many people can have food to eat. Even the big leaders in Sioux City have to give him some face. Ever since he became rich, he's been doing very well and has gotten used to being high and mighty and bossing people around. But what about now? He was actually forced to hide in a small country in Southeast Asia and endure the scorching heat. Of course, it isn't hot with the air conditioner on, but you have to know that staying in an air-conditioned room for a long time will be very uncomfortable. He is old and can't afford to turn on the air conditioner. His bones will ache after less than half a day. What about going out? The heat wave is rolling. Who the hell would like to live in a hellish place like this? He began to miss his homeland, with its distinct 4 seasons and abundant resources. Our ancestors carefully selected it. Suddenly, he heard a woman screaming from a few rooms away, which startled him. He called a bodyguard and asked, "What's going on?" The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master met a beautiful woman when he went out just now. He liked her very much, so he brought her back." God brought it back. Zhao Shangyun snorted. It was clearly brought here by force, and he was still forcing it. How come even though we've come to a foreign country, we still can't control that thing? Zhao Shangyun couldn't help but feel even more annoyed, but he didn't notice that the screams of the woman in the next room had disappeared at some point. Chapter 98, Bad Luck. In the room, Johnson looked at Zhao Tsongnan with a smile, but this guy was trembling with fear beyond words. "This is Thailand. How could you find me here?" He was so scared. Johnson once before in his own home, but it was nothing like what he did now, because his father found a killer on the dark web, but the killers failed one after another. Now this killer website has increased the bounty for Johnson to $50 million US. Therefore, my father had to either continue to invest money or cancel the reward. However, according to the rules of Killer.net, if the sponsor canceled the order, the invested money would not be refunded. Therefore, regardless of whether the Zhao family canceled the reward or not, the 5 million was gone. For the Zhao family, 5 million is certainly a small amount. It would cost more than that for him to buy a better car. The problem is Johnson's strength. The jump from 5 million renminbi to 50 million US dollars shows how powerful Johnson is. Zhao Sonin didn't have a clear concept before, but now he has one. Outside are all Zhao family bodyguards, and there are also trolls because this is not the domestic situation, but the chaotic Southeast Asia. Foreign tycoons like them are obvious targets, and there are too many people who want to kidnap them and blackmail them. Zhao Shangyun spent a lot of money, but Johnson still appeared in front of him. God knows nothing and ghosts know nothing. Johnson looked back at the woman in the room. Although her hair was disheveled, she was still very beautiful, and her clothes were torn in several places, but it was still obvious that they were branded. It was impossible for her to come from a poor family. What made Johnson admire her slightly was the stubbornness and anger in her eyes. Although there was some fear in her emotions, there was more anger. Therefore, this woman should not have been seduced by Zhao Tsongnan, but was abducted by him. Oh my God, are you so brave? 2. Even though Thailand has done a great job promoting itself as a popular tourist city in the world, in fact, it is the world's largest country for human trafficking and the largest organ trafficking center. This is an assessment report produced by Dai Ying, and it was not produced by a domestic hacker. Even foreigners say so, which shows how terrifying Lao Thai is. Unlike in Myanmar, where online fraud is actually perpetrated by Chinese people, and so they specifically target Chinese people, things are much more fair in Thailand, and they will take advantage of anyone who takes advantage of them, regardless of nationality or gender. In this case, it is understandable that Zhao Tsongnan is so bold, because many people disappear inexplicably every year, so what's so strange about one more disappearance? Wouldn't it be possible to solve the problem by spending some money to take care of the local officials? Johnson suddenly became interested, picked up the fruit knife on the table, and handed it to the woman, while pouting at Zhao Tsongnan. Want revenge? I'll give you a chance. The woman obviously didn't understand Mandarin, but she could understand Johnson's behavior. She decisively took the fruit knife and walked towards Zhao Tsongnan. Zhao Tsongnan's bones were broken after Johnson kicked him so hard, and because he was so frightened by Johnson, he couldn't even cry out in pain. When he saw the woman coming towards him with a fruit knife, he just tried in vain to pull his hands back to get away from the woman. But he was already leaning against the wall. Where could he retreat to? The woman stopped in front of Zhao Tsongnan and stabbed him with a knife. Oh my God! Johnson gritted his teeth because the woman stabbed Zhao Tsongnan between the legs. Not only that, she also took advantage of the situation to stir it up. Originally, it might have just been a minor injury, but now it must have been cut off. Hey, that's physical castration. Johnson couldn't help but click his tongue. He knew from a look in the woman's eyes that she was very fierce, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce. Thinking about it this way, even without his intervention, Zhao Tsongnan might not get any benefit, because this woman might pretend to be submissive and then suddenly kneel Zhao Tsongnan and cripple him. The woman was very fierce. She hit Zhao Tsongnan's crotch several more times before throwing the knife aside. She searched the room and soon found her cell phone. She immediately made a call. When the call was connected, I heard her chattering nonstop, and the person on the other end just listened, and then she hung up. Johnson did nothing to stop it. Judging from the woman's clothes, she should be from a wealthy family, and judging by the way she acted, she was definitely ruthless and could not possibly be the daughter of an ordinary family. And the way she looked when she was on the phone was full of condescending attitude. Hey, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that Zhao Tsongnan kidnapped a gangster's daughter. That's really interesting. Johnson originally wanted to take Zhao Tsongnan with him to settle accounts with Lao Zhao, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Wait, maybe something good will happen. Anyway, his goal is to get rid of the Zhao family and collect some desire points. But if he can achieve these two goals and get to watch an extra show, then why not do it? The woman then looked at Johnson, nodded, and said in English, "Thank you for saving me. My people are almost here. You don't have to do anything, just wait." Johnson had been to college after all, so he understood most of what was said and nodded with a smile. Sure enough, there is something interesting to watch. Then he would wait patiently for a few more minutes. It should only take a few minutes. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, there was noise outside, as well as sounds of fighting and even gunshots. But the gunshots only rang out a few times and then disappeared. Johnson stood by the window and watched, only to see a large group of people rushing into the villa, each with a gun in their hands, while the Zhao family's bodyguards were dejected, raising their hands one by one. It's not that their fighting power is weak, but that they have too few people. A few guns against hundreds of guns. Even if they can kill a few more people, they can't escape death. Do you have to work hard just to make a living? It's not necessary. It's not necessary. The woman also saw it, nodded to Johnson, then walked to the door and pushed it open. Johnson folded his arms and followed him out. The living room of this villa was hollowed out all the way to the ceiling. Although the two of them were on the third floor, they could look down and see that the living room was filled with heads of people. The woman said something in Thai, and all the people looked up at her with angry expressions. They beat up Zhao Shangyun and the others. Then two strong men came up and dragged Zhao Songnan, who could only groan in pain, away. What followed was another brutal beating. Johnson. Zhao Shangyun looked at Johnson, who came down with the woman with an incredible look, but he was beaten on the head again before he could say a word. Johnson smiled faintly. Old Zhao, if you have the guts to offer a reward to me, why don't you have the guts to stay in the country and have fun with me? Zhao Shangyun stopped talking. How could he have imagined that Johnson was so ruthless that many killers were defeated and the killer website directly increased his bounty by dozens of times? It's not that he can't come up with $50 million, but he is afraid of Johnson's strength. It would cost $50 million to offer a reward. So how terrifying is Johnson? In fact, he has always been cautious. He put a $5 million bounty on Johnson and ran away because he was afraid of being retaliated by Johnson. He didn't expect that Johnson's strength was far beyond his imagination. He had no choice but to say, if you can spare my father and me's life, I will give you all the assets of the Zhao family. Chapter 99. The Fall of the Zhao Family. Hey, I can't bear it. Johnson refused coldly. First, he really looked down on it. He is rich and powerful. Does he need to plunder like this? Second, there is a relevant department in the country. If he dares to accept this asset, he will definitely be liquidated. Oh, just because you're a warrior you can rob and rob? Then what is the use of laws? What is the most amazing thing about the Chinese people? Backbone. When we fought against the United States and aided Korea, our equipment was much worse than that of the American coalition forces, but didn't we still go forward resolutely? The Chinese people never fear power. The same applies to individuals. If Johnson wants to rely on his strength to dominate others, he will only face fierce resistance. He has everything he wants in this life, but he goes against the country and even causes chaos in the country. Isn't he just sick? The woman was listening on the side and suddenly pointed at one of her subordinates. The man walked over, and after the two chatted for a few words, the man started talking while the woman listened and said, "Oh," from time to time. Is she listening to the translation? Johnson took a look and didn't care. He patted Zhao Shangyun's head and said, "Actually, I don't know these people at all. I was planning to come here to kill you, but I happened to run into your son trying to rape that woman, so I helped him. I didn't expect that this girl seemed to be quite important. I have to say, your son is really fierce. He dares to attack any woman." Sure enough, the man was translating babble again. After the woman heard what she had said, she also said something to the man, and the man said to Johnson, "Our eldest daughter is called Davika Hearn, not that woman." Johnson just glanced at the woman. He was not afraid of tanks, so how could he be afraid of a gangster lady? He smiled and said, "Since you have men who can understand Chinese, how do you plan to deal with them?" The subordinate, who could speak Chinese, immediately translated it. After hearing this, Davika asked her subordinates to translate. Of course, the organs are removed and sold, and the rest is fed to the dogs. Because these words were translated into Chinese, Johnson heard and understood them. Zhao Shangyun and his son, as well as a group of bodyguards, of course heard them as well. They were all excited and wanted to fight back, but they were immediately beaten up, and several bodyguards had their hands and feet broken. Harvesting organs for sale is not like harvesting hands and feet, so what does it matter whether they are cut off or not? Thailand is really a dangerous place. Even a woman can say such rude words casually. However, Johnson didn't want to stop it, because Zhao Shangyun and the others released intense fear and despair. Lots of desire points. What a pity, it's only over 50,000. When he flattened the three major families before, he gained more than 600,000 desire points. The average household income is 200,000. But Zhao Shangyun and his people only provided more than 50,000. Well, in fact, more than 50,000 is already a lot. Even a criminal like the Rainy Night Butcher, who killed people like crazy, only provided less than 50,000. Of course, the Rainy Night Butcher is just one person, But Zhao Shangyun and his son, plus these bodyguards, have more than 10 people. The total number of desire points has reached 770,000. There are still more than 200,000 points left before the next enhancement. Hee, even if he lies down and doesn't go looking for these vicious criminals, it will only take 20 days. Davika asked again. You won't have any objection to my arrangement, right? No, go ahead, Johnson said with a smile. Davika waved her hand, dragged Zhao Shangyun and his group out like dead dogs, stuffed them into the van, and drove away quickly. Alas, Lao Zhao. Who knows, I may see you again in someone's body in the future. Ugh, what a joke from hell. Johnson was about to leave when Davika came over with a translator. You saved me, and I want to repay you. Actually, Bauda is enough. Johnson was talking nonsense in his mind and calculated the time. He had booked a flight for tomorrow morning. In other words, he could spend the whole night. Okay. 2 hours later, Johnson appeared in an upscale restaurant in the city with a beautiful and elegant woman sitting in front of him. Of course it was Davika. She not only changed her clothes, but even got her hair done. She still brought an interpreter, but this time it was not a man, but a fairly pretty woman, a Chinese student whom she had hired temporarily. The two chatted through a third party. Davika is the daughter of a gangster boss and an illegitimate daughter. However, the legitimate son is too incompetent and only knows how to take drugs and play with women, so he was abandoned long ago. Davika has shown the temperament of being a boss since she was a child. When she was in elementary school, a senior classmate blocked her and wanted to borrow some money from her, but she blinded one of his eyes on the spot. Her father didn't care about this illegitimate daughter at first, as she was the product of rape and foreplay on a whim. Unexpectedly, this illegitimate child perfectly inherited his cruelty. When her mother begged her father for help, her father took it to heart after knowing it. Not only did he settle the matter, he also asked her to be his and trained her personally. This was unexpected for her mother, who hadn't spoken to her in years. As for today, she just happened to come out to relax alone, but she met Zhao Songnan, a bold and lecherous guy. Several bodyguards came together and forcibly controlled her and stuffed her into the car. At this point, Davika extended an olive branch to Johnson. Zhang, come work with me. I will definitely make you rich. Look, what stage is Lao Tai still at? Just thinking about getting rich. Am I the kind of person who is full of vulgar tastes? Johnson smiled and said, I don't mind being friends with you, and I can work with you, but I won't just follow you. The translator was stunned when he heard this. It took him a while to react, and his face turned red. How do you translate this? Johnson laughed and said, just turn it over. Davika was urging me to do it again, so I had no choice but to translate it after adding some modifications. But Thai is not as exquisite, condensed, and full of double meanings as Chinese. Once translated, it loses its charm and becomes very straightforward. Davika was not angry, but admired Johnson. You are very handsome, which meets my aesthetic requirements. However, if you want to marry me, you have to show more strength. Johnson was speechless. I just want to have sex with you. How do you understand that as getting married? He looked at the translator, who was sitting upright, looking as if he had done nothing. Forget it. We don't even speak the same language. I'm not going to flirt with you anymore. It's too tiring. Johnson smiled and said, when you learn Chinese, I will consider accepting you as my student. Damn it, you come to embarrass me again. The translator looked as if her parents had died, because although she didn't know Davika's identity, she knew that she could book out this high-end restaurant, which was basically not something rich people would do, but something powerful. She didn't want to be exposed along with Johnson. There was no choice but to modify it before translating it. Davika's eyes lit up. Are you willing to learn Thai for me? The translator said, Mr. Zhang, Davika said she is willing to learn Chinese. No, there won't be any problem. She secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 100 Mutual Good Feelings. Johnson went to Davika's house to spend the night at her enthusiastic invitation. They never had sex. Just because Davika is involved in gangs doesn't mean she is a woman with a loose belt. He is the future gang boss, so of course he respects his status. Johnson for saving her life. Davika waved her hand and called a group of big horses into Johnson's room. She clearly had feelings for Johnson, so why would she repay him in this way? Hey, of course, she has her considerations. The next day, she couldn't help showing a look of surprise as she watched the big foreign horses walking out of the room with awkward steps. Good, so strong. She couldn't help but start looking forward to it. Of course, her man has to be very strong and able to satisfy her needs. This is her criterion for choosing a partner. But she couldn't test it herself. So, these big ocean horses are her testing tools. Finally, Johnson pushed the door open, looking energetic and without any sign of weakness from being tapped. Davika was naturally very satisfied. She personally took Johnson to the airport. Johnson expectantly. Johnson after just one meeting, but it was undeniable that Johnson had left a deep impression on her heart. As the heir to a gang, she doesn't need her husband to have any power, but she just wants him to be good-looking and good at fighting, and he has to be super strong in that aspect. She doesn't want to be unsatisfied and end up looking for other men to satisfy herself. As it happens, Johnson meets all of these requirements. So, he became Davika's reserve. The translator sighed inwardly and said quickly, "Mr. Zhang, Davika said she would study Chinese hard and hope to be able to say I love you in Chinese in the future." Johnson couldn't help but smile and nodded at Davika. Although it's a pity that this girl didn't have sex with me, her sincerity is still acceptable. The key is that she is very generous. Otherwise, how could she prepare a lover for her man? Good. Seeing Johnson smiling and nodding at her, Davika thought he was making a promise to her and smiled back at him. The two said goodbye at the boarding gate. The translator then breathed a sigh of relief and decided not to stay in the school and return home as soon as possible. Yes, Thailand is quite chaotic here. People disappear inexplicably from time to time. It's better to go back to China, where it's safer. 3 hours later, Johnson appeared in southern Yunnan and entered the country as Burmese Zhang Yunlong. Then, he met Yuan Miaoqing at the airport. He asked the Peng family to arrange for Yuan Miaoqing to come to China yesterday and meet him at the airport. Yuan Miaoqing had been waiting for him for more than 2 hours. When she saw Johnson coming, she immediately threw herself into his arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. Oh my God, this scene made many men waiting for the flight jealous. Yuan Miaoqing is so beautiful and exudes a charming temperament, so attractive. Many of them tried to approach her, but were scared off by the fierce men with tattoos around her. They thought she was the mistress of some big shot, but they never expected that the man who made her throw herself into his arms was so young. The key is that he is very handsome. It's really infuriating. In fact, if Yuan Miaoqing had thrown herself into the arms of a middle-aged man with a big belly, they would have been able to accept it. See, it's not that I'm not charming enough, but that this kind of woman is a gold digger, and others have seduced her with money. But Johnson is handsome, young, and has an enviable body, which naturally makes them jealous. Johnson waved to the Peng family members who had escorted Yuan Miaoqing here, signaling that they could go back. These people bowed respectfully to Johnson and then left the airport. They entered the country by car. "I'll take you to Suchong, my home." Johnson held Yuan Miaoqing's cheek and kissed her red lips hard. "I've tried the big foreign horse, and apart from its body, there's really nothing special about it. But Oriental women are different. The charm that comes from their bones is the lasting fragrance." Yuan Miaoqing's pretty face blushed, and she nodded obediently. Johnson used his ID card to buy a plane ticket to Haidu, and Yuan Miaoqing naturally had to use her passport, which was a little troublesome. 2 hours later, they boarded the plane to Haidu. First class, of course. Yuan Miaoqing was surprised. "Master, didn't you say that Suchong is one of the top 10 cities in China? Why don't we fly directly to Suchong?" Johnson felt a little embarrassed. As a Sioux City native, the Sioux City Mayu International Airport has always been a pain. It's not relevant to bring up this issue. I'll go to the bathroom to teach you a lesson later. Because there was a super beautiful girl sitting next to Johnson, the stewardesses in the first-class cabin felt ashamed and didn't dare to come over to chat with them. Instead, they politely asked the two men what they wanted to drink or eat. After the plane reached the stratosphere, Johnson took Yuan Miaoqing into the bathroom to teach her a lesson. Advanced by leaps and bounds. When the plane landed, the two came out of the bathroom and saw several stewardesses with red faces and watery eyes. "You beast, you are so capable." They also want to experience the feeling of shouting their voices until they are hoarse. After the plane landed, Johnson and Yuan Miaoqing didn't have much luggage, so they quickly arrived at the parking lot. Johnson called a minivan online. After a while, the car he called arrived. "Huh." Johnson looked at the two people coming down from the driver's seat with a hint of surprise. Since when does it take two people to drive a ride-hailing car? "Hello, Comrade Johnson. We are from the relevant department." A man in his 40s smiled and extended his hand to Johnson. "My name is Li Jian, and this is my colleague Zhou Xing, Yin Zaiheng, the one who manages the warrior department." Johnson said to himself that it was not surprising that they came to his door and targeted him so accurately. With the state machinery at their disposal, how could they not know when Johnson's plane would arrive? Moreover, what he did in Lao Myanmar should have been known to these people in the country. This was what Johnson did on purpose. Johnson extended his hand and shook it. However, the young man in his 20s next to him, named Zhou Xing, did not extend his hand actively. Instead, he looked arrogant, as if he wanted to turn his nose up to the sky. Johnson naturally wouldn't bother with this kind of guy and simply ignored him. "You guys are really powerful. I just called a taxi and you hijacked it," he said to Li Jian. Li Jian laughed and said, "You caused such a big commotion in Lao Myanmar that we can't help but take it seriously." Zhou Xing suddenly interrupted and accused Johnson. "Johnson, do you know how much trouble you have caused? Our country has been attacked by Western media, finding fault with everything, but you went to Myanmar to cause trouble and gave the handle to those Western media with your own hands. Do you know how passive you have made the country and how much damage you have caused? Hey, are you two playing the good cop and the bad cop?" Johnson still ignored him and said to Li Jian, "Since you were the driver I called, then take me back to Sue." Li Jian smiled and said, "Let's get in the car. We can talk while walking." They were about to get in the car, but Zhou Xing started to act up again, pointing at Yuan Miaoqing and saying, "What we're going to talk about next involves confidential information, so she can only take the car at the back." Bang! The next moment, he was knocked flying by Johnson. "Where did this idiot come from? I don't even bother to pay attention to you, and you're still rubbing your nose in my face?" Chapter 101. Let's get rid of the idiot first. In the end, Li Jian was the driver, Johnson and Yuan Miaoqing were passengers, and as for Zhou Xing, he sat in the car at the back. Both cars belonged to the relevant departments. The business car slowly drove out of the airport. Johnson asked casually, "Don't you have a name for this department?" Johnson in the rearview mirror and smiled. "We belong to the 19th branch under the National Special Management Department, which is responsible for managing martial artists at home and abroad. Fortunately, it's not a middle school name like Qianlong or Zhanlong." "Who's that idiot in the back?" Johnson asked. At first he thought the other party was the bad guy, but then he thought that was not true. This guy is just an idiot. He doesn't seem like the bad guy. Moreover, the look in this person's eyes when he looked at him was full of jealousy and unwillingness to accept. Li Jian explained, "Zhou Xing's father is a veteran in our bureau." "No wonder," Johnson said leisurely. "You are so impatient to find me, and you didn't even wait for me to go home. Is there something important?" Li Jian smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. I just hope you can join our bureau." Although Yan Zaiheng had invited him before, he mainly wanted him to wear the positioning watch and keep him under surveillance. What about now? She didn't even wait for him to return to Suzhou before running over to invite him, and even said it wasn't important. It's not important. Why be so anxious? Johnson didn't reveal it. "If I join, what do I need to do and what benefits can I get?" In this life, he needs a stable environment to date girls and enjoy life, without the need for Bureau 19 to do so. He will definitely take action to stabilize the country and will not allow foreign forces to have the possibility of subverting the country. However, when it comes to discussing interests, he will not be soft-handed. Li Jian pondered for a moment, glanced at Yuan Miaoqing through the rearview mirror, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "After joining Bureau 19, of course we have to contribute to maintaining the domestic situation. The specific work assigned to us is to manage warriors from all over the country. Some warriors rely on their strength that exceeds that of ordinary people to commit crimes. Ordinary security guards simply cannot catch them, so we need to take action. Of course, as a member of Bureau 19, we naturally need to strictly abide by the regulations and cannot use our martial arts to bully ordinary people. You are very capable. If you join us, we will make you the head of Section 9 at the deputy director level. Of course, our bureau is kept secret from ordinary people. You cannot use this identity to gain benefits. Unless there is a mission, we can get the cooperation of local public security bureaus or even the army. Otherwise, we are just ordinary people. Therefore, this deputy director is a name only." Johnson spread his hands and said, "Do I have to travel all over the country and work hard just for a vacant position as a deputy director? This is too stingy." Li Jian was a little embarrassed and said quickly, "Although the deputy director status cannot be used externally most of the time, the corresponding salary and benefits are the same as the deputy director." Johnson laughed. "You should have investigated me. Do you think I'm short of money? Well, this guy is indeed rich. However, Although the second sum of money was obviously extorted from the Zhao family and was not in compliance with the regulations of Bureau 19, on the one hand, this was something Johnson had done before, and on the other hand, the first sum of $99 million that Johnson obtained was compliant, and he also made hundreds of millions in profits in the stock market. This was not enough for him to live a good life. So did he need to care about the treatment of a deputy director? Li Jian couldn't help but remain silent. Johnson, however, did not care and instead made a request. She is an old Burmese. Get her a permanent visa so that she doesn't have to go to the embassy after a while. No problem. Li Jian agreed immediately. In order to make the warriors behave themselves and not cause trouble, of course, their demands must be met to a certain extent. Is Johnson asking too much? It just makes his woman suffer less. Li Jian can make the decision on anything that does not violate principles. So you agree to join us? Li Jian asked cautiously. Johnson sneered. When are you going to fire that idiot Zhou Xing? I'll think about it again. Li Jian smiled bitterly. Zhou Xing's father Zhou Yun was a senior backbone of the 19th Bureau and a master of the 7th stage of Jin. Zhou Xing was also a rising star. In his 20s, he had already reached the 8th stage of Ming Jin. Don't underestimate it. If one wants to become a master, he must cultivate both inside and outside. Zhou Xing has been advancing steadily step by step according to Zhou Yun's strict plan. His external skills are the 8th level of Ming Jin, and he has also mastered the internal skills. He is almost at the top of the 1st level of Jin. You know, having a sense of qi is the most difficult thing, and the cultivation of internal strength is a process of perseverance. It is normal to take 5 or 6 years to improve one level. Therefore, Zhou Xing's future must be extremely bright. Even if he does not become a master, he will be the number 1 person under the master. With such a treasure, which leader in the 19th Bureau would be willing to kick him out? Even if the leader is willing to do so, will Zhou Yun agree? Alas, why did Stephen Chow offend Johnson right from the start? We could have had a nice discussion, but it turned out like this. However, Li Jian could understand Zhou Xing's idea. Before this, Zhou Xing was the brightest new star in the Bureau. He was both talented at a young age, and his progress was encouraging. But suddenly Johnson showed up. He was about the same age as him, but his internal evaluation surpassed him. How could Zhou Xing not be jealous? The man has a wealthy family, but a peasant has stolen the limelight from him. Naturally, this guy can't stand it. Unexpectedly, Johnson's strength was far beyond their expectations. He kicked Zhou Xing away with one kick. The main thing is that these little people are not qualified to know what Johnson did specifically in Old Myanmar. They only know that he went to cause trouble, and the commotion was quite big, but their specific performance is unclear. Otherwise, no matter how jealous Zhou Xing was, he should know that he could not afford to offend someone who could walk freely in the hail of bullets. Li Jian worried for a long time and decided not to worry about it anymore. Let the leaders of the Bureau find a solution. Anyway, he came to pick up the person, issued a recruitment, and explain the treatment, but Johnson didn't agree. Could he put a knife to Johnson's neck? He still wants to live a few more years. Next, he concentrated on driving. More than 2 hours later, the business car drove into Linglong Bay. Johnson and Yuan Niaoqing got out of the car, ignored Li Jian, and went straight upstairs. Li Jian touched his nose and thought to himself that this guy was really rude. He left without even saying hello. But with a ding, he received a message from the background, prompting him that he had completed an order and expected to earn 200 yuan, and then another order was assigned to him, asking him to pick someone up at the train station. Oh, Johnson paid for it. No wonder he didn't even say thank you. Li Jian pinched his nose. Still going to pick someone up? I really thought he was a taxi driver. Chapter 102, Return Home. Johnson finally returned to his home. Although the size of this house was far inferior to the manor given to him by Peng Jiejun, and its luxury was much less, there were more than a dozen servants in that manor alone, not to mention the furniture, which were all luxury goods. Johnson spent a total of 10 million on this house, and most of the value is in the location, a small part in the layout, and finally in the decoration. So when it comes to luxury, it's really incomparable. But when he came back, Johnson felt comfortable from the bottom of his heart. This is called a golden house or a silver house, which is not as good as your own doghouse. Johnson chuckled. Yuan Miaoqing looked at it curiously. Of course, she could also see that the decoration level of this house could not be compared with that of Lao Mian, but this was Johnson's home. What does it mean that Johnson was able to bring her to his home? Trust and love her. With this, what else do you need a bicycle for? Master, I will cook for you. She was going to the kitchen. Johnson chuckled. No, I want to eat you first. After eating Yuan Miaoqing, it was already evening. With Johnson's amazing hearing, he clearly heard the elevator going up, stopping at his floor, and then the elevator door opening. Susan is back. Hey, hey. He suddenly opened the door and walked out. You're back. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Susan's calm face, and that touch of beauty made Johnson's heart beat fast. After saying that, Susan ran over and threw herself into his arms, wishing she could merge her entire body into him. Actually, she shouldn't have such a clingy personality, but after Johnson developed her inherent charm, she felt empty in her heart and body after Johnson left for just one day, and she missed Johnson terribly. Now that she saw him, she couldn't help herself any longer. I miss you so much. I want you now. Then, her eyes suddenly widened. She let out a cry of surprise, and her pretty face turned red in an instant. She caught a glimpse of a woman walking out of the room. Did this woman hear everything that was just said? It's over, her image. Johnson laughed loudly, and as he hugged Susan and walked in, he kicked the door shut and said with a smile, Don't be shy. This is the sister I found for you. She is an old Burmese, and her Chinese name is Yuan Miaoqing. Old Burmese? Susan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That person probably didn't understand Chinese. She is alive again. Hello, sister. Yuan Miaoqing had already heard Susan's name from Johnson, so she immediately stepped forward and greeted him. You. Susan's pretty face turned red again, and she blurted out, You can speak Chinese? Yes, sister. I taught myself for a few years, but my pronunciation is not very standard. Yuan Miaoqing said modestly. Susan buried her face in Johnson's arms. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Johnson just started laughing. You're still laughing. Susan pinched the flesh on Johnson's waist with her fingers, but of course she was reluctant and didn't dare to use too much force. However, even if she tried hard, it would make no difference. With Johnson's current body being so tough, even a bullet couldn't penetrate it. Why would he be afraid of a woman like her? We are sisters. Why are you shy? Johnson said, I will help you out. How to solve the problem? Susan looked at Johnson with some curiosity. Johnson asked, If you suddenly show up naked on the street, will everyone laugh at you? Yes. Susan looked at Johnson blankly. But what does this have to do with my social death? Johnson chuckled and said, But if everyone is naked, then you won't be embarrassed, right? I kind of understand the logic, but why do you use such a metaphor? Susan was speechless. You're just like that, you big pervert. Johnson let go of Susan and looked at Yuan Miaoqing with the eyes that the big bad wolf looks at the little rabbit. Yuan Miaoqing suddenly realized that something was wrong, screamed, turned around, and ran. Chase, Johnson said to Susan. In order to solve his own social death, the only way is to make Yuan Miaoqing socially dead as well. Susan followed obediently. Looking at the two charming and amorous women chasing each other at home, Johnson couldn't help but be dazzled, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In a flash, the night passed. Johnson got up early. What a good spirit. He did just one thing this morning. Went to the housing authority to complete the transfer of the house next door. Nick's house was put up for auction online a few days ago, and Johnson finally bought it for $9.5 million. In fact, he was still a little short of the money and wanted to borrow from Chi Liming, but unexpectedly, it was Zhu Wei who transferred the money to him, saying it was her saved pocket money. Medial. And it's just pocket money. She is really a little rich lady. However, why did Chi Liming ask his daughter to lend him money? Interested in matchmaking? Old Chi has many wives and concubines, so he doesn't mind at all that his son-in-law is also a playboy. But I'm not a playboy. I just have no plans to get married. The house was transferred, and Nick had moved out long ago without any problems, which surprised Johnson. This guy is so honest. Are you scared? No. This person is so jealous. He must be a stingy person. So he must be hiding some bad tricks. What bad tricks can such a useless person do? Johnson shrugged and didn't take it seriously. Is someone like Nick qualified to fight him? At this time, Susan and Yuan Miaoqing also got up. Both of them were sleepy and yawning constantly. They didn't go to bed until after 3 o'clock last night, so of course they didn't get enough sleep. But Susan had to go to work, and Yuan Miaoqing had to make breakfast for Johnson, so they got up together. However, Johnson did not let Yuan Miaoqing make breakfast, but prepared for everyone to go downstairs to eat together. After washing up, Yuan Miaoqing couldn't hide her curiosity and asked Johnson, Master, why did Sister Lin keep shouting, Where's my husband? Where's my husband last night? Upon hearing this, Susan's face immediately turned red, and she almost got socially frustrated again. It's all Johnson's fault for forcing her to say such weird and embarrassing lines. Johnson was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Should we also let Yuan Miaoqing speak some lines? But her husband died. Then, where's my dead ghost? Johnson couldn't help but shudder. This seemed a bit hellish. After having breakfast at the breakfast shop, Susan took a taxi to work. Johnson planned to buy her a car after the money came out of the stock market, so that she wouldn't have to take a taxi every day. If she wanted to take the bus, she would have to get up at least half an hour earlier. Johnson did not go home, but took Yuan Miaoqing out for a walk. Collect desire points. Although there are few opportunities to get rich quickly in China, the advantage is that you're like leeks. You can harvest them every day, one crop after another, and you don't have to worry about not getting any. Moreover, there was an extra surprise after bringing Yuan Miaoqing along. That is, when men see her, they will naturally have strong sexual desires. Are you planning to take advantage of my woman? Johnson would naturally harvest their desires, so that these people would not only immediately enter the sage time, but would also be calm for several days. Johnson couldn't help but secretly laugh at the thought that they couldn't pay their dues and their wives or girlfriends would suspect that they had someone else outside. You deserve it. Chapter 103 Pillar. In the afternoon, Johnson made an appointment with Peng Wenyun and others. When the four girls learned that he had returned, they naturally asked for leave from the leaders of the art troupe. Interns generally did not dare to ask for leave, but after all, they were introduced by Qi Liming. The leader approved it readily. Johnson did not bring Yuan Miaoqing with him, but went there alone. It always feels a bit weird to eat coarse grains and fine bran mixed together. The waves are running and flowing, surging for thousands of miles. Johnson drank beer to rehydrate. It's very strange. His body is so strong now that running a full marathon should be a piece of cake for him, but he still sweats. It's outrageous. No, long-distance running really doesn't weigh on me at all. But this is different. My heart rate increased significantly, my emotions were high, and there was intense internal consumption, so I was sweating. He casually asked, "Does your leader want to take advantage of you?" Sure, Meng Meng said. "No. We were introduced by Brother Zhang. The leader was very polite to us. How dare he take advantage of us? In fact, it's the face of Mr. Qi, the richest man." Johnson said in his mind, but of course he didn't explain it, but accepted the compliment. Xiao Yu continued, "Besides, the mainstay of our group is so beautiful. If the leader wants to seduce someone, he will seduce her, not us." Johnson laughed. "You seem to be feeling aggrieved." Xiao Yu quickly shook her head. "Brother Zhang, you are wronging me. Apart from my boyfriend, you are the only man I have." Wow, listen to this. He speaks such twisted logic so confidently. Johnson naturally did not criticize, but thought to himself, "Who is the mainstay of your group? Is he good looking?" Hee hee. The four girls all laughed. "Brother Zhang, are you interested?" Johnson was very cheeky, just curious. Peng Wenjun opened his phone and showed Johnson a photo. "Here, this is our group's mainstay, Su Yunqing. Look, isn't she very beautiful?" Johnson took a look and couldn't help but show surprise. What a beauty! She was wearing a theatrical costume, but no makeup, so her appearance was clearly revealed to Johnson. Bright eyes and white teeth. Especially those eyes, so bright. People who study opera and stage plays have particularly lively eyes, because eyes are extremely important in showing a character's temperament, and this requires special practice. This is completely different from the actors seen in TV dramas. Su Yunqing's eyes seem to be able to speak, clear and beautiful with a hint of charm. In terms of appearance, Johnson is willing to give it 89 points. It's just a little bit away from reaching the top quality standard. As for the figure, I don't know. The costume is too loose, and I can't see her figure at all. And it's a solo photo, so there's no comparison, so I don't even know her height. But isn't an 89-point appearance score enough? He's not someone like Zhu Wei. First, she's too young to be harmed. Second, her father is the richest man in Jiangnan. It would be a big trouble if I got involved with him. He smiled and said, "I haven't been to your group yet. I'll go check it out tomorrow." The four girls giggled. "Are you here to see us?" It's obvious that he is greedy for Su Yunqing. Brother, Su Yunqing is not easy to pick up. Yeah. Wei Huilan also said, although Sister Su is very polite to everyone, she also keeps an absolute distance. It should be difficult to get the upper hand. Every day, many rich kids drive luxury cars to pick her up, but Sister Su never pays attention to them. Johnson said, "Oh, Either Su Yunqing is a high-level gold digger who cannot attract ordinary rich boys, or she really has a cold personality, like a fairy. Both the former and the latter have some minor troubles. The former shows that this woman has a huge appetite, and it is almost impossible to overwhelm her with money. She definitely wants both. What about the latter? What they pursue is definitely love without any mixed interests, and finally, they want to walk into the marriage hall. Johnson doesn't mind dating. The problem is that he only wants to date. You can have kids, but you can't get married. How could I, such a good person, selfishly marry someone? Isn't this going to make all the beauties in the world cry to death? Johnson smiled. It's better if it's difficult. It's just right to kill time. He now has plans for the future and can build a huge business empire, but everything has to start from the end of this bull market. How much money does he have now? I have to borrow other people's pocket money to buy a villa worth $9.5 million. He really has a lot of free time. Johnson left Peng Wenyun and the others and returned to his home. As soon as he came out of the elevator, he saw that the doors of his own house and the house next door were open, and Susan and Yuan Miaoqing were going in and out, moving clothes and other things. Johnson is not surprising. It had been agreed before that once he bought the house next door, Susan would move in. After all, this is where she lived for several years, so she must have some feelings for it. Of course, she was going to throw out everything that belonged to Nick. For example, wedding photos. Hey, Susan S.'s face seems a little ugly. Johnson didn't help either, but walked over to that station and asked with a smile, "Why do you have such a stinky face? I must have worked hard yesterday, and I didn't make you unsatisfied, did I?" Susan blushed, stopped, and rolled her eyes at him. Yes, you were very good. You fed me well. Who made you angry?" Johnson asked again. Susan was a little surprised. Is it so obvious? "Well, it's just written on my forehead that I'm angry," Johnson laughed. Susan sighed. "I received at least dozens of harassing calls while at work today." Johnson paused for a moment. "Oh, how do you harass me?" Susan hesitated to speak and finally stamped her feet. "It's too shameless and too vulgar. I don't want to say it." "Speak," Johnson said in a commanding tone. Susan had no choice but to say, "It's almost the same. I'm asking if I can charge you a lower price." "What do you mean cheaper?" Johnson was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what was happening and said, "They think you're a prostitute?" Susan was furious. "How can I not be angry? It might be a coincidence if one or two people made the wrong call, but dozens of people?" Johnson smiled faintly. "Someone must have posted your personal information on an irregular website to deliberately hack you." Susan was stunned, and then became even angrier. "Who is so shameless? What do you think?" Johnson smiled. He was almost certain it was someone. "Neat." Susan also reacted and stamped her feet in anger. This despicable and shameless villain. Johnson supported her and said, "Stop jumping, or the little rabbit will run out." Susan was embarrassed and angry. "You're still making fun of me." Johnson smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. You can't do anything about it. Leave it to me. As a man, of course you have the obligation to protect your woman. A male lion can occupy the female lions of a lion group and make them give birth to offspring for him, provided that the male lion can protect the safety of the female lions." Johnson didn't say anything harsh, but there was a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 104. Making Pornographic Rumors. First of all, where does Nick live now? Johnson couldn't go look for it himself, nor could he ask Gu Yusin to help, so he could only ask Damien to check. Hack into the systems of various hotels to see if there is any check-in information for Nick. In addition, he asked Susan to give Nick his parents' address because Nick might live with his parents. If he still can't find Nick, Johnson will go to court and ask Nick to pay back the money. $3 million. The court will certainly accept the case. Then the court has to find Nick and issue him a subpoena. Of course, what Johnson wants is not to sue Nick, but to find him out. But if the courts get involved, things will go much slower. Johnson had decided that it would be troublesome to get things done without any power in his hands. Before, he sent people from the Black Tiger Gang to look for the Rainy Night Butcher, but they found him in just one day. This is what it means when there is strength in numbers. Of course, the reason he was able to find the Rainy Night Butcher so quickly was because he had information from his previous life. He knew that the Rainy Night Butcher had opened a noodle shop. This undoubtedly turned looking for a needle in a haystack into looking for a needle in a pond, and the difficulty was reduced a lot. But if Nick hides somewhere, it would be hard to find him. This jealous husband is really as sharp as a needle. Susan and Yuan Miaoqing cooked together and prepared a table of food. Because Johnson had just eaten in the afternoon, he did not go to the kitchen to harass Susan, which made Susan a little uncomfortable. Could it be that this guy is trying to figure out how to deal with Nick? She couldn't help but be moved. Although the stinky man never talks about love and always just works hard, he is completely opposite to Nick in terms of protecting her. Nick, he was willing to send his own wife away. But what about Johnson? If anyone dares to go after her, this guy will definitely beat that person to death. Johnson well in the evening. After dinner, Susan went to throw away the garbage with Yuan Miaoqing. Of course, Johnson couldn't wash the dishes. He took out his mobile phone to check the stock situation. Floating profit of more than 900 million. Nowadays, the market rises by 3 points or 4 points at any time. If it rises by 3 points, can the return of 100 million yuan and 1 billion yuan be the same? This is equivalent to compound interest, and the numbers will become more and more exaggerated. We have earned more than 900 million yuan in this month, and the next profit may be 1.8 billion or 2 billion yuan. If he withdrew from the stock market in early June, he should have made a total of more than 3 billion. Johnson frowned slightly. This was far less than he expected. If 3 billion is invested in a building, it will become 6 billion next year. However, selling a house is not like selling stocks. It may take several months, half a year, or even a year to sell it. Although the house will appreciate in value in the next few years, as long as it is held, Johnson does not want to tie up his money in the property market and only wants to reap the benefits of this wave. He has other uses for money. Alas, after all, I am still poor. Johnson turned off his phone, feeling a little depressed. If he expressed such emotion, he would probably receive a huge amount of desire points. You are so pretentious. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Hey, there's a noise. Johnson opened the door and went out, only to see Susan and Yuan Miaoqing being stopped by a man who wouldn't let them into the elevator. By this time, Susan was furious. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to call the police, she warned. The man didn't care. Don't pretend. I'm not paying. Oh, I didn't expect there would be a pretty girl. How much is a threesome? Get out. Get out. Get out. Susan picked up the garbage bag and threw it at him. The man was furious. Susan, why are you pretending? I paid the pimp 200 yuan as an introduction fee. If you don't want to do it, you have to return the fee to me. He still feels wronged. Johnson walked over. The man glanced at him and couldn't help laughing. Oh, the last buddy hasn't finished yet. It's okay, I can wait. Such a beautiful girl. 5,000 yuan per time is definitely worth it. Johnson picked up the man and pressed the elevator button. After the elevator came up and opened the door, he threw the man in and pressed the button for the -1 floor. Although the man had already climbed up, he didn't dare to fart. He can lift himself up with one hand. Anyone who is not completely stupid should know the difference in strength between the two parties. Susan was furious. Of course, she knew that the man must have seen the solicitation message sent by Nick, and Nick was even so desperate as to contact the pimp. This is to torture her to death. Although such tactics may seem vulgar and shameless, they are really disgusting. Telephone harassment is easy to deal with. At most, you can turn off your phone or change your number. But if someone comes to your house every day, and some people are so daring that they even use force, you are a prostitute anyway. Do you dare to call the police? Besides, what's the big deal if a prostitute comes to you once? Susan shuddered at the thought. Johnson sneered. This Nick is really looking for death. Go home first. He patted Susan's butt. Susan was obviously very angry, but he slapped her, but it made her feel angry and amused. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Is this how you comfort someone when they're still angry? Johnson laughed. I have another idea. Looking at his frivolous expression, Susan understood immediately, but just nodded shyly. A night of waves. The next day, Susan got up with dark circles under her eyes, ate a quick breakfast, and went out to work. But within a few minutes, Johnson's cell phone rang. Hey, it's Susan calling. Did she forget to bring something? Johnson, save me. Susan's voice was heard, full of fear, and then her cell phone seemed to be snatched away, and only a noisy sound was heard. Grass. Johnson was furious. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed downstairs. Judging from the time, Susan should still be in the community, and the noisy sounds around sound like those of the old men and women in the community. He walked towards the entrance of the community, and after a few steps, he saw a group of people gathered there. Are you looking for death? Johnson used brute force to force his way into the crowd, and sure enough, the person surrounded was indeed Susan. She was being bombarded by a group of old men and women. and her cell phone was snatched away by an old lady. She was scolded so hard that she was on the verge of tears. There were also a few young men watching the fun, but both them and the old men exuded strong carnal desires. And the ants? The fire of jealousy is about to burn the sky red, especially a middle-aged lady in her 50s who had such a wicked mouth and used the word mom in every sentence. I don't know how she had the nerve to say that. In her mouth, Susan became a vicious bad woman who not only cheated on her husband, but also plotted against her husband with her adulterer, causing her husband to be kicked out of the house, and even taking away the house her parents bought. What is the key? She also said that Susan was a prostitute and asked Susan to get out of the community as soon as possible. This was also agreed by other uncles and aunts, who asked Susan to move out as soon as possible so as not to affect the quality of their community. Seeing Johnson squeeze into the crowd, Susan immediately threw herself into his arms, trembling. Such actions made the other middle-aged women believe that she had already had an affair with the adulterer. Otherwise, why would you be so close to another man when you just got divorced? But those men suddenly became extremely jealous. Chapter 105, Looking for Someone. Adulterer and whore. When the aunt with the foulest mouth saw Johnson protecting Susan, she immediately found a new target of attack and started to curse at Johnson. This lady's surname is Yi. Johnson and Susan with contempt, as if they wished they could go back to ancient times, strip off their clothes, and parade them through the streets with ropes for public display. Although Nick is the main culprit, these aunties who believe everything they hear and spread rumors are really annoying. Susan lustfully. Even without a system, Johnson could tell what they were thinking. In fact, those who like to use morality as a weapon to criticize others will not have good moral character themselves. It is precisely because they themselves have moral problems that when they discover that others have such shortcomings, they will attack them wantonly, as if this can make themselves moral role models. Johnson glanced around and unexpectedly found an acquaintance. Actually, we can't be called acquaintances. We just met once yesterday. The man who found the door and came up, but was thrown into the elevator by Johnson. No wonder he could call out Susan's name. It turns out she is from the community. Obviously, he had been coveting Susan for a long time, which was why he rushed over immediately after seeing Susan's information on the internet. At this moment, the look he gave Johnson was full of resentment, while the glance he gave Susan was still full of desire. Didn't you learn enough yesterday? Okay. Johnson smiled and said, then you will get what you want. The next moment, the man rushed into the crowd roaring and started attacking Aunt Yi. This made everyone dumbfounded. No, what's going on? Why are you still standing there? Pull him away quickly. With so many people around, the man certainly couldn't get any advantage, and Johnson restored his desires to their original state. The man turned pale when he realized what he had done. Oh my God, what has happened to him? But Aunt Ye's husband was also at the scene, and he immediately raised his crutch and hit the man. Pervert, pervert. He used all his strength and hit the man with the stick, causing his head to bleed immediately. This naturally angered the man. Damn it, I am the victim. He was so angry that he tried to grab the cane. He was young, and the old man was certainly no match for him. In no time, he snatched the cane from him and hit the old man on the head, causing the old man to scream in pain. Murder! Murder! Aunt Yi screamed at the top of her lungs. At this moment, the neighborhood became completely lively. Johnson looked at everyone calmly and said, people who speak ill of others will be punished. It's not that there will be no retribution. It will be punished when the time comes. Everyone gritted their teeth when they heard this. You want to refute it, but what happened just now is too strange. How could a young man have evil thoughts about an old lady? The key is to do it in public. Unreasonable. Is this really retribution? It's too weird. At this point, everyone became quiet and no one dared to say anything bad about Susan anymore. Instead, they started to eat the big news that had just happened. After a while, the security guard came and listened to everyone talking about what had happened, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. What is this? How could you develop such beastly intentions toward a 50-year-old woman? Did you come back from studying in India? The key point is you didn't succeed, and this matter is outrageous. You said that you suddenly became crazy, and this matter could definitely be fooled by paying some money, but you insisted on beating the other person's spouse. How can this matter be taken lightly? Not only did she fail in her attempted rape, but she also beat up someone's husband. She is definitely the modern-day Gao Yanniai. There is no other way. This man must be caught. The man was arrested, and everyone cooperated in testifying. By the time everything was done, it was already past 10 in the morning. Just take a leave of absence, Johnson said to Susan. Susan nodded. After what happened, she was no longer in the mood to go to work. During this time, Yuan Miaoqing saw that Johnson had not returned for a long time, so she came downstairs to check the situation. So 3 people went upstairs together, 1 man and 2 women, which made a group of men jealous to the point of going crazy. Some people even reported to the security guard who had not yet left that someone was keeping a mistress, but the security guard retorted, "Mistresses are a moral issue and are not their business. This is amazing. If you play it once and get caught, you will be detained for 15 days and fined. But if you play it many times, it becomes a moral issue." Back home, Johnson called Damien. "Did you find the person?" "Boss, you just gave me the task last night, and I need sleep too." Damien protested. "Add 10,000 bonus this month." "Don't worry, boss. I will give you the result within half an hour." And half an hour later, Damien gave him the result. No one was found. Johnson had already gone to nick his parents' home and also didn't see this person. So this guy went into hiding and learned from his last lesson and didn't stay in a hotel again. Is there any other way to find someone who is determined to hide, other than sending out security guards to search the entire city? Nick must be very proud now. You see, I made up dirty rumors about Susan, making you all very upset, but you couldn't do anything about it. Johnson and Susan physically, but he could cause them mental trouble. Oh, is it really so? Johnson picked up his cell phone and made a call. The call was to Li Jian. Well, he came back the day before yesterday. The two chatted for a long time, and Li Jian, who was determined to recruit Johnson into the 19th Bureau, of course gave Johnson his contact information. Within 3 seconds, the call was connected. "Johnson?" Li Jian asked. Johnson smiled and said, "How did you guess it was me?" He didn't give his cell phone number to Li Jian. Li Jian smiled and said, "Only people I know my number, and you're the only person I gave my number to, but didn't save it, so? So, if the caller ID shows an unknown contact, it can only be Johnson." "All right," Johnson said. "I need your help with something." "Explain." "I found a man who owed me 3 million and ran away." "No problem." Li Jian agreed immediately. After he reported the situation to the Bureau the day before yesterday, his superiors ordered him to recruit Johnson. He was just preparing to find an opportunity to contact Johnson again, but he didn't expect Johnson to call him first. Of course, he would seize such a good opportunity. "Send me this person's information. As long as he is in a major city in the country, I should be able to find him within an hour." Chapter 106 Nick is finished. Li Jian's efficiency is astonishingly high. It was said to be an hour, but only 34 minutes later, he called Johnson and only gave an address. "Well, what do you think about joining our bureau?" He couldn't help but ask. "There's nothing I can do. My boss is pushing me too hard." Johnson just smiled and said, "Wait until I finish my work, and then we can talk in a few days." "Join? That's impossible. But we can cooperate. After all, the intelligence capabilities of Bureau 19 are quite useful." "Okay." Li Jian hung up the phone with satisfaction. Just for such a small favor, Johnson would agree to join their bureau? He had no such luxury, but being able to talk to Johnson again and give him a chance to lobby was good enough. Johnson drove out in a sports car. The advantage of driving yourself is convenience, but the disadvantage is that parking is sometimes annoying, and it is even more annoying if you encounter a traffic jam. "Actually, I could try running on 2 legs." Johnson muttered. After 10 enhancements, his current speed should be far higher than that of high-speed trains, and he will naturally crush cars. More importantly, he doesn't have to worry about traffic jams. The downside is that if he were seen running faster than a car, he would instantly become an internet celebrity. By then, the leaders of Bureau 19 will probably come over and ask him to keep a low profile. Why don't ordinary people know about the existence of martial artists with obvious and hidden forces? Such people are too powerful, far beyond ordinary people, and will cause panic. And if you turn on navigation, that would be fun, as it would probably keep reminding you that you're speeding. Johnson was lost in thought and soon drove into a residential area. Because he was driving a sports car, the security guard didn't ask him what he was doing there. They just registered his license plate and phone number and let him go. This is the benefit of driving a luxury car. Johnson found an empty space to park the car and then entered a residential building. Walk into the elevator and press the 14th floor. After a while, the elevator door opened. Johnson walked out, came to the door of 1403 and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. A few seconds later, someone came to open the door, and when he saw Johnson, he was stunned. "Who are you looking for?" "Nick," Johnson said with a smile. The man couldn't help showing nervousness and tried to close the door quickly, but Johnson pushed him with his hand, preventing him from doing so. "What are you doing? Let me go quickly, or I'm calling the police." Johnson smiled and gave a light push, causing the man to stagger back while he advanced straight ahead. "Zhao Ming, who is that?" A person walked out from the second bedroom. "It's Nick." Seeing Johnson, Nick couldn't help but show a strong look of fear. Been frightened by Johnson before, and he also knew that Johnson was very powerful. So he learned his lesson this time and didn't dare to stay in a hotel for fear that Johnson would find out where he lived. After the house was auctioned off, the bank directly transferred 3 million yuan, and he received 6.5 million yuan, which was considered a small fortune. He took out tens of thousands of yuan to live in this friend's house and asked his friend to take good care of him. He invested 6 million in the stock market and made a lot of money in the past few days, so he was in a very good mood. Moreover, he spread his ex-wife's personal information on the internet, falsely claiming that she was a prostitute, and even pretended to be his ex-wife to contact a pimp and ask that person to help him attract customers. After doing all this, he was secretly proud of himself. You adulterous couple, just prepare to be harassed and have no peace. I never expected that just a few days later, Johnson would show up at the door. Johnson looked at Nick with a smile. "Old ding, it's only natural to pay back debts, right?" Yes. Nick was already frightened and nodded repeatedly. Behind Johnson's back, he dared to confront him, but when he faced him face to face, he was left with only fear. "Then pay back the money," Johnson said, while increasing Nick's fear level. "Belmano." It cost him 10,000 desire points. "It really hurts." Nick felt his heart and soul shattered, and he quickly said, Okay. He just felt that he had to do what Johnson said. Otherwise, something extremely bad would happen. Submissive and timid, he immediately sold out all his stocks. However, the money would not arrive until the next trading day. Johnson was not afraid that Nick would default on his debt again, because this guy's fear of him had become permanent and he would never dare to owe him money and not pay it back. Then he left. Is this the end? How is that possible? Johnson asked Susan to call the police. Nick had made up dirty rumors about her, which was a serious infringement of her reputation. Johnson had already asked Damien to collect the evidence, so this was certainly a piece of cake for a hacker expert. In this case, Nick will have to be locked up for several days. He has missed many previous trading days. What will Nick do? Add leverage to enter the market. When the bull market comes to an abrupt end, Nick will lose all his money. Even if Nick didn't think of leveraging, Johnson would find someone to approach him and instill the idea of leveraging in him. Just like Johnson asked Xie Chenshan to seduce Diana and let her embezzle the company's money to invest in the stock market. Everyone is greedy. People like Nick have a gambler's mentality. Even if the stock market falls sharply on the first day, as long as the drop is less than 10%, the securities company will not force liquidation. Hong Xian will definitely think that this should be a technical adjustment. How could the bull market end like this? If the market plummets again the next day, he will certainly lose all his money. Haha, this is cool. Johnson looked at the time, and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. By the way, we agreed to go visit the place where Peng Wenjun and her colleagues are doing their internship. Go ahead. Johnson asked Peng Wenjun to send him the location, and then he drove there according to the navigation. More than 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Sioux City Art Troupe. And then, the security guard didn't let him in. This is an official unit, so what if he drives a sports car? What matters here is whether the pass you're using is powerful or not. All right, Johnson didn't intend to make any trouble. He parked his car in a nearby parking lot and walked over. After sending a message, Peng Wenjun and others were seen coming out of the building. Even though they were accompanying him, Johnson still had to register as a visitor before he was allowed to pass. Under the envious gaze of the security guards, Johnson left with the 4 girls. You came just in time. We are rehearsing a new play. Well, we have a little bit of a part too. The 4 girls talked at once. Johnson looked at them. They were all dressed like college students during the Republic of China period. He couldn't help but exclaim. The 5 people had just walked into the building when they saw a plump woman walking out with her plump buttocks swaying. She was wearing a red one-step skirt, black stockings, and a pair of red high heels. Johnson's eyes lit up. This woman was probably in her early 30s, with an appearance score of about 80. She was prettier than Peng Wenjun and the others. She had thick eyebrows, thick, bright red lips, and a mole at the corner of her mouth. She exuded sexiness from head to toe. Captain Yu. When Peng Wenjun and the other 3 girls saw the woman, they immediately stopped and greeted her awkwardly. Chapter 107. You can't bully my woman. Director Yu is Yu Qianghua, deputy director of the art troupe, and is 31 years old. She was obviously dressed sexy and charming, but she was very authoritative. She squeezed out a from her nose, glanced at the four girls, and said unhappily, "You should be rehearsing a new play. How can you leave without permission?" Peng Wenjun quickly explained, "Captain Yu, a friend of ours came, so we left temporarily to come and pick him up." Yu Qianghua looked at Johnson. Her eyes slightly brightened, but immediately revealed disgust. "What do you think this is?" "Oh, your friends come and you can bring them in casually, even when they have to put down their work. If we need you to go on stage now, won't you make everyone else wait for you?" Peng Wenjun wanted to argue, saying that they would not be on stage for a while and it would not affect the rehearsal of the new play at all, but Johnson stopped her. "This woman is just trying to put accusations on you. No matter how well you explain, it's useless." However, this woman seemed to dislike the four girls. Why? Peng Wenjun and the others said that the team leader was very good to them, even polite. Moreover, Johnson spoke to the other party on the phone, and the other party was a man, but Peng Wenjun and the others called this woman the team leader. Yes, the deputy. But why would a deputy group leader dislike Peng Wenjun and the others? There should be no possibility of a conflict of interest between them. Oh, right. Johnson suddenly realized that the deputy head must have also wanted to arrange some internships, and maybe even accepted some benefits. But the head suddenly intervened and arranged 4 interns at once. Would there be any vacancies? Then the deputy head would not only have to return the benefits and break his promise, but would also be greatly embarrassed. Of course, she couldn't lose her temper with her full-time job, so she could only vent her anger on Peng Wenjun and the other 4 interns. Haha, no matter how humble Peng Wenjun and the others are, they can't win this person's favor. Moreover, in general official units, the principal and deputy positions usually compete with each other. Under such a premise, Peng Wenyun's 4 daughters were arranged by the principal position, and naturally, they were labeled as principal positions, so it was impossible for them to win her favor. Well, Peng Wenjun and the others can't solve it themselves. Johnson is a very protective person. Even if it was just for fun, Peng Wenjun's 4 daughters were his now. How could he just watch them suffer? He looked at Yu Qianghua. The desire emanating from this woman was very obvious. The desire for power. Desire for money. Learn. Johnson didn't look at Yu Qianghua, but asked the 4 girls with a smile, "Do you know how you got this internship opportunity?" "Hey, wasn't it you who introduced it?" The 4 girls were stunned at first, but they immediately realized that Johnson must have a reason for asking this question. Wei Huilan, the smartest one, immediately said, "Didn't you help us, brother?" Johnson smiled and said, "I did help a little, but the person you should thank the most is Qi Liming. It was he who called your team leader and asked him to make the arrangements." Qi Liming? The richest man Qi. In Jiangnan, the name of the richest man Qi should be known to everyone, because not only is he a billionaire, but he also often does charity work in a high-profile manner and appears on TV frequently. This will undoubtedly help to improve his positive image, gain favor with local officials, and also benefit the reputation of his company. But inevitably, because he is too prominent, he will be targeted. Yu Qianghua's eyes lit up, and at the same time, she suddenly realized something. No wonder Lu Qiming's eating habits were so ugly. He crammed in 4 people with connections at once and didn't care at all about being criticized. She originally thought that the 4 daughters of Peng Wenjun were all Lu Qiming's lovers, and thought that the old man was too stupid to do such a thing. But what if it was the richest man, Qi, who called? Of course, the old guy would do this favor. What is the identity of Mr. Qi, the richest man? Many city and even provincial leaders were his guests of honor. So, if you please Mr. Qi, the richest man, and he says a few good words to the leader, why would you be afraid that you won't be able to move up in position? Lu Qiming is 50 years old this year and still has room for improvement, and she also wants to improve. In fact, her ambition is even greater. Thinking of this, a smile immediately appeared on her face, which had been very serious just now. All right. Considering this is your first offense, go and practice quickly," she said softly to Peng Wenjun and the other 3 girls. Oh my God, his expression and voice have all changed. The 4 daughters of Peng Wenjun all looked at Johnson, and Johnson nodded, motioning them to go first. So the 4 girls hurried to the rehearsal venue. Johnson enthusiastically, "Sir, what is your name?" "Johnson. I'm Yu Qianghua, deputy director of the art troupe." She took the initiative to extend her hand to Johnson. Johnson also reached out, and when the 2 hands were clasped together, he found that his palm was gently hooked. Who could it be? It can only be Yu Qianghua. Hee. No wonder this woman became the deputy head of the group at only around 30 years old. This is really something that can be done. Seeing a worthy target, she used her best weapon without hesitation. Johnson smiled and said, "Where's Captain Yu's office? I have something I want to ask you." Yu Qianghua was already looking at him seductively, and she also smiled and said, "Follow me." An hour later, Johnson was the first to walk out of the office. Time is limited, so act quickly and decisively. Yu Qianghua promised that not only would she not target Peng Wenjun's 4 daughters again, on the contrary, she would take care of them. With the protection of the 2 captains, the 4 daughters could really do whatever they wanted. Johnson also promised to put in a few good words for her in front of Mr. Chi, the richest man in the country, to help her get further. In fact, as Johnson's strength grows, his influence will naturally grow. He doesn't even need Mr. Chi to do that. When he says something, others have to think carefully. Chapter 108 Emergency. Johnson arrived at the rehearsal room. Peng Wenjun and her 4 daughters were not on the scene. It was not known whether their parts had already ended or it was not their turn yet. Johnson found a random seat and sat down. The rehearsal room is very large. In fact, it is basically the same as a normal stage, with a stage and auditorium. The only difference is that there are also production managers on the stage, while the director, screenwriter, etc. sit below as the audience, and they will say a few words from time to time about the actor's performance. Now it's the rivalry between the male and female protagonists. Johnson looked at the heroine and couldn't help but show surprise. She was wearing a Chong Sam, which perfectly outlined her beautiful body. Chong Sam and yoga pants have the same effect in showing the body's shape, but yoga pants show sexiness directly, while Chong Sam fully embodies the graceful charm in the bones of Oriental women. Of course, if your figure is a little bit bad, whether you're fat or thin, you will look ugly. But this woman handled it very well. High-level sexy beauty is overwhelming. Su Yinqing. Johnson recognized it immediately. So beautiful. Before, she was wearing no makeup, and Johnson gave her 89 points. Now that she is wearing light makeup, her score soared to 92 points. It's really the best. She has a thin waist, a plump butt, and a very hot body. He immediately entered the state of sage. What a stunner. He was right in thinking that dancing could make a woman more attractive. Susan is like this, as are Peng Wenjun's 4 daughters, and Su Yinqing as well. Johnson was admiring it when suddenly, the prop lamp hanging above the stage fell down. This thing was of the European medieval style, weighing hundreds of kilograms and falling from a height of about 5 meters. It could really kill people. As luck would have it, Su Yinqing was right below the lamp. A cry of surprise. Johnson rushed out like lightning. He hooked Su Yinqing's slender waist, held her slender, plump, and graceful body in his arms, then rushed to the side, deliberately slowing down his speed. Bang! The falling lights created a cloud of dust on the stage, and there was also the sound of shattering glass, and the noise was incredibly loud. Of course, there were also the screams and exclamations of the crowd. When the lamp fell just now, Su Yinqing was right below it. Such a heavy lamp falling from such a height can kill someone. Su Yinqing is their mainstay. Each of the men was extremely terrified. In their hearts, Su Yinqing had another identity, the goddess in the dream. It's over, this gorgeous goddess is going to be smashed into a bloody mess. But the dust was so thick that they couldn't see what was going on for a moment and could only shout. And what about the parties involved? Su Yinqing leaned in Johnson's arms, listening to the strong heartbeat, feeling grateful for having survived the disaster. When everyone exclaimed, she also looked up just in time to see the huge, heavy lamp falling down on her head. Everyone in the crew knew how heavy this thing was, and every time it was lifted up, either a machine was used or 3 or 4 big men had to work together. If she got hit, she would be doomed. Such death came too suddenly. She didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to her mother. At this desperate moment, a man rushed over, hugged her, and threw her to the side. At this moment, she was moved beyond words. She has been beautiful since she was young, and her beauty is not ordinary. So since the 4th grade of elementary school, boys in her class have been writing love letters to her. When she was in junior high school, not only boys in the entire grade, but even boys in different grades would send her love letters. And what about in high school? People from different schools would write her love letters. She followed her mother's teachings and never fell in love too early, so she rejected everyone. However, this still couldn't stop the men's admiration for her. Some of the boys were even gangsters who often stopped her and tried to take advantage of her in a frivolous way. Because of this, she became very wary of men, even disgusted with them. Even after she grew up and found a job, she still kept her distance from men, always feeling that they approached her just for her body. But what about now? This man risked his own life to save himself, risking injury or even death. It's ridiculous. The men in the group usually express their admiration for her, either openly or secretly, and there are even married men among them. But when the critical moment comes, is there anyone who stands up? Su Yinxing suddenly felt that even if he was still in danger and really died here, it would be worth it. She didn't want to leave this chest, warm and strong, giving her a strong sense of security. After a few seconds, she found herself still being held tightly, which made her realize that the danger was over. She then raised her head and looked at the man who saved her. A determined expression, handsome face. This pair of eyes is so bright and sharp that the bad guys will tremble in fear just by being looked at by him. It feels so safe. Sister Su. Sister Su. Great. Sister Su is fine. Sister Su is fine. At this time, the dust had settled, and everyone saw Su Yinxing being held in someone's arms, and they all cheered. Su Yinxing was naturally too embarrassed to stay in Johnson's arms any longer, so she stood up with a red face and said softly, "Thank you for saving me. Aren't you from our group?" Then, she glanced around and suddenly exclaimed, "Your arm is injured." It was then that she discovered that Johnson's left arm was torn. It must have been hit by the hook of the chandelier. Fortunately, there was no blood. Maybe it was just a scratch. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of guilt. Had it not been for saving her, would Johnson have been hurt? Go to the hospital and get a tetanus shot, she said quickly, extremely nervous. Of course, Johnson deliberately let the clothes on his left arm be torn. Otherwise, how could he have reflected the danger at that time? With his strength, he could easily take Su Yinxing to a safe area, and he could also knock the falling lamps away with one punch, and even complete it more than 5 times in such a short time. But if it's too easy, the beauty won't be so moved. Looking at Su Yunqing's current appearance, his anxiety is about to overflow. Others also gathered around, one to express their gratitude to Johnson, and the other to be curious about how he was able to rush onto the stage in such a short time and carry the person aside. A normal person wouldn't even have enough time to rush up, not to mention holding someone. Johnson smiled and said, "I'm fine. His clothes are torn. How can he be fine?" Su Yinxing turned to the director and said, "Director, I'll take a leave and accompany this gentleman to the hospital. You are the leading actress. If you leave, how can we stage this play?" The director was unwilling to agree. Why not let Xiao Lu take this gentleman to the hospital? Xiao Lu is one of the drivers in the group. Su Yinxing insisted on not agreeing. Then I will ask for leave. Isn't it just a salary deduction? Someone saved her life, but she didn't even accompany him to the hospital. How could she be so ungrateful? The director had no choice but to listen and let it go. He is not a small-time actor, but a mainstay of the show. Moreover, there are too many units and companies in other cities trying to poach his talent. If he dares to fire him or force Su Yinxing to resign, you'll be able to find a new job tomorrow, while he, as a director, will be scolded to death by the troop leader. Watching Johnson and Su Yinxing leave together, Peng Wenjun and the other 3 girls who had just run over from the backstage were extremely impressed by Johnson. Awesome. As soon as he arrived, he kidnapped the pillar of the stage. By the way, did Brother Zhang have a relationship with Captain Yu before? As expected of Brother Zhang. However, even though it was so dangerous just now, Brother Zhang rushed out without hesitation. He is such a good man. Good person? The 4 girls looked at each other and burst out laughing. Which nice guy would stay overnight in the girls' dormitory and climb on every bed? Xiao Yu tried to flatter Johnson. Brother Zhang is a good, lustful man. After saying that, the 4 girls laughed again. Chapter 109, Weird Female Doctor. Although Johnson kept saying that he was fine and that he had a car, Su Yinxing refused to listen and instead stopped a car and took Johnson to the hospital. It wasn't a normal appointment, but a doctor was called directly. As the mainstay of the art troupe, Su Yunqing still has some connections. The person who came was a female doctor. Wow, she is 175 centimeters tall, and even a white coat can't hide her curvy figure. Of course, we can only catch a glimpse of her. Her appearance is enough to reach 86 points. Well, coupled with her cold temperament, Johnson is willing to add another 2 points. Sister Taozi, Please give him a thorough checkup as soon as possible. Su Yinqing said on his own initiative. The cold and beautiful female doctor glanced at Johnson first, then whispered, if you are already pregnant, it is too late for him to do a premarital examination now. Hey, what kind of vicious words are these? Su Yinqing was stunned at first, then her pretty face turned red. No, Sister Taozi, you misunderstood. She shook her head quickly. I encountered an accident when I was rehearsing with the group. She told the whole story. The cold and beautiful female doctor suddenly realized. I thought you were pregnant before marriage. Actually, you don't have to be so blunt. Su Yinqing already looked like she was going to die, and she wished there was a crack in the ground for her to crawl into. But fortunately, she remembered Johnson's injury and didn't care about being embarrassed and urged the female doctor to go and examine Johnson. The cold and beautiful female doctor said to Johnson, take off your shirt. Then, she turned to Su Yinqing and said, would you like to do a premarital checkup? No, no need. Su Yinqing said, gritting his teeth. Really? The female doctor confirmed. No, no, no. Su Yinqing was going crazy. The cold and beautiful female doctor nodded with some regret and began to examine Johnson's abdomen with his two slender hands. Not only is your boyfriend not injured, he's as strong as a horse. I didn't say a stud, she explained specifically. A cold and beautiful woman saying such words in a serious manner is really too great. Su Yinqing just felt extremely crazy. Why did she know such a friend? Oh, she only has this one friend. There's nothing we can do about it. Unexpectedly, the cold and beautiful female doctor became interested. You are unreasonably strong. Let me take some of your blood for testing. Su Yinqing was unhappy. He wasn't injured. Why do you want him to bleed? Johnson, don't listen to her. On the way here, the two naturally exchanged names, but Johnson pretended not to know her, and Su Yinqing really didn't know who Johnson was. Her original intention was to have Johnson get a tetanus shot, but since Johnson was not injured, it was obviously impossible for him to be infected with tetanus, and giving him a tetanus shot was purely looking for trouble. The cold and beautiful female doctor felt very sorry. Okay, Sister Taozi, since he is fine, I won't disturb you from working. Goodbye. Su Yinqing pulled Johnson and ran, as if they were hiding from some monster. If you are worried about getting pregnant, be sure to wear a condom, the cold and beautiful female doctor shouted from behind.